As Li Shang struggled to open his eyes once more, a bushy beard came into view. The man with the great beard gazed at Li Shang with tears glimmering in his eyes, tenderly watching him. Having entered this magical realm, he resolved to embrace the adventure ahead. Chapter 1. A Date with Harry Potter. When Li Shang managed to open his eyes again, he was met by the sight of a bushy bearded man. The man's eyes were filled with tears as he looked affectionately at Li Shang. Overcome with terror, Li Shang stared wide-eyed, fear evident in his dark eyes. He had no idea what had transpired. He could only recall lying in bed, asleep, and awakening to find himself transformed into an infant. Stay calm, stay calm. Li Shang repeatedly chanted in his mind. Regardless of his circumstances, the priority was to comprehend his surroundings. Judging by the expression of the burly man, it seemed he would not pose a threat. Headmaster, I have decided to adopt this child. The burly man wiped away the tears from his eyes and addressed the tall, white-bearded elder beside him, who wore round spectacles. Hagrid, this child is a Muggle, not part of the wizarding world. Dumbledore gently advised, his voice steady and soothing, instilling an inexplicable sense of peace. What? Hagrid, wizard headmaster? This is the world of Harry Potter. Li Shang's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had unwittingly arrived in the legendary realm, the mysterious and uncanny world of wizards. Here existed wizards, purebloods, unicorns, centaurs, merfolk, house elves, and other fantastical creatures, along with the enigmatic arts of magic. Wait, Dumbledore just said, I am a Muggle. I am indeed a Muggle. Li Shang was dumbfounded. What did it mean to be a Muggle? It denoted a group devoid of magic. If he was a Muggle, how could he learn magic? How could he confront the likes of Dumbledore and Voldemort? As a Muggle, he might not even gain entry to the wizarding world. Even if he did, he would be met with a complete oblivion. Regardless, I should at least possess a baseline wizarding identity. Even being akin to Neville's lowly aptitude would suffice. Li Shang lamented silently, grieving for his dark future. Not knowing magic is not the end. The wizarding world accommodates Muggles as well. And students' parents can also be Muggles. That Hagrid's eyes began to well with tears as he looked at Li Shang, feeling a surge of compassion. He recalled sending Harry Potter away, reflecting on his own childhood, both being orphans. Headmaster, I will take good care of him as he grows. Dumbledore gently stroked the infant's forehead, and for some reason, Li Shang suddenly fell silent, his curious dark eyes fixed on him. He understood Hagrid's intentions as a half-giant. Despite working at Hogwarts, he was quite lonely. His identity naturally limited his ability to forge many friendships, and he had lived in solitude for decades, from childhood to education, and through to his career, nothing had changed. Perhaps raising a child could provide him with a sense of purpose. It could be a good thing. Dumbledore mused, lifting his gaze. Hagrid, raising a child is no easy task. Have you thought this through? Of course. I have ample experience in this regard. Last year, I helped Aragog find a female acromantula, and now they have many offspring. In Fong, he is already quite strong. Hagrid quickly explained, eager to emphasize his experience in raising creatures. Acromantulas, three-headed dogs, griffins, and Murray had cared for them all. Surely he could manage a child as well. Li Shang internally scoffed. Those are animals, okay? We are human. Yet, despite his myriad thoughts, all that escaped his lips were incoherent babbles. Headmaster, why don't you give a child a name? Hagrid asked, bashfully scratching his head. His face flushed. Dumbledore looked at him and chuckled, the burdens of war momentarily lifting with a smile. Child, the war has just been won, and our meeting on this special night is destiny's design. Henceforth, you shall be named Hubert, signifying a luminous character and brilliant thoughts. Hubert, how splendid. You shall surely become great friends with Harry in the future. Hagrid laughed heartily as he cradled Li Shang, then soared into the sky on his motorcycle, heading toward Hogwarts. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 springs and autumns had passed. Hubert, come and eat. A robust voice echoed from the stone cottage, followed by a small black dog dashing out. The little black dog wagged its tail and sprinted to another stone house beside the first. 2 half-height dog statues stood sentinel at the entrance, and upon seeing the little black dog approach, they surprisingly seemed to stir with life. Upon entering, a pungent scent of potions greeted the little black dog, who appeared unfazed by it. The cottage was tidy and clean, consisting of a bedroom and a laboratory. The inner bedroom contained a bed, a desk, and a bookshelf, devoid of any other furnishings. The outer room served as the laboratory, with shelves lining the walls filled with various plants. Each plant pot bore a label, inscribed in tiny handwriting detailing the plant's information. At the center of the laboratory stood a large multifunctional wooden table, upon which a cauldron bubbled with a vibrant green liquid, resembling a witch's concoction. The little black dog spotted a child observing the liquid beside the table. It was Hubert, and rushed over, licking the child's calf affectionately. Yaya, The potion will be ready in 30 seconds. The child chirped, his gaze still fixated on the cauldron. Time's up, Hubert exclaimed joyfully, swiftly lifting the cauldron and pouring the potion into a pre-prepared test tube. Hair color transforming potion, just a drop, can change your hair color. Yaya, chasing its own tail, stared curiously at its little master, puzzled by his excitement. Yaya, want a new hairstyle? How about a striking green, or perhaps a vibrant red? Hubert grinned mischievously at the wide-eyed Yaya, offering a spoonful of the potion. Come on, Yaya, just a sip. His voice was soft, akin to the grandmotherly wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. Unaware of her master's sinister intentions, Yaya, with her innocent little eyes, extended her tongue and lapped up the potion. As Yaya consumed the transformation potion, her once glossy black fur transformed at a visible pace into a brilliant green. It takes effect immediately, with no delay. It is now 11 o'clock. I shall begin recording the potion's duration. Hubert swiftly noted the experiment's details with a feather quill.I in his hand. He held a thick notebook of 300 pages, which served as his experimental journal, had 3 such notebooks. These contained a year's worth of experiments, documenting his dedication and efforts. After being adopted by Hagrid, Hubert initially grew and slept naturally. Once he could walk and talk, he eagerly showcased his abilities. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, had a fondness for magical creatures. Hubert took the initiative to learn from Hagrid, familiarizing himself with magical beings, observing their habits, and studying their care. Hagrid, with his open and boisterous personality, was oblivious to Hubert's exceptional nature. As Hubert expressed a desire to learn, Hagrid was more than willing to teach. Thus, they spent 2 years in this manner, one eager to learn, the other eager to share knowledge. After witnessing Hubert's fascination with magical creatures, Hagrid was astonished. Given the developments in both the magical and Muggle worlds, the habitat for magical creatures had dwindled significantly, with many species facing extinction. The world showed little interest in magical creatures, and those that survived were often hunted by wizards. Although Hagrid worked at Hogwarts, he rarely encountered anyone interested in magical beings. Hubert was acutely aware of his status as a Muggle, rendering him incapable of mastering the arcane arts. Nevertheless, he resolved to persist in his quest for knowledge, seeking any means to unlock the secrets of becoming a wizard. As the adage goes, when God closes a window, he invariably leaves a door ajar. This sentiment resonates with the ancient Chinese wisdom. The Tao of the Great Way is 50, while the heavens manifest 49, conveying a similar message of hope and perseverance. Hubert firmly believed that as long as he remained steadfast in his endeavors, he would inevitably discover a path forward. During the past 2 years, alongside Hagrid, he not only delved into the study of magical creatures, but also engaged in the cultivation of plants and conducted experiments to validate his newfound knowledge. The Forbidden Forest, though perilous, lay just beyond the confines of Hogwarts and served as a veritable treasure trove. Within its depths resided an array of extraordinary magical beings and a diverse assortment of flora rarely encountered in the outside world. The plants in Hubert's abode were all transplanted from the Forbidden Forest, a place fraught with danger for most, yet not so daunting for Hagrid. Chapter 2. Hagrid's Dark Cuisine. Hagrid, what are we having for dinner today? Hubert inquired as he pushed open the door, revealing the towering figure of Hagrid bustling about within. With Fong, his green-furred companion, wagging his tail behind him, we're having mushroom and black chicken soup, and pumpkin stew with roasted meat. The mushrooms were freshly picked from the Forbidden Forest this morning, and the black chicken was just slaughtered. Absolutely fresh. Hubert, do taste my culinary skills and see if I've improved. Hagrid exclaimed, turning around to place 2 enormous bowls onto the wooden table, which trembled slightly under their weight. Fong, what has happened to your fur? Hagrid asked, wiping his hands on his coat before lifting Fong to inspect his coat. Hubert casually explained, then turned his gaze towards the 2 bowls of dark cuisine. They were truly sinister dishes, not only in appearance, but also in the consequences they promised. The mushroom and black chicken soup was as dark as ink, with 3 or 4 small mushrooms floating atop it, while the black chicken lay submerged, revealing only its white-eyed head, which was quite a frightful sight. The other bowl, containing pumpkin stew with roasted meat, looked even less appetizing, a charred mass that bore no resemblance to either pumpkin or meat. It smells delightful, Hagrid. Your cooking has truly improved, Hubert declared, taking a deep breath, his fair complexion brightening with a sincere smile. Ever since he could eat solid food, Hagrid had embarked on a culinary journey, tirelessly honing his skills over the years. Alas, he lacked the innate talent of a chef, and his progress had been modest. Hubert understood that Hagrid's meals were not the best, yet they were filled with affection. At least Hubert appreciates my cooking. Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall do not. They haven't returned since that Christmas 2 years ago. They simply lack the palate to appreciate fine cuisine. Hagrid grumbled. oblivious to the slight twitch at the corners of Hubert's mouth. As they dined and conversed, it was primarily Hagrid who spoke at length, transitioning from tales of creatures in the Forbidden Forest to anecdotes about Hogwarts, whilst lamenting the antics of the mischievous students and the ever-vigilant caretaker, Filch. Filch had captured another batch of rule-breaking students and, in a bid to teach them a lesson, had assigned them labor in the Forbidden Forest. As for who would ensure the safety of these students, that duty naturally fell upon Hagrid. I truly do not understand why Dumbledore retains an incompetent Filch. He revels in punishing students out of jealousy, and I always end up leading those rascals. Hagrid lamented, sipping a bowl of the black chicken soup. A sudden thought struck him, and he quickly added, Hubert, I didn't mean you. Not knowing magic is no fault. Madame Fig is quite kind. She adores her cats and treats them well. Hagrid glanced anxiously at Hubert's handsome face, aware that Hubert was a Muggle and unable to learn magic. Hubert had always been searching for ways to become a wizard, and Hagrid did not want his unintentional words to hurt him. He wished for Hubert to live joyfully, to grow, and to become a kind-hearted individual. And you are so clever. Fong and the other creatures in the Forbidden Forest adore you as well. When I grow old and you mature, you will take over my position and undoubtedly become an exceptional keeper of magical creatures at Hogwarts. Hubert flashed a reassuring smile, alleviating Hagrid's trepidation. Although Hagrid appeared coarse, he possessed a delicate and kind heart. He could sense Hubert's sincerity, especially since Hubert had long accepted the fact that he was a Muggle. I am fine, even though I cannot become a wizard right now. I firmly believe that I will eventually wield magic. Hubert pondered the origins of the first wizards, how they learned their craft, and what means they employed to acquire their magical powers. What is the fundamental distinction between Muggles and wizards? Is it a genetic difference or something else? The essence of magic is enigmatic and multifaceted, with many forms having faded into the annals of history. Perhaps there exists a kind of magic that could transform a Muggle into a wizard, with myriad possibilities. I am convinced that there is a way for me to become a wizard. Hubert concluded with resolute determination. Hagrid scratched his head, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Hubert's words. What were genes, the initial batch of wizards, and the vast river of history? Magic was something wizards simply possessed by nature. Or so he believed. Despite his lack of understanding, he was relieved that Hubert was not disheartened by his musings. Hubert, you're always so astute. Much like Dumbledore, he is the wisest person I know. After their meal, I will take you to Diagon Alley. Gringotts has approved my application, and I can now claim my father's inheritance. You mentioned that old Hagrid was a wizard. Is he truly formidable? Hubert inquired, curious about what legacy old Hagrid might leave for Hagrid. Hagrid lost his mother at a young age, and his father passed away early as well. He later attended Hogwarts, but left school to work there, never venturing out again. 3 months ago, while sorting through old belongings, Hubert discovered a letter from old Hagrid, revealing that he had left an inheritance at Gringotts. Hagrid had little understanding or interest in inheritance. He was content with his current life, not wanting for food or drink, and enjoying his work. However, Hubert persuaded Hagrid to claim that inheritance, as it represented an unexpected windfall. In the future, he would conduct various experiments, which would necessitate the support of galleons. Hagrid was not particularly adept with money. He had relied solely on his salary for many years. After receiving his monthly pay and deducting living expenses, he saved the remainder at Gringotts. The two hastily finished their meal, and Hagrid mounted his vintage motorcycle. Shang donned a helmet and settled into the sidecar, putting on glasses to protect his eyes from the wind. Hagrid tossed Hubert a pair of small goggles, resembling swimming goggles. Hagrid wore large glasses, his head being bigger with long, curly hair, giving him a rather peculiar appearance. Diagon Alley is a favored gathering place for wizards, bustling with activity and a plethora of goods for sale. It can get crowded, so stay close to me and do not wander off. And whatever you do, avoid Knockturn Alley. It is a haven for dark wizards, and it is exceedingly dangerous. Hagrid rode his motorcycle, casually imparting essential advice for Hubert regarding precautions for children venturing outdoors. In summary, Hubert concluded that he should closely follow Hagrid, disregard any attempts at conversation from strangers, and never accept gifts from unknown individuals. Chapter 3. The Legacy of Old Hagrid. Is this Gringotts? Hubert marveled at the imposing structure before him. In comparison to the other establishments in Diagon Alley, Gringotts undeniably stood as the paragon of the financial industry, its architecture resplendent and grand. The building soared in a majestic white, adorned with 2 grand entrances. The first was a colossal, gleaming bronze door that dazzled the eye. Hubert believed that if a Niffler or a dragon were to behold it, they would surely attempt to carry it off as part of their treasure hoard. Standing before the entrance were 2 goblins clad in scarlet uniforms trimmed with gold, who respectfully awaited to welcome patrons entering and exiting Gringotts. The second entrance was silver, distinct from the shimmering first door, and bore an inscription, "Enter, stranger, but tread carefully. Greed may lead to dire consequences. To take without earning will surely invite the severest punishment. Thus, if you seek to withdraw wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning. What you summon may not be treasure, but a curse." Passing through the two doors, they officially entered the grand hall of Gringotts. The spacious chamber was awash in an ancient brown hue, exuding both opulence and antiquity. At the far center of the hall stood a tall counter, behind which sat diminutive goblins. Their elongated noses and ears, along with their withered skin, rendered them rather unsightly. "Sir, how may I assist you?" inquired the bespectacled elder goblin, lifting his gaze with a roll of his eyes directed at Hagrid. Hagrid produced a parchment embossed with the Gringotts emblem, which was the notification letter he had received. "I am here to claim my father's inheritance," he declared, presenting the parchment to the elder goblin. "Sir, your application has been verified. You may now accompany me to the vault to receive your inheritance. The previous verification is a standard procedure, as we at Gringotts are committed to safeguarding the interests of every client." The elder goblin leapt from his seat and guided Hagrid and Hubert into an elevator that descended towards the underground vaults. The trio arrived in the basement, navigating through layers of security until they reached a vault. "Vault 132, this is the one," Hubert exclaimed as he gazed at the vault before him, which resembled an underground chamber. The sturdy, towering stone door inspired no doubt regarding its defensive capabilities, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns that Hubert could not decipher. The elder goblin slid his slender nails through the crevices of the engravings, and as he did so, the stone door emitted a series of clicks before gradually opening. "This is a stone lock. Only the nails of our kind can open it, ensuring absolute security. Indeed, Gringotts is, aside from Hogwarts, the safest place in existence." Hagrid elaborated to Hubert. "Sir, though it may seem disrespectful, I must affirm that the security of Gringotts is beyond question. It is the most secure place in the world." The old witch retorted, asserting that questioning Gringotts was the gravest insult to them. Hubert restrained Hagrid, who was eager to argue with the old witch, knowing well that Hagrid was an ardent admirer of Dumbledore and held Hogwarts dear to his heart. If left unchecked, Hagrid might engage in a battle of wits and strength with the old witch. Hubert was taken aback by the sight before him. The vault, approximately 5 square meters, was heaped with glimmering galleons, their golden sheen enticing. Beside the galleons lay hundreds of hefty tomes, emanating a distinct aura that Hubert surmised to be magical texts. In addition to the galleons and spell books, there were peculiar trinkets, including seeds and eggs of various plants, as well as some personal belongings. "Hagrid, we are about to strike it rich," Hubert exclaimed in astonishment. However, Hagrid paid him no heed, instead fixated on a photograph, a snapshot of 2 individuals, a seated giantess and a diminutive man. Their expressions radiated intimacy and affection. "They are my parents. My father passed away when I was very young. I wonder how he is faring now." Hagrid's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes. Hubert, at a loss for words, could only watch Hagrid in silence. "I will always be by your side, Hagrid," Hubert assured him. "Thank you, Hubert." Hagrid wiped away his tears, his thoughts lingering on the items surrounding them. "Hagrid, is there a place here that sells magical creatures?" "I would love to take a look," Hubert remarked, addressing the bustling crowd outside. The lively atmosphere was a stark contrast to the tranquil environment of the Forbidden Forest. After spending years in the woods, this was the first time he encountered such vivacity, both familiar and foreign. Since the defeat of the Dark Lord 7 years prior, the fear of war had dissipated and peace had returned. Diagon Alley was now abuzz with activity, a congregation of wizards from various locales engaging in trade and conversation. Among them were local British witches and wizards, as well as visitors from France and Germany, and even from across the ocean, wizards from America and Egypt. Clad in diverse exotic attire, they infused Diagon Alley with an enchanting flair. Not far off stood a magical menagerie, showcasing an array of fantastical creatures. Hagrid murmured, though his enthusiasm was dulled. "That old hag is always secretly capturing creatures that are forbidden for trade. The buyers have no understanding of the creatures they acquire, nor do they care for them properly." This was the reason for Hagrid's disdain for that establishment, Hubert pondered. Hagrid's distinctive taste and profound love for animals surpassed even his own. In truth, a good pet is vital for a wizard, serving not only as a companion during their growth, but also as a crucial and intimate ally in battle. The 2 most formidable dark and light wizards in history both possessed pets. Dumbledore had the Phoenix Fox, while Voldemort had the Basilisk and later Nagini. The presence of a pet holds significant value for wizards, and many yearn for one, yet finding a suitable companion is no simple task. Take Malfoy, for instance, who harbored an intense desire to acquire a dragon, even going so far as to report Hagrid and Harry Potter, and contemplating the illegal act of raising a dragon in secret. The elusive toad belonging to Neville and Ron's pet Scabbers have faced numerous tribulations. The expansion of the Muggle habitat and the wizarding world's relentless hunting of magical creatures have led to a significant decline in their populations. Many magical beings have already vanished, relegated to the realms of legend and myth. For instance, the fabled griffin, the elusive sphinx, and the mysterious Skrewt are all but shadows of the past, rarely, if ever, glimpsed even in the Forbidden Forest. He hopes that through studying these creatures, he might discover a path to becoming a wizard. Hubert, of course, would never confess that this notion was influenced by the novels and whimsical thoughts of his previous life. After all, the concept of biological enhancement does have its precedents, with the infamous Voldemort being a prime example. Hagrid maneuvered through the crowd, guiding Hubert to a shopfront adorned with a sign proclaiming magical menagerie. Chapter 4. The Magical Menagerie. The entrance to the menagerie stood a mere 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, appearing ominously dark from the outside, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour its prey. The cacophony of animal cries and roars emanating from within served to deter potential patrons. Every visit feels so unsettling, Hagrid muttered. Hubert bravely stepped inside, finding the space narrow and dimly lit. The corners were cluttered with cages housing various creatures, and the lack of organization rendered the room feel cramped. Hubert strained to adjust his vision to the gloom, but to little avail. The chaotic sounds of the animals were disconcerting, and a pungent odor pervaded the air. The eyes of feline creatures glowed an eerie green in the shadows, sending shivers down his spine. "Little one, how may I assist you?" croaked a voice from the darkness. A middle-aged woman emerged, clad in a long black robe, her hair unkempt and greasy from neglect. Thick glasses perched atop her nose, and her hooked, beak-like nose lent her an air of malevolence, akin to a witch. Hubert began to understand why even animal lovers like Hagrid might harbor disdain for this establishment. It seemed ill-suited for Diagon Alley, perhaps better located in the ambience of Nocturne Alley. "Madam, it is rather dim in here. I would suggest employing a space-expanding charm and perhaps opening a window to invite more light," Hubert politely proposed, dressed in a jacket over a navy blazer, presenting himself as a gentleman. "What a discerning little fellow you are. Those modifications would require galleons," she replied. However, such improvements could enhance the environment, allowing the animals to bask in sunlight and encouraging customers to enter. A thriving business would ultimately lead to greater profits, would it not? "Little one, you may call me Madame Poppy." Hubert had encountered Madame Poppy before. Madame Poppy nodded in satisfaction. It was commendable for a child to express such thoughts. "What type of creature are you seeking as a pet?" she inquired directly, revealing an array of animals designed to meet all your desires. Hubert surveyed the offerings. The displayed pets were rather commonplace, including a tortoise adorned with gemstones, a toad with violet eyes, and a small bird with green and speckled wings, each of which could be found within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Other than the various pets like huskies, golden retrievers, and rabbits raised by Muggles, there's a multitude of creatures here. In the corner, several cages containing owls hang, though the owls droop their heads, appearing rather lethargic. There are gem tortoises, poison dart frogs, and spotted birds. Hubert named 20 species while pointing at the cages on the wall, briefly introducing their habits. These are all ordinary magical creatures, possessing little to no magic. They are merely a tad more intelligent than Muggle pets and hold no utility for me. "Do you have any magical creatures, ones that can perform magic?" Madame Popper peered through her thick lenses, attempting to discern something from Hubert's fair, slightly cherubic face. "Which family do you belong to?" she inquired, puzzled. Hagrid had not entered the room, so she had not seen him. A child of 7 recognizing so many creatures indeed piqued her curiosity. Was he perhaps a child of a pure-blood family sneaking out to play? Only such a deeply rooted lineage could nurture a child of this caliber. "Ha!" Madame Popper chuckled, though her raspy voice and sinister countenance rendered her laughter somewhat frightening. "What a discerning little imp you are. The creatures you mentioned are rare breeds. Do you possess that many galleons?" she said mysteriously, her voice low and laced with temptation. Hubert retrieved a galleon from his pocket, tossing it into the air with his thumb, the gold glinting enticingly in the dim light. "Follow me, little imp." Madame Popper struggled to divert her gaze from the galleon, drawing her wand from her waist and gently waving it at the wall behind the counter, which split open to reveal a door. "All my treasures are within. I have gathered them from around the world." She pointed to a parrot-like bird, saying, "This is the octagonal parrot from Brazil, capable of learning wizarding spells to perform simple magic. That little lion hails from the African savanna, possessing a trace of the ancient relic griffin's bloodline. When grown, it can manipulate sonic waves and serves as a wizard's finest combat companion." As Hubert listened to Madame Popper's continuous exposition, he realized that the species here were significantly more advanced than those outside, as most could wield magic, classifying them as magical creatures. "What species is that snake?" Hubert asked, pointing to a green snake coiled around a branch in the corner. The snake had a triangular head with a fine golden line running from its forehead down its spine to its tail. The green snake's eyes fixated on him, a chill creeping up from his core, compelling him to flee. "That is a jade snake from the tropical rainforest, highly venomous. A mere drop of its venom could kill an adult elephant. An adult jade snake can grow up to 20 meters and reign supreme in water." Madame Popper wrapped the jade snake around her wrist, gently stroking its head. The snake's body was translucent green, resembling jade. "I have not yet awakened my bloodline. Are there any creatures with whom I can form a contract to harness their power for magic?" Hubert fabricated, recognizing that despite Madame Popper's unimposing appearance, her collection suggested she had encountered numerous magical beings. Unlike Hagrid, whose experiences were confined to Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest, her connections spanned across various realms. Thus, he sought assistance from Popey, hoping to uncover the answers he sought. "Little one, you are truly fortunate. I have just acquired a gem beetle." Chapter 5. The Gem Beetle. This is an exceedingly rare and precious species that dwells solely in the North American wilderness, one that may not appear in the market for decades. Hubert's heart raced, and his breath quickened. It was merely an idle inquiry, yet he was astonished to discover the existence of such a creature. "Dear madam, I possess galleons. Please provide me with all the information regarding this gem beetle." "Everything." Hubert strained to control his emotions, lowering his voice. A merchant must never reveal their feelings too easily. "Mrs." Popey gazed at Hubert's serene countenance. Alas, to no avail. What a troublesome little rascal. She waved her hand dismissively. "I did not deceive you. The gem beetle indeed offers a wizard a modicum of magical power, akin to that of a first-year student. Moreover, it parasitically resides within a host, and due to its rarity, it has little market value, with few individuals aware of its existence. The gem beetle feeds upon the host's blood, while the host borrows its strength. This is the nature of the transaction. To gain power, one must pay the price." With a round of applause, Hubert masked his emotions as best he could. "Madam, your words are splendid. In the Muggle world, you could be a philosopher." "Huh, such sweet words from a little imp." Mrs. Popey raised her thick glasses with her left hand. "But in business, 20 galleons is non-negotiable." Hubert feigned hesitation, pondering for a moment before stating, "It's a deal." He retrieved 20 galleons from his pocket, handing them to Mrs. Popey. This money was his pocket money from Hagrid at Gringotts. He still had a few coins left. Hagrid had simply grabbed a handful for him. Honestly, Hagrid had little concept of galleons. Not to mention 20 galleons. Even if it were 200, Hubert would not hesitate. This was his heart's desire, for with it, he could cast spells and gain the right to wield magic. Hubert felt a slight sting, akin to a mosquito bite, and then sensed his blood flowing towards the gem. The gem, infused with his blood, emanated a faint red glow, appearing even more alluring. The crimson light flickered and vanished. Hubert gazed at the red gem upon his index finger, resembling an ancient gemstone ring, with no indication of being a parasitic entity. Through the gem, he could see it filled with bright red blood, the essence of the exchange for power with the gem beetle. Hubert felt dizzy, his complexion pale from blood loss. Once the blood within the gem was depleted, the gem beetle would continue to siphon his blood. Remember, the more magical power you wield, the faster your blood will be consumed. Excessive bloodletting may harm your body. Mrs. Popey imparted these warnings before guiding Hubert out. Under her instruction, he adapted to the gem beetle and then departed the shop. Hagrid, I can cast spells now." As Hubert stepped out of the shop, he could hardly contain his excitement as he addressed Hagrid, who was waiting outside. The heavy burden that had weighed upon his heart for years had finally begun to lift. Ever since he discovered that he had entered the world of Harry Potter, only to learn that he was a Muggle incapable of learning magic, Hubert had been distressed, growing increasingly anxious with each passing year. He could not bear the thought of watching other wizards soar through the skies, manipulating thunder and flames, while he remained hidden in the shadows like Filch, consumed by envy and jealousy. He found it unfathomable that Voldemort's return would cast darkness and death upon the wizarding world, leaving him to cower in fear. Even more distressing was the notion that in the future, should Hagrid and others be harmed, He would only be able to tremble helplessly behind them. All of this was due to his status as a Muggle, a status that barred him from the study of magic. Since the age of 3, he had sought ways to become a wizard, scouring Hagrid's collection of books and consulting with Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore, yet none could offer him a solution. Nevertheless, he never relinquished hope. He continued his quest, enduring years of tireless searching, and now, at last, he had opened the door to the magical realm. I can finally learn magic, Hubert shouted within his heart. Hubert, have you been cursed? Did that old witch cast a malign spell upon you? Hagrid exclaimed, immediately pulling Hubert close for an inspection. How could a Muggle possibly perform magic? That's utterly unthinkable. Finding no traces of a curse, Hagrid pondered whether it was merely a case of enchantment too profound and insisted. Now, come with me to find Madame Pomfrey. In the simplest terms, Hubert explained the properties of the gem beetle to Hagrid, assuring him that he had not been afflicted by any malign spell. It's truly remarkable. Hagrid marveled at the ruby ring on Hubert's finger, exclaiming, Congratulations, Hubert. From this moment on, you too can learn magic. He then opened his arms and embraced Hubert tightly, genuinely elated for him. Now you're a little wizard. Let us go to Ollivander's wand shop to acquire your wand. It is the finest wand shop there is. Ollivander's wand shop? Hubert's curiosity piqued at the mention of the renowned establishment, for he could now possess a wand of his own. Founded in 382 BC, Ollivander's boasts a rich history. Since its inception, it has been famed for providing the highest quality wands to wizards. Throughout history, illustrious wizards, including the greatest white wizard Dumbledore, the second Dark Lord Voldemort, and the future savior Harry Potter, have acquired their wands here. Generations of owners have passed down ancient, exquisite craftsmanship to serve the wizarding community. They are intimately familiar with each wand, understanding their unique characteristics and adhering to the principle that wands choose their owners. They do not sell wands. They are mere facilitators of the wand's journeys. Ollivander's wand shop is a crowded, narrow, and somewhat dilapidated establishment. In the window, a wand is displayed upon a faded purple cushion. Inside, towering shelves are crammed with thousands of wands housed in elongated, narrow boxes. Mr. Ollivander will select from these to find the wand that best suits each customer. Customers purchasing wands must first measure the length of their arm, forearm, height, and head circumference, and then select a wand based on these parameters. Each wand is unique, crafted from various materials such as unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and a nerve of dragons and snakes as its core, paired with different qualities of wood for the wand body. These are potent magical artifacts. Each wizard is suited to a specific wand. Using a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard will not yield the desired effects. Hello, Hagrid. How may I assist you? A middle-aged man with silver hair descended from the wooden stairs. Hagrid, remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses the wand. Mr. Ollivander corrected sternly, scrutinizing Hubert before retrieving a measuring tape to take his measurements. Chapter 6. A Celebration of Life. Try this wand, 12 inches long, made of oak with a dragon nerve core, powerful and resilient. Mr. Ollivander extracted a slender wand from a paper box on the wooden shelf. Hubert waved the wand, yet remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that I am a Muggle, reliant on the power of gemstone insects, thus unable to earn the wand's acknowledgement? What a finicky little fellow. Nevertheless, any wizard can find a suitable wand here. Mr. Ollivander promptly turned and selected another wand from the shelf. Elder Dragon Heartstring, 14¼ inches, sturdy and thicker than most wands. Elder symbolizes resilience, tough yet crude. This should suit you. Hubert took the wand and swung it forcefully, but still, there was no reaction. Mr. Ollivander's brow furrowed as he hurried to the center of the wand rack. 14¼ inches, approximately 26 centimeters. Willow, Dragon Heartstring core, no response. 12 inches. Cherry wood, Chelan feather, no response. Walnut and dragon nerve, 12¾ inches, no response. Sweat began to bead on Mr. Ollivander's forehead. He had never encountered such a predicament in his many years of wand selling. He was certain that even Voldemort and Dumbledore had not been so discerning. Is there truly no wand suited for me? Hubert asked anxiously. Mr. Ollivander fell silent, moving to the innermost shelf. Climbing the ladder to retrieve a box from the topmost shelf, he blew off the dust, opened the box, and extracted a deep red wand. The wand's handle was adorned with spirals, ensuring it would not slip from the owner's grip during use. The wand tapered to a fine point, and Hubert had no doubt it could easily inflict harm. At first sight of the deep red wand, Hubert felt an inexplicable connection. A voice within him echoed, "This is it, this is the one." Crafted from bloodwood and with thunderbird nerve as its core, it measured 12 inches. Mr. Ollivander briefly introduced the wand before handing it to Hubert. Hubert gingerly accepted the wand, feeling the ruby on his finger pulse with magic, flowing through his body towards the wand. Hubert's entire being radiated a blood-red glow, his vital energy spreading outward and stirring up the dust upon the ground. The crimson light persisted for 30 seconds before vanishing in an instant, leaving the wand once again in its original form. Only the disturbed dust bore witness to the fact that this was no mere dream. "Ha ha, this wand has chosen you. Congratulations, you discerning little fellow," Ollivander exclaimed with unbridled joy, as though he himself had received the wand. The ghostly ash tree, nourished by the resentment and blood from ancient battlefields, symbolized death and calamity. Its texture was robust, yet possessed a commendable flexibility. The Thunderbird nerve, serving as the core of the wand, facilitated the swift casting of spells. This was a formidable wand, and the young lad must exercise caution in wielding it, lest he become ensnared by its power. Gently caressing the wand, Hubert recognized that it would become his closest companion. The ghostly ash thrived on blood and resentment, nurturing life within darkness. It embodied both death and the promise of hope. "I prefer to believe it represents hope and beauty," he mused. "Ha ha, I am now certain that you are the true master of this wand." Ollivander marveled, astonished by the young boy's profound understanding of a wand that stood for death. "Now that you are its master, do bestow upon it a name." After a moment of contemplation, Hubert addressed the dark red wand with conviction. "From this day forth, you shall be known as Ode to Life. You will be my most intimate companion." "Congratulations, Hubert, on acquiring Ode to Life," Hagrid said, patting Hubert on the shoulder. He handed a gold galleon to Ollivander, declaring that this wand was a gift to celebrate Hubert's journey into the realm of magic. Morning sunlight streamed into the stone cottage, and the air was thick with moisture due to the weather. Suddenly, with a patter of small feet, Yaya darted into the inner room, adeptly leaping onto the bed and nudging Hubert playfully with her head. "Good morning, Yaya," Hubert exclaimed, lifting her off the bed before springing up himself. Grasping the dark red wand from the bedside, he waved it lightly at the clothes on the rack. The coat on the hanger soared effortlessly to his side, and as he spread his arms wide, the garment automatically adorned him. "How wonderful it is to wield magic," Hubert marveled, reflecting on how, since his return from Diagon Alley with the gem beetle, he had diligently learned every spell he could. His current magical prowess was on par with a first-year wizard, enabling him to perform only the simplest spells, such as the levitation charm. He had thoroughly reviewed the foundational spellbooks for first years, which posed no challenge for him. Since the previous year, he had immersed himself in the study of magical texts, having already memorized numerous incantations. He merely lacked practical experience. The relics left behind by old Hagrid had also been meticulously organized, possessing considerable value, particularly the tomes on magical creatures. Old Hagrid, much like Hagrid himself, harbored a special fondness for magical beings. However, unlike the straightforward Hagrid, old Hagrid was a truly wise wizard. In his youth, he traversed the globe, collecting, observing, and studying magical creatures while unearthing ancient relics. On a remote island overseas, he stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient sorcerer and inherited the legacy concerning the transplantation of magical bloodlines. This sorcerer, in pursuit of formidable magical power, had infused his essence with that of powerful magical beings. Although the inheritance received by old Hagrid was incomplete, it illuminated a pathway for his research. In order to refine the method of bloodline transplantation, old Hagrid ventured into various ruins, seeking further knowledge of the ancient sorcerers. It was during his exploration of the Giants' Island that he met Hubert's mother, and the related notes conclude at this juncture. The Island of Giants? It seems imperative to journey there. Hubert resolved to embark on an expedition to the island at the opportune moment. According to old Hagrid's records, a ruin there potentially contained the specific techniques for bloodline transplantation. To assimilate the blood of magical creatures, acquire immense bloodline power, and become a true sorcerer. That was the path Hubert had temporarily charted. Chapter 7. Eastern Fantasyland. The air was thick with humidity. Although dawn's light broke, a chill lingered. Hubert led Yaya out of the stone cottage, while Hagrid next door had already set out to patrol the forbidden forest as per regulations. As a child, Hubert had ample time for play and slumber. However, having been reborn, he understood the preciousness of time and could not afford even a moment's waste. Otherwise, he would risk retracing the path of his previous life, only to be engulfed by regret. Yaya, today let us choose a splendid location to construct my magical sanctuary, Hubert declared, retrieving a fist-sized transparent stone from his satchel. surrounded by mysterious incantations that emanated a unique magical aura. This was one of old Hagrid's most treasured legacies, a space gem. Due to restrictions on the use of magic and its lack of utility for him, Hagrid had permitted Hubert to take it. With this space gem, Hubert could establish a magical haven. The stone cottage nestled beside a lake, which served as the domain of the Mere people. They had settled there 5 centuries prior, and Hogwarts provided them shelter in return for their guardianship. Naturally, Hubert would not construct his sanctuary near the lake, as it would easily attract the attention of the Mere people. He envisioned a magical sanctuary, a secret space akin to the whimsical realm seen in films like Alice in Wonderland, enchanting and dreamlike. Admittedly, given his current level of magic and resources, he had a long path ahead, but this would not deter him from setting a goal. Behind his residence, near the Forbidden Forest, lay a grove of sycamores, which Hagrid had described as being 300 years old, planted by former gamekeepers. Rarely visited due to its proximity to the Forbidden Forest, the sycamore grove spanned approximately 3 acres, with the forest looming behind. From a distance, the grove resembled a colossal yellow torch, its bright hue dazzling and ethereal. At the entrance stand 2 robust sycamores, resembling vigilant sentinels. Their trunks, thick enough to be embraced by 10 men, leave no doubt about their age. Beyond this grand entrance lies an entirely different realm. The ground is blanketed with a thick layer of sycamore leaves, while overhead, a canopy of similarly hued foliage forms a dense shroud, allowing no light to penetrate. This is a world bathed in golden hues, a realm of sycamores, a fantastical domain, close to the stone house and seldom frequented by visitors. The beauty of this place makes it an ideal vessel for a magical sanctuary. According to the accounts recorded in old Hagrid's Salamore's notes, a magical sanctuary is a unique extra-dimensional space. It exists in a different dimension from the material realm, overlaying the physical world while simultaneously occupying another dimension, serving as the intersection of reality and illusion. Although Hubert does not fully grasp the intricate principles behind it, this does not hinder his ability to recite the information. The crux of creating a magical sanctuary lies in the space gem, which is pivotal to the formation of such a realm. By following the methods outlined in Salamore's notes, the crafting of a sanctuary becomes a straightforward task. This technique for creating magical sanctuaries was commonly practiced among ancient wizards. However, the whereabouts of space gems are now elusive, rendering wizards with the skill powerless to create one. Nevertheless, such sanctuaries are not uncommon among the long-established pure-blood wizarding families, representing the rich heritage passed down through generations. Old Hagrid discovered this particular space gem in the ruins of Giant Island and preserved it, ultimately passing it on to Hubert. With the space gem cradled in his left hand, Hubert gently glides his right hand, holding the life's tribute across his wrist, allowing his crimson blood to flow into the gem. The vivid red blood mingles with the runes surrounding the gem, transforming the originally white, transparent runes into crimson patterns. As the blood ignites the gem, an increasing number of runes emerge, spiraling outward like a tempest of symbols, causing the fallen leaves to whirl in a frenzied dance. The spiral of runes expands exponentially, eventually enveloping half of the sycamore grove before ceasing its expansion. The blood-hued runes interlace with the space of the sycamore forest, their transparency amplifying as they merge. Finally, the space trembles inexplicably, and the runes vanish into the fabric of the realm. Hubert acutely senses the transformation of the surrounding space. The sycamore grove remains unchanged, yet he perceives an additional layer of extra-dimensional space enveloping it. By using his own blood to awaken the space gem, he becomes its master, thus claiming dominion over the sanctuary. Only the master of the sanctuary can sense its existence. Salakaster Alaho Cave, Hubert declares, directing his wand towards the space gem and uttering the incantation. A surge of magic strikes the gem, projecting a square blue barrier between the 2 sycamores, manifesting a vast transparent shield. Through this barrier, the sycamore grove remains visible, serving as the protective veil of the magical sanctuary. Hubert traces his wand across the surface of the barrier, and a circular archway materializes, causing the other sections of the shield to dissipate. Command: I love to eat eggs and fish. Hubert meticulously configured the portal and incantation for the secret realm as delineated in the tome, thus enabling his future ingress into this mystical domain. With a determined stride, he stepped through the portal, entering an alternate expanse, while the transparent, circular archway vanished amidst the sycamore trees. Elated, Hubert beheld a space equivalent to 4 playgrounds. This was the magical sanctuary he had envisioned. The realm lay barren, crowned by a luminous white dome of indeterminate height, and beneath his feet sprawled a patch of bare earth, devoid of even the humblest blade of grass. It resembled a landscape recently graced by spring rains, the air rich with the scent of damp soil. This nascent magical realm was akin to a blank canvas, awaiting its artist to imbue it with life. He named this sanctuary Eastern Fantasyland, a tribute to his nostalgic reverie of the East and a beacon of hope for the realm he sought to cultivate. Currently, this sanctuary was but a rudimentary dimensional space. Yet given ample time and resources, it would evolve and expand. Hubert aspired to transform this space into a mysterious wonderland, where mythical and magical beings could reside, reminiscent of a fantastical garden, a realm where dreams and fairy tales flourished. He ventured to the center of Eastern Fantasyland and withdrew a circular seed from his pouch. The seed shell was intricately carved with 3 Eastern dragons, exhaling auspicious clouds. This seed, a rare specimen from the enigmatic Eastern world, was a magical tree known as the dragon-tooth sycamore. Planted within the sanctuary, it would coalesce with its essence, drawing upon the realm's power to flourish, generating magical energy to sustain and accelerate the sanctuary's growth. The maintenance and operation of the realm necessitated magical power. Relying solely on magic stones would render Hubert unable to support its functioning, even if he were to sell all his possessions. This predicament often led many families to relinquish their legacies, as their decline left them devoid of sufficient resources to sustain their sanctuaries, let alone upgrade them. As he buried the dragon-tooth sycamore into the soil, an immense force emanated from the earth. The sycamore burgeoned with astonishing speed, sprouting, ascending, branching out, and unfurling its leaves until it reached the stature of an ordinary sycamore tree. It resembled a colossal mushroom, its golden leaves radiant and its lush branches adorned with tendrils. The trunk twisted and coiled like the bodies of 5 dragons intertwined, thick enough to be embraced by a single person. Upon ceasing its growth, the tree shuddered inexplicably, and a descending tendril spontaneously snapped and soared into the air, twisting and transforming until it materialized into a transparent magical dragon, approximately half a meter in length. The little dragon emitted a triumphant cry, as if heralding the birth of the dragon-tooth sycamore, before it began to dance around the tree. As it meandered, wisps of magical energy emanated from its presence. Hubert sensed that the magical dragon was composed purely of magical essence, devoid of any sentience. Having just been planted, the dragon-tooth sycamore had birthed a singular magical dragon. As it thrived, it would yield even more dragons, thereby enriching the sanctuary's magical potency. With the dragon-tooth sycamore in place, Hubert felt a sense of relief, knowing that the realm's energy would no longer be a concern for him. After considerable endeavor, Hubert finally succeeded in crafting the secret realm. The next step was to gather magical creatures to enrich his Eastern fantasia. Chapter 8. The Forbidden Forest. Hubert wielded the life's tribute, manipulating the soil beneath the dragon-tooth paulownia, causing it to rise into a modest mound. The dragon-tooth paulownia stood at the heart of the realm, becoming its focal point. Placed atop the mound, its golden hue was visible from any corner of the secret realm. A laboratory and a storage facility were still required. Hubert strolled through the realm, using the life's tribute to alter the environment according to his desires. He resembled an artist, with his wand as his brush, magic as his palette, and the realm as his canvas. With graceful wand movements, the soil shifted in accordance with his will. To the east of the entrance, a laboratory sprang up hastily, while 2 trenches intersected, dividing the realm into 4 sections. Once a water source was introduced, the streams would flow along the trenches, irrigating the entire domain. A guardian was still needed at the entrance. Regrettably, he only possessed basic shaping spells, and he was yet unable to learn advanced activation magic. To delve into deeper magical studies, he must seek guidance from the professors. Unfortunately, his tender age barred him from enrollment for a few more years. The minimum age for admission to Hogwarts was 11. What a pity. Gasping for breath, Hubert noticed that the blood within the gemstone on his index finger had been entirely depleted. The sensation of mosquito bites returned. His complexion grew paler, although he had merely employed simple shaping and levitation spells. Accomplishing such feats with his current magical capacity was quite taxing. This marked the 3rd time the gemstone insect had replenished its blood, despite his exhaustion. Hubert could not conceal the excitement and sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Taking a deep breath, he admired the stone cottage, lush meadows, serene lakes, an ancient castle before him, forming a tranquil tableau. He relished this peace, savoring the moment. Hagrid, has anything interesting occurred during today's patrol of the Forbidden Forest? Hubert inquired as he entered, finding Hagrid busy as ever. Clad in his patched-up, thick coat, Hagrid's boots clattered on the floor, and his hair and beard were in delightful disarray. In Hagrid's words, he dressed this way for comfort, adhering to his true self. Indeed, he followed his heart, which explained his enduring bachelorhood over the years. Hubert chuckled inwardly, reflecting on his former self, who had also been so carefree, wandering around in flip-flops and shorts. A recluse engrossed in video games, remaining a bachelor for decades, with no accomplishments to speak of, and then nothing more followed. Determined to embark on a new life, Hubert constantly reminded himself to shed all his bad habits, seize the moment, and live his new life to the fullest, leaving no room for regret. Aragog has welcomed several offspring. He truly is prolific. When I visited today, his children were embroiled in a quarrel with the centaurs, nearly coming to blows. Firenze mentioned they had encroached upon the centaurs' territory and had previously voiced complaints. I'm uncertain how to resolve this matter. Hagrid, disheartened by the eight-eyed spider incident, placed a casserole on the table and began to eat in silence. Aragog, the eight-eyed spider, has long been a dear friend of Hagrid. Many years ago, Hagrid secretly released him from Hogwarts, and since then, Aragog has thrived in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid has diligently cared for Aragog, even going so far as to find him a female eight-eyed spider. However, Hagrid underestimated the reproductive capabilities of the spiders. Within a few short years, Aragog tirelessly produced a vast number of offspring. The population of eight-eyed spiders surged, encroaching upon the territories of other creatures, including that of the centaurs. The centaurs, who have inhabited the Forbidden Forest for centuries, are intelligent non-human beings with their own rich culture and beliefs. They possess the ability to observe celestial movements and predict the future. Strong and formidable, they are skilled in archery and combat. Naturally, the invasion of their territory by the eight-eyed spiders led to their expulsion. However, Aragog's descendants, lacking in intelligence and numerous in number, exhibited a fierce and bloodthirsty nature, resulting in harm to several centaurs. The spider's survival depended on resources and space, creating an irreconcilable conflict between the two parties. Hagrid, who is also friends with Firenze, found himself caught in the middle, feeling quite helpless. Hubert, too, was uncertain how to comfort Hagrid. He, in truth, was not fond of the eight-eyed spiders either, deeming them excessively ferocious. Could you take me to the Forbidden Forest next time? I wish to find some creatures to keep as pets. Hubert changed the subject. No, Hagrid replied resolutely. You are still a child. The Forbidden Forest is far too dangerous. But I'm already a little wizard. Look, Hubert exclaimed, transforming a chopstick on the table into a raven with his wand. And with you to protect me, don't you believe you can keep me safe? Of course, I can protect you. I would gladly lay down my life for you. Hagrid immediately assured, but I believe you can safeguard me. I promise I will listen to you and won't wander off. Tomorrow morning at 7, you must promise to obey me. I promise. Early the next morning, Hubert rose, donned his leather boots and jacket, and wrapped a red scarf around his neck. The morning air in the Forbidden Forest was quite chilly, necessitating proper warmth. Hagrid, clad in his patched long coat, carried a large lantern. Good morning, Hagrid. Hubert greeted cheerfully. Today we must uncover the cause of the trouble. Otherwise, we will face significant issues. The toadstool, a magical creature descended from ostrich bloodlines, is entirely blue, resembles an ostrich, and possesses a gentle temperament, avoiding aggression toward other beings. However, a significant number of them had recently perished, piquing Hubert's curiosity. Hagrid, with a lantern leading the way, guided them through the sycamore grove and across streams. As they ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the temperature continued to drop. Though the morning sun had risen, its rays could not penetrate the dense canopy of the forest. The trees, each over a century old, formed a thick, impenetrable barrier of foliage. The roots of the trees lay exposed on the ground, robust and intertwined. In the early morning, the Forbidden Forest was dim and tranquil, with the occasional sound of insects adding to its serene atmosphere. Hubert tightened his leather jacket and adjusted his scarf to retain warmth, following closely behind Hagrid. Chapter 9. The Death of the Toadstool. Warming Charm. Hagrid brandished his oak wand, directing it towards the trembling Hubert as he uttered an incantation. Feeling better now? The Forbidden Forest in the morning can be quite frigid, easily causing frostbite. Hagrid expressed with concern. Hubert sensed an ethereal barrier enveloping him, effectively isolating the cold air outside, rendering him impervious to the chill. Yet he hesitated. But the Ministry of Magic has forbidden you from using magic. Will this not pose a problem? Hagrid was well aware of the restrictions placed upon him due to Voldemort's machinations, and Hubert did not wish to embroil Hagrid in trouble because of his actions. Though often depicted as inept in novels and films, Hubert, having resided here for several years, understood the absurdity of such portrayals. The Ministry of Magic is akin to the government in the Muggle world, and the British wizarding community is renowned globally. One could liken the ministry's authority to that of a major nation-esque government, commanding respect and fear from the common populace. Thus, it was evident that the Ministry of Magic held considerable sway over most wizards. Particularly infamous was Azkaban, a prison of ill repute that was an absolute deterrent against juvenile mischief. Do not worry. I can wield magic within the Forbidden Forest without detection by the Ministry. Hagrid reassured him. Hubert felt a sense of relief. He certainly wished to avoid an unexpected visit from an Auror. Hagrid, look here, Hubert exclaimed, hastening to point out a lifeless creature on the ground. Hagrid donned gloves from his satchel and examined the creature closely, gripping its legs. The deceased creature was entirely blue, possessing a chicken's head, a bald tail, and a long neck resembling that of an ostrich, slightly larger than a domestic hen. This is a toad bird, though what is already dead, Hagrid remarked. There were no visible injuries on its body, indicating it had not fallen prey to another animal or been harmed by hunters. Hagrid meticulously inspected every part of the toad bird, its head, belly, legs, and tail. The internal organs and bones bore no signs of damage, nor were there any traces of curses. No external wounds, and no signs of spellwork. Could it be due to disease? Hubert inquired. Hagrid furrowed his brow, retrieving a silver cone from his satchel, which he then pierced into the toad bird's body. This is a magical tool capable of detecting toxins, he explained. Upon withdrawing the silver cone, blood rapidly coalesced towards its tip, transforming into a swirling black mist. The dark vapor exuded a foul, acrid odor, and Hagrid's expression darkened as he observed it in silence. What is it? Hubert asked, concerned. Hagrid pointed at the black mist atop the cone, stating, the silver cone can identify various harmful substances. If it were toxic gas, it would be blue, but black signifies the presence of a plague. A plague? Hubert exclaimed in astonishment. Such afflictions are typically transmitted among groups, with a lethality that rivals warfare, if not surpasses it. He recalled the Black Death of medieval Europe, which had decimated the continent, leaving it nearly deserted, even more so than the devastation wrought by the Mongol invasions. Discovering a plague on the toad bird, a magical creature no less, was indeed astonishing. Do not fret. This plague is only transmissible among toad birds and does not infect humans, Hagrid reassured him. It is truly lamentable that these gentle creatures, the toadstool chickens, must endure suffering from ailments. Hagrid spoke as he dabbed the corners of his eyes, tears welling up for these unfortunate beings. Hubert, accustomed to such scenes, knew that Hagrid would soon regain his composure. As they ventured further, the sight of toadstool chicken corpses became increasingly prevalent, scattered in pairs upon the ground. Hagrid and Hubert collected the lifeless bodies, incinerating them with a fire spell to prevent other creatures from inadvertently consuming them and facing poisoning. Through Hagrid's explanations, Hubert began to grasp the reasons behind the toadstool chicken's affliction. The survival habits of toadstool chickens mirror those of domesticated fowl. They reside in flocks within the Forbidden Forest. Unlike domesticated chickens that are hatched, toadstool chickens are oviparous. The chicks remain together as they mature, never straying far from their kin. Each creature in the Forbidden Forest possesses a designated territory, and toadstool chickens are no exception. They inhabit only their own domains, and venturing into the territories of other beings results in aggression against them. With their territories being limited and the population of toadstool chickens rapidly increasing, they congregate in tree hollows, where their waste accumulates in an enclosed, unventilated space, rendering them susceptible to disease. In the past, whenever these chickens fell ill, by the time Hagrid discovered their plight, a significant number had already perished. As their numbers swelled, one might ponder why they were not separated to alleviate the overcrowding and subsequently prevent the spread of disease. Hagrid shooed the toadstool chickens from their tree hollow. These magical beings, characterized by their gentle and timid nature, boasted splendid blue feathers, strikingly beautiful in appearance. Was this the natural order? Hubert understood Hagrid's implication. The Forbidden Forest exists as a vast ecosystem, where all creatures adhere to the laws of nature. An act of kindness towards the toadstool chickens could inadvertently result in cruelty toward another species. Excessive human intervention would ultimately lead to the collapse of this delicate ecosystem. Under the guise of protection, humanity has transformed the Forbidden Forest into a tourist attraction, capitalizing on its wild, magical creatures. It is precisely because this ancient natural order prohibits human activity that the Forbidden Forest provides an ideal habitat for these magical beings. Could I possibly adopt a few? Hubert mused. His magical sanctuary currently lacked inhabitants, and these toadstool chickens, with their captivating appearance and gentle demeanor, would be perfect as the inaugural residents. Furthermore, he harbored additional thoughts. Since the Forbidden Forest did not possess ample space or resources to sustain these magical beings, why not expand their living environment? By transporting surplus magical creatures to the wizarding world, they could be sold as pets to those in need. This approach would not only furnish magical beings with a suitable habitat, but also enrich his Eastern Fantasia, all while generating galleons. It would be a multifaceted endeavor, selecting suitable magical creatures as the primary offerings for his future shop. Once sufficient resources were amassed, he could enhance and upgrade the sanctuary, ensuring a safe, living environment for the rarest and most precious magical beings. With careful execution, such a vision was entirely attainable. Hagrid, I wish to raise some as pets in my Eastern Fantasia. Hubert recounted his plans to Hagrid, having previously shared the concept of his Eastern Fantasia with him the day before. Hubert succinctly conveyed to Hagrid the advantages of the plan for these magical creatures, thereby enhancing their preservation. Hagrid pondered for a moment before acquiescing. His affection for magical beings was evident, yet he was no fool. He instinctively understood what was best for their welfare. Chapter 10. The New Inhabitants of Eastern Fantasia. Hagrid carried a large net on his back, containing 10 unconscious blue puffskeins. Ahead lay the territory of the McPheas, a species of magical rabbit fond of hollowing out tree stumps to create their homes, much like humans. They adored carrots and detested goblins, as the latter frequently pilfered their precious vegetables. After Hagrid agreed to Hubert's proposal, Hubert inquired about other gentle creatures in the Forbidden Forest suitable for companionship. Hagrid recommended the McPhea, a bipedal magical rabbit with a high intelligence quotient that enjoyed mimicking human behavior. They walked upright, cultivated carrots, built their own homes, and had distinct preferences. Hubert concealed himself behind a tree stump, observing a naturally formed tree hollow below, where various puffskeins resided. This hollow, crafted by creatures, featured a door and a window. Although rudimentary, it appeared remarkably peculiar within the Forbidden Forest. Hubert recognized the leaves of carrots adorning the entrance, indicating the soil was entirely dedicated to carrot cultivation. The McPheas were astute magical beings capable of manipulating soil and discerning its quality. Hagrid quietly explained that wizards once employed McPheas to locate fertile land. As they spoke, the door of the hollow creaked open, and 10 long-eared white rabbits emerged. They walked upright like humans, their drooping ears and prominent front teeth reminiscent of animated cartoon rabbits. Among them, 2 were larger, while the other 8 were smaller. The 2 elder rabbits entered the hollow after the younger ones exited, promptly closing the door behind them. The 8 rabbits were the offspring of the 2 larger ones, now grown and thus expelled from their home. McPheas were not gregarious. Upon reaching maturity, the young were sent forth by their parents to forge their own lives. The departing rabbits were tasked with constructing their own tree houses and cultivating their own carrots, using the abundance of their harvests to attract mates. Listening to Hagrid's explanation, Hubert realized that the 8 rabbits were now homeless, and they could offer them a safe environment and fertile land. The rabbits each pulled 2 sizable carrots from the field before reluctantly departing in different directions. However, before they could venture far, they were struck by 8 beams of green light, collapsing to the ground. Hubert rushed over, securing the 8 rabbits in the net. The second batch of inhabitants was now acquired. Surrounding the circular lake were towering trees, encircling the water in the center. These majestic trees loomed high, creating the impression of a grand atrium from above. Lotus flowers flourished around the lake's surface, each leaf a unique hue, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Rainbow lotuses. I read about them in a book. The hues of this lotus flower shift according to its state, symbolizing the diverse emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Consuming petals of varying colors can evoke distinct moods. Red brings forth delight, while blue incites melancholy. Hubert hastened to the lakeside, reaching out to pluck a lotus. Suddenly, with a series of explosive splashes, 2 figures burst forth from the tranquil waters. A human form and a fish's tail, crowned with wild, explosive hair and wielding a trident. These were the merfolk. Brothers of the sea, cease at once. Hagrid swiftly pulled Hubert behind him, using his formidable bulk to shield them from the glinting trident of the merfolk. I am Hagrid from Hogwarts. We bear no ill will. The trident of the merfolk glinted ominously as it lunged toward Hagrid, who countered by conjuring a protective barrier with his wand. The merfolk, seemingly incensed, began to hiss at one another, their words unintelligible. They murmured incantations, causing the lake's waters to churn and rise in 2 powerful columns directed at Hagrid. The shimmering shield began to crack under the onslaught, and Hagrid staggered back a step. Strong protection. Hagrid intensified his magical output, stabilizing the once wavering barrier. What were the merfolk saying? Why were they attacking us? Seizing the moment of stalemate, Hubert swung his wand, attempting to cast a spell against the merfolk. But the incantation merely ricocheted off them. The merfolk exhibited a certain resistance to magic, and Hubert's novice spells, being of first-year caliber, failed to affect the prepared adversaries. My abilities are inadequate. The thrill of learning magic swiftly dissipated as the clash between Hagrid and the merfolk illuminated the vast distance he had yet to traverse on his journey to becoming a powerful wizard. If Hagrid and the merfolk, mere ordinary wizards, could wield such formidable magic that left him powerless to resist, what might the likes of Dumbledore and Voldemort command? Stop. Just as the standoff persisted, the lake began to ripple. A mermaid, resembling a 5- or 6-year-old girl, surfaced gracefully. Unlike the fearsome merfolk warriors, this young mermaid possessed a porcelain doll's visage. Her large blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her long, azure hair was intricately woven into a beautiful style. Upon hearing her voice, the two merfolk immediately dispelled their magic and positioned themselves protectively behind the young mermaid, whispering to her in hushed tones. "Are you students and teachers from Hogwarts? What brings you here? Is there a purpose to your visit?" The young mermaid inquired, her wide eyes brimming with questions. She often heard her mother speak of Hogwarts, a place filled with young wizards and delightful wonders. Yet, the elders forbade her from approaching humans, insisting that the outside world was perilous. Longing to meet the young wizards of Hogwarts and exchange delightful treats, the mermaid had seldom encountered wizards in the Forbidden Forest. And even when they did appear, she remained unseen. Today, she had stealthily ventured out to play, fortuitously encountering these two intruders. Was that child, so small and holding a wand, truly a young wizard from Hogwarts? The little mermaid was suddenly filled with excitement, leaping from the water to halt the impending conflict. "I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts," he declared, withdrawing the enchantment and gesturing towards Hubert. "This is Hubert. I reside at Hogwarts. Yet I am not a student there, as only those who have reached the age of 11 may attend. I am merely 7 years old. I was unaware that the Rainbow Lotus belonged to you. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize." Hubert approached the little mermaid, explaining that the young lady likely held a noble status and should not be offended lightly. "I am Scarlet Palin," the little mermaid introduced herself. "Why do you wish to collect the Rainbow Lotus? What purpose does it serve for wizards? It is quite beautiful, and I would like to gather some to plant in my Eastern fantasy realm, a hidden sanctuary." "A magical sanctuary? I have one at home as well, though I have yet to explore it. May I visit your realm?" Scarlet swam closer, her blue eyes filled with longing and sincerity. Hubert readily agreed, recognizing that the little mermaid, with her innocent heart, posed no threat to the sanctuary. The waters were home not only to merfolk, but also to a myriad of other magical creatures. The little mermaid held a significant position among the merfolk, and her assistance would undoubtedly aid in gathering aquatic magical beings. Of course, but my sanctuary is not yet connected to the waters. Once I establish that link, you will be the first I invite. Marvelous. You may call me Scarlet. Scarlet retrieved a black seed from the exquisite pouch at her waist, presenting it to Hubert. "This is the seed of the Rainbow Lotus. If you plant it in water and use magic to nurture it, it will bloom in 10 days. She then imparted the spell to Hubert, who expressed his gratitude. The two exchanged contact information and scheduled their next meeting, parting ways reluctantly as Scarlet looked back longingly. Chapter 11. Water, the Origin of Life. The golden leaves of the dragon tooth, Paulownia, still radiated a dazzling brilliance, while a robust Scottish yellow would surge from the earth in the eastern part of the sanctuary, atop which 8 small buildings were constructed. In front of the yellow would stood a newly cultivated carrot patch, freshly sown with seeds yet to sprout. 2 Mickfies were diligently tending to the soil, enriching it with fertilizer. Beside the carrot patch, 3 Mickfies were employing magic to manipulate the earth into constructing their own warehouse, their hands pressed against the ground, causing the soil to dance according to their will. Close to the Mickfies' territory, near a ravine, a circular fence enclosed a plot of land approximately 20 square meters in size, flourishing with grass. 10 blue turkeys strolled leisurely, relishing their new lives, preening their azure feathers to flaunt their allure. "Scarlet, are you ready over there?" Hubert inquired. "I am now incanting a spell to establish a portal in the river beside the Paulownia forest, allowing the lake water to flow into the sanctuary. And you may enter through there." Hubert held the space gem in his left hand, pondering how to introduce a water source to the sanctuary. For the survival of its creatures undoubtedly depended on water. However, Given the current scale of the sanctuary, a water circulation system had yet to be established. Thus, he could only source water from outside the secret realm, necessitating the establishment of a portal for the introduction of lake water, which could potentially compromise the safety of the realm. Fortunately, he encountered Scarlet, the enchanting mermaid, who possessed a profound interest in the construction of the secret realm. Hubert shared his plans with her, and together they discovered a concealed location. Scarlet, employing the methods of her kind, camouflaged the site, where Hubert subsequently established the portal to the secret realm. This arrangement enabled water to flow into the realm through that portal, allowing Scarlet to enter and exit freely. The incantation, "I adore both eggs and fish," above the very center of the secret realm, a circular black hole materialized, from which crystalline river water cascaded down into the pre-dug trench. The water swirled around the central mound before dispersing in all directions, ultimately converging into a vast circular flow that vanished underground. There too existed a portal through which water flowed outward from the secret realm, thus revitalizing the waters and creating a flawless cycle. "Scarlet, you may enter now," Hubert called out through the communication shell, a device used by the merfolk. The shell existed as a pair, allowing both parties to converse. "I'm coming." With a jubilant cheer, a petite mermaid glided down the river water slide. With a splash, she emerged, her charming little head breaking the surface, her large blue eyes curiously surveying the secret realm. "This is the Eastern fantasy land. The trees are so beautiful. And what is that transparent creature? I have never seen anything like it before. That rabbit is so adorable. Could you give me one? And what a splendid chicken. Its feathers are exquisite. Mother would surely adore it." Scarlet chattered excitedly, her exhilaration palpable as this marked her first venture beyond the realm of the merfolk. With arms wide open, she sang a melodious tune unique to mermaids, resonating across the Eastern fantasy land. "Is it a bubblefish? Thank you for your gift, Scarlet." The bubblefish, a rare magical creature, could expel air bubbles as a means of attack, though they were generally gentle and non-aggressive. Unlike ordinary fish, which were confined to aquatic environments, bubblefish could release bubbles that enveloped lake water, allowing them to traverse above the surface. My mother always said that when visiting a friend's home for the first time, one should bring a gift. "Hubert, we are friends, are we not?" Scarlet inquired with hopeful eyes. "Indeed, we are friends," Hubert affirmed with conviction. With the addition of the bubblefish, the secret realm's family grew. Now, the aquatic beings included the colorful lotus and bubblefish, while the terrestrial inhabitants comprised McFay and Tuaw chicken. And it was certain that many more magical creatures would join in the future. Hubert retrieved a large net from the storeroom, placing it over the river's exit to prevent the bubblefish from escaping. Alas, his magical prowess fell short. His initial concept involved sculpting a tortoise statue at the water's outlet using shape-shifting magic, which he would then animate to regulate the water flow and guard the portal. You can always visit them through the water portal using the incantation. "Really?" Scarlet's round face blushed a vivid crimson. "Hubert, you are truly wonderful," she exclaimed. "Am I a good person?" Hubert murmured to himself. In both his past and present lives, he had never committed any wrongdoing, always remaining detached and immersed in the fictional worlds of novels. However, in this lifetime, reborn into a realm of wizards, he encountered the boisterous yet perceptive Hagrid, the affectionate Yaya, the endearing and innocent Scarlet, and the benevolent Dumbledore. They had entered his life, becoming his family and friends. Hagrid had raised him with the care of a father. Under their influence, Hubert found himself gradually transforming. Where he once evaded challenges, he now embraced responsibility. Previously lost in a haze of indulgence, he had discovered purpose. Once a squanderer of time, he now understood the value of seizing moments for learning. Unbeknownst to him, he had changed significantly, yet he cherished his current self and the state of his existence. McFay was unique, possessing a high intellect and distinct preferences. To become its master, one must earn its respect. McFay would have but one master throughout its life. Once you gained that title, it would remain loyal. A hint, McFay had a particular fondness for carrots. "Good luck," Hubert remarked, leaving the eager little mermaid, who was attempting to entice McFay with a carrot. Perhaps due to their differing natures, the mermaid's charm had no effect on McFay, staring with its crimson eyes into Scarlet's astonished gaze. McFay haughtily lifted its head and turned away, resuming its work, leaving behind a proud silhouette. Scarlet stood in shock for a full minute, utterly captivated by McFay, energetically continuing her attempts to lure it with the carrot. Unbeknownst to her, in the ensuing month, despite employing every tactic and strategy, she would find no favor from McFay. As her affection turned to frustration, a newly born McFay would unexpectedly come to her rescue, changing everything. Chapter 12. Life and Death at Speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A diminutive figure darted rapidly through the dimly lit forbidden forest, leaping over gnarled roots that obstructed its path. Behind it, a spider, standing a meter tall, brandished its claws, its 8 crimson eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood, driven by excitement and desire. In the depths of the forbidden forest, a life and death chase ensued between the boy and the spider. Yet, Hubert was far from playful. The small figure being pursued was none other than himself. Since his last patrol of the forbidden forest with Hagrid, he had encountered no danger, aside from a brief conflict with some merfolk, leading him to believe the forest was not as perilous as rumored. After a few days at home, he could not resist returning to seek out magical creatures. However, the encounters he faced revealed the true dangers of the forbidden forest, explaining why it was deemed forbidden. A venomous snake could spring from the underbrush at any moment, and a vine hanging from a branch might be a deadly man-eating plant. Even an ordinary bird could be a magical creature capable of spitting fireballs. Had fortune not favored Hubert, he might have met his demise within 10 minutes of entering the forbidden forest. 20 minutes into his venture into the forbidden forest, his luck finally ran out as he encountered an 8-eyed spider engaged in the hunt for a twig blight. The twig blight, a diminutive creature composed of twigs, was roughly the size of an adult's finger, adorned with 2 leaves atop its head. Hubert had read about the twig blight in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, where it was described as a parasitic being that clings to branches and has an affinity for humans, making it an ideal pet. As the 8-eyed spider prepared to annihilate the twig blight, he decisively drew forth his life's tribute and cast a malevolent curse upon the creature. Regrettably, he overestimated his magical prowess. The curse merely left a scar upon the spider's abdomen, causing a few drops of blood to spill. This only served to heighten the spider's ferocity, and a fierce struggle ensued. Hubert managed to rescue 5 twig blights, but ultimately found himself outmatched by the spider, prompting a desperate flight for survival. Levitation charm. A 1.5-meter-long branch was manipulated by Hubert, crashing into the pursuing 8-eyed spider with a resounding thud. The spider, too swift to evade, staggered slightly, its 8 eyes fixated on its prey as it lunged once more. Ahead lay a tree hollow, sliding beneath a root. Hubert felt the sting of several gashes across his legs and arms, blood flowing freely. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he understood that stopping was not an option. To halt meant death. The hollow's entrance stood about half a meter high, too small for the spider to follow. With a swift assessment, he accelerated towards the hollow with every ounce of strength he could muster. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Hubert pushed off the ground with all his might, propelled by inertia as he dove into the hollow. Thud! The 8-eyed spider collided violently with the entrance, causing the tree to tremble. Its head slipped into the hollow while its body and rear remained obstructed outside. Its claws twisted and squirmed in a desperate attempt to penetrate further, but the entrance was too narrow to allow more than its head. Its 8 eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty intensity, its serrated fangs agitatedly grinding, producing a high-pitched screech. A glow emanated from the life's tribute. Hubert exhaled deeply, watching the spider struggle to gain entry, relieved to have preserved his life for the moment. He surveyed the hollow. It was cramped, barely accommodating 2 people, and offered no exit. Fireball spell. Hubert conjured a fireball aimed at the spider's eyes. With no way out and the entrance blocked by the spider, he realized he had to vanquish it before he could escape. The fireball exploded upon the spider's eyes, eliciting a piercing scream as it withdrew its head, remaining at the entrance, howling in rage and determination. Now, the predator was trapped, yet I had become the prey. Hubert cautiously extended his head, only to be met with an immediate counterattack from the spider. Though only 3 of its eyes were injured, it was not blinded. The book had noted the spider's low intelligence and its penchant for vengeance. Having been harmed, it would be unlikely to leave voluntarily. Levitation charm. Hubert once more directed branches toward the spider, striking it several times. The 8-eyed spider let out a furious roar at the entrance before swiftly retreating from his line of sight. Hubert gazed outside the hollow, enveloped in silence, pondering whether the creature had given up its pursuit. Hubert mused to himself, though he had read about the vengeful 8-eyed spider in books. He had never encountered one in reality until now. This was his inaugural meeting, and he was uncertain about their behaviors. Just wait another 20 minutes. Hubert cautiously positioned a branch at the cave's entrance, ready to confront any impending danger. He leaped from the cave, emerging with a rush. A screeching roar echoed from behind. Turning his head, he beheld the 8-eyed spider perched at the cave's mouth, 3 of its eyes blinded and bloodied, rendering its visage even more grotesque. Hubert wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had bolted from the cave rather than hesitating, for otherwise the spider would have surely ambushed him from above and bitten off his head. As the saying goes, enemies are especially fierce upon meeting, and this was no ordinary foe, but a grudging eight-eyed spider. It lunged downward, claws outstretched, its eyes filled with madness. With the escape route blocked and no chance of outrunning it, Hubert was left with no choice but to fight. In that fleeting moment, as he observed the fearsome head barreling towards him, an unsettling calm enveloped his mind. He felt no dread or tension in the face of death, but rather clarity. Cross/. Gathering all his magical energy, he drained the blood from a gem. Raising his arm high, he swung his wand down forcefully, akin to wielding a cleaver. A cross-shaped blade of energy shot forth from the tip of the wand, slicing toward the airborne eight-eyed spider. Alas, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Using magic beyond his level indeed bore consequences. The cross-slash was a spell reserved for second-year wizards, and Hubert's current abilities could not support it. Forcing its use left him drained, his head spinning, his magical strength depleted. Was he truly destined to perish here? The eight-eyed spider, though gravely injured, struggled to rise again. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the swaying prey, its serrated fangs glistening with malevolence, eager to sever the head of the one who dared to harm it. It yearned to savor the flesh of this human child, for such meat was far more succulent than that of an adult. Hubert could only watch in horror as the spider's claws reached towards his eyes. Growing larger in his field of vision, he could even discern the black, needle-like hairs on the spider's legs. Chapter 13. The Youth. It was the centaur who rescued you. Whoosh! A gleaming silver spear descended from the heavens, piercing through the abdomen of the eight-eyed spider, pinning it to the ground. The spider's long legs thrashed a few times before falling still. Hubert sighed in relief upon witnessing the spider's demise, and in a daze, he noticed a centaur, a creature with the body of a horse and the head of a man, galloping towards him from the thicket. His body swayed, and he fainted. Firenze was on his customary patrol of the border today. Those accursed eight-eyed spiders had been encroaching upon the sacred territory of the centaurs, and several young foals had already fallen victim to their attacks. In response to the escalating crisis, the elders had established a patrol team to safeguard their lands. Firenze was a member of this team, accompanied by his proud partner Ronan, who held his spear aloft with an air of confidence. "Do you wish to become a human's mule?" Ronan smirked sarcastically, his hooves clattering against the ground. He was still but a child. "We cannot turn a blind eye to their plight. The Forbidden Forest is far too perilous." Firenze disregarded Ronan's jibe, understanding the pride inherent in the centaur race. The centaurs dwell within the confines of the Forbidden Forest, shunning human contact, fearful of human power, yet simultaneously dismissive of humanity. In this paradox, the centaurs are both proud and insecure. They isolate themselves, eschewing interaction with the outside world. However, Firenze deeply comprehended that such seclusion would ultimately spell doom for their kind. In the long run, the centaurs would face extinction. He yearned to alter their circumstances, to foster communication with the outside world. Yet his kin failed to comprehend. Some even loathed him for it. Fortunately, despite their haughty disdain for humanity, the centaurs refrained from harming the young. Last night, he pilfered the gem I had concealed within the wall partition. Damn it, I cannot fathom how he accomplished it. There was no damage to the lock. The wall remains intact. Yet the gem is gone. Ronan seethed, his fur bristling. "You must lend me some galleons as bait. I have devised a trap, and I shall surely catch him. But you must keep it a secret." Firenze pointed to the child on his back. "I promise, but you must give me that glowing silver necklace." Ronan seized the opportunity. The two bartered briefly before hastily making their way deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Hubert struggled to open his eyes, his head still somewhat dizzy. He surveyed his surroundings. A spacious domed tent, simply furnished, with a desk and bookshelf near the window, and across from it stood a weapon rack adorned with a long spear and a longbow. In the center of the tent, a pot simmered over a fire, exuding steam as if something was being cooked. Hubert rose from the bed and inhaled. The aroma was slightly bitter, reminiscent of herbs. "You're awake?" A centaur entered, lifting the tent flap. His hair was curly, his yellow eyes slit like a cat's, his face gaunt yet his physique robust. "This is the centaur tribe. We found you in the Forbidden Forest. It is quite dangerous out there. What business does a child like you have in such a place?" The centaur approached the fire, pouring a green concoction into a cup he had brought, offering it to Hubert. "You have exhausted your magical energy. This potion will help replenish your strength. It may be a bit bitter, but it is effective." Hubert accepted the cup, pinching his nose as he drank. The potion had been cooled with water to a suitable temperature. He was not apprehensive about the centaur poisoning him. After all, the centaurs had slain the eight-eyed spider to save his life. If they truly wished him harm, they would not have gone to such lengths. I am Hubert. I ventured into the forbidden forest in search of something and encountered the eight-eyed spider, which pursued me. He briefly recounted his predicament. I am Ferenz. The centaur produced a cage from behind him and handed it to Hubert. Are you searching for these? These little creatures are quite fascinating. Were they? Hubert inquired. Rogue, a gentle magical creature mentioned in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I came across this book as well. It notes that rogues are rare magical beings, mild in temperament, and tend to inhabit trees. Hubert took the cage, where 5 nifflers were being well cared for by the centaur, and were now resting inside. Are you a student of Hogwarts? How do you possess such knowledge of magical creatures? Asked Ferenza, his yellow eyes glimmering with curiosity. Nearby, Hogwarts was the only school for young wizards, yet the age for admission was 11, and this child was clearly not of that age. I'm not a student at Hogwarts, but I reside there with Hagrid. Some of this knowledge he imparted to me, and some I acquired through books. I have a deep affection for these magical beings. They are fascinating and extraordinary, endowed with remarkable magical abilities. I wish to study them and learn from their powers. Hubert explained as he carefully put away the nifflers. He was a Muggle and had no means to learn magical abilities. The tomes left behind by old Hagrid mentioned that his mother was a giant and initially incapable of wielding magic. However, it was later noted that she could cast spells, and Hagrid had alluded to bloodline transference in his notes. Studying magical creatures was a pathway for him to gain strength. Decades of Hagrid's research were preserved in his possession. Unfortunately, Hagrid had never uncovered a concrete method, yet his notes frequently referenced the islands where giants resided. At present, Hubert was too young to venture out. He intended to dedicate these formative years to thoroughly studying Hagrid's materials before eventually seeking the final answers on the island inhabited by giants. Ferenza looked at him in astonishment, surprised by this revelation. Compared to the foals of the tribe, this child truly resembled an adult. Ah, so you're the child Hagrid adopted. I am acquainted with Hagrid. He has spoken of you on several occasions. He described you as a unique child, and now I begin to understand why, Ferenza remarked. Is it because I am more mature, unlike a typical child? Hubert retorted. Ferenza chuckled softly, responding enigmatically. Each person's life is distinct, guided by the hand of fate. What is fate? I cannot say, but it exists in every corner of the world. Hagrid adopting you is fate. My rescuing you is fate. And your arrival in the Centaur tribe is also fate. Each individual perceives fate differently. We centaurs believe the stars are the manifestation of fate, and we study them to glimpse into destiny. Ferenza, I seem to be in a predicament, Hubert began, but was interrupted by the shouts from outside. Chapter 14. The truth is singular. Suddenly, with the sound of hooves, the tent flap was flung open, and a tall figure rushed in. Firenze, the galleons and glowing necklace you lent me have been stolen. Ronan lamented, his head drooping in despair. He had been confident in setting a trap for the thief, having spent a sleepless night guarding it with vigilant eyes. Yet, upon opening the vault the following day, it was empty, devoid of any treasures, cleaner than his own face. For days, he had engaged in a battle of wits with the mysterious thief, suffering significant losses while not even catching a glimpse of the culprit. Time and again, he had felt hopeful, only to be met with disappointment, and now he was utterly bereft of confidence. Ronan spoke to Ferenza, neglecting to acknowledge Hubert standing beside them. Do not worry. You have half a year to repay the debt. Ferenza consoled Ronan by patting him on the shoulder. If not for Hubert's keen observation of his trembling lips, one might have believed he was genuinely distressed for Ronan. At least for a year. Otherwise I shall not return it. The thief merely pilfered your gold crowns and jewels. All your other treasures remain untouched. You can use other items as collateral, such as that long leather bow and soft leather armor from your home. Ferenza was offering Ronan suggestions, for he had long coveted the longbow and armor belonging to Ronan. Yet, the miserly Ronan was adamant about not parting with them. I knew your good-heartedness in lending me money was merely a guise for this scheme, Ronan lamented, taken aback that his dear friend would plot against his collection. Hubert chuckled at the sight of these adult centaur friends bickering like children, realizing that everyone possesses multifaceted personalities. Some may appear serious, yet that is not their constant demeanor. They might only express humor in the company of those they know well. Similarly, humorous individuals can exhibit different facets in various settings, just as we present ourselves differently at home with family compared to outside with friends, colleagues, and superiors. To describe someone with a single adjective is to overlook their complexity. What are you laughing at, you little imp? Ronan shot a glare at Ferenza, his expression one of haughty indignation. "I find you both quite amusing," Hubert replied candidly. However, the centaur Ronan held an opposing view. He advanced menacingly toward Firenze, as if he would not relent until he received an explanation. "You claim that the thief only stole gold crowns and jewels, correct? And the treasury was left intact. The lock unscathed, yet its contents vanished as if in a thin air?" Hubert shifted the conversation. "I surmise that this enigmatic thief exclusively targets luminous objects, regardless of their value, while dismissing all other non-illuminating items, even those of immense worth." He pondered the thief's peculiar inclinations, ultimately attributing them to the robber's eccentric taste. A smile broke across Hubert's face. "I believe I have discerned the identity of the thief, but I shall not divulge it." "Why not?" Ronan exclaimed, his eyes widening with rage. He loathed that thief, and the notion that this imp knew who it was, yet refused to share, was unbearable. "Why should I reveal it to you?" Hubert retorted. "You are a proud centaur, are you not? Surely, you do not require assistance from someone you deem inferior." Ronan's furious expression froze on his face, his retort stifled in his throat. He was, after all, a proud centaur. Since entering, he had ignored this human, and his subsequent demeanor had been less than amiable, replete with arrogance. Now, this irksome little human was in a foul mood and naturally chose to disregard him. Indeed, the ancients were right to counsel us to remain humble at all times. Firenze observed Ronan's embarrassment with delight, seizing the opportunity to impart wisdom. Noticing Ronan's face flushed with humiliation, he turned to Hubert and said, "Though Ronan may be proud, his heart is not malicious. If he has offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize on his behalf." "What do you mean by apologizing for me?" Ronan murmured softly, yet refrained from retorting, merely turning his face aside. Hubert chuckled lightly, choosing not to press Ronan further. After all, Felonsar had once saved his life, and he naturally wished to honor that debt. "If I am not mistaken, the only creature capable of such feats, residing within the Forbidden Forest, is none other than the Niffler, also known as the platypus." "What is that?" Ronan turned his face to inquire, having lived in the Forbidden Forest for many years without ever hearing of such a creature. "The Niffler is a rare magical being, renowned for its obsession with collecting shiny, luminous treasures, a passion rivaled only by dragons. However, in comparison to dragons, it is diminutive, remarkably agile, and adept at spatial magic, capable of stowing pilfered items in a pocket within its belly, excelling at evasion. Thus, it can abscond with treasures without causing any damage, leaving their owners completely oblivious." Hubert elucidated the characteristics of the Niffler, concluding with a smile, saying, "Fortunately, the visitor is a Niffler and not a dragon, as they do not initiate attacks on humans." "How can one capture it?" Ronan remained fixated on apprehending the thief. Now that he knew what was stealing, he could set a trap to ensnare it. "The Niffler has now set its sights on your home. Simply prepare some luminous objects in an open area, and it will inevitably come. You can hide nearby, and once it arrives, cast a stunning spell to capture it." Hubert contemplated for a moment before adding, "Or perhaps you could procure a cage that prevents spatial magic, ensuring that once it enters, it can be caught. If you manage to capture it, I hope you will hand it over to me, as I possess a keen interest in these magical creatures." Ronan glanced at Felonsar, who nodded in agreement. Truly a proud centaur. Chapter 15, Ronan's Gratitude. Thus a night passed. Due to the centaur's animosity towards humans, Hubert remained in Felonsar's tent to recuperate. Felonsar busied himself outside, while Ronan prepared to capture the Niffler and did not return. After a day and night of rest, Hubert's spirit had rejuvenated, and the magic of the gemstone bug was replenished. However, his complexion had grown pallid, showing no signs of recovery. He examined his body, finding no apparent issues. "Felonsar, do you know the cause?" Felonsar dipped his hand in a bit of nasal blood and sniffed it, his brow furrowing, before probing Hubert's back, his expression growing more grave. "What is the cause? Please tell me precisely." Hubert felt a weight in his chest. Felonsar's face bore a look of sympathy and sorrow, reflecting on the notion that the essence of life lies in enduring suffering. The more extraordinary the individual, the more they bear, as adversity fortifies their strength. "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, fate revealed your uniqueness to me." Felonsar paced, the sound of his hooves echoing on the ground, betraying a mood far less tranquil than his demeanor suggested. "Hubert, the release of magical power courses through your blood, yet for reasons unknown. Your blood has succumbed to magical corruption. Hence, your complexion lacks color, and the blood vessels in your nose are ruptured, causing your nosebleed. What consequences might this entail?" Hubert inquired in a low voice, fully aware of the reasons behind the magical corruption of his blood. He was originally a Muggle, lacking the inherent resistance to magic that wizards possess in their blood. His magical powers were borrowed. Initially, he employed minor spells, and the erosion of his magical essence was not apparent. However, this time, by escalating to the advanced technique of cross-cutting, the erosion of magic accelerated, revealing the drawbacks of a Muggle wielding magic prematurely. You must refrain from using magic in the future. Otherwise, the erosion will deepen, ultimately destroying your blood. The outcome was unspoken, yet Hubert comprehended Firenze's implication. Magic would annihilate his blood cells. Without blood, what becomes of a person? Naturally, it spells death. Was this the price Muggles paid for employing magic? Hubert chuckled bitterly, now grasping why the gem beetles existed while Muggles did not engage in magic. It was a trait of life itself. He had once believed he could defy this fate and create miracles, only to realize he was but a mere mortal. Mortals indeed remain mortals, devoid of photographic memory, lacking the extraordinary advantages of protagonists. Would he be condemned to languish in Hagrid's shadow, enviously watching other wizards from the darkness? He refused to accept such a fate. Suddenly, the tent was flung open, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, jolting Hubert awake. No, it was not yet a dead end. He could not surrender. Hubert resolutely affirmed to himself. Ronan, oblivious to Hubert's turmoil, felt elated for having heeded Hubert's advice, his spirits soaring high. He had finally captured that wretched thief who had caused him such ire. Firenze, behold this black duck. I have finally caught it, Ronan exclaimed, placing a cage upon the table. Inside was a creature standing upright, possessing a duck's bill, small eyes, and a vacant stare. It was indeed the magical creature known as a niffler. Are you certain this little creature is responsible for your substantial losses? Firenze inquired incredulously, unable to fathom how this silly, endearing creature could be associated with a cunning thief. Firenze disdainfully nodded. After all, he had personally captured it. Could he truly doubt Ronan's credibility? The proud centaur chose not to elaborate, leaving it to that human imp. He cast a glance at Hubert, momentarily setting aside thoughts of magical erosion, approached to examine the creature within the cage. This is indeed a niffler, Hubert affirmed, recognizing it as described in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It was his first encounter with such a rare, space-attribute magical creature. Hubert retrieved a glass orb from his pouch and waved it before the niffler. The previously vacant creature immediately fixated its small eyes on the orb, hopping and shaking the cage in an eager attempt to escape. The niffler's fervent desire for the glass orb dispelled any doubt regarding its capability to commit such a disgraceful act of theft. As per their agreement, the niffler now belonged to him. Hubert offered the glass orb to the niffler, which embraced it with delight, finally settling down. Firenze raised no objections as Hubert secured the cage within his pouch. Here, take this. Firenze handed Hubert a book, his expression still exuding pride. You have aided me, and the centaur shall not owe humanity any debts. This is an alchemical tome collected by my grandfather, and from this moment forth, we are even. The Book of Balance, authored by Bill, features a cover adorned with a golden scale, its thickness comparable to that of 2 bricks. The book commences with an introduction to the history of alchemy and encompasses a myriad of intricate advanced alchemical practices, serving as an encyclopedia of the art. Hubert briefly perused its contents and was immediately captivated, particularly by the enchanting recipes for various wondrous artifacts detailed within. He tucked the Book of Balance away, recognizing its immense utility, and thus felt no inclination to refuse it. This excursion yielded remarkable rewards, despite facing perilous dangers and exposing the issue of magical erosion. He encountered the centaurs Firenze and Ronan, and obtained Bill's The Book of Balance along with the precious magical creature, the Sniffler. Firenze carried Hubert through the forbidden forest, leaping and weaving with remarkable speed. The thick roots beneath them did little to hinder the centaur's pace, as he was well acquainted with the forest terrain. Despite the rapidity, Hubert felt no jarring. Rather, he reveled in the exhilarating sensation of their swift passage. Soon, the exit of the forbidden forest came into view, and Hubert could see the light of day beyond. Stepping out, he basked in the long-lost warmth of the sun, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of nostalgia, as if he had lingered within the forest for an eternity. Ahead lay Hogwarts, a sanctuary of safety. Do not venture into the forbidden forest alone again. It poses great dangers for you, Firenze cautioned. Thank you, Firenze. I shall heed your advice and prioritize my safety henceforth. I am fortunate to have received your assistance during this perilous journey. You have saved my life, and I owe you a debt of gratitude, Hubert declared solemnly, holding firmly to the belief that one must repay debts, especially those of life-saving nature. He bid farewell to friends and hastened towards the stone cottage, having faintly heard Hagrid's calls in the distance. Chapter 16. The Headmaster, May I enter the school? In the distance, Hogwarts Castle still loomed majestically by the coast, the sky retaining its vibrant blue hue, while the stone cottage remained a tranquil refuge. At that moment, he grasped the meaning of the saying that proximity to home stirs greater apprehension. Unbeknownst to him, the stone cottage had transformed into a true home within his heart. Hagrid was panting heavily, weariness etched across his face. He had gone a day and a night without rest or a drop of water, yet he could not afford a halt. He must find Hubert. It dawned on Hagrid that Hubert was missing. He had ventured out with Fong and Grop to search for him, even enlisting Dumbledore and Snape's aid, but to no avail. Since learning of Hubert's disappearance, he had been plagued by guilt, questioning why he had left a 6- or 7-year-old child alone at home and why he had not taken better care of him. Vivid images of Hubert in pain invaded his thoughts, each one piercing his heart like a dagger. Unbeknownst to him, Hubert had secured an irreplaceable place within his heart. Perhaps from a moment he first cradled the child, or when Hubert smiled at him for the first time, or when the child uttered his first words, calling him Hagrid. Hagrid, I have already sought assistance from the merpeople and friends within the Forbidden Forest. I believe we shall receive news shortly. The elderly Dumbledore, with his white hair and beard, comforted the anxious Hagrid, his voice gentle and imbued with an inexplicable strength. Hubert is no ordinary child. Fate shall not be cruel to him. Indeed, Hubert is remarkably clever. He does not possess the mischievousness characteristic of the Gryffindor young wizards. He is always so understanding. Hagrid murmured, his face reflecting nostalgia and sorrow. I cannot bear to imagine if he were to suffer any harm. He is still but a child. Hagrid. As Hagrid wallowed in self-reproach, Hubert's voice reached him. Hagrid's massive frame trembled. He turned abruptly to see Hubert approaching with quick strides, and his lips instantly broke into a heartfelt smile. He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes with the sleeve of his moleskin coat and hurried towards Hubert. Dumbledore stood there, watching with a benevolent expression as Hagrid could not help but embrace Hubert tightly, who squirmed uncomfortably. Dumbledore cherished this scene filled with love. It epitomized the most beautiful and worthwhile pursuits in life. He felt genuine happiness for Hagrid, who, despite his insecurities as a half-giant, had found family. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, Hubert said after comforting Hagrid, addressing Dumbledore. I sincerely apologize for causing you concern due to my actions. Professor, he is still just a child, Hagrid interjected, hesitating, fearful of Dumbledore's reproach towards Hubert. Indeed, as Hagrid said, you are a remarkably understanding child. Dumbledore affirmed with a nod, his eyes shimmering with wisdom as he regarded the humble and earnest boy before him. A gentleman of over 100 years should take a stroll. The scenery here is splendid and tranquil. Hagrid released a sigh of relief, knowing Dumbledore bore no ill will towards Hubert. Mr. Hubert, would you be so kind as to share the wonders of your recent journey? Dumbledore inquired gently, his face adorned with a warm smile that radiated familiarity. Hubert recounted his experiences over the past 2 days, including rescuing Ronan from the clutches of the Acromantula and the Centaur tribe aiding him in capturing the Niffler. To alleviate Hagrid's worries, he glossed over the harrowing battle with the Acromantula, where he had faced life-threatening circumstances, the backlash from overextending his magic, and the subsequent erosion of his blood by magical forces. Hagrid, still unsettled, failed to notice the concealed information within Hubert's words. However, this did not escape the keen perception of the experienced Dumbledore, who nodded in agreement while listening to Hubert's narrative, occasionally interjecting with comments. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he was well acquainted with centaurs and most other sentient beings within the Forbidden Forest. With over a century of life experience, he was a masterful listener. Hubert spoke with great enthusiasm, while Hagrid and Dumbledore remained attentive listeners. As the greatest of white wizards, Dumbledore possessed an inexplicable ability that made him approachable and reassuring. Engaging in conversation with him invariably instilled a sense of calm and allowed one to feel the wisdom and confidence emanating from his being. Hubert currently feels this way. He perceives no trace of the imposing dignity that a great wizard like Dumbledore should embody, nor does he exude the overwhelming aura of strength. Instead, he appears as a kindly elder, his eyes brimming with wisdom. Yet, standing there, he commands an undeniable presence that cannot be overlooked or underestimated, earning profound respect from those around him. It is a fascinating experience, reminiscent of the adventures during his time at Gryffindor. It is well known that Dumbledore was once a student at Gryffindor, where the young lions were always filled with a spirit of adventure and boundless energy. Professor Dumbledore, may I attend Hogwarts to learn magic in the future? Hubert inquired, acutely aware that as a Muggle, he possessed no latent magical abilities. Would Hogwarts even extend an acceptance letter to him? Without entry to Hogwarts, he would be unable to acquire advanced magic, a matter that significantly impacts his future. Hubert felt compelled to seek clarity on this issue. Any wizard with magical potential may enter Hogwarts to study magic, as per the will of the four founders, Dumbledore replied. In essence, this meant that as long as one could wield magic, admission to Hogwarts was within reach, correct? Hubert discreetly substituted the concepts of admission and wizardry with the mere ability to cast spells. Why is it imperative for you to learn magic? There are many beautiful pursuits in life. Dumbledore deftly shifted the conversation, subtly sidestepping the underlying implications of Hubert's words. He was certainly aware of such nuances, yet speaking them came from a mere child of 6 or 7, piquing his curiosity. I am a Muggle, but I find magic utterly fascinating. Hogwarts is the greatest magic school in the world, and the most inclusive. Does it not accept Muggles? Moreover, I can cast spells now. In Chapter 17, titled Bill's Book of Balance, Hubert performed a simple levitation charm on a nearby branch, causing it to float in Dumbledore's astonished gaze. Hubert remained composed, realizing that his attempts at cleverness were of little consequence before the greatest wizard, who could easily be his great-grandfather, rather than resorting to trivial cunning. It was far more honorable to face matters with a sincere heart. Hubert purchased a gem beetle, which he could harness for its magical prowess. At Dumbledore's inquisitive glance, Hagrid willingly explained how Hubert was able to cast spells, crediting it to his own ingenuity. Hubert is quite clever. He will undoubtedly become a fine wizard. Dumbledore signaled to Hagrid before departing, concluding their brief exchange. Indeed, gaining entry to Hogwarts as a Muggle was not a simple endeavor. Muggles held a lower status in the wizarding world than half-bloods, who at least possessed wizarding heritage. Although most professors at Hogwarts upheld admirable character and would not discriminate against Hubert for being a Muggle, admitting Muggles to a magical school was not merely a matter of character. It involved a myriad of other considerations. Even with Dumbledore's esteemed position, careful deliberation was essential. Hubert, why is your nose bleeding? Hagrid inquired anxiously. I shall take you to Madame Pomfrey at once. Wiping the blood from his nose, Hubert realized that the magical affliction was intensifying. Even the mere casting of a levitation charm had resulted in a nosebleed. It was evident that a solution needed to be found swiftly. Having consumed an abundance of chili peppers at the centaur's dwelling, he attributed his discomfort to the spicy food, believing it would subside in a few days. Since the incident of Hubert's disappearance, Hagrid had intensified his protective measures for him, instituting a series of rules and regulations that left Hubert suspecting that Hagrid had sought assistance from Filch. Filch, the most favored and adept at enforcing prohibitions at Hogwarts, was notorious for forbidding young wizards from engaging in various activities, particularly targeting the exuberant Gryffindor lions. Since Dumbledore's departure, he had not reappeared, leaving the matter of Hubert's admission to Hogwarts unresolved. During mealtime, Hubert had inquired about it, but Hagrid had stammered incoherently. Hubert understood that Hagrid would not lie, so he chose not to press the matter further. In recent days, Hubert had been occupied between the Stone Cottage and the Eastern Wonderland. He had successfully relocated the Bowtruckle to the Secret Realm, where they seemed quite content in their new surroundings. To accommodate the Niffler, Hubert had constructed a golden nest among the branches of a dragon's blood tree, adorning it with a variety of shimmering trinkets. These are not genuine gold, but rather magical effects created by the mermaid, Scarlet. Now, apart from foraging for food, the Niffler spent most of its time nestled in its golden abode, slumbering amidst the glittering treasures. The inhabitants of the Eastern Wonderland had fully adapted to their new environment and were capable of living independently. Hubert only needed to periodically clear away refuse, as the animals required no further care from him. Ever since little McPhee's birth, Scarlet had taken every opportunity to escape from home and visit the Secret Realm. Her favorite pastime now was to amuse the adorably foolish McPhee with 2 carrots. Hubert recalled the day when McPhee acknowledged her as his master. She had joyfully sung throughout the morning. In the afternoon, she dressed McPhee in a red waistcoat adorned with sapphires and constructed a charming pink wooden house for him. Hubert could assure that the gems on the waistcoat and the sparkling decorations in the wooden house were indeed authentic. The Niffler was often seen circling outside the pink house, its beady eyes fixated on McPhee, to the point that McPhee once cowered inside, too frightened to venture out. Consequently, Scarlet had repeatedly admonished the Niffler, yet she underestimated its fascination with luminous objects, akin to an artist's pursuit of beauty. Following a series of thefts, Scarlet had cast a protective enchantment around McPhee's home. Now, aside from eating and retreating to its golden nest for sleep, The Niffler had taken to wandering around McPhee's abode. Over time, McPhee surprisingly grew unafraid of the Niffler and occasionally offered a carrot. Of course, the Niffler showed little interest in the vegetables, its true desire lying in the sapphires on the waistcoat. However, every time it attempted to pilfer a gem, McPhee always managed to catch it. For the waistcoat was its utmost favorite, far surpassing its affection for the carrots. In his leisure moments, Hubert would often observe the antics of the two little creatures, and their presence never failed to alleviate his frayed nerves. Were it not for the insidious erosion of magic that gnawed at him, he would truly relish such a tranquil existence. The extensive and intricate research materials left behind by old Hagrid on the lineage of magical creatures presented a viable path to becoming a wizard. Yet the crux lay on the island inhabited by giants, a place he currently had no means to access. On another front was Bill's Book of Balance, which delved into the study of alchemy. Alchemy, one of the more ancient branches of magic, allows for the creation of various alchemical items through mastery of its principles. The world is replete with unique substances imbued with magical properties. Some items possess potent magic, naturally endowing them with extraordinary abilities, while others require a wizard to harness their attributes, inscribe magical runes, and calculate alchemical formulas to forge functional alchemical products. If magic is the unseen force of magical power, then alchemy is the art of manifesting that power. The Book of Balance, a compendium of alchemical knowledge bequeathed by a contemporary wizard, not only chronicles common alchemical principles, but also includes Bill's personal insights. Unlike other wizards, Bill's focus was on a particularly rare branch of alchemy, biological alchemy. Through the study of the Book of Balance, Hubert discovered that items produced through biological alchemy could recognize their masters, and formidable biological alchemical creations could even possess intelligence. Though achieving such levels of alchemy is exceedingly demanding, Hubert speculated that the Sorting Hat at Hogwarts was a product of biological alchemy, underscoring the rarity of such creations. Chapter 18, Biological Alchemy. Perhaps I could devise an alchemical device to harness magical energy, treating magic as electricity, with alchemical items functioning as circuit boards. Electricity would flow along the circuit board, unleashing magic. This notion is plausible, as some items can solidify magic, albeit in a fixed and immutable form. If I could identify the fundamental elements necessary for crafting circuit boards and store them within alchemical items, I could simply rearrange these elements into various magical arrays upon each use to release spells. The emergence of alchemy provided Hubert with a potential solution to the erosion of magic, while he may never become a true wizard. It could spare his blood from further magical degradation and afford him additional time. The Book of Balance also details a cloak of wishes that could serve as a reference, as its functions align closely with my requirements. The cloak can alter its size and style at will, and is equipped with 5 spell slots, allowing the user to preload desired spells. By augmenting the cloak's spell repository with sufficient spells, one can instantly load the necessary incantations for timely spellcasting. Additionally, I must address the issue of magical propulsion. The original cloak relied on the wizard's innate magical energy, whereas I need to connect the cloak to a gemstone insect, employing my mental energy as the core to harness the insect's magic to empower the cloak for spellcasting. Hubert diligently records all his thoughts in a notebook, a habitual practice of jotting down his spontaneous ideas. The study of alchemy necessitates an extensive understanding of magical runes, which form the foundation of both alchemy and magical circles, requiring precise depiction. In the realm of rune studies, Hubert is akin to a neophyte. Even if bestowed with all the alchemical resources, he would be incapable of producing any results, for he cannot comprehend the instruction manuals. As for the notion of self-education, Hubert has attempted such endeavors, yet he lacks the gift of photographic memory and the formidable talent of a wizard, leaving him bewildered in the face of perplexing symbols. It is as implausible to self-learn the construction of a nuclear weapon or missile from a comprehensive physics textbook without guidance from a mentor. This is precisely why Hubert seeks admission to Hogwarts, where distinguished instructors can impart their knowledge. There are several professors at Hogwarts well-versed in runes. However, the most suitable for him to consult is Professor Flitwick. As the head of Ravenclaw House, Professor Flitwick excels in charms and runes, having once been a champion duelist, undoubtedly possessing remarkable skill. Crucially, he maintains modest expectations of his students, displaying kindness and meticulous thoughtfulness. As a Muggle and merely a 7-year-old child, it is unlikely that a typical professor would be inclined to teach Hubert. Nevertheless, Flitwick's benevolence may allow for the possibility of imparting rune knowledge, provided Hubert exerts effort. Professor Flitwick? Hubert inscribed the name in his notebook, marking it with a large question mark. Today is the weekend, and and the roads outside Hogwarts are bustling with groups of students. According to school regulations, students in their third year and above are permitted to visit Hogsmeade on weekends. As numerous students depart, the usually boisterous Hogwarts falls into a serene silence. Autumn has settled in, with yellow leaves dancing in the crisp breeze, adding a touch of melancholy to the surroundings. At the river's edge, on the outskirts of Hogwarts, stands a wooden cabin, where one can gaze through its floor-to-ceiling windows at the shimmering waters beyond. This is Professor Flitwick's favored retreat, offering a broad vista. Every weekend, he seeks solace here, relishing the tranquility and momentarily casting aside his worries. Reclining in a chaise longue by the window, he hums a lively folk tune from the fairy homeland. A melody he particularly enjoys. Is Professor Flitwick in? A voice calls from the courtyard outside, as Hubert, notebook in hand, respectfully stands before the cabin. According to his observations, Professor Flitwick is vacationing here this weekend. Seizing the opportunity while Hagrid is distracted, he discreetly slipped away from the stone house with his notebook. Clad in a white shirt and a black V-neck sweater, topped with a black winter coat, and wearing freshly polished shoes, Hubert presents himself with a somewhat pale complexion, appearing refined, albeit if one overlooks his tender age. Hearing the voice of a child, Flitwick leaps from his chair, realizing that a student has come to seek him, and he certainly cannot keep the young one waiting. Alohomora, open. Without retrieving his wand, Flitwick silently casts the spell, and the door to the cabin swings open automatically. He stands in the center of the hall, directly facing the door. As the door swung open, a small figure stepped inside. Hubert entered with calm composure, gazing at the professor who stood nearly at his height. The professor's hair was thick yet had turned snow-white, his face lined with wrinkles, and his scalp thinning. Clad in a silk robe that appeared somewhat cumbersome due to his build, his gaze was nevertheless sincere and clear, devoid of any taint. "Hello, Professor Flitwick. I am Hubert." He introduced himself with a respectful bow. He had inquired about Flitwick from Hagrid, learning that the professor, although diminutive in stature due to his fairy lineage, possessed a kind disposition and was amiable towards others. "Greetings, Mr. Hubert. It is a pleasure to meet you." Flitwick gestured for Hubert to take a seat. "Would you prefer green tea or black tea? I do not enjoy coffee, so it is not available here." "Green tea. Thank you, Professor," Hubert replied as he settled into a chair. Flitwick waved his hand towards the teapot on the table, and 2 cups along with a large teapot flew over. The teapot poured 2 cups of tea, which then glided gracefully before the 2 individuals. "Where do you hail from? I have not seen you at the school," Flitwick inquired. As most Hogwarts students were known to him, yet this child was unfamiliar. He wondered how the boy had arrived at Hogwarts, and if there was a flaw in the school's defenses. Hubert took a gentle sip of green tea to steady himself before succinctly explaining his relationship with Hagrid. "I wish to learn about runes and magical arrays, Professor," he stated directly. "That is not possible. You are merely 7 years old." Flitwick firmly declined. The school had regulations stating that only children aged 11 and older could enroll, as younger wizards risked physical harm. Moreover, a 5-year-old's cognitive abilities were not fully developed. They had yet to grasp even the basics of grammar, let alone delve into the profound knowledge of runes or wield potent forces. To recklessly attempt to control such formidable powers would lead to disaster. "I have no choice. My blood has been tainted by magic." Hubert had anticipated Flitwick's refusal, aware that he was not the protagonist in this tale, where others would eagerly vie to take him on as a pupil. "I must learn about runes swiftly to resolve my current predicament. One must understand that runes are a complex discipline requiring extensive time for mastery. Please, teach me," Hubert implored. Chapter 19. The First Encounter with Flitwick. Magic Taint? Flitwick's expression trembled as he spoke softly. "Child, may I examine your body?" "Of course, thank you, Professor," Hubert replied. Flitwick, with his diminutive frame, circled around Hubert, occasionally touching various areas of his person. As the examination prolonged, the professor's demeanor grew increasingly grave. With his expertise, he quickly unraveled the issues afflicting Hubert, and understanding the boy's condition weighed heavily on him. At merely 7 years of age, encountering such a plight was tragic, if not promptly addressed. The magic would irreparably damage his blood cells, leading to a painful demise. The remedy for this magical taint was straightforward: to refrain from using magic entirely. Yet, considering the child's fervent dedication to magic, compelling him to abandon it would be an immense blow. If he were to teach him, the child would continue to wield magic, hastening the erosion of his magical essence, ultimately accelerating his demise. Flitwick found himself in a quandary. He felt deep sympathy for Hubert and admired his fervor for magic. Yet, after a heavy sigh, he spoke in a thin voice. "Are you a Muggle?" "Yes," Hubert replied calmly. A silence enveloped them, the air thickening with tension. "Leave now," I will not teach you the runes." Flitwick delivered his final decree. Hubert's heart trembled in an instant, his hands quivering slightly. He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. Yet the turmoil within him only intensified. He had believed that by being forthright and demonstrating his resolve and effort, Flitwick would accept him. However, upon realizing Hubert was a Muggle, Flitwick had decisively rejected him, not even glancing at the notebook Hubert had presented. "Is it solely because I'm a Muggle?" Hubert retorted, his voice laced with chill. "Muggles cannot learn magic, but I can perform magic." With that, he directed his wand at a cup, casting a levitation spell, which held the cup steadily in midair. "I always thought Hogwarts was an inclusive school, one that welcomed all, rather than a place like those pure-blood wizards who judge by lineage. Just because Muggles cannot wield magic, does that render them inferior? Are Muggles forbidden from learning magic? Professor, tell me, is it simply because I'm a Muggle that you refuse to teach me?" Hubert's voice carried a biting cold, causing the temperature in the room to drop a few degrees. Flitwick could detect the resolve and madness simmering beneath Hubert's calm exterior, and he felt a pang of compassion. "You are a Muggle. Why must you pursue magic?" "There are many reasons. The moment I first witnessed the wonders of magic, I resolved to become a wizard. When other wizards scorned half-bloods and Muggles, I vowed to surpass them. When Hagrid stood before me, shielding me from danger, I promised myself that I would protect him in return. There are countless reasons. As long as one is sufficient to justify my pursuit of magic, that is enough. Though I am a Muggle, I strive harder, I am braver, and I dare to fight more fiercely than wizards. While others who are Muggles cannot conjure magic, I persevered and discovered the gem beetle. Despite the erosion of my blood by magic, I refuse to give up. I believe I can find a way. Professor Flitwick, I now seek your assistance. Please help me." Hubert gazed earnestly at Flitwick, speaking with sincerity. Flitwick averted his gaze, unable to meet Hubert's eyes, fearing he might relent. "Leave now. I will not teach you." Ultimately, Flitwick hoarsely pronounced his verdict. Hubert's expression fell into despondency. Had he truly bared his thoughts, his determination, and everything he held dear, yet still failed to sway Flitwick? The weight of Flitwick's words pressed down upon him like a mountain, suffocating him. Would he truly surrender, becoming nothing more than a common person trembling in the shadows? What do my 2 years of relentless toil signify? What do my harrowing experiences in the Forbidden Forest amount to? What does the agony of being tainted by dark magic represent? He incessantly questioned his own heart, and with each inquiry, the fire within him blazed ever more fiercely. "No, I shall not surrender. As long as I possess even a single reason to learn, I shall persist. Professor, here lies my meticulously crafted observation notes on magical creatures. Although they do not pertain to runes, I wish to convey my determination and effort to you." Hubert straightened his posture, refusing to remain hunched. "If you find a moment, I would greatly appreciate your perusal. Ultimately, I must proclaim my unwavering commitment to mastering runes. I shall move you with my actions to earn your recognition. I apologize for intruding upon your rest today, and I hope for your understanding. I shall return in a week." Hubert performed a respectful bow before gently closing the door behind him. Flitwick observed the departing figure. Though small in stature, he stood resolutely, exuding a formidable strength. Wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye, he cautiously picked up the notebook on the table, opening the first page to begin reading. The handwriting was neat, and the content was meticulously detailed. This time, Flitwick's refusal had disrupted his original plans, necessitating a complete reevaluation. However, Flitwick's rejection did not diminish Hubert's resolve to learn runes. Only through mastering runes could he delve into alchemy. Acquiring the art of alchemy would enable him to craft the cloak he needed, allowing him to channel magic without relying on his own frail body. Resolving the taint of dark magic would afford him more time. If the kind-hearted Professor Flitwick had denied him, it was likely that other professors would do the same, unless he could persuade Dumbledore. Yet Dumbledore was the headmaster, and Hubert was merely a child, not even a student at Hogwarts, far removed from his reach. Thus, his foremost task was to persuade Flitwick to teach him the knowledge of runes. From their last conversation, Hubert sensed that Flitwick was not as resolute as he had claimed. What remained was to touch his heart with his persistence and sincerity, convincing him to accept him. With a goal established, Hubert began organizing his notes, compiling his previous experimental records and supplementing any missing data. These would serve as crucial tools in his endeavor to persuade Flitwick. Chapter 20. A Farewell to Flitwick. Another weekend arrived, bright and clear, with nary a cloud in sight. The golden sun hung high in the sky, and the wind carried a hint of chill. Unbeknownst to him, winter was upon them, as all of nature entered a dormant phase. Hubert traversed Hogwarts, crossed the small river, and once again approached the quaint cabin perched on the cliff. Just as it had been a week prior, the cabin remained serene, its wooden door securely locked, isolating it from the world outside. Hubert stood before the door, quietly poised. He knew Flitwick was inside, observing him, and he sought to demonstrate his resolve through action. Seconds ticked away, the sun tilting toward the west. The cold wind rustled through the fallen leaves, sending them swirling into the distance. An hour passed. Beads of cold sweat formed on Hubert's brow, yet the wooden door remained steadfastly closed. 2 hours passed, and Hubert's legs began to tremble, his complexion paling, while the wooden door remained resolutely shut. 3 hours elapsed, and the frail form of Hubert started to sway. With a somber expression, Hubert reverently placed his notes upon the steps and departed, bathed in the fading light of the sun. After his departure, the tightly shut wooden door creaked open, revealing a diminutive figure emerging from within. Principal, it was his second visit. Flitwick addressed Dumbledore, who sat beside the bay window, remarking on Hubert's meticulous notes, which were quite impressive for someone of his tender age. Dumbledore gazed out at the sea, enveloped in silence. Flitwick, respecting the great wizard, refrained from interrupting. Dumbledore had never failed to meet expectations. Though eager for Dumbledore's affirming response, Flitwick recognized the elder wizard's contemplations, which he himself lacked. The room fell into a tranquil hush as Flitwick carefully perused Hubert's notes, while Dumbledore remained lost in thought, contemplating the vast ocean. This child is overly fixated on power. Such obsession can lead to one's downfall. Dumbledore's voice suddenly broke the stillness. Flitwick, I wish to hear your thoughts. Despite being a Muggle, this boy possesses resilience, diligence, and logic. Most importantly, he has Hagrid, who cares for creatures. I believe that with proper guidance, he could become a remarkable wizard. It is those who wield power who determine good and evil. Dumbledore murmured softly, I trust Hagrid. I can place my faith in his hands. Perhaps I should also trust this boy, have faith that Hagrid will guide him well. Trust is reciprocal. You must believe in him for him to believe in you. Flitwick added. Another weekend dawned, and the sky was adorned with drifting snowflakes, shrouding the earth in a delicate veil of white. The lake had frozen over, and the snowflakes settled upon the icy surface, resembling a vast white blanket from afar. Wisps of smoke curled from the cabin's chimney. Unlike the biting cold outside, the fireplace radiated warmth and light. Hubert stood amidst the snow, having been rooted there for half an hour, snowflakes accumulating upon his head and garments, cloaking him in a white attire. His face was flushed from the cold, and he exhaled warm breath into his small hands to combat the chill. The snowfall intensified, and the accumulation beneath his feet surpassed his boots. Hubert felt dazed, struggling to remain alert, yet his small frame was close to succumbing to the frost. Hold on, he murmured through chattering lips, attempting to hypnotize himself to resist the cold. However, the biting wind was indifferent to human will. Hubert sensed his consciousness fading, his vision becoming a blur of white. His body began to sway, and at last he succumbed to the force of a gusty wind, collapsing to the ground. In that moment of falling, a small figure appeared in his slanted view, accompanied by a voice that was dreamlike. I promise you. Flitwick and Dumbledore rushed from the door the instant Hubert fell. Flitwick, witnessing Hubert's trembling form and bluish lips, felt tears welling in his eyes. He enveloped Hubert in a blanket and waved his wand, casting a warming charm. This was both a trial and a safeguard for him. His path was destined to be arduous, and without a formidable will, he would only bring harm upon himself. He merely suffered from frostbite, and under Madame Pomfrey's care, there would be no lasting consequences. Now that he had passed the trial, we ought to rejoice for him. Although Dumbledore was over a century old, he stood tall and robust. He cradled Hubert in his arms and treaded upon the snowflakes as he made his way back to the castle. Flitwick followed closely behind, their silhouettes fading into the darkened night. Madame Pomfrey, clad in white garments and donning a nurse's cap, moved briskly through the corridors. In the midst of the winter snow, many young wizards were sniffling. That mischievous group had crowded into the hospital wing, turning it into a chaotic scene. Headmaster Dumbledore, how could you be so careless as to let this child freeze? Madame Pomfrey, perturbed by the little wizards, directed her ire at Dumbledore without reservation. Dumbledore and Flitwick exchanged awkward glances, aware that a woman in such a state of agitation was best left undisturbed, and they remained silent. Madame Pomfrey continued to express her grievances to Dumbledore while deftly preparing a potion. She retrieved a funnel and administered the elixir into Hubert's mouth. A dose of this and a night's sleep will set him right, she instructed before hastily rolling up her skirts and rushing to the next room. Dumbledore and Flitwick exchanged glances, unsure of what to do, when a tall, imposing figure entered the doorway. It was Hagrid. Snowflakes adorned his hair and shoulders, and a look of concern graced his face. Seeing Dumbledore and Flitwick's expressions ease slightly, he hurried to the bedside. "How is he?" Hagrid inquired. "Merely frostbite. Madame Pomfrey has already given him a potion. He'll be fine after a good night's rest," Dumbledore reassured him. "I apologize for today's events. I allowed this little one to succumb to the cold." Hagrid gazed at Hubert, who lay peacefully on the bed, and solemnly remarked, "I understand. I knew from the first time he met Flitwick that this would happen. I realize I cannot prevent him. I can only hope for his safety. Dumbledore, can you promise me this?" Hagrid looked at Dumbledore with earnest anticipation, marking the first time he sought Dumbledore's assurance solely for Hubert's well-being. Dumbledore, with a contemplative gaze, nodded in response. Chapter 21. Life in the Hospital Wing. The air was thick with the acrid scent of medicinal potions, and the sunlight poured through the windows, dispelling the gloom of the sick room. He recollected waiting, as was customary, for Flitwick's response, when suddenly a heavy snowfall began. The cold was unbearable, rendering his hands and feet numb, his face tinged with purple, yet he did not relent. Overcome by weakness, he ultimately collapsed to the ground. In his fading consciousness, he vaguely recalled Flitwick emerging and seemingly speaking to him. "I promise you. Yes, I have promised you." Professor Flitwick had finally accepted him. This promise signified not only acceptance, but also the prospect of imparting magical knowledge beyond mere runes. The acceptance by Flitwick signifies Hubert's genuine entry into the realm of wizards, stepping into this enchanted world with the body of a Muggle, yet embodying the essence of a wizard. "Hello, sir, what troubles you?" Charlie, whose lower body was bound in thick bandages, turned to gaze at the child who had suddenly sprung from the bed, shouting in excitement. The boy bore a wholesome visage adorned with numerous freckles, a robust physique, and powerful arms. His hair was a striking shade of red. Any pure-blood wizard who beheld his vibrant locks would undoubtedly recognize him as a child of the Weasley family. Charlie Weasley, a fourth-year student of Gryffindor, had sustained a leg injury during a Quidditch match against Slytherin and was now confined to the hospital for recuperation. "Those pure-blooded scoundrels dared to ambush me for victory," Charlie thought bitterly, vowing to cast a stunning spell on that rascal, Salazar, the next time they crossed paths. In the arena, victories and defeats were a natural part of the game. However, if an injury due to foul play led to defeat, he could hardly swallow that bitter pill. For days, he had been tormented by the despicable cheers of the Slytherin wizards. "Salazar is a disgrace to pure-blood lineage, tarnishing its honor. My apologies, I am Hubert." Hubert scratched his head, then tucked himself back under the warm covers, having been overwhelmed with excitement moments before. "Professor Flitwick is a kind-hearted individual whom we all hold in great esteem, even the Slytherins. If you require assistance, he will undoubtedly help you. By the way, my name is Charlie Weasley. You may call me Charlie, Mr. Hubert," he added. Hubert glanced at Charlie's signature red hair and silently acknowledged that he was indeed a Weasley, as the crimson locks were their hallmark. "You may call me Hubert. Do you have a fondness for dragons?" Hubert noticed Charlie engrossed in a book titled Legendary Beasts, Dragons, which he'd already read halfway through. On his bedside, 3 more tomes, all pertaining to dragons, lay scattered. Upon the mention of dragons, a smile illuminated Charlie's face. They were one of his 2 great passions, the other being Quidditch, a sport beloved by most wizards. Indeed, dragons are the most magnificent magical creatures, possessing powerful physiques and the ability to incinerate all in their path. Their might is unstoppable. Ever since I first laid eyes on a dragon in the newspaper, I have been captivated by them, even more so than Quidditch. His excitement was palpable. After graduation, I aspire to travel to Romania to study dragons, for there are specialized research facilities and numerous wizards who share an interest in dragons. Alas, the breeding of dragons is prohibited in England. Otherwise, I would certainly raise one myself. Hubert mused, realizing that Charlie had already envisioned his future endeavors in Romania post-graduation. He knew that Charlie would achieve his dream and eventually find himself in Romania. "You shall undoubtedly realize your aspirations. Magical creatures are a wondrous collection, diverse in species and capabilities. Yet, most wizards remain oblivious to the need for their protection, resulting in the extinction of numerous rare beings. I am currently gathering information on gentle magical creatures suitable as pets. I wish to compile a popular science book to enlighten wizards about them. As the wizards come to understand and appreciate these magical creatures, an increasing number of them will arise to protect them." Hubert, much like Charlie, instilled his thoughts into the fellow across from him, who would later delve into the study of dragons, indicating a shared purpose. If he could cultivate a friendship with him, a fruitful channel for future dragon studies would be established. It is crucial to note that the wizarding community maintains stringent surveillance over dragons, rendering them largely inaccessible to ordinary wizards. Charlie gazed, astonished, at this small boy who fervently narrated the wonders of magical creatures, surprised by his depth of knowledge. The creatures he described were indeed remarkable. The luminous loving Niffler, the carrot-donning McFuzz, and the clingy Bowtruckle. Immersed in Hubert's enchanting world of creatures, Charlie felt as though he had discovered an alternative realm beyond dragons. The fact that Nifflers also shared a penchant for collecting glowing treasures intrigued him. Could they be as formidable as dragons? Upon discovering that Nifflers possessed a similar affinity, Charlie eagerly inquired further. The Niffler, a diminutive platypus-like creature with a rotund body, has a pouch on its belly where it conceals its pilfered treasures. Note the term pilfered, as opposed to the more aggressive seized associated with dragons. Nifflers excel in spatial magic, deftly evading the pursuit of wizards. Hubert illustrated a rough outline of a Niffler on the table with some water, appearing rather dopey and far less imposing than a dragon. Charlie remarked that while it may not be as fierce, it certainly possessed an undeniable charm, likely appealing to young girls. If one could unravel the secrets of its elusive spatial magic, it would undoubtedly enhance the prowess of wizards immensely. Hubert added, his face alight with excitement, envisioning a future where wizards could teleport at will, becoming elusive during battles, leaving no challenger in their wake. This apparition can also facilitate spatial movement. Charlie interjected, however, this apparition has specific requirements for the human body and can induce disorientation, making it impractical in combat. In contrast, the Niffler's teleportation allows for short-range, limitless movement. Moreover, the Avifurs could freely alter its size, and if wizards could master this ability, they could contend with giants or even transform into towering behemoths, or conversely, shrink to an infinitesimal size to observe the microscopic world. Charlie was left dumbfounded by Hubert's imaginative ideas. How could such concepts even form in his mind? In Chapter 22, a cordial exchange with Charlie Weasley unfolds in the expansive, empty halls of the hospital wing, where warm sunlight streams through the windows. Near the tall, floor-to-ceiling windows, two figures, one large and one small, engage in fervent discussion. Magical creatures can grow alongside wizards as companions and serve as their closest allies in battle, offering substantial assistance. Wizards ought not to hunt magical creatures, as their numbers are dwindling. Rather, they should be safeguarded. Hubert endeavored to advocate for his philosophy, and under his guidance, Charlie, who had initially harbored a deep affection for dragons, found himself equally captivated by other magical beings. Pondering Hubert's words, he hesitated and asked, "You make a compelling point, but why have wizards not taken steps to protect magical creatures?" Due to self-interest, Hubert stated decisively, "Magical creatures must demonstrate their worth to the wizards if they seek their protection. Currently, wizards capture magical beings primarily for the magical materials they possess. The pursuit of benefit drives wizards to hunt these creatures. Yet should wizards discover alternative methods yielding greater rewards, such as forging bonds with magical beings as combat partners, some may choose to abandon their hunts in favor of safeguarding them. In the face of greater advantages, wizards can receive assistance from magical creatures, while the creatures benefit from the wizard's nurturing, thus forming a new symbiotic relationship. Magical creatures are bound to experience enhanced development." Hubert concluded. Charlie, with his mouth slightly agape, gazed intently at the child before him. "You are truly remarkable. My brother Bill has never uttered such words. Will you be joining Hufflepuff? They excel in the care of magical creatures and animals. Professor Pomona Sprout, the greenhouse keeper, adores spending her time tending to those beings. If you attend, she will surely take a liking to you. Hufflepuff, with its values of loyalty, honesty, and perseverance, is indeed an admirable choice. Each of the four houses boasts distinct characteristics and spirits: Gryffindor's bravery, Slytherin's ambition, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Hufflepuff's diligence. Each house has its merits. Yet, given his current circumstances, Hufflepuff appears to be the most suitable for him. Hufflepuff wizards lack the pronounced traits of the other houses and do not favor pure-blood families like Slytherin. They treat all wizards equally. Moreover, Professor Sprout, the head of the house, possesses extensive knowledge of magical creatures, making it ideal for him to seek her guidance. Is that so? I belong to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor Lion is the bravest of them all," Charlie exclaimed. "Indeed, Dumbledore himself graduated from Gryffindor. He is the greatest white wizard of our time. Furthermore, the future trio will also be sorted into Gryffindor, making for a lively atmosphere." Upon mentioning Dumbledore, admiration shone on Charlie's face. "My parents hold Dumbledore in the highest regard. He led the wizards against the tyranny of the Dark Lord and achieved victory. My mother often says that without Dumbledore, she would have struggled to endure those dark times. And then there's Harry Potter. He defeated the Dark Lord. At the mention of Voldemort, a flicker of fear crossed Charlie's features. The darkness and brutality he brought still cast a shadow over the wizarding world. Unbeknownst to Charlie, Harry Potter would soon arrive at Hogwarts and be sorted into Gryffindor, leading his house to multiple Quidditch victories. As the conversation shifted to family, Charlie's interest peaked, and he began to introduce Hubert to the members of his household. The Weasley family is quite unique within the wizarding community. They're a pure blood family, yet they live in poverty. While other wizarding families have scarce offspring, such as the Malfoy family with only one Draco, the Weasleys boast 5 children. Each of these 5 possesses starkly contrasting personalities. Truly a remarkable diversity. Hubert held great admiration for the Weasley couple. It was truly remarkable that under their guidance their numerous children had grown up so well-adjusted and accomplished. In contrast, they all exhibited exceptional qualities. Bill, Percy, and Ron served as prefects during their time at school. Charlie captained the Quidditch team, and Ginny married the savior, Harry. Through Charlie's enthusiastic introduction, Hubert gained a clearer understanding of the Weasley family. Hubert's health swiftly recovered, as he had merely suffered from frostbite. With Charlie's envy, he smoothly completed his discharge procedures and left the hospital. Before parting, the two exchanged contact information. Charlie relished the opportunity to converse with his future junior, finding many of Hubert's views quite astonishing. Hubert invited Charlie to visit his stone house when he had fully recuperated, seeking his expertise on dragons, while Charlie extended an invitation for Hubert to watch his Quidditch matches. A couple of days later, after Hagrid's thorough examination confirmed Hubert's complete recovery, Hagrid felt assured about his departure from Stonehouse. Now free, Hubert promptly made his way to Flitwick's wooden cottage by the cliff over the weekend. Prior to this, Flitwick had notified him via owl about the time and place of their meeting. Following the first snowfall, Hogwarts officially entered winter. The weather had turned significantly colder, and the young wizards had donned their winter garments and wrapped themselves in scarves. The small wooden cottage, perched on the cliff's edge, remained unchanged. This marked Hubert's 4th visit. Although the cottage was the same, each visit brought him a distinct experience. As Hubert arrived at the door, the tightly closed wooden door creaked open of its own accord. A rush of warm air enveloped him, dispelling the chill that clung to his body. Inside, the fire in the hearth crackled vigorously, casting a warm glow around the room. Professor Flitwick reclined in an armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window, gently sipping a cup of green tea. "Good day, Professor." Hubert softly closed the door behind him and greeted Flitwick. The professor set his green tea on the nearby sycamore table and gestured toward a chair within the room, which moved automatically to Hubert's side. "Your health has just returned. Do not overexert yourself." A smile graced his face. "From now on, you shall be my student. My expectations are modest, so there's no need for formality." Chapter 23. The Sweetness of Hardship in Teaching. Outside, the cold wind howled while within the wooden cottage. Warmth enveloped them like spring. As Hubert interacted closely with Professor Flitwick, he found him to be just as kind-hearted towards his students as the legend suggested. In his dealings with students, he bore no semblance of a typical professor. He treated them more like friends. Even if there were any inadvertent offenses, he remained unperturbed. "Before I teach you, you must promise me to refrain from casting spells as much as possible. The consequences of magical corruption are severe, and I do not wish to endanger you." Flitwick sat up from his chair, his expression unusually solemn as he spoke. His voice was somewhat high-pitched, yet Hubert could sense the genuine concern behind it. "Professor, I understand that your intention to keep me close comes with the hope of restraining me." Flitwick held high hopes for Hubert, wishing to prevent any reckless use of magic that could lead to irreversible consequences from magical corruption, ultimately jeopardizing Hubert's future. "I promise you, Professor Flitwick, of course, I shall cherish my own life. Even without your reminder, I would refrain from using magic until the alchemical cloak is created. The considerable effort I have expended in beseeching you to teach me the runes is solely to address the issue of magical corrosion. Thank you, Professor, for accepting me." Hubert bowed solemnly to Flitwick, expressing his gratitude. Flitwick smiled gently. "I have meticulously reviewed your notes. They are detailed and logical. It is quite commendable for such a young child to achieve this. You shall make a fine student. It is my wish to impart my knowledge to my pupils. So you need not thank me." He paused, retrieving a small vial from his satchel, filled with a glowing green liquid. "This is a potion crafted by Severus at Dumbledore's request, designed to mitigate the magical erosion within your bloodline." Flitwick handed the vial to Hubert. "Though this potion cannot cure the magical corrosion, I will find a way to assist you. Your situation is unique. The path of magical study is destined to be fraught with challenges. I wonder if my actions are ultimately beneficial for you." His words were sincere, tinged with concern. Hubert fell silent. He was acutely aware of the perils and difficulties that Muggles faced in learning magic. Yet having made his choice, he would not waver. His resolve solidified. His gaze grew more determined. "I will take good care of myself. Rest assured, Professor." Hubert spoke softly. Flitwick, being perceptive, did not wish to provoke him further on this matter and deftly shifted the topic. "Since Headmaster Dumbledore is aware of my circumstances, may I enter Hogwarts to study when I turn 11? Since his last inquiry to Dumbledore, he had yet to receive an answer. Now that Dumbledore had taken the initiative to have Severus prepare a potion for him, did that signify his acceptance? Did it imply that he could indeed commence his studies at Hogwarts at the age of 11? A sharp crack echoed as the fire in the hearth erupted, sending sparks flying. The green tea on the table emitted wisps of steam, and the room fell into a hushed stillness. Hubert's heart began to race, for this concerned the foundation of his future in magic. He gazed at the diminutive figure before him, white hair, a solemn countenance. He hesitated, his tone softening. Yet his pause caused Hubert's heart to flutter. "However, Hogwarts has its own regulations. Is it truly impossible for me to study magic there?" Hubert's voice rose slightly. No, child, you misunderstand," Flitwick hastily replied. "The four founders established Hogwarts with a spirit of inclusivity, a philosophy that endures to this day. The headmaster possesses the privilege to admit one exceptional child each term. Just like werewolves and vampires, who are unique, they still have the opportunity to attend Hogwarts." Flitwick lifted his teacup gently, taking a sip. "Indeed, child, you are very special. Hogwarts will not turn away a gifted individual who has a keen interest in magic." 3 notebooks lay on the table, each containing over 100 pages, meticulously organized notes from Hubert for Flitwick. Within these pages lie intriguing insights, and I encourage you to select a portion for submission to a magazine, allowing a wider audience to discover these marvelous creatures and, in turn, showcase your remarkable talents. Is this not exceptional? Hubert comprehended Flitwick's intentions. He was suggesting that Hubert submit his work to the magazine, thereby validating his own worth. Although Dumbledore could allocate the opportunity to himself, Hogwarts is not governed solely by his decree. There are trustees, other professors, and established protocols. Hubert must have a justification for receiving this opportunity. When inquiries arise, such evidence will attest to his merit and justify the allocation. Of course, this does not imply that Dumbledore intends to publicly announce Hubert's Muggle status, but rather that a rationale should accompany the notification. Otherwise, the seemingly arbitrary use of the opportunity would inevitably attract attention. Hubert held no resentment toward this. Flitwick and Dumbledore had already rendered him considerable assistance. If he were to begrudge the need to prove himself, it would be akin to ingratitude and folly. Moreover, such an endeavor would benefit him, as submitting to magazines could enhance his reputation and even yield financial rewards. Reputation is of utmost importance. With it, one can garner recognition and support, thus establishing a loyal following. Just look at Dumbledore and Voldemort. Their ranks have always been filled with devoted followers. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix essentially thrives on his renown and personal charm, even when funding his own endeavors. The call of the greatest white wizard guarantees a legion will rally to his side. This is the power of fame, given Hubert's ambition and aspirations. He is unwilling to fade into obscurity in the future. In any undertaking, one must seek like-minded individuals. The question then arises, why would others follow you? The answer lies in reputation, and we're better to find kindred spirits than at Hogwarts. The core of Voldemort's Death Eaters was cultivated during their time in Slytherin. Recently, I have contemplated creating a small booklet dedicated to introducing gentle and endearing magical creatures suitable as pets. With the professor's suggestion, I intend to submit it in segments. Chapter 24. The Challenging Art of Magical Runes. Flitwick nodded, gaining further insight into the child's intellect. Henceforth, you shall study the knowledge of runes with me. Come to this retreat every weekend for lessons. During the week, aside from completing assignments, you are to engage in self-study. He handed Hubert a note, stating that he would recommend certain books, and with this note, he could borrow materials from the library, albeit limited to those concerning runes. His glasses perched precariously on the tip of his nose. Flitwick rolled his eyes and emphasized, "Madame Pants is a serious individual. She will scrutinize the books you borrow." "Professor, what are magical runes?" Flitwick waved his wand in the air, conjuring an enigmatic symbol. Hubert could not quite describe its likeness. It felt instinctual, akin to a mark that naturally exists. Flitwick tapped the symbol, causing it to twist and transform into a new rune. One can discern the original shadow. yet it manifests as a new entity. It resembles a pictogram. Look again. With each utterance, the new runes twist and contort, undergoing extensive transformations until they resemble the letter S. However, the metamorphosis of the runes does not cease. The rune that resembles S replicates itself into 10 identical letters floating in the air. Subsequently, these letters commence their transformation, yet the outcomes diverge, as the 10 identical runes ultimately evolve into dozens of distinct forms. Why is this so? Hubert inquired, gazing at the 100 diverse runes suspended in the air, perplexed. In truth, these 100 runes convey the same meaning. They have evolved from the most fundamental runes. The magical script was initially the language of ancient sorcerers, derived from their observations of the cosmos, imbued with unique magical potency. It represents the oldest and most primal form of magic. Eventually, sorcerers began to study the power of runes, transforming them into spells, another manifestation of the runic force. But what of alchemy and magical circles? The formulas for alchemy and the depictions of magical arrays are crafted using magical runes. Yet, alchemical formulas and magical arrays are entirely dissimilar. Hubert exclaimed in astonishment, having examined some alchemical formulas and magical arrays, noting no similarities between the two. Do you believe the original runes are akin to those 100 runes? Flibby laughed heartily. Hubert was momentarily rendered speechless, akin to an egg lodged in his throat, eager to retort, yet at a loss for words. The original runes were scarce, numbered perhaps only 360. Yet, the current variety of runes exceeds 100, with countless combinations. Do you understand why? Hubert gently stroked the ring finger of his left hand with his right index and middle fingers, a habitual gesture during contemplation. The transition from the original 300 runes to the present multitude is a journey from scarcity to abundance. Yet, why has the initial runic form evolved so extensively, complicating the sorcerer's studies? Presently, magical runes are notoriously intricate and tedious, with few sorcerers able to dedicate themselves to the study of these enigmatic symbols. Yet, sorcerers persist in this endeavor. Is it development? Hubert offered a vague, ambiguous response. The world is evolving, and so too is magic. Since sorcerers have transformed the primordial runes into their current state, there must be a rationale behind it. The magical realm is advancing. Sorcerers realize that the original runes could not meet their needs, leading them to derive new forms based on the original runes. Although these derived runes possess greater functionality than their predecessors, the magical essence contained within them diminished. Eventually, sorcerers discovered that the evolved runes could activate the original runes, maintaining their potency while significantly enhancing their capabilities. Sorcerers dubbed these unnatural magical runes civilizational runes, crafted by their own hands. As the magical realm progressed at an increasingly rapid pace, the demands of sorcerers grew. To accommodate the varying needs of sorcerers across different eras, they continuously evolved the civilizational runes. The majority of runes we utilize today are indeed modern runes. The runes employed in alchemy and magical arrays represent a branch of the evolution of the original magical script. Do you find anything unclear? After briefly introducing the development and concept of runes, Flibby took a sip of green tea, allowing his companion a moment for contemplation. Upon hearing his counterpart's narrative, Hubert experienced an epiphany, such as the advantage of having a mentor. Without someone to illuminate the obstacles along the way, one could squander a great deal of time meandering aimlessly. In essence, whether it be alchemy or magical arrays, all practices are fundamentally rooted in the primitive magical glyphs, articulated through the application of civilized runes, which in turn activate the primal glyphs to unleash their magical potency. Hubert endeavored to summarize and articulate his understanding. Flibby nodded in approval, recognizing the child's remarkable grasp of the subject. It is essential to comprehend the intricacies of magical glyphs. The multitude of modern glyphs poses a dilemma: how to embark upon their study. Although he understood that contemporary runes evolved from primitive magical symbols, the sheer volume of existing glyphs was overwhelming, akin to an ocean of knowledge. Even a lifetime would scarcely suffice to master them all. With such a plethora of runes available, I suggest you select one or two based on your specific needs. Should you wish to delve into the study of glyphs, you must be prepared to dedicate your entire life to it. How to determine what to learn based on application? Currently, he needed to focus on alchemy and magical arrays. Thus, he should concentrate solely on the glyphs related to these two domains. I wish to study the glyphs pertinent to alchemy and magical arrays, Hubert decisively proclaimed, a decision that stemmed from his initial intentions, requiring no further contemplation. Flivy regarded him with surprise, realizing the child had already considered his path. Thus, he refrained from further comment. Hubert, a person's energy is finite, so one must choose wisely when making decisions. The most rapid advancements in alchemy and magical arrays occurred in recent history, with the significant achievements of the present largely attributed to that era. The most widely utilized glyphs in contemporary alchemy and magical arrays bear the names of two great wizards, Gorin and Magia. They devoted their entire creative lives to developing these simple yet effective glyphs, which were subsequently named in their honor. Flivvy leaped from his recliner and retrieved 2 volumes from the bookshelf. These are foundational texts on the Gorin and Magia glyphs. We shall commence our studies here. In Chapter 25, under Flivvy's guidance, Hubert gained a deeper understanding of the Gorin and Magia glyphs. During this time, Hubert also sought knowledge regarding the magical arrays related to alchemy, to which Flivvy responded with diligence. Eventually, Hubert discovered that Flivvy was not only well-versed in glyph knowledge, but also possessed extensive insights into alchemy. As he expressed, glyphs form the foundation of all magical practices. Whether it be spells, alchemy, or magical arrays, one must master the corresponding glyphs. The contemporary master of alchemy, Nicolem, is not only an adept alchemist, but also a master of glyphs. The study of glyphs generally bifurcates into 2 categories: application, such as alchemy and magical arrays, where one studies the relevant glyphs and integrates them into practical use, and the specialized research of glyphs akin to the study of a language, where scholars delve into their evolution, principles, and meanings. Such individuals, resembling antiquarians, focus solely on research without concern for the practical applications of glyphs. These scholarly sages have devoted their entire lives to the study of magical runes, unlike alchemists who produce useful artifacts. However, the evolution of new civilizational runes necessitates not only achievements in the relevant fields, but also a profound theoretical understanding of runes. Gulin is a renowned master of alchemy, while Magia is celebrated worldwide for his research on magical arrays. The study of runes is divided into 3 levels: foundational, intermediate, and advanced, which I can impart to you. Upon completing these 3 stages, if you wish to delve further, it will rely on your own research. Currently, the study of runes in the British magical community is scarce, with institutions dedicated to runic studies in France and Germany. When Flivvy spoke of his journey to India, a nostalgic expression crossed his face, as if recalling something significant. Hubert inquired, what other places boast such ancient runic sites? Many locations possess such relics, including the Brazilian rainforest and certain tribal temples in North America, with India being notably famous. There exists another unique location abundant in ancient wizarding ruins, where historical records remain uninterrupted and well-preserved. However, due to historical circumstances, Western wizards seldom venture there. What place is that? Hubert asked, intrigued by the prospect of a locale inaccessible to wizards and observing Flivvy's demeanor. It was clear he held a certain reverence for it. This professor of Hogwarts, who had lived countless years and once claimed the title of dueling champion, seemed to harbor trepidation for this place. China, a realm steeped in mystery and antiquity, Flivvy pronounced solemnly, his voice thin and laced with yearning. It is a land shrouded in enigma, once heralding a glorious history, where wizards achieved remarkable feats even before the Common Era. The eastern lands conceal an abundance of secrets. Marco Polo brought tales of the eastern world to the west, and wizards have long yearned to explore the Orient. In the late 18th to early 19th centuries, a multitude of wizards journeyed eastward, leading to conflicts between Western and Eastern wizards, resulting in the expulsion of the former. By the mid-19th century, wizards initiated a blockade. At this juncture, Flivvy sighed, seemingly lamenting the war and expressing regret for not having visited. Hubert's eyes widened in disbelief. Nonetheless, they are currently lifting the blockade. If the opportunity arises, you may venture there, Flivvy suggested, lamenting his advanced age, which precluded him from visiting that mysterious land. I shall certainly go. I hail from that very country, yet I had never heard of wizards before. Now, with the chance to engage with them, I am eager to witness it firsthand. I wonder what Chinese wizards are like and what powers they possess. Could those immortals be wizards? Flivvy spoke a few more words before shifting the topic, as his knowledge of China was limited. The remainder of the time, he transitioned to the main subject, commencing the introduction of foundational knowledge regarding Gulin's runes and Magia's runes. Hubert promptly retrieved his books, diligently taking notes and highlighting key points. The 2 individuals sat on the bench without any particular pretensions. The crackling of the fire in the hearth occasionally punctuated the air, accompanied by the piercing voice of Professor Flitwick. True to his esteemed position at Hogwarts, Flitwick exhibited a wealth of experience, imparting knowledge with remarkable clarity. He began his lecture with the fundamentals of runes, narrating their evolution in an engaging manner. At times, to provide Hubert with a more intuitive understanding of runes, he would demonstrate their intricacies in the air with his wand. There are 360 original runes, each symbolizing a natural phenomenon and imbued with unique magical properties. The original runes lack interconnections, rendering their study quite challenging. However, mastering them is essential for harnessing the power of the more advanced Gyrn runes, which in turn can activate the original runes. Hubert inquired about the application of runes in alchemy, which was a deviation from the topic at hand. Flitwick displayed no sign of annoyance and patiently elucidated. Alchemy can be broadly categorized into two types. The first involves inscribing original runes onto magical materials and, based on practical applications, employing Gyrn runes to formulate alchemical equations that activate the original runes, thereby achieving specific functionalities. The second, more profound category can be succinctly summarized as the comprehension, deconstruction, and reconstitution of matter. This will be relevant to you in the future, so I shall refrain from elaborating at this moment. The capabilities of alchemical items are vast and formidable. Legend has it that the Philosopher's Stone grants immortality and can transmute base metals into gold. The only remaining Philosopher's Stone was crafted by Nicholas Flamel, who has lived for over 500 years. The Philosopher's Stone? Hubert exclaimed in astonishment, for he was aware that this particular stone was currently housed in Gringotts and would soon cause quite a stir upon its arrival at Hogwarts. Known also as the Sorcerer's Stone, it was originally created by wizards to store magical energy, primarily for powering potent magical circles, with other functionalities being merely ancillary. However, the creation of the Philosopher's Stone is exceedingly arduous, and presently, only Nicholas Flamel possesses the knowledge to forge it. To which submission does the 26 pertain? In the late spring of 1990, the sky was dim, and a gentle rain fell, casting a melancholic ambience. Faint dark clouds loomed over a modest two-story building, which stood quietly, exuding an air of sorrow and solitude. Although flanked by identical structures, it seemed to exist in isolation, as if transported to another realm. Peering through the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, one could glimpse a room adorned with antiquities. The walls were lined with peculiar artifacts, including totemic wood from Africa, a snake specimen from the rainforest, and statues from India. Near the window, a long wooden desk was cluttered with manuscripts and magazines. A man with long white hair, resembling cotton, was engrossed in his writings. His pale visage bore a profound sorrow, and around his neck hung a gold necklace inscribed with mysterious runes. Xenophilius Lovegood fervently rifled through the pages before him, striving to quell his restless heart steeped in grief, yet the image of that enchanting figure, eternally etched in his memory, persisted. Pandora. He finally uttered her name, feeling as though all his strength had drained away, his body slumping against the chair. His face was a canvas of fluctuating emotions, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh as if expelling all the negativity that had enveloped him. Pandora, I promise you, I will ensure our daughter grows up joyfully. Xenophilius resolutely resumed his work. The loss of his wife had dealt him a tremendous blow, shattering the once happy family in an instant. Yet, he could not falter. He had a daughter to care for. With Pandora gone, Luna was left with him as her sole guardian. A good magazine must steadfastly adhere to its theme. This was a frequent retort he employed against those who advised him otherwise. His discourse on the Erumpent was thorough yet excessively technical, lacking in engagement and misaligned with the magazine's style. The creature illustrated was cloaked in black fur, plump, with a beak resembling that of a duck and a vacant gaze. Daddy, is there anything fun? As Xenophilius prepared to delve back into the manuscript, a little girl with shimmering golden hair interspersed with brown entered the room. Her eyes were a striking silver gray, her brows delicate, and she wore a necklace crafted from a butterbeer bottle cap. Upon seeing his daughter, a smile broke across Xenophilius's face. He could not reveal his sorrow in her presence. He drew Luna close, gently stroking her golden locks, a hue reminiscent of Pandora's. What is this? Luna's silver-gray eyes scrutinized the illustration, where a snorkack was adorably scratching its head. Daddy, look at its tiny glasses and its beak that looks just like a duck's. It's so chubby and silly. Indeed, it is quite silly and endearing, just like my precious Luna. He chuckled warmly, witnessing his daughter's uninhibited laughter. Xenophilius felt a genuine smile emerge, a rarity since Pandora's passing. It's a snorkack, a charming magical creature. Noticing Luna's keen interest, he promptly shared details about the snorkack from Hubert's manuscript, hoping to divert her attention and alleviate her sorrow. Can I have one as a pet? Luna gazed at her father with longing silver-gray eyes. Faced with her eager expression, Xenophilius found it difficult to utter a refusal. The recent loss of her mother weighed heavily on his heart, and he did not wish to disappoint her. At last, under Luna's hopeful gaze, he nodded in agreement. "Wonderful. I'll make it bright red eyes," Luna exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement before dashing off to prepare for the eyes. In stark contrast to Luna's exuberance, Xenophilius felt a bittersweet blend of happiness and worry. He rejoiced in her joy, but was troubled by the uncertainty of how to procure a pet for her. This was his first encounter with such a magical creature, and he had never seen one even in Diagon Alley's menagerie. He picked up the manuscript once more, turning to the author's details. Hubert, residing at the stone cottage outside Hogwarts. Could he be a student of Hogwarts? It seemed only fitting to inquire with this author about where to acquire Snorkak. He was well aware of the esteemed Hogwarts, his headmaster Dumbledore being the greatest wizard of the age. In England, one might be oblivious to the identity of the Minister for Magic. Yet no one is unaware of Hogwarts and Dumbledore. He waved at the lethargic owl, its head drooping beside the desk, but the creature merely squinted, seemingly asleep. "Asha!" Xenophilius bellowed at the owl. Startled, the owl named Asha tumbled to the floor with a thud, then promptly flapped its wings and righted itself, landing back on the desk, tilting its head and regarding its master with wide, puzzled eyes. Xenophilius carefully entrusted the envelope to the owl, providing it with detailed instructions before finally opening the window. Clutching the envelope, the owl spread its wings and swiftly soared out of the window, vanishing into the distance. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a glimmer of light upon the dim sky. Chapter 27. Come forth. Hubert, unbeknownst to Xenophilius, Hubert, the subject of his thoughts, was likewise troubled. In the laboratory of the stone cottage, upon the enormous central work table, the previous array of jars and bottles had been cleared away, revealing 2 black garments laid flat. A Hogwarts student would undoubtedly recognize the style of these garments as akin to the school uniform. Yet unlike the Hogwarts attire, these were adorned with intricate golden runes. These runes intertwined in a complex and enigmatic fashion. Hubert gently traced the ring finger of his left hand with the index and middle fingers of his right, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the 2 garments. To an untrained eye, the runes on these garments would appear indistinguishable. However, for Hubert, who had studied under Flitwick for 3 years, the magical patterns were worlds apart, and, as their creator, he was intimately familiar with them. After experimenting with 50 types of magical conduits, he discovered that the golden silk produced by the Chinese blood silkworm yielded the best results for magic guidance, albeit at an exorbitant price. Fortunately, as he was crafting garments solely for himself, he could still manage with his gold galleons. The golden runes on the garments were woven from the silken threads of the blood silkworm, which were transported from the distant lands of China, rare and costly. Had Hubert not incurred significant expenses, he might not have acquired them at all. To this end, he borrowed 200 galleons from Hagrid, who now held the position of his most significant creditor. The substantial investment bore remarkable fruit. The culmination of 3 years of toil is represented by the 2 garments upon the table, unique alchemical creations of Hubert's design. Reflecting on the past, he couldn't help but chuckle at his initial fanciful ambition 3 years prior to create an alchemical cloak inscribed with magical circles to channel and release magic within his body. Yet, after delving deeper into the study of runes and alchemy, he realized how naive and rudimentary that idea had been. The realms of runes and alchemy are indeed intricate fields. It took him a year and a half to complete his studies in elementary runes, followed by an additional half-year to delve into intermediate runes and experiment with crafting simple alchemical products. The remaining year was devoted to expanding his knowledge of runes and researching the replication of the alchemical cloak described in the balance book. Upon delving deeper into his studies, Hubert uncovered significant flaws in his original concepts. The notion of inscribing magical runes onto garments and utilizing magical energy to activate them necessitated the embedding of corresponding magical circles within the fabric. However, the limited space of clothing could only accommodate a finite number of spells. It was impractical to create multiple outfits, each ready to be summoned during combat, and the very thought of such a chaotic scenario sent chills down his spine. Consequently, he adopted a novel approach. By mimicking the structure of blood vessels within the human body through the magical runes, he envisioned a system wherein the wizard could channel magical energy throughout their own body. Why not replicate the human anatomy with runes, weaving a network of magical pathways that would supplant the physical body, allowing for direct manipulation of magic through this intricate rune network? With the assistance of Frelevi, Hubert dedicated a year to meticulously crafting the primary rune network. On the table lay two garments, one adorned with a magical circle and the other with a rune network resembling human anatomy. While both could wield magic, their underlying principles were fundamentally distinct. Though the human rune network was not yet perfected, certain intricate pathways remained ambiguous. It was sufficient for casting lower-tier spells. In contrast, the alchemical cloak based on the Book of Balance was a well-developed design capable of unleashing formidable magic, yet offered limited potential for further development. Weighing the merits of both garments in his mind, Hubert ultimately opted for the design featuring the human rune network. Although the technology was still in its infancy, he had time to refine it, and the expansive potential for growth was a compelling factor. He retrieved an invisibility potion from his pouch and carefully dripped it along the rune pathways. As the potion touched the runes, the original golden patterns vanished entirely, transforming the garment into a deep black, indistinguishable from the Hogwarts uniform. He removed his long outer robe and donned the garment from the table. The moment it enveloped him, the concealed runes re-emerged, radiating a golden luminescence. The ruby on his left index finger seemed to resonate with the attire, emanating a crimson glow that intertwined with the golden light. Hubert found himself bathed in a harmonious blend of gold and red. Although the radiance flickered momentarily, he felt an intrinsic connection with the garment and the gemstone, as if they constituted a unified whole. The clothing and gem felt like extensions of his own body, rather than mere external objects, and he could manipulate them with his thoughts. Was this the essence of biological alchemy? Including the gemstone on his hand, he had transmuted it through biological alchemy into a magical gem, forming a cohesive ensemble with the attire. Levitation charm, Hubert exclaimed, retrieving a life tribute from his pocket and directing his magic at the other garment on the table. As he waved his wand and recited the incantation, the magical energy from the ring on his left hand flowed into the clothing enveloping him. The once invisible magical veins, through which mana flowed, emitted a faint golden glow upon the activation of the magic. The spell was unleashed from the tip of Hubert's wand, causing the previously motionless garments to gently rise from the table. At long last, success. Hubert exhaled a long sigh, the tension and worry of recent days finally dissipating. He felt no trace of mana coursing through his body. Instead, his mental energy guided the mana towards the magical patterns on the clothing. There remained much to perfect in the human magical veins, limiting him to casting only lower-level spells, while higher-level magic required further study. Hubert reminded himself of this. Yet the joy on his face was undeniable. The gem and the garments formed a singular entity, a creation of his own, unique in the world. What name should it bear? After a moment's contemplation, he decided on Hubert's ensemble, simple and clear. He also harbored a hope to transform this set into a legendary magical artifact, ensuring his name would be immortalized alongside it. Chapter 28. The store is finally opening. In the spacious laboratory, green and red lights danced about. Papers, flower pots, and quills floated in the air. Clad in his Hubert's ensemble, he elegantly wielded his wand with each step, momentarily free from the encroaching mana corruption, and eagerly practiced the spells he could now cast. Creak! The wooden door swung open. Hagrid's towering figure blocked the entrance, casting a shadow over the sunlight outside. Hagrid gazed in astonishment at the levitating objects within, his attention drawn to Hubert's golden glowing magical outfit. A look of delight spreading across his face. "I knew you could do it, Hubert," he called, waving for Hubert to come outside, as his large stature made it cumbersome for him to enter. Hagrid examined the garments Hubert wore, marveling at their design, which was identical to that of Hogwarts uniforms, indistinguishable in any way. Yet, just moments ago, he had seen the magical patterns glowing with golden light. Though he could not comprehend the intricacies of it, it did not hinder his happiness for Hubert. With this ensemble, Hubert's mana corruption issue seemed temporarily resolved. The magical robe, a unique alchemical creation, Hubert Spoonbrody, showcasing his work to Hagrid. After a moment of admiration, Hagrid began to speak. It turned out that Eastern Fantasyland had seen significant development over the past 3 years. Currently, there were 83 varieties of magical creatures within the Secret Realm, 53 of which were relatively common and bred quickly, while 30 were rare magical creatures akin to the elusive Sniffles. The rapid proliferation of ordinary magical creatures occupied a substantial space in Eastern Fantasyland. Consequently, Hubert resolved to open a pet shop, both to promote these delightful beings to wizards and to enhance their understanding of magical creatures, while alleviating the spatial pressures in Eastern Fantasyland and generating some galleons. Hubert found himself in considerable debt, with Hagrid, his principal creditor, standing right before him. Alchemy is an endeavor that demands considerable resources. Merely crafting the rudimentary version of the Hubert ensemble has left him in financial ruin. Moreover, he must contemplate future upgrades to the ensemble, delve into the legacy of old Hagrid, and construct a fantastical realm in the East. Hubert realizes he must establish a lucrative channel for acquiring galleons. Under the immense burden of present and impending debts, the notion of opening a pet shop naturally arises. However, as Hubert is still a minor, the laws set forth by the Ministry of Magic prohibit him from operating a shop. Thus, he requires Hagrid, his guardian, to assist him in managing essential matters. Hagrid, why spend 500 galleons on a house in Diagon Alley? That is a substantial sum, Hubert exclaimed. While I too find the place delightful, it is simply too costly. Hagrid shook his head in bewilderment. Mr. Kylus has informed us to collect the house today. We must be on our way. With the thunderous roar of a motorcycle and a plume of thick black smoke, Hagrid whisked Hubert into the sky. Wizards have myriad modes of transportation. Flying broomsticks are both stylish and exhilarating, while apparition offers speed. However, Hubert cannot fathom Hagrid's preference for the motorcycle, which is both time-consuming and arduous. This is the true way for a man to travel, young Hubert. Ha ha ha. Hagrid boomed, as the army green motorcycle belched a trail of smoke. It was Monday, 10 in the morning. Wizards were either occupied with work or comfortably ensconced at home, resulting in a sparse turnout in Diagon Alley. A few hurried wizards strode past, oblivious to the shops lining the streets. Compared to the throngs present during his last visit, Hubert would have doubted Hagrid had taken a wrong turn had he not spotted the familiar white edifice of the Gringotts Bank at the end of the street. Hello, Hagrid and Hubert. Emerged a middle-aged man clad in a black wizarding robe from a storefront adorned with windows. With round spectacles and a mustachioed smile, he exuded an air of sophistication. The shop was impeccably organized, and the documents had been duly notarized by the Ministry of Magic. Here is the key. From this moment forward, you are the proprietors of this establishment. Congratulations, he declared, handing Hagrid a brass key, his smile tinged with a hint of reluctance. Hubert's gaze fell upon the leather trunk at Kylus' feet. Kylus had become acquainted with a beautiful and romantic French, which named Gunyen. Despite the distance between them, their love flourished. After 5 years of enduring the trials of a long-distance relationship, they decided to conclude their courtship and embark upon the journey of matrimony. Kylus had willingly severed ties in England to relocate to France, and it was due to the urgency of this transition that Hubert was able to purchase the house at such a bargain price. I can hardly wait to meet my sunshine, Hubert exclaimed. Then, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your marriage. May you grow old together. Kylus led the two into the shop for inspection. The space was vast, spanning 2 levels, with staircases on either side leading to the upper floor. The shop's flooring, staircase, and railings are adorned with rustic wooden decor. At this moment, the shop stands empty, devoid of any items, all having been cleared away. The walls have been freshly painted with lime, presenting a pristine appearance. In accordance with your request, I have thoroughly cleaned both the upstairs and downstairs. It was no arduous task, merely a matter of rejuvenation. Carissa glided his hand over the wooden floor, not a speck of dust in sight, immaculate. Hubert nodded at Hagrid, who turned and said, Mr. Carissa, I am quite satisfied. Carissa stepped forward, embracing the man briefly before lifting his suitcase, preparing to depart. Sir, do you know where I might find house elf for adoption? Hubert suddenly inquired, recognizing the necessity for a dedicated manager for the future shop, as neither Hagrid nor he could remain there. Employing someone else felt unreliable, thus a loyal, hard-working house elf would be the ideal choice. Katasu regarded him with surprise. Typically, only pure-blood families possess house elves. They are quite coveted. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, You might check in Nocturne Alley. I've heard a stray elf has recently arrived there, although it seems to be a bit addled. With that, he grasped his suitcase, opened the door, and hurriedly departed. Chapter 29. Greetings, gold and silver. The narrow, low street was littered with filthy refuse, and the somber architecture added a layer of oppression to the already dreary atmosphere. A hunched figure, swathed in a tattered black cloak, lurked in the shadowy corner of the street, its eerie green eyes scrutinizing the passers-by. Yet, those traversing the street were hardly virtuous souls. An old hag, a werewolf, bloodsuckers. The dark creatures of the wizarding world exuded malevolence, their sinister presence palpable. This was Nocturne Alley, the darker counterpart to Diagon Alley, a nexus of shadows, the darkness beneath the sun. A tall and short figure emerged from the narrow alleyway, the towering silhouette blocking the scant sunlight that filtered through. Hagrid's curly hair obscured much of his face, and he donned a patched, long coat and sturdy boots, appearing disheveled, yet harmonizing with the ambience of Nocturne Alley. In stark contrast stood Hubert, with his fair complexion, dark hair, and eyes, adorned in a Hogwarts-style wizarding robe, a red gem gracing his left hand. He exuded an air of refinement and cleanliness, utterly out of place in this grim setting. The duo's presence startled the dark wizards lurking in the shadows. The hunched old hag and the hidden dark wizards turned their gaze toward them. Hubert could perceive the unabashed greed, brutality, and bloodlust in their eyes, pure darkness and madness, devoid of any semblance of kindness or love. Suddenly, he grasped Dumbledore's unwavering stance. If Voldemort were to lead these dark wizards to dominate the world, what kind of place would it become, and what would humanity devolve into? Hagrid stepped forward, his towering frame shielding Hubert from view, and pointed emphatically at a corner where a hunched old wizard in tattered robes stood, exclaiming, "Tell me where I can find a stray house elf, and this silver sickle shall be yours." The old wizard observed the green glow emanating from Silver Seiko's eyes. Leaning on his staff, he turned to the encroaching shadows and let out a fierce roar, causing the onlookers to cast reluctant glances at Hagrid before dispersing. He extended his gnarled, slender left hand, resembling a chicken's claw, as Hagrid placed Silver Seiko into his grasp. Hagrid's large hand firmly gripped Hubert, and following the old wizard's instructions, they ascended the stone steps. Hubert discreetly surveyed this world, so starkly different from Diagon Alley, where words like dim, dilapidated, and filthy found their rightful place. "Stay close to me," Hagrid whispered urgently. "I truly cannot fathom why I agreed to bring you here." Recalling Hubert's incessant entreaties, Hagrid rubbed his head in frustration, still feeling a twinge of pain. After receiving word from Karas about the presence of house elves in Turnover Alley, Hubert's curiosity had compelled him to seek out the place. When he shared this proposal with Hagrid, the latter vehemently opposed it. Yet, how could Hagrid's wits match Hubert's persistence? After a decade of acquaintance, Hubert knew Hagrid's character intimately. Through a blend of reason and relentless pleading, Hagrid finally conceded. "I promise to heed your instructions and remain silent." Hubert reiterated his assurance. As they rounded a corner, they arrived at a filthy, shadowy nook, startling a swarm of flies that buzzed away, while the nauseating stench of mingled refuse assaulted their senses. In the darkness, a diminutive, frail figure scuttled among the debris, its withered hands rummaging through the trash in search of something enigmatic. "Hello, little elf, I am Hubert," he introduced himself, displaying no aversion to the foul odor. The house elf turned, revealing its large, round, brownish-yellow eyes glimmering in the gloom. The elf seemed incredulous that someone sought him out, blinking in bewilderment. "Oh, are you speaking to Jean, esteemed wizard?" The elf's voice trembled, laced with fear and inferiority. Hubert nodded, his fair face breaking into a smile. House elves are a peculiar group, serving as the subservient minions of wizards, taking pride in their servitude. They are often timid and self-effacing, yet exhibit unwavering loyalty to their masters. Their perspectives irrevocably distorted by years of oppression. Jean Yin's face reflected astonishment. He could hardly believe a wizard smiled at him. A wild house elf. He was born to parents abandoned by their master. His parents had been cast out due to their transgressions, leaving them without a home, as no wizard would take them in. They had merely lost their master's copper knickknack. House elves without a master lead tragic lives, bereft of work, sustenance, or shelter. His parents had raised him on the leftover scraps from the rubbish heap, yet they perished in the biting cold of hunger and despair. After the death of his parents, Jean had grown up amidst the refuse. Although indoctrinated by his parents' servitude mentality, he harbored his own thoughts. He did not wish to be foolish like them. He merely sought a master to serve diligently until his demise. He yearned for employment, remuneration, and the means to indulge in delicious food. "I wish to hire you and offer you a job." Hubert candidly expressed his intentions. "Is that so? Can you fulfill my request?" Jean emerged from the refuse, his frail frame draped in a layer of skin, adorned with tattered black rags that exuded an unpleasant odor. His body trembled, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of astonishment and apprehension. "Indeed, I desire a reward. Permit me to don splendid garments and savor delectable meals," Jean added. This evoked memories of another intriguing house elf, Dobby. If they were to meet, they would undoubtedly share many common themes. "Is that true? Are you willing to grant Jean a galleon? Are you inclined to employ Jean?" The excitement overwhelmed him, and he circled Hubert, muttering incessantly. Suddenly, he clung to Hubert's leg, bursting into tears, his cries a blend of sorrow and bitterness, yet tinged with joy. Hubert, understanding the depths of Jean Yin's emotions, refrained from interrupting. This was a moment of hope emerging from despair. In Chapter 30, Lovecraft paid a visit. In the dimly lit Nocturne alley, Hubert and Jean reached an accord. Hubert retrieved a blank parchment made of sheepskin from his satchel. This was a blank wizard-esque contract. As he recited the oath, words materialized upon the parchment. This was a newly drafted master-servant agreement, stipulating that henceforth, both Jean and his descendants would serve Hubert and his lineage for generations without end. Under the sanctity of this covenant, Hubert pledged his protection to Jean, bestowing him with honor, while Jean vowed loyalty and diligence in his service to Hubert. Hubert's countenance was solemn, and as he spoke, the contract's text gradually appeared. Upon completing the oath, he pricked his finger, leaving a blood mark on the contract. This was a blood oath, rooted in their very veins, destined to be passed down through the ages. Jean's hands trembled as he completed the agreement, similarly drawing blood and pressing his mark upon the contract. The moment his imprint touched the parchment, flames erupted from its center, swiftly consuming the document, transforming it into a golden light that ascended into the unknown sky. With the master-servant contract established, Hubert felt a silken thread binding him to Jean. This was the covenant thread, containing the essence of their agreement. Only if one party violated the terms could the other dissolve the contract. Otherwise, they would remain eternally linked across generations. As the morning sun poured down from the heavens, a flock of white birds gracefully formed a line, soaring across the azure sky above Nocturne Alley. Unfortunately, the cacophony of bustling wizards below rendered them oblivious to the tranquility of the heavens. As the weekend brought a resurgence of prosperity to the alley, on the steps before a tree stood two figures, one large and one small. The larger figure wore an outer sweater coat over a white lace blouse, with a head of silver curls resembling cotton candy cascading down his cheeks, adorned with a golden necklace. Lovecraft held his daughter Luna's hand firmly. Today, Luna donned a white dress, her light golden hair braided and swept back, revealing her delicate, fair face. Lovecraft gazed at the wall in confusion, then produced a receipt from his pocket to scrutinize the address carefully. The address was correct, yet there was no shop for magical creatures to be found, only a green wall. Lovegood scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. The presence of this verdant wall amidst the bustling street lined with shops was indeed peculiar. Perhaps it lay concealed behind the leaves, much like a hidden creature. Luna's silvery gray eyes curiously scrutinized the green barrier before she spoke, her composure since Pandora's passing bestowing upon her unparalleled observational prowess. As Lovegood grew anxious, the branches and leaves between two trees seemed to sense his turmoil. To their astonishment, the foliage swiftly retracted towards the trunks, revealing a portal in the blink of an eye. Above the entrance hung a sign that read fantastic beasts and where to find them. With great care, Lovegood ascended the steps and stepped through the portal, greeted by a burst of fresh air. The spacious, well-lit hall featured a series of round wooden tables accompanied by matching chairs, inviting guests to enjoy tea and respite. Behind the resting area stood a semicircular wooden counter, adorned with a stack of brochures. The surrounding walls were covered in oil-finished wood, punctuated by orderly hexagonal windows. On either side of the hall, staircases led to the second floor, giving the entire space a pristine and orderly appearance. Welcome, Mr. Lovegood and Miss Luna. The proprietor has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Allow me to escort you to the young master. A house elf named Jean emerged from behind the round counter, dressed in a well-fitted black suit and white shirt. He sported a wooden badge reading manager on his right breast. His previously grimy visage had been cleansed, revealing smooth, unwrinkled skin and bright, hazel eyes that sparkled with vitality. Unlike other house elves, often marked by dull, wrinkled skin, Jean appeared adorably naive. Upon seeing the transformed Jean, Hubert was reminded of the later Dobby and Winky, struggling to reconcile the stark contrast in their appearances. It was later revealed that Jean was not particularly old. His disheveled appearance was merely a result of prolonged wandering amidst refuse. After a brief training period, Jean assumed his role as manager. Although he was a house elf with an endearing demeanor, his capabilities were formidable. Most adult wizards would find themselves no match for him. Are you a house elf or the manager? Lovegood inquired, intrigued by Jean's confident and well-dressed appearance, which starkly contrasted his preconceived notions. In pure-blood wizard families, house elves were not uncommon, often clad in rags and tasked with menial labor, frequently subjected to their master's unfounded ire. Yet, house elves were typically characterized by timidity, self-doubt, and a pitiable demeanor. This is all a gift from the young master, Jean expressed with a face full of gratitude and admiration, overwhelmed with appreciation for Hubert, who had rescued him, granting him freedom, wealth, status, and everything he now possessed. "Hubert, you say?" Lovegood mused, his curiosity about him piqued. "Daddy, look, there are such beautiful creatures inside the wall." Luna suddenly exclaimed, her attention captured as she leaned over the hexagonal glass, intently studying the wonders within. Through the transparent, hexagonal glass, one could behold a verdant patch of grass, approximately 4 square meters in size, where 4 chickens adorned with resplendent blue feathers leisurely stroll, occasionally tilting their heads in contemplation. Luna observed for a moment before swiftly redirecting her gaze to another hexagonal glass enclosure nearby. This space, though modest, was surrounded by phantoms of forest, with a semicircular sky above, occasionally shedding gentle droplets of rain. At the center of this realm stood a flower pot, housing a lotus that was currently unfurling its pink luminescence, seemingly celebrating the rain. The interior space, expanded through a stretching spell, was tailored by its owner to create the most comfortable environment for the flora and fauna within. As Jean explained to Luna, "What a kind little master. How fortunate it would have been to encounter him sooner," she mused. Pointing at the multitude of hexagonal glass enclosures before her, Luna's lips parted slightly in wonder. "Are all of these designed by him?" "Indeed. They are all crafted by the little master," Jean replied, pride illuminating her face. Chapter 31. The Lark. "Luna, my little master, we have finally awaited your arrival," she began. "Why does this rabbit walk upright? Why does it dwell within a house? How can this branch move? And why is that frog purple with such large eyes?" Luna transformed into a whirlwind of inquiries. Her inherent intelligence and curiosity blossomed here, unveiling countless questions. She yearned to immerse herself in this enchanting realm of creatures, eager to explore every facet of it. With her hands clasped behind her back and an expression of serene contemplation, she tilted her adorable head, frequently posing questions. Lovegood felt elated, witnessing his daughter Luna's joy. Since Pandora's passing, Luna had finally returned to her former self. In the expansive, tranquil hall, 2 small figures navigated between the hexagonal glass. Unlike the exuberant father and daughter duo, Jeanine found herself somewhat troubled by the incessant curiosity of Luna. At last, Jeanine beckoned toward the stack of papers on the semicircular counter, causing a thin book to float towards her. "Miss Luna, this is the compendium of all the creatures curated by the Little Master. It contains their complete descriptions, and this copy is for you." Then, addressing Lovegood, she added, "The Little Master is awaiting you. I shall escort you now." Lovegood had no choice but to guide Luna, who was engrossed in her newfound booklet, up to the 2nd floor. As Luna ascended, it felt as though she had passed through a delicate membrane. Her face was alight with astonishment, and the book inadvertently slipped from her grasp. The spectacle on the 2nd floor was utterly breathtaking. The once spacious room of 80 to 90 square meters had vanished, replaced by a sprawling expanse of grass. To the east lay a small grove. The surroundings were shrouded in a mystic haze, rendering the boundaries indistinct. The sky above was a canvas of blue and white clouds, soaring beyond comprehension. Within the thicket, a slender green snake slithered stealthily, its head adorned with 2 prominent bulges. As the trio entered this realm, the little green snake abruptly lifted its head, anxiously surveying its surroundings, before darting away in the opposite direction with a swift motion. "Hubert is a fool. Hubert is a simpleton. Hubert is not as clever as the lark. Lark, if you have the ability, come down here and see if I want to teach you a lesson." A child of about 10, with fair skin and clad in a black robe, emerged from the woods. His disheveled black hair and dirt-streaked face gave him a rather disordered appearance. Hubert panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow, casting a resentful glare at the raucous bird above him. He desperately wished to cast a leg-locking spell on it. This bird, known as the lark, truly lived up to its name, possessing remarkable intelligence. The lark, with its high IQ, could speak and delighted in teasing others. Much like humans, its intellect matured as it grew, and an adult lark's intelligence approached that of a grown person. It is a magical creature capable of controlling the wind, and its speed is astonishing. Hubert had recently opened a shop and brought several high-grade magical creatures from the Eastern fantasy realm, which were willing to come out. After several days of boredom in this expanded space, the lark longed to venture outside, a notion Hubert vehemently opposed. Angered, the lark threw a tantrum. During Hubert's visit to feed it, the lark began to play tricks on him, tossing stones and clods of dirt. Hubert attempted to catch it, but its speed far surpassed his, leading to a frenetic chase between the boy and the bird. "Lark, if you don't come down, I want to feed you today." Suddenly struck by inspiration, Hubert laughed heartily at the lark hovering in the air. No matter how mischievous you are, you cannot escape my grasp. Ha ha ha. However, it seemed Hubert's pride had swelled too much. The lark did not descend in defeat, but instead circled the grass, shouting at the top of its lungs. Hubert is mistreating the birds. Hubert is withholding food from them. Hubert is a villain. The bird brethren are rebelling. Hubert stood dumbfounded, watching the lark's lamentations in the sky, caught between laughter and exasperation. As the lark continued its cries, a young lion chasing butterflies paused to respond with a low growl. Even a timid green snake peeked out from the grass to observe the commotion. The woods echoed with the sounds of flapping wings, heralding the arrival of other avian magical creatures ready to lend support. Leg-locking spell. Fearing the situation was escalating, Hubert quickly drew his wand to quell the lark. These magical creatures possessed high intelligence, and he could not allow the lark to incite them. The lark blew a gentle breeze, countering the spell. It wiggled its brightly patterned rear, expressing its discontent. Suddenly, the lark's eyes sparkled, and it soared towards the newly arrived Luna, exclaiming, "Beautiful mistress, beautiful mistress. Please save this poor lark." Hubert, now utterly perplexed, watched as the lark nestled against Luna's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek. He knew all too well that this was a male bird. "Lark, are you certain you wish to acknowledge Luna as your mistress?" According to the customs of the Eastern fantasy realm, no one could force another to accept a master. High-level combat magical creatures must choose their masters of their own volition. Hubert spoke earnestly to the lark. These intelligent magical beings could discern right from wrong, even at a young age. Hubert had previously agreed with them that if they wished to leave the Eastern fantasy realm, they could move to the second floor of the shop, to this particular space. Hubert selected individuals under certain conditions to bring them here, where magical creatures choose their masters according to their own will and depart to embark on a new life. The lark continuously repeated its preference for a beautiful mistress, a beautiful mistress, a beautiful mistress. Lovegood and Luna stood in astonishment, gazing at Hubert and the peculiar little bird. It was their first encounter with such an intelligent, talking magical creature, and it was utterly enchanting. Suppressing a headache, Hubert explained the situation to the two of them and introduced the lark. He turned to Luna with utmost seriousness and asked, "Miss Luna, do you wish to bond with the lark and care for it lovingly?" A radiant smile blossomed on Luna's face as she expressed her fondness for the quirky little bird. "I wish to become partners with the lark and cherish it with my life." Hubert nodded in agreement to the lark, which immediately chirped joyfully, "Hubert is a good person, and Mistress Luna is an even better master. The best master." The little master retorted with dissatisfaction, ignoring the banter between the sprite and the bird. Hubert produced a contract and handed it to Lovegood. "As a renowned editor of Always Contrarian, your identity and family wealth fully meet the adoption criteria. This document pertains to the adoption of the lark. Please review it. If there are no issues, as Miss Luna's guardian, you may sign on her behalf, and upon payment, you can take the lark home." Lovegood took the contract and began to read, as was his habit. The contract outlined the conditions for adopting a high-level magical creature, with no particularly extraordinary stipulations. He signed the contract and returned it to Hubert for safekeeping. In Chapter 32, Hubert expressed his delight in collaborating with them. He secured the documents and retrieved a blue pouch from his satchel, presenting it to Luna. "This is our store's exclusive pet pouch. If needed, you can house your pet within it by simply placing food inside. This pouch is a specially crafted space pet pouch made through alchemical techniques, designed solely for the storage of pets. When a wizard first allows a magical creature into the pouch, if the creature recognizes the wizard as its master, an image of the respective pet will appear on the pouch, and the pet will remain inside. During the recognition process, the pouch does not restrict the creature's entry or exit. However, once recognized, the wizard may impose limitations. Lark, you must enter the pet pouch to complete the bonding process." Hubert instructed the lark. "I won't go inside. I won't go inside." The lark protested. Hubert shook his head in resignation, feeling somewhat helpless regarding this extraordinary little creature. Fortunately, it now belonged to Luna, relieving him of the burden, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Through Luna's persistent persuasion and enticing offers, the lark finally agreed to temporarily enter the pouch to complete the recognition ceremony, under the condition that Luna would release it afterward and never insist on it entering again. Once the lark flew into the pet pouch, a vibrant image of a bird resembling the lark appeared on the formerly blue pouch. Luna tenderly caressed the pet pouch, as if it were the most precious treasure. "Come forth, my companion lark." As Luna called out, a beam of azure light emanated, followed by the chirping of a lark. Luna, the most beautiful Luna. The room was bright, adorned with simplicity. A wooden desk stood near the window, while in the corner, A set of sofas and a file rack were positioned. Only the top tier of the file rack held a few documents. The rest remained utterly barren. Hubert sat on an armchair, pouring a cup of green tea for the opposite Lovegood and Luna, wisps of steam curling above the teacup. Luna was playfully engaging with the lark. Since its arrival, she had devoted all her attention to it. The lark, lively and mischievous, and Luna, whimsical and quirky, were truly a match made in serendipity. "Thank you, Mr. Hubert," Lovegood expressed sincerely. "You have restored Luna's smile, and as her father, I am profoundly grateful." He felt entirely reassured, knowing that Luna had fully emerged from the shadow of Pandora's demise. It was the lark that chose Luna. Gratitude was due to our charming magical creature. Hubert, however, modestly attributed the credit to the lark. Lovegood was the editor of the Counterpoint, a publication that, while met with mixed reviews within the magical community, wielded considerable influence. He hoped to utilize the magazine to promote the shop magical creatures wear, allowing more wizards to discover its enchanting inhabitants. "They are delightful, and I have a fondness for these extraordinary magical beings. Your submission to the magazine was quite engaging. Could you elaborate on it?" The two men delved into the core of the matter. Lovegood indeed had a keen interest in magical creatures and cherished these peculiar beings. Hubert, having devoted years to study and research, had become well acquainted with these creatures, particularly those residing in the Eastern Fantasia, for which he had compiled meticulous notes. Although Hubert's language lacked humor and wit, his logic was clear and his descriptions precise. At pivotal moments, he would reference his compendium of creatures to impress Lovegood. In the luminous room, a young girl in a white dress played with a vividly colored bird, while the two men engaged in focused conversation on the sofa. The teacups on the long table exuded wisps of steam. "I am delighted that you have organized your research for publication in the Counterpoint. It is an honor for our magazine. It is also my privilege. I have great affection for the Counterpoint." Hubert sipped his tea. "The shop will officially open on May 1st, and I would like to place an advertisement in the magazine, if possible." "Certainly, as a token of gratitude for your assistance to Luna. The advertisement will be free of charge," Lovegood replied with a smile. After concluding their serious discussion, the two men engaged in casual conversation. "The lark's name is simply Lark. It must not be changed." The lark suddenly squawked, flapping its wings and soaring into the air, protesting towards Luna. "Lark is the name of the species. Many larks are called Lark. You are unique. Shouldn't you have a name that belongs solely to you?" Luna gently persuaded, her tone calm, yet her eyes sparkling with liveliness. The lark seemed swayed, ceasing its outcry but still refusing to descend. Luna hastily continued, "When you become a magnificent lark in the future, others will extol your name, a name that belongs solely to you. The lark is clever and articulate. Why not simply call it Chatterbox?" "Chatterbox, Chatterbox," it rolls off the tongue, making it easier for others to remember and sing your praises. Luna's voice remained calm, as though she were discussing an unrelated matter. Although the lark was intelligent, it had little interaction with humans and, naturally, did not comprehend the meaning of Chatterbox. Listening to Luna's persuasion, particularly the notion of being memorable, it was quite taken. Henceforth, the lark would be known as Chatterbox, Chatterbox, Chatterbox. Flapping its wings joyfully, Chatterbox called out in delight at having a new name. Hubert's lips twitched as he gazed curiously at the mischievous young girl, perplexed by her choice of name for the lark. However, he paid it little mind. Now that the playful lark had Luna, who was far more formidable, to keep it in check, he chuckled heartily. Chapter 33. The Eve of the Grand Opening. Under Lovegood's direction, the latest issue of Counterpoint featured a vibrant cover adorned with an image of a young bird. Upon turning to the first page, one would find a large feature on the lark Chatterbox, complete with a profile introduction. In the dynamic image, Chatterbox proudly held its head high, spreading its broad, colorful wings and chattering incessantly. Since Luna had enlightened it on the concept of fame, Chatterbox had been unable to forget it. Upon learning about Hubert's promotional efforts, it affectionately pestered Luna for assistance, leading to its flamboyant introduction in the magazine. The latest issue of Counterpoint contains the newest information on magical creatures. The latest news regarding fantastic beasts can be found in Counterpoint. In Diagon Alley, 3 teenage boys waved their copies of Counterpoint and shouted loudly. Their green crossbody bags containing the magazine. This street vending method was devised by Hubert, inspired by the Muggle world's newspaper selling techniques. Though not particularly sophisticated, it proved effective. The curious shouts piqued the interest of wizards in the street. They were familiar with Counterpoint, which generally reported on unusual commentary, receiving mixed reviews in the wizarding community. "I've heard of Counterpoint, but what exactly is this Fantastic Beasts?" remarked a wizard disdainfully. "It's just a trashy magazine. What is there to pay attention to?" Yet, He couldn't help but glance over. I've heard that it's a new magical pet shop opened in Diagon Alley, rumored to sell dragons. Exclaimed another. Dragons? Those are prohibited creatures. Aren't they afraid of the Aurors checking them? As more wizards gathered, their curiosity piqued by the crowd, some approached to see what was happening. 30 nuts, please, give me a copy. Finally, one wizard could no longer contain his curiosity and purchased a magazine. And give me one as well. My son has been longing for a pet, and a discount would be even better. I'll take one too, with one leading the charge. Others could not resist following suit, eagerly purchasing their own copies. The wizard who had acquired a peculiar creature was instantly captivated by the proud and beautiful Liao Dao, particularly by its enchanting demeanor, which held a profound charm for female wizards. What a delightful creature! How utterly adorable! One which exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. This is Liao Dao, a lark, she continued. I have heard of this bird. It can speak and possesses magical abilities. In adulthood, its power rivals that of a fully fledged wizard. The male wizard beside her spoke with incredulity, unable to comprehend how such a precious bird could be up for sale. Is it truly possible to acquire a lark? The witch mused, disregarding the details of its power. Pray, what does the magazine say about this lark and its abilities? The outer circle of wizards observed those inside, engrossed in reading the magazine, occasionally exchanging comments or gasps of astonishment. Their curiosity piqued. They could not resist inquiring. But the wizards within were too absorbed to respond, intent on their newfound fascination. With a dismissive remark, they lowered their heads back to the magazine and drifted away, leaving behind a silhouette of earnest study. I want a copy too, one of the outer wizards exclaimed, pushing into the inner circle, venting his frustration. However, upon glimpsing the content, he too became absorbed, flaunting the magazine to the others outside. The three youths selling the magazines wore expressions of disbelief as they witnessed the rapid sales. The hundreds of copies they had brought were nearly depleted. Lovegood recognized one of the hired boys as part of the trio. All 300 sold out? And in less than an hour, he exclaimed, astonished by the unprecedented success compared to his past sales experiences. Indeed, we need another 100 copies. The wizards are enamored, the boy replied hastily. Lovegood quickly processed this information and took the boy to fetch more magazines from storage, while instructing his staff to expedite the printing process. Given the current sales velocity, their stock would be insufficient, and sales were destined to reach new heights. How many more should we print? 800 or perhaps 1,600? He pondered softly, his cheeks flushed with excitement. With the rising popularity of the Singing Contradictions magazine, an increasing number of wizards became aware of the magical pet shop. Where are the magical creatures? And of Liao Dao, the lark. The magazine depicted these wondrous beings as not only beautiful and adorable, but also magical creatures capable of sorcery. Most wizards had never before encountered such rare species, their uniqueness striking awe among the wizarding community. These magical beings had been meticulously selected by Hubert over the past few years from the Forbidden Forest, with some even sourced from foreign wildernesses with Hagrid's assistance. Residing in the magical realm of the Eastern fantasy land, these creatures had developed a certain intelligence, allowing them to discern human intentions. Some of the inherently charming beings held a particular allure for female wizards, proving to be irresistibly captivating. For instance, Liao Dao, while playful and mischievous, also possessed an ability to be endearing and sweet-tongued. In no time, Liao Dao's fame spread among the wizards, becoming one of the hot topics of conversation in their circles. Even some female wizards have inquired about the whereabouts of the talkative Luna, as a magazine featured an account of their encounter. Chapter 34, The Grand Opening. In a certain area of Wiltshire, England, a stately castle stands majestically upon a verdant lawn. Surrounding the castle are meticulously trimmed trees and shrubs, while white peacocks and birds roam freely across the grass. At the heart of the lawn lies a grand circular fountain, with scattered droplets of water splashing and transforming into various forms. Upon entering the castle from the lawn, one is greeted by opulent decorations. The floor is adorned with African pattern carpets, and the walls are embellished with shimmering ornaments, giving the room a resplendent allure. Dominating the central wall of the Grand Hall is a series of enormous frames, each housing portraits of figures with light golden hair and pallid faces. Though their appearances may vary, they all exude an air of nobility and elegance. In the middle of the hall, a young boy of around 10 years peers anxiously outside, as if awaiting something. He possesses light golden hair, grayish-white eyes, a pointed chin, and a pale complexion. His name is Draco Malfoy, the heir of a noble pureblood wizarding family. Young master, here is the counterpoint you requested. A thin, ragged house elf hurriedly approached. its pitiful eyes wide with concern as it carefully presented the magazine to its young master. Draco received it with an impassive demeanor, his expression serene, betraying no trace of his previous anxiety. He elegantly turned the pages, skipping the initial sections until he reached the middle. The magazine featured a striking image of a crimson hatchling dragon, its wings unfurled as it swoops down from the azure sky, a fiery breath brewing within its mouth. Through the paper, one could sense the intense heat. Its smooth scales glimmered a vivid scarlet, and it bore a lion-like nose, adorned with a circlet of golden, tassel-like spines, while its eyes bulged with intensity. Draco's grayish eyes gleamed with eagerness as he read the description of the hatchling. This dragon, known as the Fireball from China, is a combative breed. However, unlike typical fire dragons, it can tolerate its kin and sometimes shares territory with its kind. Most of the information regarding the Chinese Fireball was sourced from Charlie and subsequently edited and published in the magazine by Hubert. Draco, a sharp voice called from above, causing Draco to jolt, the magazine falling with a thud onto the carpet. Slowly lifting his gaze, he met the cold, steely eyes of his father, Lucius, while the house elf Dobby cowered in the corner, trembling. "Father, I'm sorry," Draco murmured, bowing his head. Lucius's pale visage was etched with disdain, seemingly more displeased by Draco's lowered gaze than anything else. "Raise your head, Malfoy," he commanded icily. As a member of the esteemed pure-blood Malfoy lineage, one must never bow their head and forsake the family's pride. At his father's words, Draco immediately lifted his chin, a look of haughty defiance gracing his features. He idolized his father and took great pride in the Malfoy name. He was a Malfoy, proud and noble. This third-rate, worthless magazine should not squander your precious time. Instead, you ought to learn the ways of nobility and how to attain power and glory. These are the true aspirations that a Malfoy should pursue. Lucius disdainfully discarded chanting contradictions like refuse at the trembling feet of Dobby, forcefully kicking him out the door while coldly commanding, "Dispose of it." Never again allow Draco to purchase such items. Deep within Draco's eyes lingered a sense of reluctance, yet his countenance remained composed and proud. On the 1st of May, under a clear azure sky and a radiant sun, Fantastic Beasts opened its doors promptly at 8 in the morning. A crimson carpet was laid out in front, adorned with an array of fruits and delicacies atop a constructed platform. Playful children occasionally snatched an apple, and the staff merely smiled, unperturbed. The children's audacity grew, beckoning more companions to join them. 2 female attendants, armed with flyers, explained details to inquisitive wizards, simultaneously handing them a brochure. "Today marks the grand opening celebration of our magical pet shop. Simply fill out the information as per the instructions on the flyer and return it to us to participate in our lottery. Should you win, you could have the opportunity to adopt our exquisite battle magical creatures, rare and precious indeed." "Is it like the nagging ones?" a little girl inquired with wide, glistening eyes. "Certainly. Our magical creature shop offers even more adorable animals, so little ones, do your best," the attendant replied, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Encouraged, the little girl tugged at her mother's side, filled out a form, and handed it to the attendant. Such scenes had transpired numerous times, and the attendants were well versed in their duties. "Remember, our shop officially opens at 10:30, and that is when the lottery will take place," the attendant reminded once more. Amidst the clamor and excitement, time swiftly passed. The crowd outside Fantastic Beasts swelled, predominantly families with children. Young wizards curiously peered into the shop, many having encountered the nagging creatures illustrated in chanting contradictions, pestering their parents to procure a pet. With a resounding bang of firecrackers, colorful streamers filled the sky, and the eager crowd erupted in cheers. Amidst the jubilations, a boy of about 10 emerged from the green portal and ascended the constructed platform. Hubert, clad in his enchanted robe and with his hair meticulously styled, appeared more vibrant than ever. "Welcome, everyone, to the grand opening ceremony of our magical pet shop, Fantastic Beasts," he proclaimed with an amplified charm, silencing the crowd with his powerful voice. Fantastic Beasts boasts 53 ordinary magical creatures and 15 special battle magical creatures, all of which are rare finds in the market. We hope to match these delightful beings with loving owners, perhaps you, or perhaps you. As Hubert gestured, the young wizards below cheered in unison. "I shall say no more. Please, come inside and witness for yourselves." At the conclusion of the intermission, we shall draw 2 fortunate audience members who will have the opportunity to adopt our exquisite magical creatures. I hereby declare the grand opening of Fantastic Beasts. With a resounding pop, the streamers flutter once more, and the young wizards eagerly cheer as they rush inside. Chapter 35, Neville Longbottom. Neville Longbottom, the heir of the pure-blood wizarding family, the Longbottoms. However, unlike his equally pure-blooded counterpart Draco, he does not bask in the glory and prestige that accompany such a lineage. His parents, once valiant warriors, fell victim to the persecution of Death Eaters when Neville was but a child, and they now reside in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Their spirits shattered, they remain oblivious to Neville's presence even when he is by their side. Raised by a strict yet resilient grandmother, Neville holds deep affection and respect for her. Lady Longbottom hopes Neville will grow into a courageous wizard, like his parents, embodying the indomitable spirit of the Longbottom legacy. Neville once aspired to become such a figure, yet the reality proved otherwise. His magical aptitude was lacking, and he often struggled with forgetfulness and poor memory. His uncle and others even questioned his potential to become a wizard, a sentiment Neville shared until a fateful incident where he was inadvertently dropped out of a window by his uncle, yet miraculously survived. Much like the latter part of his name, his childhood was fraught with difficulties and tragedy, but, akin to his name, could not have been worse. Growing up in such an environment, Neville was plagued by insecurity and timidity, yet he refused to surrender, striving to transform himself. At the age of 8, after surviving the fall and confirming his wizarding abilities, he experienced perhaps the happiest moment of his childhood when his uncle, in a fit of joy, gifted him a toad. Surrounded by many young wizards, he remained curious, for he too would soon embark on his journey to Hogwarts to become a brave wizard like his parents. "Grandma, that person on stage is incredibly bold. I wouldn't dare to speak up there," he whispered to the plump figure of the elderly woman beside him. Clad in a vintage long dress and holding a red handbag, adorned with a hat featuring a vulture specimen. This was his beloved grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, a respected and endearing old witch. Lady Longbottom gently tousled Neville's dark hair, her eyes shimmering with affection before her expression turned stern. "Neville, you should learn from him. That boy appears to be just like you." "Yes, Grandma." Under her constant guidance, Neville lowered his voice, his round face flushed with color. As Hubert officially announced the opening, Neville and his grandmother joined the throng, passing through the verdant portal into the Hall of Fantastic Beasts. "Wow, this place is magnificent," Neville exclaimed, his mouth agape and eyes wide with wonder. The spacious hall, now devoid of tables and chairs, teemed with adults and children alike. Above the semicircular counter, a colossal screen hung, showcasing videos about magical creatures. "Young ones, this is an introduction to all the pets available in the store." The temporary waitresses, adorned in red uniforms, weaved through the crowd with cheerful smiles, distributing pamphlets to the young wizards. This little creature, named Crookshanks, resembled a twig, and the dental features of that red rabbit were rather pronounced. He touched his own teeth and compared them with the rabbit's prominent front teeth, which seemed larger. "Which one do you prefer?" "Grandma will buy one for you," encouraged Mrs. Longbottom, her gaze fixed on Neville, who cherished his grandson dearly, yet his timidity concerned her greatly. "What merits does that toad possess? It would be better to discard it entirely. I truly cannot fathom why Algie bought that for you." Upon hearing his grandmother's lament, Neville, who had intended to voice a response, merely mumbled softly and fell silent. With the pamphlet in hand and bolstered by Mrs. Longbottom's encouragement, he gazed through the hexagonal glass window at the pets that piqued his interest. In stark contrast to Neville's toad, Hubert's pets were meticulously selected, exhibiting charming, delightful, and exquisite appearances, a rarity in the market. Like other young wizards, Neville eagerly flitted from one hexagonal window to another, inspecting the pets showcased within the pamphlet. In the hall, clusters of young wizards pressed their faces against the glass, adorned with expressions of curiosity and excitement, while those with a shared fondness for particular pets huddled together in animated discussions. Before the semicircular counter, the parents of young wizards formed a neat queue, guiding their children. Jeanine, dressed in the attire of the store manager and sporting a name badge, stood atop a specially crafted stool behind the counter. With a warm smile, he handed a wooden cage, a pamphlet, and a bag of specialized pet food, produced from magical creatures, to a well-dressed, middle-aged wizard across from him. "Thank you for your patronage. The total is 3 galleons." In the sweetness of Jean Yin's smile, the middle-aged wizard paid the galleons and presented the pet to his child, who immediately erupted in cheers, prompting a knowing smile from the father, who felt his galleons well spent. Since acquiring the Nargle, Luna's life had transformed dramatically. With the Nargle's companionship, she had truly emerged from the sorrow of her mother's departure. A new sunlight graced her life, brought by the Nargle, which infused her household with laughter. Compared to her former self, the current Luna remained whimsical, yet now radiated a charm that drew others in rather than repelling them. A cyan fabric pouch adorned her waist, embroidered with a vividly colorful depiction of a fledgling bird. Is that the nargle? Neville's eyes lit up upon seeing the bird on the pouch. Are you Luna? I've seen you in the Quibbler, he exclaimed, taking a step closer. Luna's lips curved into a smile, her hands clasped behind her back, her ponytail adding to her cuteness today. I've placed a nargle in my pet pouch. It's quite famous now and often boasts to me. What kind of pet do you like? Hubert is very kind. If you win, you might even receive a rare magical creature, Luna added, referring to the boy she had seen speaking outside earlier, whose father owned a shop. Chapter 36, The Fortunate Winner. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp chime of a brass bell resonated throughout the expansive hall, instantly silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere. The numerous young wizards within the vicinity turned their curious gazes towards the front desk, their wide eyes brimming with intrigue. Hubert and Jeanine stood atop the counter, affording them a commanding view of the entire gathering while allowing everyone present to behold them. Jeanine, cradling a crimson cardboard box, stood beside Hubert with a beaming smile, having just received a staggering sum of 100 gold galleons within the past hour. He swore it was the first time in his life he had encountered such a bounty. Master, you are truly magnificent, he silently lauded Hubert, who remained blissfully unaware of his house elf sentiments. From his elevated platform, Hubert surveyed the throng beneath him, a swell of ambition surging within his heart. At long last, he had established a foundation for himself. His venture would commence with this very shop. With the continuous financial support provided by this establishment, he could ensure the longevity of his future experiments. Confident in his abilities and determination, he believed he could achieve great success. Clearing his throat, he invoked a sonorous charm to amplify his voice, proclaiming, "Thank you all for your patronage. We will now proceed with a fortunate draw, wherein winners will have the opportunity to adopt high-level magical creatures from our store." He silently mourned for the eager young wizards below, yet wore an innocent smile on his face. Upon hearing the announcement of the lottery, the multitude of young wizards fixated their attention on his hands. The hall enveloped in an almost palpable silence. Neville's eyes were glued to Hubert's hands, his gaze following their every movement. Although he now possessed a leaf, he feigned indifference toward acquiring a pet, much like his fellow young wizards, secretly yearning for a delightful and charming companion. Perhaps it could be you, Luna teased, observing Neville's anxious demeanor. However, Neville struggled to voice his thoughts. The first fortunate young wizard was revealed as Hubert drew a slip of paper from the red box, slowly unfurling it before the crowd, his voice rising with anticipation. Ryan Satcher. Hubert's voice suddenly boomed, and the hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Young wizards exchanging glances and whispers. Who is Ryan Satcher? The Satcher family? I've never heard of such a pure-blood lineage. Must be half-blood. I am Ryan Satcher, exclaimed a sun-kissed boy in the center of the hall, his left arm raised high with exuberance. As he called out, he pushed forward, drawing the attention of all surrounding young wizards. Now let us draw the second fortunate winner. Hubert reached into the crimson box once more. As he glanced at the name on the paper, surprise washed over him. He had not anticipated it would be this individual. Is it me? Is it me? Luna Guisperth. Noticing Neville's palpable tension beside her, Neville Longbottom, Hubert announced loudly, "Let us applaud and congratulate our two fortunate winners." A thunderous round of applause erupted, the young wizards showering the winners with envious cheers. "Neville, it's your turn to come to the stage." Luna tugged at the bewildered, plump boy, her eyes wide with curiosity, eager to discern his thoughts. "There is nothing particularly remarkable about it. Why is it that you have better luck than I do?" Luna pondered with a sense of curiosity. Neville took a step back, avoiding Luna's outstretched face, his cheeks flushed. "I cannot fathom why I was chosen. I am rather dim-witted and often forgetful," Neville explained. Upon Luna's urging, Neville squeezed through the crowd and made his way to the stage. The other young wizards, after the lottery, continued to explore the other pets, for these adorable creatures were indeed rare. Hubert led the trio up the stairs to the second floor, where they found the original room transformed into lush grass and a sky. Neville and Ryan were as astonished as Luna had been at the outset. "This is truly marvelous," Ryan exclaimed, leaping onto the grass and plucking a blade to examine closely. "It is genuine grass. How did you accomplish this?" He turned to Hubert, his face alight with inquiry. "My father has a great affection for plants, and I am well acquainted with them. All this grass is real. We are wizards. Anything is possible." Hubert replied with a mysterious smile, leaving a hint of wonder that evokes amazement. If everything were fully explained, what would remain of the beautiful fantasy? "Hubert is deceiving us. Hubert is deceiving us." A crisp voice rang above his head, and Hubert felt a vain throb on his forehead. It was that mischievous creature again. How to get out? He glanced at Luna, who wore an innocent smile, seemingly unfazed. The trees are fake. Hubert is lying. The creature chattered. When this house was designed, it underwent spatial expansion. Although the manipulation of space is wondrous, spells cannot infinitely extend it. Hubert had cast magic around the walls and the sky, simulating the heavens and the woods, merging the illusory with the real. Though the surroundings appeared vast and endless, only a portion of it was genuine. When the creature first arrived, it too had been deceived, colliding with the walls several times, thus harboring a grudge against Hubert. Its legs stiffened in shock. A green light burst forth from the life tribute, and the creature flapped its wings to evade the spell. Luna, der Luna. The creature called out, seeking refuge on Luna's shoulder, nuzzling her fair neck pitifully. Hubert turned away, ignoring the little rascal. A friendly reminder: study the manual in your hand thoroughly and attempt to engage with the magical beings according to their natures. I wish you good fortune, Hubert said as he handed 2 azure pouches to the pair, then led Luna away. The matters below were for Neville and Ryan to handle. Magical creatures possess their own preferences and thoughts, and to earn their allegiance, one must rely on their own abilities. If luck is on their side, as it was for Luna, the creature may follow her simply because of her beauty. Conversely, if fortune is lacking, even if one were to incapacitate a magical being or claim it as a master, it would remain indifferent. Neville and Ryan exchanged glances, then proceeded toward the grass in search of magical creatures, consulting the manual as they embarked on their arduous journey of bonding. Chapter 37. The Disparity. After leading Luna downstairs, Hubert parted ways with her, not because he disliked her company, but rather because he could not endure the incessant chattering of that little bird. A great deceiver. Amid the incessant chatter, Hubert's silhouette lingered. Ignoring the tumult outside, he secluded himself in his office, cradling the tome titled The Balance in his hands. With a cup of green tea resting upon his desk, sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping the space in a tranquility that felt like a different realm altogether. After 3 years of studying the intricacies of magical runes under Master Flivy, he had fully grasped the basics of the Gulin and Magia runes, and had made significant progress in intermediate runes. Yet, even at his current level, interpreting the balance presented numerous challenges, particularly in the realm of biological alchemy. A testament to the mastery of the alchemist bill, Flivy had initially delineated 2 methods of alchemy, and Hubert, at his present skill level, had merely scratched the surface of the first, which involved the combination and application of magical items. He had yet to delve into the advanced manipulation of materials. Extending his hand, he summoned the vapor hovering above a cup of water, subtly channeling his magical energy. As the magic surged, golden runes flared to life along the sleeves of his robe, and from his left hand emerged a shimmering chain of runes, intertwining in a complex formula that ensnared the vapor within his palm. Under the influence of this alchemical formula, a crimson flame suddenly erupted from within the vapor. Hubert intensified his magical output, the golden runes becoming increasingly resplendent. As he amplified his power, the tiny flame rapidly expanded, transforming the vapor entirely into fire, which continued to swell until it formed a fireball the size of an infant's head. He halted the increase of his magical energy, and the flames ceased their growth. This represented the simplest form of material transformation, turning water into fire. Should such an event transpire in the Muggle world, it would undoubtedly be deemed the act of a lunatic or madman. Yet, alchemy defies reason. It fundamentally alters the properties of matter. To achieve the transmutation of water into fire, one must first comprehend the essence of both elements, then employ a self-devised alchemical formula to facilitate the transformation. This process adheres to the fundamental principle of equivalence. Water can only convert into an equal amount of fire. However, this equivalence is not measured by the standards of mass or energy found in the Muggle world, but rather by an arcane rule that exists within the cosmos. As for the quantity of Hubert's fireball exceeding that of the water, it was merely compensated by the infusion of magical energy. A formidable alchemist possesses the ability to transmute materials at will, bolstered by substantial magical power. Thus, it is often said that with sufficient magic and mastery of enough alchemical formulas, an alchemist can achieve the impossible. Hubert closed his left hand, extinguishing the flame within his palm. This simple transformation of water and fire encapsulated the fundamental principles of advanced alchemy, serving as an essential foundation for any aspiring alchemist. Once he had mastered intermediate rune techniques, he would be able to remold his current attire, upgrading it to a more advanced state. His existing set met the requirements for casting first-year level spells, while second-year cross-cutting spells were only barely achievable, primarily due to inadequate magical energy from the gemstone beetle. Moreover, When casting spells, the golden runes, previously coated with an invisibility potion, would become visible, their brilliance too conspicuous and likely to attract unwanted attention. If one were to employ profound alchemical techniques to reforge blood silk, enhancing the magical attributes of the ensemble, augmenting the flow of magical energy, while diminishing its consumption. Hubert pondered over the Book of Balance for a while longer before stowing it away. He had received notification regarding the selection of pets for Neville and Ryan, and he needed to step out for a brief meeting. His establishment of an advanced magical creature adoption system was not merely intended for the gratuitous distribution of these precious magical beings. Rather, he aimed to forge connections with promising young wizards through these creatures, regardless of the shortcomings of a wizarding family's heir or the eccentricities of their ideals. They shared a common thread, ties of marriage or interests intertwined with other wizarding families. The intricate web of kinship among pure-blood families ensured their close relationships, with the exchange of benefits safeguarding their collective interests. Even in times of familial decline, such connections promised the potential for resurgence. The Malfoy family exemplified such beneficiaries, with their lineage entwined with Sirius and other pure-blood families. Despite being a Death Eater and holding differing stances from figures like Dumbledore, Draco remained, preserving the family's wealth. It is believed that under Draco's stewardship, the Malfoy family will continue to thrive as a wealthy lineage of pure-blood wizards. Networking and bloodlines constituted the primary obstacles for Hubert in his quest to assimilate into the wizarding elite and wield power. While bloodlines could be concealed, he had already devised a solution. The advanced magical pet adoption scheme served as his means to cultivate connections. Moreover, through these young wizards, he could exert influence over their parents and families. One must not underestimate these young wizards. Once they are resolute in their beliefs, they can unleash formidable power. Young Crouch stands as a prime, albeit cautionary, example. Undeniably, he was brainwashed by Voldemort, playing a substantial role in the Dark Lord's resurrection, even to the extent of murdering his own father. Chapter 38. The most precious is trust. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Hubert. Lady Longbottom, adorned in a long gown, spoke with a serious demeanor, her tone measured and her movements calm and composed, truly embodying the matriarch of a long-standing pure-blood wizarding family. You are too kind, Lady Longbottom, Hubert replied earnestly, adhering meticulously to the decorum expected, well aware of Lady Longbottom's stern nature. It is my honor to know you. The Longbottoms have sacrificed much for the peace of the wizarding world, and you are heroes among us. Lady Longbottom reminisced about her son and daughter-in-law, a hint of moisture gathering at the corners of her eyes, yet her expression radiated pride. She pulled Neville, who was playfully toying with a monkey perched on his shoulder, closer. Neville, you should thank Mr. Hubert. In Neville's hands was a tiny golden-furred monkey, no larger than a palm, scratching its head with playful curiosity. This was a finger monkey, diminutive and adorned with gleaming golden fur. Due to its size, it appeared utterly adorable, yet its spirited nature thrived on activity, especially relishing bananas. Even as an adult, a finger monkey does not grow significantly, but possesses a unique talent for transformation. The thumb monkey possesses the remarkable ability to transform its physical form. Upon reaching maturity, it can metamorphose into a colossal ape towering 5 meters in height, endowed with unparalleled strength and formidable combat prowess. Hubert gazed in astonishment, never anticipating that the earnest and simple-minded Navy would garner the favor of such an energetic creature. Thank you, Hubert. I truly adore Layla, Navy remarked, a smile gracing his face, infused with newfound confidence and joy. Layla is the name I bestowed upon the thumb monkey, and it seems to relish it. Not at all. Hubert gestured for Jean and Ian to present the accompanying sustenance and care manual to Navy and Layla, elucidating the details to them. To Navy's surprise, his pet turned out to be a small emerald green snake, its body resplendent like jade, adorned with 2 prominent bulges upon its head. With a timid disposition, it nestled closely in Navy's embrace, cautiously peeking out to observe its surroundings with curious intrigue. Its temperament starkly contrasted with the exuberant nature of Navy, yet he cherished it dearly, tending to it with utmost care. Why do Laudau and Luna share such similar temperaments while they indeed do? Hubert pondered, intrigued by the psychological mechanics behind magical creature selection of their masters. Laudau chose a kindred spirit in Luna, yet the thumb monkey and the small snake exhibited personalities that seemed entirely at odds with their respective owners. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of complementary traits or the attraction of opposites? Casting aside his myriad thoughts, he presented each of them with a silver token, roughly the size of a coin, emblazoned in its center with a golden dragon-toothed phoenix, tree hidden within clouds, encircled by enigmatic magical runes that, when translated, read as Eastern Fantasy Realm. This is an identity token I created. Every wizard who adopts a high-level magical pet from this establishment is issued one. This token signifies the bond between the adopter and the adopted magical creature, and possessing it allows one to purchase pet supplies and services at a 20% discount. He pointed to the magical runes and numbers inscribed on the back of the token, explaining that a name-binding spell had been sealed within. By shedding a drop of blood upon it, the owner could establish a bond with the token. The runes would transmute into the wizard's name, while the numbers would serve as the wizard's code. By adjusting the numbers, one could engage in brief communication with the individual corresponding to the name and number inscribed. Hubert retrieved his own token, which was golden in hue, marked with the number code 1. This communication function was of paramount importance, enabling contact and dialogue between token holders, thereby enhancing mutual affection. Furthermore, this token was a culmination of his expertise in name magic, biological alchemy, and communication technology, with only 4 having been distributed thus far. The potential of this token extended far beyond what he had revealed. In Hubert's mind, a vague plan regarding its capabilities lingered. The 3 exchanged contact information before Hubert bid them farewell. Judging by their smiles, they appeared thoroughly satisfied with their experience, particularly the elderly Madame Lombard, who was delighted by the sincere smile and protective instinct that Navy exhibited. Hubert left a positive impression on her as well, and upon learning of his connection to Hagrid, she expressed genuine concern. Hubert, naturally, maintained a courteous demeanor throughout the interactions. Navy hailed from a mixed-blood wizarding family, with his father being an ordinary employee of the Ministry of Magic, leading a modest yet comfortable life. At the tender age of 10, he is poised to embark on his journey to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry next year. Hubert speculates that his fiery spirit would render him a perfect candidate for the Quidditch team, with Gryffindor being the most fitting house for him. The exuberant young lions are known for their vigor, and for the coming years, the Quidditch Cup shall remain under Gryffindor's guardianship. Hubert has arranged a rendezvous every 2 months for those holding the cards to gather at the venue of Fantastic Beasts, sharing their experiences and insights on nurturing magical creatures. Luna, Neville, and Ryan are currently few in number, yet the organization has begun to take shape. Watching the departing figures, Hubert mused silently. Dumbledore has the Order of the Phoenix, Voldemort has his Death Eaters, and the Ministry boasts Aurors. How could I remain idle? An idea struck Hubert, and a mysterious smile graced his face, promising a delightful surprise for all in due time. Hello, Hubert. Hagrid's towering figure approached from behind, a hand resting firmly on Hubert's shoulder. I knew you would succeed. Many wizards have come today to purchase magical creatures. Observing Hagrid's jubilant expression amidst the meticulously decorated pet shop, Hubert felt an inexplicable surge of emotions. He solemnly inquired, "Why do you entrust me with so many galleons? Are you not afraid?" Hagrid's smile faded as he leaned down, gazing earnestly into Hubert's eyes. "Hubert, you are my only family. I would protect you with my life. Moreover, I believe in you. You are a remarkable child destined to become a great wizard like Dumbledore." Thank you, Hagrid. Chapter 39. Welcome to Hogwarts. The year 1991 marks a significant occasion as Hubert turns 11. From his naive arrival to the confident 11-year-old he has become, he is transformed from an ignorant Muggle to a boy capable of casting second-year spells. From having nothing to now cherishing family and friends. The brilliant sunlight cascades from the sky, illuminating the verdant grass before the stone cottage, where butterflies flutter gracefully above. A large dog, adorned with striking green fur, stealthily lies in the grass, its long tongue lolling out, while its keen black eyes vigilantly watch the wooden door of the modest stone cottage. Before the wooden door, 2 tall, slender black stone dogs stand sentinel. The once single-story cottage has been transformed by Hubert into a 2-story abode. The upper half of the wooden roof, now a transparent glass. Beneath the glass lies a reclining chair and a coffee table. At nightfall, Hubert delights in reclining with a cup of tea, gazing peacefully at the stars scattered across the sky. What lies beyond the starry expanse? This is a question Hubert often ponders. In his past life, he may have mused like any ordinary Muggle, but now, as a wizard, he possesses the ability to wield wondrous magic. What should a wizard aspire to? Eternal life, truth, or power? Wizards can conjure enigmatic spells, commanding unfathomable forces. A powerful wizard can wreak havoc or perform miraculous feats. In the vast expanse of a lengthy life, what pursuits await a bored wizard? Voldemort opted for power, dominance, and immortality, while Dumbledore chose to safeguard the love within his heart. Each wizard treads a distinct path, their intertwined fates weaving a tapestry of joy and sorrow. Hubert gazed up at the vast expanse of the starry sky, contrasting it with the earthly squabbles and entanglements of the wizarding world below, and suddenly felt their insignificance. Under this boundless, celestial canopy, all of it seemed trivial. The footsteps of wizards ought to traverse the starry seas. Those wielding formidable power should direct their gaze to the heavens, using their strength as a means and their will as a compass, allowing their steps to grace the realms of the cosmos. Alas, my current strength is woefully inadequate. Yet Hubert remained undeterred. He was still young, with a long journey ahead, and he would have like-minded companions by his side. Woof! A green-furred creature named Yaya sprang from the bushes, barking vehemently at a black owl soaring above. A clump of white droppings perched atop its head, initially intending to conceal itself and tease its young master upon his exit. Yaya was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of a wild owl, which had audaciously left its mark on the proud green coat of this canine. Uncle could endure, but Yaya could not. Baring its teeth, Yaya vociferously chastised the owl. Unfortunately, the two could not communicate. The owl flapped its wings, ignoring the canine's fervent outburst. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing a boy with dark hair and fair skin, possessing an oval face. Upon seeing his young master, Yaya dashed over, lowering its head to nuzzle against Hubert, eyes brimming with tears as it softly whined its grievances. Hubert instinctively recoiled, unsure of how to respond to the towering green-furred dog. Ever since he had altered Yaya's fur color a few years ago, the creature seemed to have developed an affinity for this vibrant green, often sneaking sips of Hubert's potion that changed fur color. Once a formidable black dog, it had now transformed into a strikingly green creature. Its imposing stature and fierce appearance rendered somewhat comical by its flamboyant hue. There's still bird droppings on your head. Don't even think about rubbing against me. Hubert sidestepped Yaya and beckoned to the owl. The owl descended, dropping a letter from its beak before soaring away, as it had many more letters to deliver. The owl's duties had become quite demanding of late. The letter read, Principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, Sir Merlin's first-class magician. Dear Mr. Hubert, yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed was a list of required books for the first year, along with other important notes. This was the acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Hubert's hands trembled as he clutched the letter, unable to articulate the emotions coursing through him at that moment. A blend of exhilaration, a sense of rightful achievement after years of preparation, curiosity, excitement, and dreams for the future swirled within him. Since Professor Flitwick had agreed to teach him about magical runes, Hubert had diligently studied under his guidance. After so many years of preparation, he felt ready to embark on his journey at Hogwarts. Yet, upon formally receiving this letter, I could not suppress my tremors. It represented the culmination of my efforts over the past 4 years, as well as the affirmation from Dumbledore and others. Hagrid, Hagrid, Hubert exclaimed loudly, I have received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I have received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. He longed to share this joy with his loved ones, knowing that Hagrid would be just as elated. The towering figure of Hagrid emerged from the nearby stone hut, a smile gracing his face as he enveloped Hubert in a hearty embrace. I knew you would succeed. Did you already know? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Hubert observed Hagrid, his expression betraying that he did not react like someone who had just learned of their acceptance. Hagrid scratched his head. I only found out last night while helping Dumbledore distribute the letters. He asked me not to tell you just yet. You know, it's meant to be a surprise. His head lowered, a blush creeping onto his face. Hagrid added, Hubert, you must become a great wizard, just like Dumbledore. I will, Hagrid. Hubert replied with unwavering determination. And thank you, Hagrid, for all your care over the years. Hagrid patted his shoulder, and their understanding needed no words. Chapter 40, Red Hair and White Hair. Hubert packed his belongings and then accompanied Hagrid to Diagon Alley to procure the items listed in his acceptance letter. In truth, he already possessed most of the books and cauldrons mentioned. However, he could not resist Hagrid's urging. As he put it, since I'm going to school, I must prepare anew for a fresh start. Riding in Hagrid's modified motorcycle, they ascended into the sky amidst a cloud of smoke. This year, a new batch of young wizards would be attending Hogwarts, and Diagon Alley was bustling with activity. By the time Hubert arrived, the street was alive with chatter. Most of the older wizards escorted curious young ones, exploring shops and purchasing necessary items. Some young wizards, experiencing such crowd for the first time, gazed around with wide-eyed wonder. For instance, at Hubert's favorite pet shop, Magical Creatures, a crowd had gathered before its green walls, distinct from other wizarding shops. With decorations and pets living behind hexagonal glass, intriguing the young witches and wizards. "I'm going to fetch Harry, then I will meet you in the shop." Hagrid instructed Hubert at the entrance of the pet store before departing. He had an important task today, to bring Harry Potter to Diagon Alley for supplies. Prior to this, Hagrid had shared Harry's situation with Hubert. Harry was a poor child, having lost his parents at the hands of the Dark Lord. Hagrid always spoke of him with tears in his eyes, recalling that cold night when he had taken the child from death's grasp and delivered him to his aunt's home. It pained him to hear that his aunt treated Harry poorly. The guilt weighed heavily on him, knowing he was the one who had brought the child there. "Hubert, I know you are quite independent. I hope you can assist me in caring for Harry in the future, as he has been quite unhappy. In recent months, Hagrid has consistently expressed his concerns about Harry Potter whenever his name arises." Hubert, observing the guilt etched on Hagrid's face, felt a pang of compassion. After Hagrid departed, Hubert refrained from visiting the pet shop, which was now managed by Jean, a house elf with a penchant for profit, who had proven to be an exemplary store manager. Since assuming this role, Jean seemed to have discovered a newfound purpose in life, dedicating all his efforts to the management of the pet shop, treating it as his home and everything he cherished. Consequently, Diagon Alley welcomed a distinctive shopkeeper and a magical pet store that frequently hosted various promotional events. To celebrate the arrival of new students at Hogwarts, Jean organized a grand opening event, offering a delightful 20% discount on all pets purchased at the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them pet shop. He also devised a clever scheme to entice old customers, providing a 10% discount on pet food for those who acquired the newly introduced membership card. Hubert cast a glance at Jean, who was diligently explaining the offerings to young witches and wizards in his managerial attire, before turning away. The shop now required little of his attention, save for the biannual financial assessments during which he would step in. These evaluations, conducted every 6 months, were essential for summarizing the business's gains and losses and strategizing for the upcoming half year. Such policies were the result of Jean's insights gained from his studies in the Muggle world. Hubert, of course, refrained from interfering with Jean's operations. The elf was responsible for the store's management, including the procurement and replenishment of pets. To facilitate this, Hubert granted him access to the Eastern fantasy realm, for which he would periodically withdraw funds from profits to support his research. The pet shop was proving to be quite lucrative, and it had successfully repaid the debts owed to Hagrid. Additionally, there was a surplus remaining, and as a reward for Jean's adept management, Hubert exercised his rights as owner and bestowed a year-end bonus of 100 galleons upon him. With only a few days left until the commencement of the new school year, Hubert felt a surge of anticipation for the new chapter in his life. As he strolled, lost in thought, he did not make a concerted effort to browse any shops, instead opting for a leisurely walk. He paused at places that piqued his interest and moved on from those that did not. The bustling crowd and the cacophony of Diagon Alley seemed to uplift his spirits. "Malfoy, mind your words," came an angry voice, the speaker struggling to contain his fury. Lowering his tone, "Arthur, are you planning to add a clause in your Muggle Protection Act that forbids wizards from discussing the red-haired Weasleys?" Lucius raised his chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the red-haired figure across from him. "You often associate with those Muggles. If you require assistance, feel free to visit Malfoy Manor. Out of respect for our pure blood status, I shan't allow your family to starve." Arthur Weasley stepped forward, positioning himself to shield his son from Lucius's gaze. The mention of a ministry inspection twisted Lucius's pale features in a grimace. The last inspection had cost him a significant fortune. Those damn pests. Hubert squeezed into the space where two factions faced off. On one side stood the silver-haired Lucius and his son, while on the other were the red-haired Weasley duo. Each party was accompanied by their respective offspring, engaged in a verbal skirmish at the street corner. The stark contrast of white and red hair mirrored their diametrically opposed stances. Hubert found no surprise in their quarrel, as the primary antagonists were naturally the parents, while Ron, with his fiery locks, and Draco, with his pale mane, glared at each other from the sidelines, rallying support for their fathers. "Hello, Hubert. What brings you here?" A jovial voice called from behind, accompanied by a hearty hand clapping on his shoulder. The source was none other than Charlie Weasley, who had graduated and was now in Romania studying dragons. His red hair and freckled face contrasting with his sturdy build. Over the years, the two had corresponded frequently, exchanging knowledge about magical creatures. And Hubert had gleaned much about dragons from Charlie. "Lucius," just as Hubert was about to respond, a low growl accompanied a stout figure pushing through the crowd. She rushed to stand in front of Arthur, shielding her husband and Ron like a protective hen. leaning forward, despite her shorter stature compared to Lucius. She fixed a fierce gaze upon the pallid, tall man, her vibrant red hair cascading defiantly. Lucius instinctively took a step back under her formidable presence. Yet he maintained his haughty demeanor. A cold smirk crept onto his lips. Arthur, it seems you prefer hiding behind a woman. Without waiting for the crimson-faced Arthur to retort, he seized Draco and departed. Arthur, don't mind him. Molly turned, her anger dissipating instantly as she smiled tenderly at her husband. She then addressed Charlie. You should introduce this young gentleman. Hello, I am Hubert. Chapter 41. Hello, I am Hubert. Molly Weasley, of modest height and slightly plump, donned a loose, flowing dress. Her face was perpetually adorned with a loving smile, and she exhibited boundless patience and affection for her children. However, with so many offspring, it was impossible for her love to be evenly distributed. Take Ron, for instance. As the youngest son, he had previously been the focus of his parents' attention. But now that they had a daughter, the spotlight naturally shifted to the youngest girl. Each Weasley child possessed a unique personality, particularly the younger ones, who perhaps sought to vie for their parents' attention through unusual antics. The mischievous twins, Fred and George, epitomized this, as their daily shenanigans often came at Ron's expense, leaving him feeling overshadowed. Molly fretted over this, always fearful that her children might stray down the wrong path. Mom, Dad, this is Hubert, the one I often mention, who shares my passion for magical creatures, Charlie exclaimed, introducing Hubert to his parents. Previously, while at home, he frequently discussed magical creatures and naturally spoke of his like-minded friend, Hubert. Are there magical creatures that capture goblins? We have far too many pesky goblins at home. Molly thought of the bothersome goblins that always hindered her household tasks. Mum, if there were no goblins, I would have no one to play with. Standing aside, Ron felt a surge of anxiety as he overheard his mother mention goblins. His elder brother was reluctant to engage him in play, while his youngest sister was still a mere child. In moments of boredom, toying with goblins was one of his scant pleasures. Ron, for the next month, the garden tidying will be your household task. No, Mother, Ron lamented. Occasional play is bearable, but if tasked with the entire garden, I shall surely be driven mad by the goblins. It was a dreadful chore, one that George and Fred had frequently been punished with by Molly for their mischief. He hung his head, muttering softly to himself. Thankfully, there were still a few days left until Hogwarts. A look of relief crossed his face, and he dared not voice any dissent to his mother's command. Molly was both loving and stern, wielding considerable authority and influence over her children. She pulled Ron closer and introduced him to Hubert, saying, This is my youngest son, Ron. He will be attending Hogwarts this year, and I often worry whether he will adapt to life there. Ron, you should make more friends your age, so that your father and I can rest easy, she added, turning to him. I live in the stone hut at Hogwarts with Hagrid. I will be starting at Hogwarts this year too, and I believe we will get along splendidly. Hubert smiled and nodded at Ron, recognizing him as a future member of the fabled trio. In comparison to the illustrious Harry and the astute Hermione, he seemed rather unremarkable, much like his position within his own family. Yet, his presence was crucial for Harry, and he possessed a resilience unlike any other. Mother always says Singing Contradictions is a third-rate magazine. But I truly enjoy what you write, Ron remarked. Ron, Molly exclaimed sharply, though her expression bore no anger. Ron recoiled slightly and sidled up to Arthur. Hubert chuckled as he observed the Weasley family. Though impoverished and often bickering, they were imbued with love and acceptance. Their bonds were unbreakable, their connections indestructible. In stark contrast to the aloofness and violence often seen among other pure-blood wizard families, the Weasleys epitomized a model wizarding household. Hubert pondered to himself, if Voldemort's followers had been raised in such an environment, would they have taken the same path? Yet, no answer came. The human heart is the most inscrutable of entities. After conversing with the Weasleys for a while, Hubert's communication device began to vibrate. He bid farewell to Charlie's family and made his way toward Gringotts, where Hagrid had arranged to meet him. As midday approached, the throngs in Diagon Alley showed no signs of waning. Wizards adorned in a variety of attire imbued the streets with an air of mysterious allure. Their unkempt and poorly fitted clothing unmistakably marked this place as the realm of wizards. Towering ancient white edifices stood in the heart of Diagon Alley, their pointed roofs dividing the path into two distinctly different directions. Before Gringotts, Hagrid, clad in a woolen coat, bent down to converse with a slender, dark-haired boy at his side. The boy's gaunt cheeks were shadowed by his black hair, which obscured his brows, and he wore tattered round glasses perched upon his nose. If one were to lift the hair from his forehead, a lightning-shaped scar would be revealed. Harry, Hubert is a delightful child, endowed with keen intelligence. He possesses an array of magical creatures, all of whom adore him. You could accompany him to the Eastern fantasy realm, where most of them reside. Curiosity adorned Harry Potter's face. For 11 years, he had endured the oppression of his detestable aunt's household, subjected to various forms of torment. It was once presumed he would be drained of all spirit by the age of 18 and then unceremoniously cast aside. No one could fathom the joy he felt at that moment, a glimmer of hope amidst despair. A new world unveiled its mysterious veil to him, populated by wizards who wielded magic, and he himself was destined to be one of them. Hagrid escorted Harry into the wizarding realm, where he found everything to be a source of wonder and excitement. This marked the happiest day of his 11 years. Can he perform magic? What is the Eastern fantasy realm? Harry inquired. Hagrid scratched his head, contemplating how to explain to Harry, when he suddenly exclaimed, "Hubert has arrived. He will answer your questions." Following Hagrid's gaze, Harry beheld a pale youth with black hair, clad in a flowing black robe, approaching them. The boy's complexion was fair, not particularly handsome, yet his features were well-defined, graced with an oval face. A sunlit smile adorned his visage, and his strides were steady and purposeful. "Weren't we supposed to gather at the pet shop? Why have we suddenly come to Gringotts?" Hubert remarked as he drew near. "I just encountered Charlie and his family on the way. They're quite entertaining." Hagrid nodded in agreement, stating, "Molly is a wonderful person, but her children can be quite mischievous. They often play pranks at school. Do not emulate them. I certainly do not wish for the area outside the stone hut to be littered with prank traps." Got it. Got it. Hagrid's grievances against young Weasley had been long-standing. Ron's siblings were not ordinary students, and Gryffindor's lions were not just for show. Harry Potter. Chapter 42. The Power of the Philosopher's Stone. Hubert turned his head, revealing a radiant smile. "Hagrid had incessantly mentioned you before. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Hubert. However, you are rather thin. You ought to eat more to gain some nourishment and grow taller." "I hear that the girls prefer it that way." Harry's earlier tension dissipated under Hubert's relaxed demeanor. He appreciated the equality in their interaction. Glancing at his slender arms, he managed a wry smile. Being able to have a full meal and grow up at his aunt's house was already a stroke of luck. He dared not wish for more. Hubert, fully aware of his situation, retrieved a small red gem, about the size of a thumb, from his pouch. "This is a little trinket I created previously. It can enhance the wearer's strength. Once you don it, you will possess extraordinary power, and no one will dare to bully you." He chuckled. "However, this is not a genuine gem. It holds no value in the Muggle world. Otherwise, I would be the wealthiest person in that realm. The magical artifact, crafted from the blood of enchanted creatures, possesses the ability to bestow power upon a wizard, albeit only for 5 uses." Harry hesitated, yearning for such a gift, yet feeling it inappropriate to accept it upon their first encounter. He glanced at Hagrid, who nodded encouragingly. "Go ahead, Hubert. After all, he possesses many of these items, being a creature alchemist." What is a creature alchemist? A new term had emerged, prompting Harry, ever curious, to inquire further. The trio entered Gringotts, passing through the grand doors and, under the guidance of a goblin, descended into the vaults below. Once impoverished, Harry was suddenly bestowed with his family's inheritance, transforming him into a lean, wealthy gentleman. Hubert felt a pang of envy. Such was the legacy of wizarding families, leaving behind a profound heritage for their descendants, even in ruin. They then traversed a secret passageway, arriving at another vault. The narrow corridor permitted only one person at a time, with 2 impeccably dressed guards stationed at both the entrance and exit. What treasures could lie within? Hubert felt a surge of anxiety. Was there something of great value belonging to Hagrid hidden here? Such behavior did not seem characteristic of him. If it wasn't Hagrid's possession, then what could it be? Suddenly, Hubert's heart raced as he recalled a particular item. If it were that, it would indeed be fitting. With a series of clicks, the heavy vault door swung open under the deft movement of the goblin's elongated fingers. Within the modest space lay a simple cloth bag, so unremarkable that it could easily be overlooked on the street. Yet, Hubert's heart thundered with excitement. The gemstone beetle ring on his left index finger glowed faintly red. Magic, this was potent magic. Hubert thought fervently. Through the enchantments of his ring, he could distinctly sense the powerful magical aura emanating from the bag, causing the very air around them to warp. Could this be the legendary Philosopher's Stone, the key to immortality? Yet, why was it that his gemstone beetle ring reacted so strongly while Hagrid and Harry remained unaffected? Was it possible that the ring possessed the ability to absorb magic? If the gemstone beetle ring could indeed absorb the power of the stone, what would happen if the two were combined? The original purpose of the Philosopher's Stone was to provide immense magical support to wizards, a role similar to that of the gemstone beetle ring. Should he acquire the stone, Magic would no longer be a limitation for him. With sufficient mental fortitude, he could instantly rival Dumbledore himself as a grand sorcerer. It was unrealistic to request the stone from Dumbledore. He would never part with it. Stealing it from him was an even greater folly, for Dumbledore was the mightiest of wizards. Who could dare to pilfer from him? Dumbledore had concealed the stone within the mirror of Arist. The initial challenges were manageable, yet the final trial involving the mirror would be formidable. For to claim the stone, one must elude the gaze of the mirror. After much contemplation, the only opportunity would arise when Harry and his companions confronted the trials guarding the Philosopher's Stone, ultimately facing Voldemort, who had taken residence within Quirrell. Voldemort, indeed. Hubert's gaze sharpened, glimmering with an inexplicable light. In the dimly lit underground vault, the old goblin cautiously placed the bag containing the Philosopher's Stone into Hagrid's hands, who solemnly tucked it into his bosom. Beside them, Harry, in a state of bewilderment, remained unaware that within that bag lay something he would one day safeguard with his very life. The trio traversed the corridor in silence, flanked by numerous branching paths. The goblins had constructed an intricate underground world, and without a guide, one would surely lose their way in such a shadowy realm. The atmosphere was tranquil, punctuated only by the crackling sound of the oil in the torches. The old goblin led the way, while Hagrid and Hubert pondered the significance of the Philosopher's Stone, leaving Harry to be enveloped by the ambience, rendering him speechless. As they emerged from Gringotts, the brilliant sunlight washed over them, and the bustling street felt like a different world entirely. Though their time inside had been brief, it felt as though they had lingered for days. "Harry, you need to prepare for your studies at Hogwarts. Your wand and books," Hagrid suggested. "And don't forget a cauldron." Hubert interjected, indicating he too had items to procure, making it fortuitous for the three to venture out together. Under Hagrid's guidance, they embarked on an extensive shopping spree. Harry, having recently inherited a substantial fortune, found himself fascinated by the wonders of the wizarding world, showcasing his newfound wealth and leaving Hubert in awe of his extravagance. "Harry, you ought to learn some financial wisdom." Hubert couldn't help but remind him, harboring doubts about whether the Potter family's fortune could sustain such spending habits into adulthood. Wealth allows for indulgence. He gently reassured himself in the recesses of his mind. Chapter 43. A day of busyness. Time flew by swiftly, and soon a fortnight had passed. Today, the sun shone brightly as Hubert and Hagrid awoke early, for September 1st marked a significant day, the arrival of new young wizards at Hogwarts. "Hubert, you must hurry and gather everything," Hagrid called from outside. "And Yaya, can't you change that ghastly green fur? It's utterly unseemly." He busied himself with the boat on the grass, meticulously inspecting the seams for leaks and reapplying a waterproof coating. To his right lay a lantern and several oars. Hagrid had been repairing these items since yesterday, and the bustling work had rendered him somewhat chatty, at times forgetting what he had just been doing. "Honestly, I'd rather not reside in the castle. It lacks the comfort of my little stone cottage, and my experiments would be far less convenient there," Hubert remarked as he stepped outside. The black stone sculpture of a dog cast a glance his way before resuming its vigilant pose. Hagrid raised his head, speaking earnestly. "That is a tradition of the castle. You will meet many peers there. They shall become your most loyal companions in the years to come. And I wish for you not to feel lonely." He then lowered his gaze once more, taking up the brush to continue painting. The heavy wooden boat seemed weightless in his capable hands, effortlessly flipped over. Truly, he was a half-giant, and his strength was enviable. "I am quite content as I am, immersing myself in experiments every day. Besides, I shall not be lonely, for you are here with me." Were it not for the resurgence of the dark wizard from the future, he would truly be content with his current existence, engaging in pursuits he cherishes, surrounded by beloved friends and family, and acquiring wisdom from esteemed mentors. What more could one desire? Hubert brushed his fingers over the ruby ring adorning his left index finger, feeling no trace of magical resonance. Hagrid must have entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, who would conceal it within the mirror of Arist. Hubert pondered. Ever since he first sensed the stone's magical energy, he had harbored intentions towards it. However, with Hagrid tasked with its escort, he could not harm him in a bid to seize the stone. Only when Dumbledore placed it within the mirror would he have a chance. Perhaps residing at school would be a prudent choice. He adjusted his enchanted robe, which he had whimsically named the regal garment to distinguish it from his alchemical attire. Presently, Hubert's ensemble comprised the regal garment, the gem beetle ring, and a peculiar pet. Hubert retrieved the life's tribute, gracefully waved his wand, and the magic within the gem beetle activated the runes on the regal garment, casting a levitation charm. The golden runes on the robe shimmered, radiating a brilliant light. Under the influence of the levitation charm, the heavy wooden boat before him began to rise, flipping itself over effortlessly. Hagrid glanced at the golden runes on Hubert's robe, but said nothing. I too wish to avoid such ostentation, Hubert lamented. Alas, merely activating the runes rendered the invisibility potion ineffective. This flamboyant appearance was indeed a source of frustration. With a sigh, he reflected on how the regal robe, while splendid, drew far too much attention, making him conspicuous. Just envision the spectacle when the mysterious runes emanated golden light, even floating from the fabric itself. What a sight that would be! It would likely dazzle the eyes of many young wizards. Hubert fretted silently, realizing he must devise a plan quickly, lest he be forced to don another garment over his regal robe. You see, magic is rather simple, Hubert proclaimed with pride. Once the gem beetle had been transmuted into an alchemical product, it could autonomously absorb magical energy from the air, negating the need to draw from his own blood, alleviating any concerns about overexerting his magical reserves. Simultaneously, he skillfully maneuvered 3 dye brushes across the boat's surface. The brushes worked in perfect harmony, and in a short span, half of the boat was adorned. Your control over magic is commendable. You are well suited for transfiguration, which demands a high degree of magical precision, Hagrid suggested. Despite having left Hogwarts midway, his years of experience had imparted him with considerable knowledge. The boat gently descended, resting upon the grass. Sunlight cascaded upon it, fulfilling its duty. Professor Flitwick had also broached this topic with me, advising me to invest more time in this area. I too am fond of transfiguration. Do you know which professor excels in this field? Hagrid pondered for a moment, recalling that Professor McGonagall taught transfiguration and was quite proficient in it. Then, as if a thought had struck him, he added, of course, there is Dumbledore as well. He is the most formidable wizard of all. Hubert curled his lip, bemused by Hagrid's unwavering admiration for Dumbledore, who seemed to linger in his thoughts at every turn. Yet, it was undeniable that Dumbledore's transfiguration magic was indeed formidable, as Flitwick had once extolled in his presence. Regrettably, Hubert was not well acquainted with Dumbledore, and, as the headmaster, he could hardly be expected to offer his teachings without cause. Under Hubert's relentless application of magic, Hagrid received his assistance, significantly hastening their efforts to repair the vessel. By nearly noon, they had restored a substantial portion of the boat, though several severely damaged parts would have to be discarded. After hastily finishing his lunch, Hubert hurried to the small cottage perched on the cliff's edge. The cottage stood quietly as ever, surrounded by blooming flowers swaying gently in the breeze. Beside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the wooden recliner remained in its tranquil position. Gazing through the glass, the black lake stretched towards the horizon, its surface shimmering in the golden sunlight. Flitwick, who should have been leisurely reclining in the chair, savoring green tea while admiring the scenic view, was instead buried beneath 3 towering stacks of books on the table at the center of the cottage. As the door creaked open, Hubert stepped inside. The passage of 3 or 4 years had left the quaint wooden cottage and Flitwick unchanged. Yet Hubert had transformed from a 7-year-old child into an 11-year-old youth, advancing from utter ignorance of magical runes to the study of intermediate levels. This journey was inseparable from Flitwick's devoted guidance and instruction, as he had truly ushered Hubert into the realm of magic. Professor, Hubert softly greeted Flitwick, whose head lifted slightly before promptly lowering again. With the start of the school year approaching, he was preoccupied with preparing the teaching plans for the young wizards and managing the arrangements for Ravenclaw. There was an overwhelming amount of work to accomplish. He hadn't even found time for lunch that day. Flitwick's long fingers gestured delicately, and a stack of documents from the bookshelf floated down to another table beside him. This contains the teaching proposals and basic information for this year's new students. Please organize and classify them, Flitwick instructed hastily before returning to his labor. Hubert, unfazed, settled cross-legged on the rug and began to sift through the documents. Chapter 44. A step forward into the Great Hall. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky blazed with fiery clouds, igniting the expanse of the heavens. The black lake sparkled, reflecting the crimson glow of the sunset, which painted the water in a new hue. At the cliff's edge, the wooden cottage stood quietly, serene in the twilight. In the distance, the sun slowly sank into the depths of the black lake, while the cottage and the nearby Hogwarts illuminated their night lights, radiating brilliance against the dark sky, echoing the twinkling stars above. Ding, ding, ding. Under the night sky, the solemn toll of the bronze bell resonated outward from Hogwarts, ringing 5 times before falling silent. The wooden door of the cliffside cottage creaked open, and 2 figures hurried out into the night, making their way towards the brilliantly lit castle not far away. The resonant chime of the Hogwarts assembly bell heralded the imminent arrival of this year's new students. We must hasten to the Great Hall, lest we miss the occasion. Flitwick, trailing his long robe, hurried ahead, while Hubert followed closely behind, secretly wishing to suggest that Flitwick might consider trimming the hem of his garment. The Great Hall of Hogwarts, a magnificent venue for feasts and celebrations, was aglow with radiant lights and extraordinary enchantments. 4 long tables, each representing one of the houses, occupied the center, while an additional table at the head, reserved for the esteemed faculty, stood proudly. Floating above were thousands of candles, illuminating the space beneath a magically enchanted ceiling that mirrored the expansive sky beyond. At this moment, the 4 long tables brimmed with witches and wizards of all ages, clad in identical black robes, some adorned with pointed hats. Young wizards huddled in small groups, engaged in hushed discussions. The hall buzzed with lively chatter, creating an atmosphere charged with excitement and energy. Among the faculty, the venerable professors occupied their seats according to rank. At the center, a tall, white-bearded elder gazed down upon the animated assembly of young sorcerers with a warm smile. To his right, 2 seats remained vacant, while the furthest one was occupied by the brooding Severus Snape, his greasy hair contrasting sharply with his dark robe. To Snape's left sat Quirrell, the new defense against the dark arts professor, whose pale complexion and hunched posture belied his 40s. His piercing gaze swept over the gathering of young wizards, locking onto a particularly slender figure ahead. Next was Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall, holding a parchment in her left hand, called out the name with authority. Lowering her spectacles, she scanned the crowd for Harry. "Mr. Potter, please come forward to don the sorting hat." Upon seeing Harry's frail form and timid demeanor, her stern expression softened with compassion. She gently placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder, offering him a comforting smile, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As McGonagall placed the hat upon Harry's head, the sorting hat furrowed its brow in contemplation. This was indeed a challenging decision, filled with courage yet not foolish, endowed with talent and a desire to prove himself. "Where might I place you?" Harry rolled his eyes, trembling slightly, whispering fervently, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." With the sorting hat's declaration, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table. The exuberant Ron, with his striking red hair, welcomed the ecstatic Harry to the Gryffindor table. "We have Harry Potter. We have Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Harry Potter." Among the faculty, the previously composed Dumbledore leaned forward, clapping vigorously, his enthusiasm inspiring a resounding applause throughout the hall. Suddenly, the immense wooden doors creaked open, revealing a shadowy exterior. The loud sound reverberated through the hall, instantly silencing the jubilant crowd as all eyes turned towards the entrance. Under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Hubert stepped into the brilliantly illuminated hall, draped in luminous robes. Adorned with a gemstone insect ring on his left index finger, he strode forward with resolute steps. This was Hogwarts. Crossing the wooden threshold marked a new beginning for him. He mused. "Professor Flitwick, you are late. Please take your seat promptly." A resonant voice from the staff table shattered the silence of the hall. Dumbledore, wearing a smile, gestured for Flitwick to occupy the second seat to his right. "I apologize, Headmaster. I was inundated with paperwork today." He turned to Hubert, expressing gratitude for his assistance, without which he would still be toiling away in that dark office. Dumbledore nodded appreciatively at Hubert, while Hagrid at the staff table beamed with delight. Next, Hubert. Once Flitwick had settled in, Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated once more. Among the Gryffindor seats, Harry stared in astonishment at the figure on stage, not expecting Hubert to appear under such circumstances. As his first friend in the wizarding world, Harry held a favorable impression of the free-spirited Hubert. Ron also remembered him fondly, particularly enjoying Hubert's writings on magical creatures, though he lamented the absence of care instructions for mice. "Ron, do you know Hubert?" Harry asked, surprised by Ron's murmurs. "You know him too?" Ron retorted, his expression one of astonishment. "What are you two talking about? Is Hubert famous, like Harry?" A girl with a bushy brown mane and slightly oversized front teeth interjected, her speech precise yet tinged with an air of superiority. "But I haven't seen his name in a History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, or Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. You know, I typically remember the books I've read. I am certain I have never encountered the name Hubert," she reiterated, emphasizing each syllable. Ron turned away, a peculiar expression on his face, ignoring Hermione. To him, this haughty girl felt like a nightmare. Harry, feeling awkward, scratched his head and patiently explained. "He's a friend we met before, the owner of the magical creatures shop, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them." Ron added with a sense of pride, eager to deflate Hermione's arrogance. "Have you heard a contrarian?" I believe it is a third-rate magazine. Hermione lifted her chin haughtily, dismissing Ron entirely. Ron, will Hubert be sorted into Gryffindor? Harry interjected, steering the topic away from impending conflict. In the brightly lit hall, the ceiling mirrored a radiant moon, illuminating even the night sky. The young wizards of the four houses sat at long tables, gazing forward, while Dumbledore, with curiosity, and Hagrid, with anticipation, watched Hubert seated below, awaiting the Sorting Hat's assessment. The pointed Sorting Hat quirked its brim, shaking slightly with its movements. Ah, with mediocre talent, yet abundant imagination, a fervent thirst for magical knowledge and power resides within you. A strong desire to transform the world demands authority, and Slytherin can provide you with what you seek. Hubert's hand trembled slightly upon hearing the name Slytherin, while Hagrid leaned forward from above. Deep within, you yearn to comprehend the significance of responsibility and accountability, all the while possessing a remarkable courage and fearlessness. Indeed, what a perplexing choice, the Sorting Hat murmured, adhering to the will of the four founders, as it allocated students to the respective houses based on the desires of their hearts. What you truly long for is what you genuinely wish to attain. It seemed to have made a decision, then opened its mouth wide, elongating its voice to proclaim loudly to all. Hufflepuff. Wow. Hubert, Hubert. Clap, clap, clap. At the moment the Sorting Hat concluded, the table of the most populated house instantly erupted in cheers, chanting Hubert's name. Students from other houses and professors seated at the faculty table also joined in applauding. Hubert removed the hat and gently placed it upon the chair. The Sorting Hat began to sing merrily. Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are eager to embrace intriguing ideas. For now, our minds are vacant, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart to us some valuable wisdom. Restore to us what we have forgotten. Exert your utmost effort, and leave the rest to us. We shall strive to learn until we are no more than dust. Hubert turned to Hagrid and Flitwick at the faculty table, offering them a reassuring smile. Dumbledore observed this scene, nodding with a smile. Flitwick, congratulations on nurturing an exceptional student. Dumbledore whispered to Flitwick beside him. Flitwick raised his cup. Now he is a student of Hogwarts. Is this his bond? Dumbledore pondered thoughtfully. In the audience, Harry and Ron wore expressions of disappointment, yet their moods brightened upon seeing Draco at the adjacent table. As long as he is not in Slytherin, they both thought simultaneously. Hubert made his way to the Hufflepuff table, the largest of the four houses, where students were seated closely together, creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Sit here. As Hubert hesitated on where to position himself, a round-faced, golden-haired wizard in front moved aside to create a space, with other young witches and wizards also adjusting their seats to accommodate him. I am Ernie Macmillan, a new student this year. The cheerful, round-faced Ernie introduced himself enthusiastically, pulling Hubert to sit beside him. He then pointed to the two beside him. This is Hannah Abbott and Justin Finch-Fletchley. Hello, I am Hubert, delighted to meet you. Hubert said, his heart warmed by Ernie's enthusiasm. The students of Hufflepuff cherished gossip and socializing, their table always resonating with laughter. Feeling the warmth and lively atmosphere of Hufflepuff, Hubert gradually grew fond of this place. Perhaps being a Hufflepuff isn't so bad after all, he mused inwardly. That upperclassman is remarkably handsome. What is his name? Hannah stared wide-eyed, curiously observing the dark-haired youth not far away. The boy, with his raven locks and dark eyes, possessed a tall and slender figure, along with striking features. Despite the crowd surrounding him, his dining movements were graceful, unhurried, and his face bore a smile that resonated with those nearby. His smile was like a gentle spring breeze, and Hubert noticed at least 10 girls around him discreetly stealing glances at the young man. Indeed, he was quite dashing. Hubert could not help but concede to his elegance and charm. He glanced at Hannah beside him, her cheeks flushed, tied back in a golden ponytail, her face slightly plump and not conventionally beautiful. He shook his head and turned to another companion, Justin, who was hunched over, rubbing his belly, murmuring, "When can we eat?" "I'm so hungry." His words, combined with his portly figure, were perfectly fitting. That is Cedric Diggory, a senior 3 years ahead of us, acclaimed as the most handsome student in Hufflepuff. Rumor has it that many girls from other houses harbor secret crushes on him, receiving at least 100 love letters each year. Ernie explained with excitement illuminating his face. Justin, who was lost in his thoughts, perked up his ears to listen, while Hannah's spirits dampened at the thought of so many competitors. Yet her curiosity compelled her to gaze at Ernie, waiting for more of his insights. Hufflepuffs do enjoy a bit of gossip, Hubert noted. Silence. Dumbledore's tall figure rose, amplifying his voice. with his round, large eyes rolling upwards. He gazed down at the young wizards below. "Welcome, our little wizards. I hope you all have a joyous year at Hogwarts." He cast a glance towards Filch at the entrance, who had imposed a few additional restrictions this year, which would be communicated by the prefects after dinner. "I trust that all wizards will adhere to the rules of the house. Otherwise, it will be trouble from Madame Pomfrey. Now let us begin our meal." With his words, for long tables that had been empty suddenly filled with an array of sumptuous dishes: grapes, apples, bananas, chicken legs, beef, and bread. The ravenous young wizards paid no mind to anything else, eagerly grasping chicken legs to devour. "Marvelous magic," Hubert exclaimed with admiration, and then he elegantly partook of the bread and drink before him. Meanwhile, Ernie and Justin had already buried themselves in their meals, while Hannah maintained a semblance of decorum, albeit only in comparison to Ernie and the others. Chapter 46, A Distinct Hufflepuff. The night at Hogwarts was tranquil and serene, a stark contrast to the day's clamor. The brilliant lights dimmed as the little wizards drifted into slumber, leaving a tall, dark silhouette silently standing atop the cliff under the night sky. In the Hufflepuff common room, the young wizards nestled in their warm blankets, soundly asleep, occasionally dreaming of delectable treats, smacking their lips, tossing and turning, continuing their dream battles with food. Particularly Justin, who, lost in some whimsical dream, often broke into a silly grin for no apparent reason. Beside the window, Hubert reclined on his bed. Through the glass, he beheld the verdant lawn and blooming flowers outside. The Hufflepuff common room exuded comfort, adorned in hues of yellow and black, emblematic of the house's colors. Under the guidance of Professor Pomona Sprout, an expert in herbology and horticulture, she and her students had cultivated exquisite flora to embellish the space, ensuring that even in winter, it remained a warm and inviting haven reminiscent of spring's embrace. Listening to the soft snores and murmurs of the young wizards around him, Hubert was enveloped by a profound sense of tranquility and belonging. It felt right to be here. He cherished this life. Unbeknownst to Hubert, just above him in the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat by the window, gazing into the night, accompanied solely by a white owl. The room behind him was cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight that bathed him, isolating him from the world behind. Yet a faint smile graced his lips as he gently stroked Hedwig's snowy feathers. The night passed in silence. As dawn's light began to emerge, the silhouette of the grand castle atop the cliffs became discernible in the distance. Hogwarts remained in slumber, while the young wizards indulged in their final dreams. The sound of rustling clothing broke the stillness. Though faint, the owner of the garments took care to be quiet, yet sensitive to the unfamiliarity of his surroundings. Hubert noticed and turned onto his side. In the dim light, Ernie carefully lifted the warm covers, his toes touching the cold floor. He grabbed his clothes and his backpack resting on the bedside, then, tiptoeing softly, made his way to the door leading to the common room, cautiously opening it to slip inside. Inside the dormitory, Justin remained in deep slumber, merely turning over. What was he up to? Hubert pondered, watching Ernie as he moved stealthily like a thief. It was only around 5:30. What could he possibly be doing up at this hour? Was he reading? The absurdity of this thought startled Hubert, as he recalled the impression that Hufflepuff students were rather mediocre, mere background figures. The only name that stood out was Cedric, who had tragically perished in the Triwizard Tournament. As he reminisced about his school days, a strong voice echoed in his mind, asserting that Ernie was indeed going to read. Hubert cautiously donned his clothes and slipped through the doorway into the common room. The Hufflepuff common room was brightly lit, with green vines draping the surroundings, and the comfortable, plush chairs were empty. However, on the floor sat a boy and a girl, cross-legged, meticulously organizing the books in their backpacks, engaged in a discussion about the contents of their readings. "Ernie, Anna," Hubert exclaimed in astonishment. His face reflected disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Ernie was genuinely up early to read, and that he was not alone. Hannah was with him. If Hermione, the academic prodigy, had been present, it would have been no surprise, but this was Hufflepuff. This was Ernie and Hannah. Truly, one must not hastily judge an entire house based on preconceived notions. Hubert chuckled softly at the absurdity of his own rigid thinking. This is a genuine world, where every individual possesses their own thoughts, beliefs, and flesh and blood existence. Each college is filled with numerous students. While they may share certain traits, each is distinctly unique. Not all Hufflepuffs are ordinary or unremarkable. The diligent Ernie and Hannah stand as testaments to that. Hubert, will you join us in studying? It's fortuitous that we can do so together. Although the school year has only just commenced, we must prepare our plans in advance. My mother informed me that Hogwarts offers a plethora of courses, especially after the 5th year, when OWLs become paramount, significantly influencing our future careers. Prior to our arrival, my mother and I discussed a study plan, yet there remain some aspects that require refinement. Hannah shares a similar sentiment. We could collaborate on this matter. With enthusiasm, Ernie was the first to speak, laying out the books he is to study this semester on the table. In his hand was a sheet listing the titles, while the reverse bore a meticulously crafted schedule. Hannah also held a similar list, echoing Ernie's content. Why are you both so diligent? Hubert inquired, voicing his inner perplexity. In his mind, Hogwarts students were predominantly mischievous and carefree, akin to the Weasley twins or Ron and Harry, who only seemed to concern themselves with studies when exams approached. Hermione, the academic prodigy, appeared to be the exception. Shouldn't we strive to learn? This is Hogwarts, the finest magical institution in the world. We are here to master magic. Hannah replied, lifting her gaze to Hubert with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend his peculiar question. Hubert felt his face flush, ashamed for posing such a foolish inquiry. He rubbed his face vigorously, attempting to dispel the drowsiness and his previous nonsensical thoughts. I must reevaluate my perception of those around me, he resolved inwardly. May I join you? Hubert approached and sat cross-legged beside them. With others striving so earnestly, how could he afford to lag behind? Of course. Ernie and Hannah replied in unison, exchanging glances and sharing a knowing smile, one that spoke of kindred spirits united in purpose. Ernie and Hannah hailed from families with a history of wizards, having received exemplary guidance before their arrival. They had already devised a study plan for their first year while at home. Although Hubert lacked familial guidance, he could draw inspiration from their schedules. He had independently learned some first-year spells, yet the curriculum encompassed far more than merely memorizing incantations. The subjects included standard spells, history of magic, magical theory, beginner's guide to transfiguration, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, potions and elixirs, fantastic beasts and where to find them, and dark arts, a self-defense guide. Currently, he was familiar only with a fraction of the basic standard spells, while he had thoroughly studied fantastic beasts. Other areas necessitated a comprehensive review. The heavens bestow great responsibilities upon those they favor, ensuring they first endure trials of the spirit and toil of the body. He glanced at Ernie and Hannah, feeling that the arduous journey of learning ahead was not so dreary, especially with companions by his side. Chapter 48, Rumors. Mr. Potter. The ethereal voice of Snape resonated, his tone elongated as he articulated each word. Our generation celebrities. To Harry, this was not a compliment, but rather a heavy dose of sarcasm. Tell me, what would happen if I were to mix daffodil bulb powder with wormwood stem extract? Harry glanced at Hermione, who immediately raised her hand, only to shake his head in response. Uncertain? Then allow me to inquire about something else. Snape did not relent, leaning against a pillar as he gazed down at Harry. Mr. Potter, if I were to ask where one might find Bezoar, what would your answer be? Hermione, upon hearing this, eagerly raised her hand, her eyes, sparkling with anticipation, directed at Snape. Unfortunately, his focus remained solely on Harry. Hubert discreetly tugged at Hermione's robe, attempting to lower her hand. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? I don't know, Professor. Snape's expression remained impassive as he elongated his tone. Regrettably, mere fame is insufficient, is it not? Mr. Potter? The wizards below erupted in hushed laughter, and Hubert seized the opportunity to pull Hermione's hand down. Snape's attention was fully concentrated on Harry. No amount of effort on her part would change that. Silence. Snape intoned, turning his gaze towards Hubert, who was still grasping Hermione's arm. Mr. Hubert, do you have a differing opinion on my words? No objections, professeur. Hubert quickly capitulated, recognizing that his meager knowledge of potions paled in comparison to Snape's expertise. How could I dare oppose you? You are the master of potions, Professor Snape. Harry is your favorite. Perhaps you should reserve your affections for him. Hubert silently prayed for Snape to redirect his focus to his true love. The complexities of the enmity and affection between Snape and Harry were far too intricate. With neither party wholly in the right or wrong, both were merely unfortunate souls. Others could neither interfere nor comprehend the intricacies of their relationship. Only they understood the depths of their bond, akin to one knowing the warmth or chill of their own drink. Put your hand down, Miss Granger. Snape swept aside his robes, resembling a gust of dark wind as he swiftly approached Harry's desk, crouching down to meet Harry's expressionless face. Let me instill some confidence in you, Potter. The combination of daffodil bulb and wormwood yields a potent soporific, commonly referred to as the draught of living death. The Bezoar is derived from the stomach of a goat, serving as a remarkable antidote. Aconite and wolfsbane refer to the same plant, also known as foozy. After delivering this information, he cast a sidelong glance at the other young wizards, slowly continuing. What? Why are you not transcribing this? Hubert glanced at Draco, who wore a smug smile, and Ron, whose face had turned pale in fear. This information is found on pages 38 and 73 of her textbooks. He opened his book to the relevant sections, highlighting the key points. Beside him, Hermione cast an indignant glare, seemingly displeased with Hubert's earlier actions. In the corridor, numerous young wizards hastily fled from Snape's classroom, even the Slytherin students reluctant to linger. If I were you, I would ponder why Professor Snape treats Harry in such a manner. Perhaps something has transpired between them, which is the true reason for Gryffindor's loss of points. If this issue remains unresolved, Gryffindor shall face further deductions next time. Initially intending to depart, Harry and Ron lingered upon hearing Hubert mention this matter. With an innocent expression, Harry remarked, "This is my first encounter with Snape. I am utterly oblivious to the reasons behind his treatment of me. He seems to harbor a profound disdain for me. He is truly terrifying, resembling an old bat." Ron's complexion paled, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Could it be that Snape harbored feelings for Harry, seeking to capture his attention? "That's precisely how my brother behaves around girls he fancies," exclaimed Ernie, to which Hannah beside him nodded in agreement. "When I was 8, there was a little boy who would constantly tug at my hair, and when I confided in my mother, she told me it meant he liked me." Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared in astonishment, with Harry's face growing even paler, his lips quivering. Hubert understood the underlying reasons, but was unable to articulate them. The group exchanged a few words, but arrived at no conclusion. However, Ernie and Hannah's remarks left Harry in a state of shock, transforming their conversation into a hot topic among their peers. Particularly among the gossip-loving Hufflepuffs, the number of participants in the discussion steadily increased. As more information was gleaned by the young wizards, various interpretations emerged, with Ernie and Hannah's perspective garnering substantial support among their fellow students. The rumors escalated, swirling through Hufflepuff like wildfire, with Snape's alleged affection for Harry evolving into 7 distinct versions, alongside numerous accounts involving Harry's friends and Snape. Thus, amid the amusing yet bewildering rumors surrounding the tale of Harry Potter and Severus Snape, Hubert led a busy and fulfilling life. He rose early each morning, around 5 o'clock, to join Ernie and Hannah in their studies, diligently attending classes and taking notes. During his free time, apart from following his study plan, he practiced the new spells he had learned. While his magical aptitude was average, he displayed a remarkable talent for the meticulous control of magic, which allowed him to excel in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, earning her frequent commendations. His performance in other subjects, such as potions, charms, and history of magic, was rather unremarkable. Yet his diligence set him apart from his peers, placing him among the ranks of the accomplished. Chapter 47, Authority. The trio deliberated for nearly an hour, ultimately crafting their individualized study plans for their first year. Hubert gazed contentedly at the paper before him, which meticulously outlined the books to be studied during his first year. This list encompassed not only his core courses, but also Professor Flitwick's Charms class and the self-directed study of creature alchemy, rendering his plan more extensive than those of Ernie and Hannah. Although the content was considerable, time was not particularly pressing. By adhering to the schedule, he could complete the tasks with ease. After all, it was merely the first year, with fewer responsibilities and ample time. A senior had informed him that Snape was exceedingly strict, the subject of her greatest apprehension. Other upperclassmen echoed this sentiment, claiming they had never witnessed Snape smile. As they made their way, Ernie shared the insights he had gathered about Snape's course expectations. Upon turning the corner of the staircase, Hubert inquired, "Are these rumors credible?" After encountering Hufflepuff, the individual has undergone a profound reevaluation of their perspectives, now harboring skepticism regarding their previous impressions. Although the portrayal of Snape as articulated by Ernie bears resemblance to their own recollections, doubt lingers. "I have inquired among 20 upperclassmen, of whom 16 characterized Professor Snape as quite fearsome." Ernie cited a statistical probability to substantiate his claims. Both arrived early, only to discover that the classroom was already occupied upon entry. The room, dominated by a somber black palette, bore little decoration beyond the podium and the desks, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. A few wizards occupied the seats at the front. Their attire indicated the presence of students from the other 3 houses. Hubert recognized 2 of them, Hermione, with her unruly brown curls, and Draco, who sported pale skin and light blonde hair. Draco was accompanied by 2 Slytherins, yet his usual bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, were conspicuously absent, likely still in slumber. Not far from him, 3 Ravenclaw students were engaged in hushed discussions. Hermione sat alone at the front, diligently reviewing her texts. Hubert scanned the room before beckoning Ernie to join Hermione, taking a seat beside her. Hufflepuff, Hubert. He introduced himself and gestured towards Ernie. This is Ernie, also a Hufflepuff. Hello, I'm Ernie, he murmured, a sly grin playing on his lips as he regarded Hubert with a peculiar gaze. Hermione set her book down, her tousled brown hair obscuring most of her face. She then glanced past Hubert at Ernie. What is wrong with your eyes? My hair is naturally like this. It is quite impolite to scrutinize a girl in such a manner. Ernie, momentarily taken aback, cast a glance at the instigator, Hubert, before burying himself back in his book. Hannah, over here. Hubert quickly waved to Hannah as she entered, alleviating the awkwardness. Hannah, with her golden hair tied in a ponytail and clad in her uniform, though not strikingly beautiful, appeared quite presentable. Clutching her books, she hurried to sit next to Ernie and enthusiastically greeted Hermione. Hello, Hermione. I've heard you're a genius. I'm Hannah. I simply read a lot, but I'm not very knowledgeable about wizards. Which wizarding books do you read? Hermione expressed her apprehension about stepping into a new magical realm. Both excited and anxious. In the Muggle world, she excelled academically. However, in the wizarding world, she felt utterly ignorant, sensing that those around her surpassed her, which left her feeling insecure. We are also just beginning to learn magic. We are quite similar to you, Hubert reassured her, then turned to indicate the others who share their sentiments. Believe in yourself. There is no need for concern. Hermione felt significantly more at ease after hearing this. The four exchanged a few brief words before each returned to their studies. As time passed, more young wizards began to arrive, and the classroom grew increasingly lively. Have you heard? Snape just docked 10 points from Gryffindor. It seems someone insulted him. I am aware. The upperclassmen privately refer to him as the old bat. Ignorance. My father asserts that Professor Snape is a genius master of potions, and one should feel privileged to receive his guidance. Draco, his pallid complexion betraying his fury, coldly turned his head and declared, I, Draco Malfoy, will not allow you to speak ill of the head of Slytherin. The other young wizards of Slytherin, who had initially stood by as mere spectators, gathered around him, expressing their solidarity. At merely 11 years of age, he already understood the art of influence. It was no surprise, given his noble upbringing. Hubert cast a glance at Draco, now encircled by his Slytherin peers, and murmured before returning to his book. With a resounding bang, the door was flung open, and Snape swept in like a gust of wind, striding directly to the podium and abruptly turning to face the room. His scrutinizing gaze traversed the assembly, and all the young wizards caught in his line of sight bowed their heads in fearful submission, unwilling to meet his eyes. Clad in a flowing black robe, his long, curly hair appeared greasy. His visage was devoid of emotion, yet something profound lingered within his deep-set eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as his penetrating gaze latched onto a frail boy. Those emerald green eyes were identical to Lily's. Lily, is this the child for whom you sacrificed everything? His eyes truly mirror yours. In an instant, his expression shifted as if a thought had crossed his mind, transforming his former tenderness into loathing. The figure he despised resurfacing in his memory. He fought to expunge the hatred within, vowing to Lily, since he is your son, I shall ensure he remains unscathed by that man. You have come here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. Since this is not a place for foolish wand waving, many of you may not believe this is true magic. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. However, one condition must be met. You cannot be the kind of dim-witted fools I often encounter. His voice was low and laced with cold authority, rendering the young wizard silent under his intimidating presence. His gaze flickered, intentionally or otherwise, towards Harry before he abruptly turned away, the hem of his black robe swirling behind him. Chapter 49. Flight and Pillage. Amidst the jubilant revelry of the young wizards, time swiftly passed, and before long, Christmas approached. Harry was delighted to have joined the Quidditch team. During flying lessons, he had successfully bested Draco. Professor McGonagall recognized his flying talent and recommended him to Wood. As a reward, he received a Firebolt 2000, igniting Ron's envy. What Harry did not realize was that it was not only Ron who envied him. Hubert also admired his flying prowess. The exhilaration of soaring through the skies on a broom was an unparalleled joy. Yet, Hubert had tried, and while he could fly, he was unable to perform the intricate maneuvers that Harry effortlessly executed. I may not be able to use a broom, but I can teleport. Teleportation is the true romance of a man. Hubert consoled himself with a tinge of bitterness. Flames of gold danced upon his left hand, while his right hand held a scarlet thread, which he cast into the fire. The crimson threads, subjected to the scorching flames, gradually relinquished their vibrant hue, transforming into golden strands. Under the influence of arcane forces, these golden threads entwined and intertwined, morphing into enigmatic magical runes that danced amidst the flames. Alas, Hubert found himself bereft of sufficient magical energy. He sighed in resignation, allowing the alchemical flames in his hands to dissipate, as the recently transformed golden strands fell into his palm. Casting a glance at the gemstone beetle ring adorning his index finger, he noted its once vibrant red magic now fully depleted, a testament to his inadequacy. The magical energy was woefully insufficient. With the limited power of a first-year student, he struggled to activate the alchemical array while simultaneously controlling the intricate patterns. Sustaining such endeavors at his current level was an arduous task. Crafting even a couple of golden runes drained his energy entirely. Forced to pause, he felt the abrupt cessation of what had been a smoothly progressing endeavor, tinged with anticipation, leaving him quite discontent. He slumped in his chair, feigning interest in the Book of Balance. He could only await the automatic replenishment of his gemstone beetle ring's magical energy before proceeding. Hubert muttered softly, cradling the ring in his hands while his gaze wandered aimlessly. Thus, amidst his distracted and intermittent crafting, the golden runes on his robe multiplied. The magical runes sprang forth from the golden fireball, landing upon the black robe on the experiment table, weaving intricate golden patterns. He pondered whether this spatial secret technique could successfully solidify upon the divine robe. If so, it would provide a layer of security for acquiring the magical stone. Under Hubert's command, the final rune was finally embedded within the divine robe. The golden threads on the back of the robe intertwined, forming a circular diagram embedded with a pentagram. At the center of the diagram, a golden scepter pierced through, topped with a key radiating an aura of mystery. The fifth experiment commenced. A broad smile spread across Hubert's face, brimming with joy and anticipation. This magical secret technique had been under study for a year, having undergone 4 trials and consumed hundreds of galleons. He silently offered gratitude to the magical creatures at the pet shop, to gold and silver, for providing him with such wealth. After a moment of silent prayer for gold and silver, he shed his divine robe and donned the one from the table, instantly feeling the power resonating from the magical diagram on his back. The little sniffler on his left, with its short limbs, clumsily scratched its head, wide-eyed and filled with curiosity as it gazed at its master. Here we go again. Hubert sighed deeply, lowering his head. This adorably naive creature was, in fact, quite cunning, always feigning ignorance to benefit from his efforts. He felt a twinge of regret for taking it in, providing for its needs while expecting it to perform tasks. Was it not enough to also pay it? Reluctantly, he retrieved a pre-prepared golden orb from his pouch and tossed it to the creature. The once dull sniffler leaped into the air, clutching the golden sphere, performing a somersault before landing gracefully, quickly stashing the orb into the spatial pouch on its belly. The entire sequence of actions was executed with remarkable finesse and efficiency. Having received its reward, as a dutiful sniffler, it naturally fulfilled its obligations. The creature nodded in satisfaction, striding over to Hubert's side, its previous foolish demeanor replaced with sharp focus. From its pouch, it produced a small black wooden sculpture resembling itself, a comically blank expression, dark in hue. Directional téléportation commence. Hubert wielded the life's tribute wand, its tip rhythmically swaying in accordance with the incantation he uttered, the magical energy flowing under his command. The golden magic circle inscribed on the back of his robe radiated a dazzling brilliance as the magic intensified, and the ethereal golden pattern sprang forth from the fabric, expanding rapidly to form a colossal, slowly rotating golden pentagram behind him. Alas, his magical energy was waning once more. Sweat beaded on Hubert's brow as he sensed the almost depleted power of the gemstone worm ring. A bitter smile crept across his face. At this juncture, he could not afford to falter. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a fragment of his consciousness to command the gemstone worm ring to absorb his own blood to replenish his magic. As he felt the sting, his complexion paled. Yet a surge of magic welled forth. "Space!" he shouted, directing a beam of golden light from the wand's tip toward the circle behind him, which began to spin rapidly in response to the golden stimulus. The magic circle enveloped Hubert in a radiant glow, and then the golden light suddenly contracted into a pinpoint before vanishing, taking Hubert's form with it. Was this a spatial rift? Hubert gazed around at the narrow passageway that could accommodate only one person, surrounded by blinding white light, devoid of the surrounding gold. The corridor was brief, merely a step in length. Beyond that step lay a black fissure, for which Hubert could sense the essence of the sniff statue he held. Spatial positioning. This was the function of the Sniff statue, crafted from specially formulated magical materials imbued with unique spatial magic talents. After being processed by Sniff, it served as a spatial anchor. This arcane technique stemmed from the Book of Balance, a distinctive amalgamation of alchemy and magic. The secret art comprised two components: the solidification of magic and the alchemical product serving as the spatial anchor. The anchor could be utilized for positioning, allowing the caster to be teleported to its location. This spatial magic differed from the more rudimentary shadow step, which required no positioning and was simple to initiate but often resulted in dizziness. In contrast, this technique opened a spatial rift for precise teleportation. The caster needed only to step forward to reach their destination. Its efficacy hinged upon having a proper anchor, and the creation of such anchors was intricate, necessitating the assistance of magical beings with spatial talents. Stepping through the black fissure, Hubert found himself in a bright room, merely a step away from his original position, with Sniff right beside him. Although the process was somewhat cumbersome, the spell had succeeded. He grinned, declaring, "I shall name it Skyward Flight." Alas, the backlash struck once more. Hubert's vision faded to black, and he collapsed, the magical patterns behind him dissipating swiftly as Sniff leapt forth. It scratched its head with its left hand and approached its master, cautiously nudging his head with its tiny foot, eliciting no response. A second nudge brought no reaction either. Suddenly, the once dull eyes sparkled with life, and it began to scurry about the stone room, its nose twitching in the air. There was the scent of treasure. Transforming into a jet of black light, it darted around the stone chamber, eagerly searching for the precious find. The round, golden biscuit is delightful. I shall stow it away. I swiftly unearthed 10 gold galleons from the chest and tucked them into my belly pouch. What is this? Can I see myself? Stow it away. A luminous tree? Stow it away. Chapter 50. To go or not to go, that is the question. The sun sets in the west, its waning brilliance fading from the stone cottage. Inside the small stone dwelling, the wooden rack in the corner lies toppled on the ground, the once precious magical plants scattered about. The neatly arranged books on the shelf are now flung open, carelessly strewn across the floor. The bedding in the inner room has been ripped apart, its snowy fluff swirling in the air. The floral sheets hang from the window, now marred by several large tears, the marks of clawed creatures. The wooden bed's slats lie overturned, revealing the floor beneath. Inside and outside the stone cottage, not a glimmer of gold or luminous object can be found. The magical light bulb on the ceiling has vanished, leaving only its base, from which magic crackles and hisses. Sniff! A chilling scream emanates from within the stone cottage, traversing through the structure, crossing the river, and surging toward some enigmatic realm within the sycamore forest. My treasures! Hubert gingerly cradles a tadpole-like creature from a water stain, disregarding the way the dampness tarnishes his pristine ceremonial robe. His heart bleeds, aching with torment. He searches frantically, yet the source of the foul deed, that wretched Sniff, remains elusive. Hubert sees with resentment, then rises, wielding the life's tribute. As he casts his magic, the scattered items in the cottage seem to reverse in time, restoring to their original state. I must hasten my quest for the Philosopher's Stone. I wonder if Dumbledore has placed it within the Mirror of Arist yet? Nightfall has quietly descended. The lights of Hogwarts flicker in the distance, faint sounds of merriment drifting through the air. Hubert glances at the time. Dinner has commenced. He quickens his pace, hastening toward the Great Hall. What is that? Illuminated by Hogwarts glow, he faintly discerns a robust shadow, nearly 4 meters tall, moving through the castle corridor. Hubert swiftly follows, coming closer to unveil the nature of the shadow. It is, astonishingly, a mountain troll. He presses against the wall, evading the troll's gaze, furtively observing its movements. The troll towers nearly 4 meters high, weighing close to a ton, its footsteps shaking the ground beneath. With gray skin, a bald head, and dragging a massive club, it emits a grunting sound. Standing before it, one would feel an overwhelming sense of despair. He clutches the life's tribute tightly to his chest, finding a semblance of solace in its presence. Thud, thud, thud. The troll lumbers deeper into the corridor, its colossal form obscuring the light, leaving Hubert to see only a gray mound. That direction leads to the girls' restroom. If all goes as expected, Hermione must be there. What should I do? Follow or flee? Even in my absence, Harry and Ron would likely venture forth to rescue Hermione. The troll is far too perilous. My slight frame will be no match for a single blow. Heroics are better left to Harry. I am but an ordinary person, not a protagonist, nor endowed with the resilience of a cockroach. However, what if my butterfly effect has reached today? I have undertaken countless endeavors. What if Harry and Ron never appeared? Or if they did, but with unforeseen circumstances? After all, this is the real world, not a scripted narrative. You are destined to become a wizard akin to Dumbledore. Hagrid's hopeful voice echoes in my ears, and I envision Hermione's frail figure trembling beneath the wooden club of the troll, towering 4 meters high. My path as a wizard is surely fraught with difficulties. Can a mere troll hinder my progress? Gritting my teeth, I exhale deeply, clutching the life-affirming token tightly as I hasten forward. In the dimly lit corridor, a colossal shadow looms, its menacing wooden club scraping against the floor, producing a jarring screech. Suddenly, the troll's dark head whips around, its massive form squeezing into the restroom. Its vacant eyes fixate on the small object beneath it. What is that? A human? So diminutive. Could it be struck down with a single blow? Hermione swallows nervously, tilting her head back, her gaze locked onto the monster's movements. She cautiously retreats, fearful of making even the slightest sound. This is a troll, the most irascible and perilous species among giants, as described in the Fantastic Beasts book. How did it describe its weaknesses? How can one defeat it? Calm down, Hermione, you must remember. A sharp crack shatters the eerie silence of the restroom as Hermione glances at the broken wooden shard beneath her feet. The troll lets out a low growl, its club swinging towards her with a whoosh. Hermione screams and ducks, the club narrowly grazing her hair. The troll is slow. Yes, if she hides behind the door. She can evade it. She dashes to the restroom entrance, flinging the door open and slamming it shut with a resounding bang. The door is closed. The troll should not be able to see her now, or so she hopes. The book mentioned that trolls have foolish heads. Could it possibly discover her hiding in the restroom? Bang, bang, bang. The enormous club strikes against the restroom, the small space crumbling like paper beneath the relentless assault. Hermione screams. What can she do to escape? Who will come to her rescue? She frantically crawls out from the debris, seeking refuge beneath the bathing pool. This is the only place to hide in the restroom. If she is discovered again, it will be over. Thud, thud, thud. Hermione curls herself into a ball, attempting to conceal herself in the shadows of the pool. With each tremor, the troll's footsteps draw closer. She cannot see the upper half of the troll, only its massive, grayish-white feet and the colossal club inching nearer. What to do? Is this where she is to meet her end? If I perish, what will become of my parents? They would be heartbroken. This is my first time away from home. With a sudden thud, a small wooden stick arcs gracefully and strikes the troll on its head. Hey, ugly. Over here. Ugly, over here. Hubert stands in the center of the restroom, waving at the troll and shouting loudly, his right hand gripping the life-affirming token tightly, his expression grave. Chapter 51, The Battle. In the vast and desolate washroom, shattered with chips scattered about, while a magical lamp hung from the ceiling, emitting a creaking sound. At the center of the chamber, a dark-haired youth grasped a dark red wand tightly, the magical patterns on his robe emanating a golden glow. Opposite him stood a towering mountain troll, nearly 4 meters in height, dragging a menacing wooden club amidst the ruins, its head bowed as it looked down upon the diminutive figure before it. This audacious little one. How infuriating! Not far from the massive club, beneath the wash basin, Hermione curled up in the shadows, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the young man illuminated by the light. She had encountered him twice before, neither time particularly pleasant, and she never expected him to appear in this moment of despair. Perhaps I misjudged him. With a low growl, the troll exhaled a foul stench that surged towards Hubert like a sound wave. Hubert held his breath, enduring the putrid odor. The creature was enormous and immensely powerful. At my current level of magic, confronting it directly would be futile. I must discern its weakness. Hubert swiftly assessed the formidable beast before him, regretting not having researched trolls beforehand. What to do? What could its vulnerability be? The troll, dragging its club, lifted its massive foot and advanced toward Hubert, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight, emitting a rumbling noise as if it were attempting to communicate. Legs freeze in place. A burst of golden light erupted from the life tribute spell, striking the troll's legs, causing its elevated foot to abruptly halt in midair. Astonishingly simple. Hubert gazed at the immobilized troll in disbelief. A creature weighing a ton, rendered motionless by a mere incantation. Are wizards truly this powerful? Be careful, a frantic voice called out, and Hubert, caught off guard, felt a gust of foul wind descending upon him. Without a moment to spare, he rolled aside to evade it. With a resounding crash, the ground quaked beneath him 3 times. Turning to look, he gasped in horror. Where he had just stood, Debris scattered as the troll's brute force created a small crater in the floor. The troll grinned, laughing heartily, clearly pleased with its handiwork. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Hubert cast a grateful glance at Hermione before swiftly retreating to create distance between himself and the troll. Fortunately, the troll's dull wits prevented it from pursuing him relentlessly. Otherwise, he might not have survived this encounter. All petrified, all petrified, all petrified. 3 beams of golden light struck the troll, yet its resistance proved formidable, the spell's effect fleeting and insufficient to impede its advance. Hubert's magic seemed to provoke the troll, which let out a low roar and charged toward him with great force. Legs freeze in place. Bang! The spell was repelled. This is dire. The troll's magical resistance is too strong. My low-level spells are utterly ineffective. What now? With walls flanking him on either side, there was no room to evade. The troll's colossal form loomed ever closer, its shadow enveloping Hubert in the dim light. Legs freeze in place. All petrified. Low-level spells could only delay the inevitable for a fleeting moment. Damn it. If only I had sufficient magical power, I could learn advanced spells. The troll's footsteps thundered ever nearer, its shadow darkening. Roar! The giant roared with excitement, striking down forcefully at the little creature cowering in the corner half a meter away. It relished the sound of shattering objects. How delightful it was! Avada Kedavra! A resolute voice resonated from behind. The giant abruptly loosened its grip, scratching its small head as it gazed at the wooden club suspended above it, perplexed as to why the weapon that had just been in its hand now hovered in midair. Well done, Hermione! As the giant was about to crush Hubert, Hermione decisively emerged from the shadows, casting the levitation spell. Seizing the moment while the giant was momentarily stunned, Hubert swiftly darted behind it and rushed toward Hermione. Smash its head with the club, he urged hastily. Hermione waved her wand, and the floating club followed her movement, striking the giant's small head with force. Bang! The giant clutched its head, swaying unsteadily. It must fall. Hubert and Hermione chanted, fixated on the swaying giant, willing it to topple. Alas, after a couple of wobbles, the giant steadied itself, shaking its head and turning to glare at the 2 tiny ants that had dared to harm it. The giant was immensely powerful and possessed a degree of magical resistance, rendering low-level spells ineffective against it. Hermione, what are its weaknesses? Weaknesses? I don't know, Hermione replied, her lips pale, hands trembling. What are the giant's weaknesses? I remember reading about it, something I've seen before. What could it be? Calm down, Hermione. Don't panic. Hubert placed his hands on her shoulders, gazing into her eyes. You're intelligent. You've studied the giant's profile. You know its weaknesses. With the roles assigned, Hermione directed the club to strike the giant. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The club struck the giant's head, and as if it had gained some insight, the giant dodged after 2 hits. Yet, the club persisted, continuing its assault. Hubert moved into the corner, observing the giant ensnared by the club, searching for an opportunity. The petrifying spell and immobilizing enchantments had no effect on the giant's eyes. The only remaining potent spell was the cross slash. He glanced at the gemstone ring on his hand, realizing that he had already expended a significant portion of its magical energy. With his current power, he could only unleash the cross slash once. He had to seize the moment. His gaze remained fixed on the giant, not allowing a single opportunity to slip by. Now, he thought, cross slash. The energy from the ring surged forth, and under the impetus of his entire magical essence, the ceremonial robe radiated a brilliant golden light. He exerted all his strength, forcefully swinging the life tribute. 2 blades of cross-shaped light shot forth like lightning, piercing the giant's eyes. Splatter. Vivid crimson blood erupted, showering the surroundings. We did it! Hermione exclaimed excitedly as she rushed over. No, we must leave quickly, Hubert gasped, the recent battle having drained him of considerable stamina, leaving him devoid of any magic. Chapter 52. After the battle, Hubert frowned, devoid of any joy at their apparent success. The cross slash had only wounded the giant's eyes. Failing to slay it, a blinded giant would become frenzied. We must flee. The giant's roar seemed to confirm Hubert's words. The mountain creature emitted a piercing howl, capable of shattering human eardrums. Its eyes were a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, and its gray head dripped with gore. Scarlet blood dripped rhythmically onto the floor. With a fierce roar, the creature flailed its arms in the air, seizing a massive club. Under its brute strength, Hermione lost control of the weapon. Grasping the club, the creature went on a rampage, venting its agonizing torment and reducing everything around it to mere dust. Be careful. Hubert pulled Hermione aside, dodging the splintering wood that flew towards her. They made their escape through the door, locking the beast inside. Let the professors deal with it. It has gone mad. After saying this, he guided Hermione to safety, avoiding the shards flying around, and quickly secured the door. Panting heavily, Hubert wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the tremors from within the door and listening to the creature's furious roars, as if he were in another world. "Thank you for saving me, Hubert." Hermione twisted the hem of her shirt nervously, yet she held her gaze steady upon him. "Hermione, lift your head. Do not bow down. You are the proud Hermione, and you must not let others see your weakness. You saved me too. We are even now, are we not?" Hubert observed Hermione's unnatural complexion, but remained resolute and confident. The fear she had felt while hiding in the dimly lit washroom was merely a reaction to her first encounter. The Hermione standing before him now was the true essence of who she was. In silence, they locked eyes for 2 seconds, then simultaneously broke into smiles. Suddenly, footsteps echoed loudly. From around the corridor's corner, a worried Harry and Ron rushed into view. They spotted Hubert and Hermione leaning against the wall and sighed in relief. He spoke rapidly, not noticing Ron's astonished expression. "The mountain creature is locked in the girls' bathroom with Hermione and me. Now we must inform the professors." Hubert quickly explained the situation, and the 4 of them raced toward the basement where the professors were located. In the bright corridor, chaotic footsteps rang out. Professor McGonagall, clad in green robes, dashed forward, followed closely by Snape and the turbaned Quirrell. "Please, nothing must go wrong. How could those children face a mountain troll alone? Such a creature is formidable even for adult wizards. Poor Harry, if anything were to happen, how would I face it? He is just a child, having endured so much. Now confronting such a terrifying monster. And those kids with Hubert, they are still students. Professor, the troll is locked in the girls' restroom." Hubert and the others spotted McGonagall and hurried toward her. "Are you all unharmed?" Professor McGonagall immediately pulled Hubert and Hermione, who were covered in dirt and disheveled, to check for injuries. Once satisfied that they were unhurt, she relaxed slightly but quickly adopted a stern demeanor. "What on earth were you playing at?" McGonagall's voice was laced with icy anger. "Why were you not safely tucked away in your dormitory?" Snape shot a piercing glance at Harry, who looked down, his eyes darting to Snape's leg, noticing a wound that resembled a bite. "I am sorry, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me." Professor McGonagall gazed at Miss Granger. "Professor, I was the one who discovered the troll, and then followed it," Hermione declared, "because I thought I could handle it on my own, since I had read about them and was quite knowledgeable. Professor, the troll is currently locked in the girls' restroom. It has been injured in the eye, and is now quite mad. It poses a significant danger and must be dealt with." Hubert interjected, interrupting McGonagall. He then cast a glance at the 4, swiftly departing with Snape and Quirrell. "This is perilous. You should not have come to me." The only sounds in the corridor were the footsteps of the 4. Hermione was the first to shatter the silence. Facing the troll in person had truly revealed its terrifying nature. Before it, one felt utterly powerless. She did not wish for Harry and Ron to confront such a creature as well. Ron's calm and sincere expression surprised Hubert. "Indeed, when classmates are in danger, should we not rush to their aid immediately? Why complicate matters?" Ron's ability to articulate such thoughts was indeed remarkable. As the 4 conversed while walking, their bond with Hubert had significantly strengthened following the troll incident. Especially Hermione, who no longer held her chin high while speaking to him, her tone having softened considerably. Upon nearing the dormitories, Hubert bid them farewell and parted ways. The Hufflepuff common room was bustling with students. Many young witches and wizards gathered in hushed discussions regarding the troll. Ernie held a thick book, loudly reading aloud information about trolls, while the others surrounded him, listening intently. Trolls are classified into 3 categories, namely mountain trolls. The reading came to an abrupt halt as Ernie tossed the book aside and leaped from the circle to confront the entering Hubert. "Where have you been? Your clothes are filthy. A troll has appeared at Hogwarts." The other students quickly reacted, surrounding him and bombarding him with questions. Hubert grinned widely. It felt splendid to be cared for. He briefly recounted the troll incident, assuring them that Professor McGonagall had likely captured it, so there was no need for concern. "Is that true? You handled it well. Hubert, you are truly remarkable." Hubert. Chapter 53. Stand Up, Neville. Since the troll incident, Hogwarts had returned to its cheerful atmosphere. The gossip in Hufflepuff had shifted from Snape's true love to Hubert's battle with the troll. According to Ernie's statistics, 9 different versions of the story had emerged. With the encouragement of numerous Hufflepuffs, Hubert had become a celebrity among the first-year students, his fame second only to Harry Potter. Naturally, within Hufflepuff, he was unparalleled. "Hey, Hubert. Hello, Hubert. Shall we study together tonight?" A crowd of 20 or so students gathered on the lawn beside the corridor, pointing at the two in the center, with some classmates even excitedly calling out. Hubert dashed over. Since Neville had adopted the finger monkey, Layla, from the pet shop, the two had maintained frequent contact. He and Ryan often visited the magical creature's pet shop to exchange insights, and the three had become good friends. Neville entered Hogwarts alongside his peers, frequently crossing paths with them. Amidst the throng, Draco, with his neatly combed, light golden hair, elevated his chin defiantly towards Neville, clutching a small golden monkey, none other than Neville's beloved pet, Layla. What a fool! Draco scoffed disdainfully, incredulous that such a timid and cowardly individual could gain admission to Hogwarts. A veritable disgrace to pure-blood wizards. He ought to be properly instructed on what it truly means to be a pure-blood wizard, rather than spending his days in the company of that failure, Harry. How absurd! Harry Potter, willingly wallowing in the company of mudbloods, had the audacity to reject the esteemed Malfoy. He tightened his grip on the monkey, whose large, tear-filled eyes reflected confusion over why it was being bullied. Neville trembled, his expression vacant. Upon witnessing Layla's sorrowful tears, he instinctively took a step forward. Draco had hurt Layla. She was but a small monkey. Yet, I cannot stand against Draco. I am merely a fool, often forgetful, incapable of safeguarding Layla. Longbottom, you are unworthy of possessing a magical pet of such caliber. It should be entrusted to the illustrious Malfoy. He had once visited the magical menagerie, yet that insufferable house elf, Dobby, had proclaimed him unfit to adopt a creature of such high standing. What a travesty it was that the great pure-blood family of Malfoy was deemed unworthy. It was the ultimate affront to his dignity. That despicable, wretched, and hideous house elf ought to be cast into the depths of hell. Now this disgrace, Longbottom, also possesses a magical pet. How does this coward deserve such a privilege? I must persuade my father to employ the Ministry of Magic to shut down that pet shop. You cannot. Layla is mine. Neville straightened, declaring that Layla was his dearest friend, his closest companion. He could not afford to lose her. Yet, how could he contend with Draco? Layla cried out in distress. So what if I cannot win? Layla is in pain. I must protect her. In an unexpected turn, the previously timid Neville lunged towards Draco, his face alight with determination, a radiant courage known as guardianship emanating from within him. Neville, well done. Neville, keep going. Draco. Stuntat. Unprepared for the sudden onslaught, Draco was knocked to the ground. His complexion turned pale, his nose crinkled in surprise. That wretched scoundrel dared to ambush me. Layla, sensing her master's concern, nuzzled against his arm, chirping happily. Longbottom, you shall pay for your insolence. Draco's voice chilled the air as he stood frozen in place. Petri Ficus Totalis. A golden and a sickly green beam of magic collided before Neville, dissipating in a burst of energy. Draco, resorting to magic for an ambush is unbecoming of a noble. Hubert stepped forth from the crowd, positioning himself before Neville. It turned out he was the so-called savior of this mudblood. This man was none other than the owner of the pet shop, for only individuals of his ilk would employ such a contemptible house elf. This is none of your concern. This is a matter of honor between wizards. If those two fools, Goyle and Crabbe, were present, they would certainly teach you a proper lesson. You are aware, of course, that according to school regulations, the use of magic to attack students within the school grounds is strictly prohibited. I believe Filch would relish the opportunity for a tea-chat with you. Or perhaps your father will plead with Professor Dumbledore on your behalf to prevent your expulsion. Draco, at this moment, you do not yet embody the qualities of a true aristocrat. Perhaps when you extricate yourself from Lucius's shadow, I may be able to regard you with some respect. Longbottom, you might as well hide behind Hubert like a woman. Draco crinkled his nose, and after speaking, turned to leave. The small wizards surrounding them, witnessing the abrupt cancellation of what promised to be a thrilling duel due to Draco's sudden exit, despondently called out to him before dispersing. Hubert, thank you. Neville expressed gratefully while cradling Layla. Layla, it seems you've grown a bit during our brief separation. Hubert playfully teased Layla, who chirped a greeting, and added Neville. You have also shown remarkable courage. The once timid and insecure Neville has now bravely stood up against Draco to protect Layla. Longbottom's grandmother would surely be proud of you. His expression darkened slightly. Harry has been frequenting the library of late, seemingly in search of something, and I am unsure how to assist him. Hubert patted his shoulder, stating that Harry is destined for turbulence and must confront his challenges independently. As a friend, one can only offer support and encouragement. You have already done splendidly. In the future, if anything arises, use the communication device to reach me, and I shall assist you. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Hubert has also been quite busy. During the mountain troll incident, he felt acutely aware of his magical inadequacies when faced with formidable foes. Recently, he has been engrossed in learning new spells and crafting alchemical items. However, there's been little progress concerning the Philosopher's Stone. A smile crept onto his face at the thought of Hagrid. He has grown a bit taller lately, which should delight Hagrid upon seeing him. Chapter 54 News. In the castle courtyard, small wizards gathered in clusters, happily discussing matters amongst themselves. Occasionally, a studious young wizard could be seen seated on the grass, engaging with a professor in discussions about magic. Such students were predominantly from Ravenclaw, while their counterparts from Gryffindor, the Little Lions, congregated together in playful antics. What nonsense! Why would Snape cast a spell on Harry's broom? Hagrid retorted as he entered, addressing Harry, Hermione, and Ron, especially during a Quidditch match, with so many spectators present. Who told you about Fluffy? Fluffy? Ron's face displayed a hint of fear. It has 3 heads, each capable of devouring a person. Its mouth dripped with a viscous white saliva, truly terrifying. It even has a name? Hermione inquired, astonished. Of course it has a name. It belongs to me. I purchased it from an Irishman at a pub last year, and later lent it to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Suddenly realizing something, Hagrid abruptly ceased speaking. Safekeeping? I cannot disclose that. Do not inquire further. Hagrid's voice rose, forbidding any more questions. This is a matter of utmost secrecy. Hagrid, regardless of what it is. Snape clearly wishes to steal it. Recalling the smug grin of that old bat, Harry's resolve to thwart him grew even stronger. Professor Snape was a teacher at Hogwarts. But regardless of his status, he was casting spells. Hermione interjected, asserting with conviction, I read that when casting a spell, one must keep their eyes fixed on the target. Snape didn't even blink. Absolutely true. Harry concurred. Listen up, all of you, Hagrid said, pointing sternly at the trio. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. What Fong is guarding is strictly between Professor Dumbledore and nearly headless Nick. Oh, I should have said that. Hagrid turned away. Hello there. Hubert came running from behind. What are you discussing? Nothing. Hagrid interrupted, pulling Hubert along, leaving Harry and the others behind. What is wrong with you? Hubert asked, puzzled by Hagrid's demeanor. I'm contemplating which trees to choose for the Christmas tree. Come along with me to select them. Hubert followed Hagrid to search for suitable pines in preparation for the festive season. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts boasted a cluster of tall pine trees, making the selection process quite straightforward. The 2 marked their chosen trees, intending to return at the appropriate time to fell them. Hubert volunteered to assist Professor Flitwick in adorning the Christmas tree in the Great Hall with gifts. Days passed, and a flurry of snowflakes descended upon Hogwarts, adding the final touch of color for the arrival of Christmas. From the heavens above, Hogwarts appeared cloaked in a white mantle, resembling a winter wonderland. The towering spires surrounding the castle stood like white columns, supporting the very sky. Within the grounds, young witches and wizards donned their black robes and scars representing their respective houses, bidding farewell to their classmates while carrying their trunks. In contrast to the snowy world outside, the Great Hall was ablaze with light. The surrounding fireplaces crackled with roaring flames, warming the expansive room to a spring-like comfort. Hubert, holding a tribute to life, carefully guided a golden orb to float gracefully atop the Christmas tree, securing it with utmost caution. Beside the professor's table in the hall, the diminutive Professor Flitwick stood atop a stool, engaged in similar endeavors. At the Gryffindor table, Harry and Ron, clad in their cozy sweaters, sat opposite each other. A wizard's chess set laid out before them. Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Ron, resting his chin on his left hand, wore a smile. Harry, you've been thinking for 5 minutes. Ron laughed. While he might not match Harry in combat or flying, he was confident in his prowess at chess. Each move requires careful consideration. I need to think a bit longer. But you've already been pondering for 5 minutes. Harry's face flushed with frustration. What are you 2 up to? Hermione dragged a brown leather trunk, her hair tousled and cascading. It's wizard's chess. Harry quickly clarified. Thank you, Hermione. The king on the chessboard toppled a stool, smashing a nearby piece to pieces. That's just barbaric. Hermione frowned. It's wizard's chess. Ron said proudly. My parents are visiting Charlie in Romania, where he studies dragons. I'm staying at Hogwarts for Christmas. That's wonderful. You can help Harry. He intends to seek information about Nicholas Flamel at the library. Hermione raised her chin slightly, conceiving a brilliant idea. We have searched 100 times, yet we have never ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? Hubert perked up, seemingly realizing that Harry and his friends had indeed heard of Nicholas Flamel. I must also hasten my preparations. Voldemort is not to be trifled with. He carefully controlled the pendant, placing it upon a branch, executing the action with precision. This was a method of magical control imparted to him by Professor McGonagall. "Merry Christmas, Hubert," Hermione said as she maneuvered around Hubert, dragging her trunk, and then hurriedly departed. "How peculiar," Hubert mused, observing her retreating figure. Ever since the troll incident, it was the first time Hermione had initiated a conversation with him, and it was rather baffling. "Even she has succumbed to our mischief," Ron remarked, smirking at Hubert. Chapter 55, Christmas Gifts. "Harry, Harry, wake up! Hurry, Harry, awaken!" The warm Gryffindor dormitory was filled with Ron's exclamations. Hedwig, perched on a wooden chair, cast a glance at Ron before returning to her slumber. "What is it?" Harry leapt from his bed and rushed downstairs. "Merry Christmas, Harry. This is a sweater knitted by Mom. You have one too. She hand-knits each of us a sweater every year." Ron gestured to the oversized, handcrafted Weasley sweater he wore, its design somewhat coarse and ill-fitting. "I have one too," Harry exclaimed, delighted. This was the first time he had received a hand-knit sweater from a mother. Of course. Ron rummaged through the pile of gifts and produced a thick, vibrant green sweater, perfectly complementing Harry's eyes. The style was also quite large, and the craftsmanship was not particularly refined. Yet it was imbued with the essence of the Weasley family. This did not diminish Harry's affection for it. He donned the sweater immediately, and though it was not a perfect fit, he cherished it deeply. This sweater was personally knitted by Mrs. Weasley. Did she consider him part of the family? Family. If only Mum were here, she would have knitted one for me as well. "Thank you, Ron and Mrs. Weasley," Harry said earnestly. "We are the best of friends." Noticing Harry's melancholic demeanor, Ron promptly retrieved another gift. "What is this?" The wrapping was minimalistic, secured with transparent tape to a piece of paper. Harry lost interest upon glancing at it. It was a 50-pence coin from Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. "Is this what Muggles use as currency?" Ron was intrigued. Examining it closely, he had often heard his father speak of Muggles, and now he finally beheld a Muggle coin. "If you like it, you can have it." "That is wonderful. Thank you, Harry. We're the best of friends." Harry pointed to the vibrant green sweater he wore. In comparison, what significance did that 50 pence hold? "Is this what my dear aunt considers a gift?" He rummaged through the gifts scattered on the ground. His pile was considerably smaller than Ron's. Hermione had sent a large box of candies, along with a flute crafted by Hagrid himself. Harry blew into it, and it produced a sound reminiscent of an owl's hoot. Beside the exquisite gift from Hubert lay a delicately wrapped small box, adorned with a note bearing his blessings. With great care, Harry unwrapped the package, revealing a sturdy cardboard box lined with yellow silk. At its center rested a thumb-sized emerald gem, emanating a faint, verdant glow, surrounded by a refreshing aura reminiscent of a gentle breeze. Beside the gem lay a small note, stained with blood, proclaiming its ability to grant one the swiftness of the wind. Harry recalled the crimson gem Hubert had previously gifted him. He extended his left palm, and with a mere thought, a blood-red gem materialized within his once empty hand. This ruby was slightly larger and deeper in hue than before, radiating a blood-red light devoid of any gruesome scent. "What is this?" Ron inquired, having pocketed his coin and now curiously observing the red and green gems in Harry's possession. Yet, Harry could distinctly feel a connection with the green gem. With a subtle mental command, the emerald floated into his palm, standing proudly alongside the ruby. "The gem of strength and the gem of speed," Harry exclaimed, flipping his hand to make both gems vanish in an instant. "Where did they go?" Ron gaped in astonishment. Standing firm, Harry gripped the leg of the nearby square table, effortlessly lifting it as if it were a mere toy. Indeed, these are the gifts of strength and speed from Hubert. Harry marveled at the two gems reappearing in his left palm, feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. "Just wait until Malfoy sees this," Ron cheered, more elated than if he had received a gift himself. "Goyle and Crabbe won't stand a chance against you." The flickering firelight from the hearth cast a warm glow upon the boys' flushed faces. With Hubert's remarkable gifts, Harry's spirits soared, prompting him to delve further into his presents. Most gifts were mere sweets, lacking in distinction. "What is this?" he mused as he unfolded another note, devoid of the sender's name. It was a cloak of invisibility. Nestled within the wrapping lay a dark, intricately embroidered cape adorned with stars. It lay quietly, yet its mysterious aura captivated the eye. Eagerly, Harry unfurled the cloak. Was this the very item his father once used? Draping it over himself, he found that both he and the mantle vanished from sight, leaving only the floating hint of his presence. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward. Harry grinned, his face illuminated by the red flames, rendering him even more spectral. He lifted the cloak, revealing both it and his body once more. "Magic is truly wondrous," Harry marveled, reflecting on the bountiful treasures he had received today. The speed gem and the invisibility cloak, both of which would significantly enhance his prowess. With the cloak in hand, he could stealthily explore the forbidden section tonight, in search of knowledge about Nicholas Flamel. Snape, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. With this resolute thought, Harry began to devise a plan for his nocturnal visit to the library that evening. In a vacant dormitory, he and Ron whispered conspiratorially, their heads bowed, occasionally breaking into low chuckles. Meanwhile, in a small stone cottage outside Hogwarts, Hubert was busy unwrapping presents. On the second floor of the cottage, the crackling of the fire in the hearth filled the air, enveloping the room in a warmth reminiscent of spring. The roof and surrounding walls of the cottage were a harmonious blend of wooden shingles and transparent glass. Through the glass, one could observe the flurries of snowflakes dancing outside. The distant landscape transformed into a white expanse, the vast black lake encased in a thick layer of ice, and the majestic Hogwarts draped in a snowy cloak. The enchanted glass magically cleared away the falling snowflakes. The opaque half of the cottage boasted a minimalist yet stylish decor, predominantly featuring wooden panels. A large bed, adorned with a plush down comforter, occupied the eastern part of the room. A crimson carpet embroidered with golden phoenixes graced the wooden floor, and bookshelves lined the walls, showcasing Hubert's cherished potted plants. Hubert sat cross-legged on the carpet, leaning against the bed's edge as he unwrapped the gifts scattered on the floor. Chapter 56, Hubert's Gifts. Snowflakes fluttered gracefully, and from the warmth of his glass-walled haven, Hubert reclined in a lounge chair, sipping green tea and savoring the rare tranquility and serenity of the moment. This had always been Hubert's wish, yet he found himself with more pressing matters at hand. Presents piled high at the bedside, surpassing those of Harry and Ron. In addition to gifts from Hagrid and Flitwick, there were offerings from his fellow students at the academy. Since the beginning of the term, Hubert had forged many friendships at Hogwarts, particularly with the close-knit Hufflepuffs. A notebook from Ernie, he mused, accompanied by a pen. And a bottle of red wine from Hannah? How intriguing, given her family's tavern. But is gifting wine appropriate for Christmas? A ping-pong paddle from Justin? Quite amusing, though regrettably lacking a table. Surprisingly, Charlie, despite being in Romania, had also sent a gift. Hubert opened the book, discovering a tome dedicated to the Norwegian Ridgeback, detailing its habits, habitat, and methods of training and communication. It even included a section on the utilization of its blood. What a remarkable discovery, the art of bloodline burning. Akin to the alchemical techniques described in the Balance Book that harness the power of magical artifacts. Hubert set aside the other gifts, engrossed in the text. This technique would be of little use to an ordinary wizard, as one would need a dragon readily available for blood extraction. Bloodline burning involved casting spells that sacrifice dragon blood to unleash the formidable magic contained within. The potency of dragon blood was immense, and those who wielded its power would inevitably face a backlash of magical energy. The alchemical illustrations in the Balance Book bore a resemblance to this practice. Dragon blood, phoenix feathers, and the essences of magical creatures all contained latent magical properties within their blood and fur. If one could merge the two, utilizing an alchemical array to transform the blood of magical creatures into power, then by merely carrying their essence in advance, one could intermittently harness their strength. This is akin to possessing a portable energy source. Had I brought the blood of a sniffer during my last encounter with the mountain troll, I would not have found myself in such a predicament. He carefully stored away the secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback, marking it as his latest research focus. Should he succeed, a sudden surge in power would be imminent. Hubert continued to sort through his gifts. Professor Flitwick had bestowed upon him a tome entitled On the Origins of Magical Runes, while Hagrid presented a pendant shaped like a unicorn, meticulously carved from unicorn horn. The unicorn, a sacred creature, is renowned for its potent healing properties. Although Hagrid's craftsmanship leaves much to be desired, this miniature unicorn was rendered with remarkable lifelike detail, its surface polished to a smooth sheen, evidence of Hagrid's considerable effort. The horn of a unicorn is a precious magical artifact, and to fashion it into a mere pendant seems a bit extravagant. After a moment's contemplation, Hubert realized he was in need of a protective healing artifact, perhaps allowing him to add another accessory to his Hubert ensemble. Currently, his ensemble consisted solely of the goddess robe and the gem beetle ring, the latter serving as a source of power, while the robe acted as a medium for spellcasting. With the addition of defense and healing, the functionality of the Hubert ensemble would be truly comprehensive. He affixed the pendant to a crimson cord and draped it around his neck, feeling enveloped by a gentle force that brought him great comfort. What was this? A horseshoe-shaped chocolate? Hubert retrieved a beautifully packaged box from the gift pile, only to discover it was a present from Hermione. Why had Hermione gifted him chocolate? Was it a token of gratitude for his assistance during the troll incident? Ever since that encounter, their interactions had been rather superficial. They had exchanged pleasantries on a few occasions, yet Hermione had always hurried off to the library. Oh no, I completely forgot to give her a gift. Hubert suddenly realized the gravity of his oversight. In truth, he was not particularly close to Ron and Hermione, as they belonged to different houses. After 11 years in this realm, Hubert understood that the world does not revolve around a singular narrative. Each individual within it possesses their own complexities. While significant events may draw the protagonists into their orbit, this world is not solely defined by Voldemort's resurrection or the British wizarding community. Beyond Harry and Voldemort's enmity, there exist other wizards and nations. Hubert did not consider himself the type to intrude upon the lives of the main characters, nor did he feel the need to assert his presence unnecessarily. His intention behind preparing a gift for Harry stemmed from their established friendship and Hagrid's request. Thus he felt compelled to pay attention. What to do now? Hubert stared at the exquisitely crafted chocolate within the box, envisioning that proud little witch. He could easily picture Hermione's expression, far away in an apartment in London, through the window of a modest yet bright room. One could see a space that was tidy and well organized, its shelves brimming with books, not only from the Muggle world, but also encompassing the magical tomes of the wizarding realm. However, the magical tomes, having been processed, are typically undetectable by the untrained eye. On the bed in her chamber lay a heap of gifts. Hermione seemed to exhibit little interest in the assorted boxes as she rummaged through them. A tooth protection from her father, a hairpin from her mother, a card from her sister. Where is it? Why is it missing? She picked up a gift, glanced at the name inscribed upon it, and tossed it aside. Had it been forgotten? Or perhaps the owl had yet to deliver it. But today is Christmas. Soon, all the gifts were examined, and disappointment flickered in her eyes. Yet she quickly masked it, lifting her chin and biting her lip, muttering to herself, "It matters not that Hubert did not send anything. I wouldn't have cared anyway." She cast aside the remaining gifts onto a nearby chest and slammed the lid shut. "Darling, what troubles you? Do you not like the gifts your father and I have chosen for you?" "Mother, that is irrelevant to me. We should not allow an inconsequential person to disturb our emotions." Mrs. Granger regarded her sulking daughter with a gentle smile. "My dear, if you wish not to discuss it, we shall refrain. Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas, Mother." Hermione gazed out the window, through the university, across the expanse to the distant Hogwarts. Chapter 57. The Heart's Solitude. In the profound darkness of the night, the dim corridor lay enveloped in silence, the candles affixed to the walls casting a feeble yellow glow, barely illuminating their immediate surroundings. The grand picture frames adorning the walls had succumbed to stillness, the knights and noble women within them having paused their socializing, drifting into the realm of slumber. This was Hogwarts, the safest place in the world, where they never fretted over their safety. Talp, talp, talp. Faint footsteps echoed from the shadowy corner of the corridor. Talp, talp, talp. A beam of light emerged from the corner, growing ever brighter. Suddenly, a floating lantern appeared, hovering in mid-air, gliding through the hallway unaccompanied by any hand. The only sound being the delicate footsteps that accompanied it. Were Neville present, he would surely faint in terror. The lantern traversed the corridor, rounded a corner, ascended the staircase, and arrived at the library. It glided past other tomes, directly entering the restricted section of the library. The source of magic. The secret history of the Wizarding Wars. The secrets of the dragonkind. A whispering murmur arose eerily, and abruptly, a hand materialized from thin air, followed by a body and a head. Harry lifted the invisibility cloak, lantern in hand, scrutinizing the titles on the shelves. This cloak was a gift from the mysterious figure, and it had alleviated his concerns regarding how to sneak into the library. Taking advantage of the other young wizard's slumber, he ventured alone into the library's restricted section to search for information on Nicholas Flamel. Where is it? Flamel is associated with Professor Dumbledore. Why is there no information about him? Could Hermione have made a mistake? Harry swiftly scanned the shelves, aware that time was of the essence. For that old pervert Filch could appear at any moment. Meow. A sudden meow pierced the silence of the darkened library. It was the cat belonging to Filch. Instantly, Harry envisioned Filch's twisted old visage. Startled, he dropped his lantern. The hurried footsteps grew increasingly closer. Without needing to look, Harry knew it was Filch. There could be no mistake. He had to evade capture. Otherwise, Gryffindor would lose numerous points. He donned his invisibility cloak, disregarding the extinguished lantern that lay on the floor, and hurriedly slipped through a small door. As he emerged around the corner of the corridor, the footsteps did not fade, but instead grew nearer. What to do? His eyes darted about, searching for a place to hide. There, Harry spotted a secluded nook and swiftly darted towards it. Consider whom you pledge your loyalty to before seeking me. By the moonlight, he could vaguely discern a tall, dark figure pressing a hooded individual against the wall. Snape had seized Quirrell by the collar, pinning him against the stone, glaring intensely. Suddenly, he turned his head, sensing something amiss. Was there someone watching? Yet the air remained still and empty. Could it be the invisibility cloak? He reached out but grasped nothing. Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell. Filch's sharp, raspy voice echoed, as he brandished his extinguished lamp, excitedly proclaiming, "A student has sneaked out. The lamp is still warm. They cannot have gone far." Snape cast a glance at both Filch and Quirrell before lifting his cloak and departing. Harry, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, witnessed the unfolding scene. What threat was Snape posing to Professor Quirrell, and why were they together? Overwhelmed by questions, he slipped away from the area, increasingly convinced that Snape was embroiled in a sinister plot. Having navigated 3 corridors, he finally evaded Filch's pursuit. He entered an expansive chamber, devoid of furnishings, or tall, sturdy columns bore the weight of the room. In the corners and upon the ceiling, spiders spun their silken webs, ensnaring their nocturnal meals. In the dim moonlight, Harry noticed something glinting at the center of the room. Approaching it, he discovered a colossal copper mirror standing proudly within space. The mirror rose to twice his height, encased in copper adorned with magical engravings. This was a mirror of Arist. Harry stood mesmerized before the mirror, gazing at his own reflection, when suddenly, a man and a woman appeared behind him. The man was middle-aged and wore glasses. The woman gently rested her right hand on Harry's shoulder, while her left caressed his dark hair. Mum. It was his mother and father. Despite their early demise, he recognized them instantly. Mom, Dad, how I long for you. How I miss you. Harry placed his right hand delicately atop his mother's, yet his shoulder felt achingly empty. Under the moonlight, in the vast chamber before the copper mirror, a small figure stood, transfixed by the magical glass. An aura of solitude enveloped him, as if he were isolated from the world, with his gaze fixated solely on the reflections of his parents. I see myself as the head of the student council, the captain of the Quidditch team. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the mirror of Arist. It reveals the deepest desires of the heart. Hubert emerged from behind the door. Could he truly foresee the future? Ron yearned to become the student council president, envisioning how delighted his mother would be. Both Harry and Ron's aspirations were mere reflections of their innermost desires, revealed by the mirror. Yet, these visions were but illusions. My parents have passed away and cannot be resurrected, Harry lamented. Hubert placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, uncertain of how to console him. Harry, you still have me. Ron and Hermione, we are your friends. Ron chimed in, nodding in agreement. Thank you, Harry replied as he settled into a chair, wishing to be alone for a while. Hubert sighed and departed with Ron, recognizing that some matters required Harry's own contemplation, as others could not assist him. Harry now found himself ensnared by the mirror of Arist, and it was time for Dumbledore to intervene, followed by Voldemort's impending arrival. He needed to hasten, for seizing the Philosopher's Stone from Voldemort and Quirrell was no trivial task, necessitating thorough preparation. His offensive capabilities were currently lacking, and while the Bloodline secret could temporarily grant him immense power, his alchemical skills still required overcoming significant hurdles. In the days to follow, Hubert remained with Flitwick, and with Flitwick's assistance, the integration of the formations from the Book of Balance with the Bloodline burning technique progressed rapidly. Meanwhile, Harry remained in a daze, retreating to a corner in silence. Even Hubert and Ron's attempts at persuasion proved futile. He continued to visit the mirror daily. Chapter 58, A Reunion. Moonlight streamed through the large windows, casting a layer of cool, ethereal silk over the empty stone chamber. In the dimness, a solitary 11-year-old boy with black hair sat on the cold floor, hugging his knees. Curiously, his eyes shimmered with longing, and a gentle smile graced his face. Before him stood a towering mirror, encased in copper adorned with magical runes. Back again, Harry? A tall figure in white robes emerged from the moonlight. Like those before you, you've discovered the allure of the mirror of Arist. I trust you are aware of its purpose. Allow me to offer a hint. Only the happiest individuals in the world can behold their true selves within the mirror. Yes and no. Dumbledore hesitated. What the mirror truly reflects is our deepest desires. Harry, you have never seen your family, yet now you behold them by your side. But remember, Harry, he said solemnly, this mirror does not bestow knowledge or truth. One can waste away before it, even succumbing to madness. His tone softened, imbued with a special power that brought a sense of peace. Thus, it must be relocated tomorrow, and I urge you not to seek it again. One cannot dwell in dreams. Do not let aspirations overshadow the essence of life. Harry slowly rose to his feet, turning to face the benevolent elder bathed in moonlight. The man he held in high esteem. Time flows swiftly, and under Dumbledore's guidance, Harry has regained his former smile. Hubert naturally understands that matters have been resolved. With Dumbledore having taken away the mirror of Arist, he hastens the integration of the formations, as time grows increasingly pressing. Professor Flitwick. Here is the reading list you entrusted to me. I have completed all the books listed. In the office, Hubert hands a note back to Flitwick. The Theory of Three Patterns, a classic treatise on magical runes from a century ago, is also part of my collection. Flitwick retrieves a book from a shelf. Your current pace of study exceeds our original plan, and your progress in runes has surprised me as well. The foundation in runes is solid now. What you need next is to read more related works to broaden your knowledge. Flitwick appears unchanged, his hair and beard flecked with gray, his voice high-pitched. Professor, about the issue we discussed last time? Hubert smiles, recalling their conversation regarding alchemy. His knowledge is insufficient to merge alchemical formations with bloodline secrets. So he seeks Flitwick's counsel on the matter, which, according to their initial agreement, is outside the teaching content. Flitwick is unperturbed. He pulls a piece of parchment from his desk, upon which a complex circular design is drawn, accompanied by dense annotations. The rune-guided bloodline combustion is an advanced topic in rune knowledge. I have already drafted the relevant alchemical formulas for you. Simply follow the instructions to integrate them into your existing alchemical formulas. Utilizing alchemical methods to harness the power of magical creatures' bloodlines is indeed an excellent idea. In my youth, I conducted similar research, extracting the power of magical items through alchemical formations. Your approach of deriving strength from the blood of magical creatures is commendable. Thank you, Professor. I will strive to succeed. Hubert accepts the parchment, finding the alchemical formulas detailed and readily usable. The modern era marks a period of rapid advancement in alchemy, with significant theoretical breakthroughs emerging from this time, and its principles have become quite refined. Although I'm not an expert in alchemy, I believe it holds great promise in application. Only by translating theory into practice can we truly transform our world and enhance our lives. The idea of theory connecting to practice is unexpected for Flitwick, confirming his status as a master of runes. After a brief exchange, Hubert takes his leave, eager to experiment with his theories. At this moment, in the corridor, clusters of young wizards hurriedly pass by, engaged in quiet conversation. Most are students of Ravenclaw, clutching magical tomes while deep in discussion. I'm so sorry. I was lost in thought and didn't see you. Hubert quickly apologizes, raising his gaze to see a head of tousled brown hair. Hermione, are you all right? How was your Christmas? He immediately regrets his words, realizing he has touched on a sensitive topic. Hermione raises her chin, snorts, and with a slight pout, responds, Harry, Ron, Hagrid, my parents, and so many others gave me gifts. I was very happy. Hubert scratches his head at a loss for words. That's wonderful. A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere as Hermione hastily departed. Professor Flitwick, I seek your counsel regarding Nicholas Flamel. Hermione stated her purpose directly. She and Harry had been searching for information about Flamel recently, yet their efforts had yielded no results. Consequently, she thought of consulting the ever-helpful Professor Flitwick. Nicholas Flamel? Flitwick straightened in his chair, surprised that the children had not yet given up. However, he had promised Professor McGonagall not to divulge any information. Hesitating, he lowered his voice. There are matters that students should not concern themselves with, as they can be perilous. Hermione, you're the most astute student I have encountered. You must comprehend this. Professor, please assist us. Even a hint would suffice. We have searched for days with no shred of information. Flitwick turned his head away, unable to meet Hermione's gaze. Finally, he sighed. I can provide you with a hint. You may inquire with Hubert. I hope Professor McGonagall will not hold it against me. How do you know him? Professor, you know Hubert? Hermione's face displayed astonishment. Chapter 59, The Most Proud Student. Flitwick smiled as he regarded his brightest pupil. He reminisced about the first time he met Hubert when he arrived at the cliffside cottage. Though small in stature, Hubert possessed a resolute gaze and an air of unwavering confidence. You are my most brilliant student, while Hubert is my most accomplished one. He may not be exceedingly clever, but he is steadfast. In magic, he is still at a first-year level, yet he has made remarkable progress in both biological alchemy and rune studies, particularly with the astonishing emergence of the God Robe and the Gem Beetle Ring. Although he is merely a first-year student and does not excel as I do or possess as many spells, Hermione carefully assessed Hubert's performance at school, finding him to be an ordinary first-year Hufflepuff with no distinctive qualities. In their collaboration against the troll, Hubert's magical abilities were on par with hers, and his knowledge of spells was even less extensive. Why did Professor Flitwick claim to be inferior to him? She tossed her hair back like a lioness, fixing her gaze on Flitwick. Hubert has been studying runes with me since the age of 7. In 4 years, he has nearly completed the intermediate rune curriculum. He is also a remarkably rare biological alchemist with considerable expertise in the field and a keen interest in magical creatures. Hermione's mouth agape as a know-it-all. She was well-versed in biological alchemy and runes. Runes were tedious and complex, while biological alchemy was a scarce heritage. Why? That is his secret. If he wishes, he will share it with you in due time. Hubert was a Muggle, a fact known only to a select few, and thus, he could not reveal this to Hermione. With a blend of confusion and curiosity, Hermione exited Flitwick's office. Should she seek out Hubert? She recalled their awkward encounters in the corridor. What if he rejected her? Yet now, he was her only recourse. Perhaps he too remained unaware. That fellow, I gave him a Christmas gift, yet he did not reciprocate. Why should I fear him? Indeed, I shall confront him, Hermione resolutely declared to herself, quickening her pace toward the castle's exit. As she traversed the grounds, 2 stone cottages stood proudly beside the forest. One of these cottages was particularly distinctive. Its lower floor was crafted from stone, while the upper floor was adorned with glass. "Hello, Hagrid, is Hubert in?" Hermione greeted Hagrid, who was tending to the green-haired fawn. Perhaps she could glean some information about Hubert from him. Could he share some insights about Hubert? Professor Flitwick mentioned he is his most accomplished student. Of course. Hagrid paused in his grooming, and Fong perked up, eager to hear tales of his young master. 11 years ago, I found Hubert by the roadside. There was no one around, and the weather was frigid, yet he did not cry. You see, when I went to fetch Harry, he was wailing, and it took considerable effort to soothe him. Is he an orphan? Hermione gasped. Indeed, but he is unlike other children. The moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was special, and I resolved to adopt him. Dumbledore bestowed upon him the name Hubert, signifying a brilliant mind and a luminous character. My only wish is for him to grow up safe and happy. He is extraordinary. In this perilous wizarding world, a Muggle is destined to face trials and discrimination, as evidenced by the likes of Filch. He never cried or fussed as a child. By the age of 1, he was already walking and talking, his first word being Hagrid. Hagrid lowered his head, pride radiating from his face. He has a profound affinity for all things magical, often pestering me for knowledge about magical creatures, a subject I am quite well versed in. Hubert adores magic, but Hagrid seemed to recall something, tears welling in his eyes. But what? Hermione pressed eagerly, while Professor Flitwick also appeared to be withholding information. What secret lay within Hubert that was deemed too sensitive to disclose? Realizing he had misspoken, Hagrid quickly diverted the conversation. When one loses something, they often gain something in return. Hubert is fortunate. He discovered my father's legacy, a spatial gemstone, which he used to create the Eastern fantasy realm. Inside, he nurtured numerous magical creatures and plants, which became his companions. Barking discontentedly, Fong expressed his feelings. Hagrid affectionately patted his green fur. Yes, Fong is his closest ally. However, the Forbidden Forest is perilously dangerous. He frequently ventures into its depths in search of rare magical beings. Hagrid lamented, recalling how Hubert often implored him to accompany him into the Forbidden Forest, sometimes even assisting in the pursuit of magical creatures. The Forbidden Forest is off-limits. It is fraught with danger. Hermione could not fathom a child of merely 10 years braving the dark woods. Is such a passion for magic necessary? Hagrid nodded in agreement, perhaps suggesting that Hermione might persuade Hubert otherwise. Why was Professor Flitwick initially reluctant to teach him runes? Hermione inquired. Hagrid lowered his head, his expression shifting to one of empathy, heartache, and tenderness. Hubert loves magic. He aspires to become a great wizard. However, he is extraordinary. I often ponder whether adopting him was a decision of wisdom or folly. It is not to be blamed on Professor Flitwick for his initial reluctance to teach him, Hagrid asserted. But what changed? What prompted Professor Flitwick to eventually take him under his wing? Hubert did not yield. Each weekend, he would journey to Flitwick's cottage, armed with meticulously organized notes on magical creatures, standing before Flitwick's door until nightfall. At that tender age of 7, he was so small. Hagrid wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, expressing his helplessness despite being aware of Hubert's plight. Hermione's face bore a mixture of shock and sympathy. She could vividly imagine that frail figure standing alone at the closed door, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. How could Professor Flitwick act in such a manner? She questioned indignantly. It is not Flitwick's fault. On the 3rd weekend, A heavy snowfall led to Hubert collapsing in the snow, his body frozen and his face a shade of purple. Madame Pomfrey scolded me severely, rightly so, for failing to look after him. Hermione's mouth fell agape, realizing the extent of his suffering. In contrast to her own life, where her parents lavished her with love and pride for her academic achievements, Hubert was an orphan, devoid of any comforts. "He is my pride," Hagrid declared, his face glowing with pride. Hubert possessed a remarkable talent for biological alchemy and magical creatures, progressing at an astonishing rate, as noted by both Flitwick and Dumbledore. Why was Professor Flitwick initially unwilling to teach him? Hermione inquired once more, her curiosity deepening. Hagrid stumbled over his words, leaving Hermione to ultimately abandon her quest for answers. Why? She departed, her heart heavy with confusion. In Chapter 60, Disappointment, Hubert led Hermione towards his modest stone cottage, both enveloped in silence. The two black stone dog statues remained steadfast before the cottage, unchanged over the years. "Authorize Hermione's access," Hubert commanded the black dogs. The left statue emitted a blue light, scanning Hermione, while the right statue sniffed her curiously. "They were collecting your visage and scent. These were magical guardian constructs, a form of alchemy. Their purpose was to safeguard the entrance, allowing passage solely to those granted permission." Hubert briefly explained this to Hermione, who remained silent, unsure of how to respond. With a creak, the entrance opened automatically, and they stepped inside the cottage. The first floor had been transformed into a laboratory, with two rooms merged into one. In the center stood a spiraling wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Hermione surveyed the laboratory, noticing an abundance of flora. Bright magical lights provided ample illumination for the plants, creating a warm and vibrant atmosphere, a stark contrast to the chill outside. Were it not for the icy landscape beyond, one might easily believe it to be spring or summer within these walls. Unlike typical laboratories, the plants in the stone cottage were arranged into distinct areas, with Hubert thoughtfully placing decorative items alongside the greenery. It felt less like a laboratory and more akin to a grand greenhouse, lush and warm, brimming with vitality. Here, a constant temperature enchantment has been established, allowing flora to flourish effortlessly. Hubert provided a brief explanation. "Did you create all of this yourself?" Hermione inquired with a hint of surprise. Her aunt also possessed a greenhouse, which she had visited and found quite similar to this one. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that her aunt cultivated merely ordinary flowers and herbs, while the plants here exuded an aura of mysterious magic. Hubert gestured for her to take a seat and then retrieved a juicer from the table, opening its lid. From a drawer beneath the table, he produced a selection of blue and green fruits and placed them into the juicer, shaking it manually. As he did so, a stream of purple juice flowed from the juicer's spout. This is freshly squeezed juice, primarily made from blue silver and Qianhua fruits, with a touch of the starlight grass, a specialty of the Black Lake. It revitalizes the spirit, enhances sleep quality, and tastes delightful. Hermione accepted the glass, and within the frosted vessel, the translucent black juice was adorned with flecks of purple light, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. "How beautiful! It deserves a name. How about Night Sky?" "The name suits it quite well." Hubert nodded in agreement. "Did you come to see me for something specific?" Hermione took a sip of the night sky. It was smooth, slightly cool, and pleasantly sweet. "Delicious," she exclaimed. Should I just ask him directly? But my previous demeanor towards him was less than cordial. What if he refuses me? She set down the glass, her gaze wandering over the verdant plants around her. Hubert shook his head, sensing her internal conflict. Proud Hermione, he chuckled inwardly, taking in stride. "You wish to know about Nicholas Flamel?" Hubert preemptively addressed the very question that lingered in Hermione's mind. "I know who he is. How did you know what I wanted to ask?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, followed by delight. "You know Nicholas Flamel? Who is he?" Harry and Ron had been diligently poring over books in the library every day. Compared to their usual behavior, their current endeavors were hard to overlook. If Hermione spent her days in the library, it was deemed quite normal. However, for Harry and Ron, particularly Ron, being confined to the library was akin to torture. "We suspect Snape intends to steal something associated with Flamel." Hermione recounted the events to Hubert, detailing the encounter with Fong at Hogwarts. Hagrid mentioned that Fong is guarding something, and Snape aims to steal it, even attempting to harm Harry. "We cannot allow him to succeed." Nicholas Flamel is regarded as the greatest alchemist of our time and the only individual capable of creating the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, he has lived for over 600 years. Hubert's tone conveyed a sense of envy, for this illustrious alchemist had stolen centuries of life from death itself. 600 years, a truly unfathomable span of time. Even among wizards today, few can hope to live so long. Death is a specter that all sentient beings dread. Voldemort, throughout his life, expended every effort, even sacrificing his humanity, to evade death. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to confront death as Dumbledore does. As I recalled, I felt rather foolish. Just a few days ago, I had read in a leisure book, Hermione lamented, having automatically overlooked the information in Hubert's words regarding Nicodemus, who had lived for over 6 centuries. The Philosopher's Stone is a wondrous substance, capable of transmuting any metal into gold and creating the elixir of life. The stone is guarded by Fluffy, and Snape must be intent on stealing it. I must swiftly inform Harry, and then alert the professors. We must thwart him. Upon finishing her statement, Hermione rose to depart. But Hubert grasped her arm. Snape is a faculty member and one of the custodians of the stone. Furthermore, without evidence, the professors would not believe you. The most prudent course of action is to investigate discreetly, uncover the true mastermind, and then dismantle their plans. He understood the underlying issues, but found himself unable to articulate them to Hermione. He sought a pretext to dissuade her. Yet he underestimated the resolve of the proud and steadfast Hermione. Snape intends to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone. He cast a hex toward Harry during the Quidditch match. Harry recounted that on the night the troll invaded Hogwarts, he had seen Snape with a bite on his leg, inflicted by Fluffy. Hermione broke free from Hubert's grip. Hubert, in the face of a conspiracy, we cannot remain passive. We must stop him. Hermione gazed into Hubert's eyes, yet he averted his gaze, refusing to meet her stare. I am sorry, Hubert thought to himself, for his singular focus was the Philosopher's Stone. Revealing himself now would surely draw the attention of Dumbledore and Quirrell. He recognized that by acquiescing to Hermione's invitation, their relationship would surely improve, yet he could only decline. Disheartened, Hermione hurriedly exited the stone house. Chapter 61. The Dragon Egg. Hermione's disappointment left little impact on Hubert, who soon immersed himself in his own affairs. The end-of-term examinations were approaching, and the young wizards at Hogwarts were entering a state of intense preparation. Their attitudes towards the exams varied considerably. Ron was rather unconcerned, often engaging Harry in a game of wizard chess during his free time. Unfortunately for Ron, Harry proved to be a formidable opponent, and after several defeats, he ceased to challenge him. In contrast, Ernie and Hannah were perpetually anxious, even muttering potions formulas in their sleep. Hubert, how many hours did you study today? Hubert had also been quite busy in recent days, though his demeanor was markedly different from that of the other young wizards' anxiety. While his potion-making and spellcasting classes were not top tier, his performance was commendable. He adhered to his daily study regimen, and achieving an outstanding grade posed little challenge. As for transfiguration, his innate talent alleviated any concerns. After Hermione departed from the stone house, the two met a few more times, yet their exchanges remained superficial. There was no news regarding her communication with Harry about reporting Snape. Snape continued to teach at Hogwarts. Another exam completed. Hubert emerged from the classroom, stretching languidly. Other young wizards passed by him, casting curious glances. In the corridor, small groups of wizards huddled together, either comparing answers or discussing the upcoming examination. The next class is potions. How long have you been preparing? Ernie patted Hubert's shoulder from behind. Hubert's once round face appeared somewhat gaunt, dark circles under his eyes, and his hair was disheveled. I've been waking up at 5 in the morning these past few days, yet there is still a plethora of knowledge I have yet to review. The invigilator is Snape. He buried his face in his hands, lamenting how to face his family if he were to fail. Hubert, for the third question in Transfiguration, I listed 5 spells. I wrote 10. How many did you write? Hannah approached with Justin. Her condition not much better, her complexion pale. I listed 20. Some I found in other books, though I am uncertain of their accuracy. 20? In which book did you find those? I remember all 10 spells from the Transfiguration textbook. How could there be so many? I only wrote 10. What should I do? Hannah's face fell, growing even paler, feeling as though all was lost and failure in the exam was imminent. I only managed to write 15. Ernie added, his tone rather morose. I wrote 10. Justin whispered. Hubert, supporting his forehead, observed the 3 as they competed in misery, unsure of what to say. He was well aware of Ernie and Hannah's capabilities. They were undoubtedly skilled young wizards, not nearly as dismal as they claimed. At least in herbology, Hubert acknowledged that he did not possess their innate talent. Ignoring the trio, Hubert hurriedly distanced himself from them. According to past experiences, they would gather for at least half an hour, lamenting and debating who was most likely to fail the exam. He wondered what Hagrid had been busy with lately, having heard from Harry that he had been rather mysterious these days. Hubert pushed open the wooden door of the stone hut and stepped inside, the hut remained unchanged. A chaos that still held a semblance of order. In the place where the stove once stood, a fire pit had been arranged, upon which rested a black cauldron containing a massive gray-black egg. The black egg emanated steam, glowing faintly red, exuding an air of mystery. Such a strong magical aura. Hubert gazed at the gemstone beetle ring on his left hand, which glimmered with a faint red light, allowing him to perceive the immense magic enveloping the egg. He approached swiftly, his left hand gently brushing the surface of the black egg. Even 5 centimeters away, he could feel its heat intensifying, and the brilliance of the ring intensified. The giant egg seemed to sense Hubert's ring, gently swaying in response to him. Suddenly, the door swung open once more, and a tall figure entered. Hagrid, spotting Hubert, let out a long sigh of relief. He still wore his old coat, now adorned with 3 patches. His beard and hair intertwined, with bloodshot eyes. "What kind of egg is this?" Hubert inquired. Hagrid's gaze darted away, the floor creaking beneath his heavy steps. "You know you cannot deceive me," Hubert added, wondering if it was indeed something extraordinary, hoping it was not a prohibited item. Otherwise, Hagrid would find himself in trouble. "Very well." Hagrid sank heavily into the chair, nearly causing it to collapse beneath him. It resembled a dragon egg. "You see, I have always yearned to raise a dragon. Yet the Ministry of Magic forbids private dragon ownership." "A dragon egg?" Hubert exclaimed in astonishment. "Could this be the Norwegian Ridgeback egg that the Dark Lord deliberately lost to you? Does this mean you have inadvertently revealed the method to deal with Fong?" Setting aside the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, the pressing concern now is how to manage this dragon egg. According to the Ministry's regulations, private dragon ownership is strictly prohibited. Hagrid has a record with the Ministry. If they discover this, he will surely encounter trouble. "I won it from a traveler in a tavern," he said proudly. "We wagered. But how could he compete with me?" "The Ministry forbids private dragon ownership," Hubert explained anxiously. "Dragons grow at an alarming rate. A fully grown dragon cannot be concealed. Before long, the entire Hogwarts community will be aware, and then the Ministry will come knocking." Hagrid still failed to grasp the consequences of raising a dragon. Moreover, dragons are notoriously temperamental. Adult dragons are difficult to tame. Even if raised in the Forbidden Forest, it would be impossible to keep it hidden. "I am aware, but I truly wish to raise a dragon." Hagrid lowered his head, his tone subdued. The enchanted lights on the ceiling flickered gently, casting a soft yellow glow. The room was enveloped in silence, and influenced by Hagrid's demeanor, a somber atmosphere prevailed, while the dragon egg lay in the cauldron, emitting a faint red glow. Sighing deeply, Hubert sensed Hagrid's sorrow and longing for a dragon. The words he wished to express were lodged in his throat, and he could not bear to see Hagrid in distress. "Perhaps we could place it in the Eastern Fantasy realm?" After a few moments of contemplation, Hubert spoke again. "Only Scarlet and Jean know how to enter and exit. They are unlikely to divulge our secret." "Yes, we could keep it in the Eastern Fantasy realm," Hagrid exclaimed, suddenly rising from his chair, his towering frame enveloping Hubert in an embrace. "I knew you would find a solution." Hubert found himself caught in Hagrid's tight embrace, unable to extricate himself. He could clearly sense Hagrid's elation and understood that assisting him in raising the dragon was worthwhile. Chapter 62. Dragon Encounter. Hubert and Hagrid discussed the matter of the dragon egg and devised a plan. The dragon egg would be temporarily incubated at Hagrid's until it hatched, after which it would be taken to the Eastern Fantasy realm for training. He retrieved the book's secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback that Charlie had sent him. It would prove invaluable. While Hagrid was unaware of the dragon's breed, Hubert was well informed. Hagrid may have deficiencies in other areas, but his passion and fascination for magical creatures were undeniable. In the days that followed, he busied himself entirely with the incubation of the dragon egg, sometimes gazing vacantly at the dark egg with a silly grin, lost in thought. "You must remember to rest. The dragon egg will surely hatch, so there's no need to be overly anxious," Hubert advised Hagrid, who remained transfixed on the egg, his dark circles betraying his lack of sleep. As night fell, the Forbidden Forest was cloaked in a thick shroud of darkness, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Hogwarts gradually illuminated with twinkling lights, adding a touch of brightness to the night. The stone cottage outside the castle glowed warmly through its windows, appearing tranquil beside the woods. "Hurry, we must find Hagrid." In the twilight, 3 figures hurriedly emerged from the castle. "I saw Snape lurking, attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We must inform Hagrid, so he can notify Professor Dumbledore," Harry panted. "But will Hagrid believe us?" Ron questioned, recalling that Hermione had already divulged the matter of the Philosopher's Stone to them. They had reported Snape's scheme to Professor McGonagall, Yet she dismissed their concerns and advised them to refrain from involving themselves further. Whether she believes us or not, we must act, Hermione declared resolutely, embodying her unwavering conviction that one must persist in doing what is right, even in the face of adversity. Inside the stone cottage, Hagrid donned a red woolen coat, a frilly apron, and black insulated gloves. In a heavy pot, a black dragon egg thrashed violently, clanging against the sides. The little one can hardly wait to emerge. Hagrid beamed, carefully extracting the egg from the pot and cradling it in his hands before placing it on a wooden table beneath a magical lamp. Hubert gazed intently at the dragon egg, captivated, for it was his first experience witnessing the birth of a dragon. Though he had learned much about dragons through Charlie, nothing compared to witnessing such an event firsthand, especially with a creature as legendary as a dragon. An extraordinary opportunity indeed. The egg emanated a faint red glow, resembling flickering flames. Something within struck against the shell, producing a rhythmic thumping sound, causing the shell to bulge outward with each impact. With a sharp crack, a shard of the shell was forcefully ejected, revealing a slender, greenish-gray claw emerging from the breach. This small fragment of shell acted as a signal. And with a sudden expansion of cracks, the shell shattered entirely, unveiling a tiny figure within. A Norwegian Ridgeback, Hubert exclaimed softly as the small dragon, cloaked in deep emerald, emerged, its petite frame accompanied by wide wings that could envelop its entire body. Its forehead was smooth and devoid of the menacing features of an adult dragon, rendering the hatchling quite endearing. The little dragon propped itself up on its wings, extending its head to scrutinize Hubert and Hagrid, tilting its head in apparent confusion. The little one doesn't know who its mother is, Hagrid mused, playfully scratching the dragon's chin with his thick fingers. The dragon wagged its tail, devoid of barbs. And as it swayed, a ridge of dark jade along its back stood proud. Suddenly, the hatchling opened its mouth and expelled a small flame toward Hagrid, followed by a burp as it turned its head towards Hubert. "Oh, what a delightful little creature," Hagrid exclaimed, hastily extinguishing the fire on his beard, which had been ignited by his overgrown, unruly facial hair, its tangled strands preventing any real combustion. Hubert locked eyes with the little dragon, as the ring on his left hand shimmered with a faint red glow. He could sense the magical aura emanating from the newly hatched dragon. Confident that the creature could also perceive the ring upon his finger, cautiously, he extended his palm toward the dragon's smooth head. Aware that the Norwegian Ridgeback was notoriously combative, just moments ago, Hagrid had demonstrated this with a fiery breath. The dragon gazed back with wide, astonished eyes, stretching its neck and tilting its head into Hubert's hand, squinting in pleasure. It regarded him as its mother. Hagrid sighed in disappointment, having already chosen a name for it, Norbert. However, since it was a female dragon, Norberta would be more fitting. Hubert chimed in, correcting the initial oversight. During Christmas, Charlie had gifted him a book titled The Secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback, which contained pertinent information that allowed him to identify its gender. Hagrid lowered his gaze to scrutinize the little dragon, his towering figure casting a shadow in the dim light. Regrettably, the dragon paid him no mind, continuing to relish Hubert's gentle caresses. "Very well, it shall henceforth be called Norberta," Hagrid ultimately conceded. His earlier despondency dissipated quickly, and he soon regained his spirits. He retrieved a large can from a cupboard in the corner of the eastern wall, and Hubert noticed there were 10 identical cans tucked away within. Hagrid removed the lid and placed it on the table. Hubert peered in to find some unknown meat within. Upon seeing the food, Norberta called out to Hagrid and eagerly extended her neck to grasp a piece of meat from the can, swallowing a whole. Norberta's change in demeanor delighted Hagrid. This was food he had prepared over the span of 10 days. With it, the little one would surely grow strong. It seemed Norberta understood his words, as she looked up and called out to Hagrid, further uplifting his spirits. What a clever little creature. The Norwegian Ridgeback grows rapidly. In just 2 weeks, it will no longer fit in this space. Hubert raised a concern again, acknowledging that while having a dragon is wonderful, caring for one is indeed a significant undertaking. Chapter 63. Let us play hide and seek. Within the stone cottage, Hubert and Hagrid reveled in the joy of Norberta's birth, discussing how to nurture the little dragon. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the wooden door swung open, and 3 young wizards burst into the room. "Hagrid, Harry just saw Snape trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione exclaimed as soon as she entered. "You know about the Philosopher's Stone?" The trio cried out in unison, their expressions a mix of shock and astonishment. They stared at the Norwegian Ridgeback, happily devouring its meal on the table, while Hagrid turned his attention to them. Norberta also lifted her head, seemingly displeased by their abrupt intrusion. She flapped her wings and opened her mouth, unleashing a fiery breath toward the trio. A small flame surged forth, aimed directly at Hermione. But Hubert swiftly extinguished it with a spell, the flame dissipating halfway. Norberta burped, releasing a puff of black smoke. This is a Norwegian ridgeback, although just hatched. It already possesses a sense of territory. Your sudden intrusion may have irked Norberta. Under his soothing presence, Norberta calmed down, her eyes warily scrutinizing Hermione and the others. They are friends, and they will not harm you. You must be kind to them. Unfortunately, the little green dragon was too young to fully comprehend this. Still flapping her wings restlessly, the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits wizards from privately keeping dragons. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble this could cause? It is utterly absurd, Hermione exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern as she glanced at Hagrid. Ron stepped forward, rushing to the table to closely examine Norberta. He squinted at her back, as if trying to discern something profound. This is a dragon, a Norwegian ridgeback. My brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania. Many wizards are fond of keeping dragons. They're truly magnificent creatures, and here I am, witnessing a newly hatched dragon. Perhaps Ron's eager gaze provoked Norberta, who responded with a fierce hiss. Alas, she was still too young. Her dragon might was yet to be fully realized, and her mighty roar merely elicited laughter from the onlookers. Hagrid, this time it's true. I saw Snape emerge from the room where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden. Harry declared gravely, stepping forward. Last night, he had ventured out under his invisibility cloak for some fresh air and inadvertently spotted Snape entering the chamber containing the stone. He had heard the growls of Fong, and shortly thereafter, Snape had exited, his robe slightly tattered. P.S. After the Philosopher's Stone. We must inform Dumbledore. Oh, Harry, do not be hasty. You must trust Snape. He is a teacher at the school. Hagrid chuckled at Harry's accusation, ruffling Harry's black hair in an attempt to soothe him. He was responsible for safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone, and Dumbledore had assured that Snape was trustworthy. We must place our faith in him, and you must too. Hubert watched the debate between Hagrid and Harry, well aware of the underlying truths but unable to voice them. The resolution was not far off. Harry would soon grasp the reality of the situation. A sharp sound echoed from outside the window. A figure with silvery hair swiftly darted past and vanished into the night. It's Draco, Hubert asserted confidently. Having discovered Norberta, he would undoubtedly alert the school. It was imperative to relocate Norberta and obliterate all traces of her presence, ensuring that the school could not uncover any evidence of a dragon. Hubert remained calm, having already devised a plan. Initially, he had no way of predicting when Harry and the others would arrive or whether Draco would follow, rendering prevention impossible. A Norwegian ridgeback can double in size in just 2 weeks. We simply cannot conceal her. Ron quickly interjected, my brother raises dragons in Romania. We could send her there. Absolutely not. Hagrid immediately retorted loudly. Norberta is too young. She cannot coexist with those adult dragons. He turned to Hubert, who had already considered a solution. Norberta could reside in Eastern Fantasia, a place unknown to anyone at the school. After speaking, he covered his mouth, looking at Hubert with an expression of regret. Eastern Fantasia? What is that place? A realm of mystery in the East? Hermione and Harry inquired simultaneously. Ron stood up, tilting his chin slightly toward Hermione, and mimicked her voice in a high pitch, saying, the Eastern Fantasy Realm is a mysterious magical sanctuary, inhabited by enigmatic magical creatures. He paused momentarily, emphasizing his tone. As you are aware, the magical sanctuary is a unique space created by ancient wizards using spatial gems. This knowledge I gleaned from my readings during leisure hours. You know me, I have a penchant for books. Ha ha ha, Hubert and the others burst into laughter. As Ron imitated Hermione, his face adorned with a comical expression, instantly dissipating the tense atmosphere. Hermione glared at Ron, letting out a huff, though she was not genuinely angry. Hubert disregarded the curious gazes directed at them, for thus far, only the 4 of them knew the exact location of the Eastern Fantasy Realm and how to enter it. Amid their conversation, a cacophony of barks erupted outside the stone house, followed by a flurry of footsteps. The light from the ceiling flickered, causing panic to wash over the faces of Hermione and her companions. Draco, accompanied by the teachers of the academy, had arrived. I am now transferring with Nobita. Hagrid will manage the cleanup here, Hubert swiftly stated, cradling Nobita, then turning to Hermione and the others. You must leave at once. Being caught will result in a deduction of house points. He drew the life's tribute and traced a vertical line in the air, exclaiming, fly. A radiant golden light burst forth from the tip of his wand, enveloping him in a dazzling glow. The brilliant gold suddenly shrank into a luminous point before vanishing into thin air, with the disappearance of the golden light. Both Hubert and Nobita's forms faded away without leaving a trace, as if they had never existed. What sort of magic is this? Harry asked, a look of envy on his face as he glanced at Hermione, who, equally perplexed, turned to Hagrid, who merely shook his head. Hermione quickly regained her composure, grasping Harry and Ron's hands, and dashed toward the door. Outside was pitch black, and the forbidden forest loomed nearby like a beast lying in wait with its gaping maw. From the direction of Hogwarts, 3 figures hurried toward the stone house, with none other than silver-haired Draco leading the way. Harry, they're over there, Draco exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Harry and the others just as they were about to exit, addressing McGonagall and Filch beside him. Chapter 64. Consequences of One's Actions. Beneath the darkened sky, outside the stone house, illuminated by the faint light within, Professor McGonagall, with a serious expression, scrutinized Harry, Ron, and Hermione, disappointment evident in her eyes. Filch, donned in a tattered coat, and Draco stood behind her, the former clutching a lantern, his countenance grim, eyes betraying a hint of madness and exhilaration. Draco, on the other hand, unabashedly reveled in his triumph, gazing down at the silent, downcast trio before him. McGonagall stepped forward, lowering herself to meet Harry's gaze. Harry, according to school regulations, students are forbidden from wandering about at night unaccompanied. Are you aware of this? McGonagall shook her head and continued sternly. Gryffindor has incurred a 50-point deduction, totaling 150 points. Harry and Ron stared at McGonagall in disbelief, but her expression remained inscrutable. Potter, you should consider yourself fortunate to have merely lost 150 points. Had it been my father, you would have been expelled from Hogwarts by now. Draco remarked with a smirk, his fair complexion betraying no hint of humility. Beside him, Filch nodded in agreement, his grotesque visage twisted with malice, his yellowed teeth on display as he addressed McGonagall. They ought to receive a more profound lesson. The house is far too lenient with these miscreants. McGonagall cast a blank glance at him and Draco before turning to depart. Professor, I report that Hagrid and Hubert are raising a dragon, Draco proclaimed loudly, the atmosphere falling into an abrupt silence, 5 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Such was the sensation of being observed, the disbelief palpable. The illustrious heir of the Malfoy pure-blood lineage, ought to bask in the limelight, reveling in the envious and astonished gazes of others. What is Potter but a pitiful wretch bereft of parents? Oh no! Harry, Ron, and Hermione simultaneously lamented inwardly. Hermione cast a discreet glance at the stone hut behind her, where Hagrid was diligently clearing traces. If they were to enter now, what would transpire? This is a grave slander against Hagrid. I am aware of your enmity with Harry, but this accusation pertains to a serious violation of the law. We are classmates. You ought not to act in such a manner. Draco, I did not realize your animosity towards me was so profound. If I have wronged you in the past, I sincerely apologize. However, you cannot falsely accuse Hagrid and Hubert of raising a dragon. Harry interjected, following Hermione's lead with heartfelt earnestness, while Ron nodded in agreement. McGonagall and Filch regarded Draco with a peculiar expression. Stepping forward, McGonagall locked eyes with Draco, asserting, Malfoy, you must take responsibility for your words. Under her scrutiny, Draco's demeanor faltered, retreating a step as he grappled with her serious expression, his words caught in his throat. Since Draco has lodged a complaint, let us proceed to Hagrid's hut to ascertain the truth. Filch's raspy voice broke the tension, eliciting a sigh of relief from Draco. If anyone is found to be lying and violating Hogwarts regulations, I shall ensure they are duly educated. His gaze roamed over Draco, lingering on his fair visage for 3 seconds. Once relaxed, Draco's body tensed anew as he stammered, I saw it with my own eyes. Hubert even named it Norberta. You must be mistaken. Hubert is not here, and there is no dragon. Hermione countered vehemently. Harry stepped forward, asserting, we came to find Hagrid. We have not seen Hubert or any dragon. Draco is slandering. Ron chimed in, nodding in agreement. McGonagall acknowledged their statements with a nod, her expression questioning as she turned to Draco. I saw it with my own eyes, and I can assure you, they are certainly in the stone hut. Draco hastily retorted. If nothing were amiss, why would Hagrid not emerge? The atmosphere grew tense once more as McGonagall gazed at the tightly shut wooden door, stepping inside amidst Draco's triumphant grin. The door creaked open, revealing the light that had been obscured, flooding the space with brilliance. In the center of the stone abode, a wooden table was placed, while the firewood in the hearth blazed brightly, providing warmth and illumination within the room. Wooden racks and cloaks hung from the ceiling, creating a chaotic yet orderly atmosphere. Draco accused you and Hubert of raising dragons. McGonagall offered a brief explanation before her gaze swept across the room. This is Slytherin slander. Hagrid immediately retorted, lowering his head to loom over Draco, his massive frame casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely. Instinctively, Draco took a step back, retreating behind McGonagall, his pallid complexion growing even more ashen, his eyes darting around the hall in search of any possible evidence. Where is it? I saw Hubert, Hagrid, and the dragon with my own eyes. Why is there nothing? Have they hidden it? Yes, they must have concealed it. Professor, they must have hidden the dragon. I saw it, a dark green dragon. Draco's voice trembled as he met Hagrid's gaze. I must not be afraid. I'm the great Malfoy, and Malfoy shall not bow his proud head. It is they who have hidden it, and Hubert, he must be concealed as well. Malfoy's voice quivered even more violently. Draco, you must take responsibility for your words. It has been proven that you are mistaken. There are no dragons or Hubert here. Hermione interrupted the panicked Malfoy. Professor McGonagall, according to school rules, venturing out at night without permission warrants point deductions. Shouldn't Malfoy also be penalized? Indeed, Malfoy should lose points. Harry and Ron immediately nodded in agreement. You, Malfoy stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Hermione. If I lose 50 points, the wizards of Slytherin will kill themselves. We absolutely cannot lose points. McGonagall nodded at Hermione, then declared, Slytherin loses 50 points. She turned and cast a deep glance at Hagrid. I know you have a fondness for magical creatures. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, she vanished into the night with Harry and the others, leaving Hagrid with a dumbfounded expression. So she was aware of everything. Whispers echoed in the darkness. Chapter 65, My Hometown. Beneath the sky, a colossal waterfall, soaring dozens of meters high, cascaded from the heavens. The water spiraled around a towering island at its center, then divided into 4 streams, flowing outward in all directions, segmenting the land into 4 distinct regions. On the circular island, golden dragon-esque claw trees enveloped the entire isle. Their branches flourished, and from a distance, the golden crowns resembled a vast, umbrella-like flame. Beneath the canopy, vines cascaded down as golden little dragons frolicked and played among the tendrils. On the sturdy trunks, 30 small wooden houses were constructed, seamlessly integrated among the vines and branches, harmonizing with the tree itself. Half-meter-tall fairies flitted in and out of the wooden abodes, adorned with butterfly-like, multicolored wings. Their bodies draped in garments woven from flower petals. Their flowing hair cascaded down their backs, their exquisite features rendering even the most beautiful humans envious. Even the unwise magical dragons circled around them, dancing in the air upon their arrival. The fairies fluttered their vibrant wings, soaring from the circular island, crossing the river to fly in all directions. On the quadrants of land divided by rivers, rooms of various sizes have been meticulously constructed. The doorways of these chambers are draped with curtains adorned with depictions of different animals. This is a magical fabric, allowing glimpses into the interiors of the rooms through its veil. Each chamber offers a distinct environment, with magical cloth suspended from the walls, a commercial magical material capable of simulating diverse surroundings. While easily discernible to humans, it is perfectly suited for creating habitats for magical creatures. Here one finds icy wastelands, grassy plains, and scorching sun, each environment teeming with various beings whose forms mirror the flora and fauna illustrated on the curtains. A fairy flutters to the eastern district, entering a room emblazoned with the image of a feathered serpent. Upon opening the door, she is instantly transported to a dense forest, shrouded in darkness that seems to stretch endlessly. Towering ancient trees loom overhead, their vast canopies obscuring the light from above. The ground, perpetually deprived of sunlight, is damp and moist, yet the fairy remains unfazed by the gloom, skillfully navigating towards the largest tree at the heart of the grove. A substantial hole has been carved into the thick trunk, and through the shadows, a faint golden glimmer can be discerned, resembling an egg. Just as the fairy approaches the opening, a strikingly patterned snake, vibrant in hues of red and green, suddenly bursts forth from the hollow. Its head bears a resemblance to a divine dragon, adorned with long, jutting horns. Fangs glisten menacingly, exuding a sharpness that leaves no doubt of their lethality. The serpent's body is cloaked in resplendent scales, a blend of beauty and peril. Were Hubert present, he would undoubtedly recognize this creature as a feathered serpent, an ancient Mayan deity and an object of reverence among the indigenous peoples of Mexico. Hubert had acquired this feathered serpent from a Mexican merchant, nurturing it within the realm of Eastern fantasia. In antiquity, the feathered serpent was venerated by Muggles as a deity governing rain and harvests. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the feathered serpent is indeed a magical being. In the indigenous tongue, the name of the feathered serpent is a fusion of two words. One, Quetzal, signifies the heavens and spiritual vitality, and the other, Codal, embodies the earth and material strength. The feathered serpent possesses two forms, one as a serpent traversing the ground, and the other as a bird soaring through the skies. Upon spotting the fairy, the feathered serpent retracts its raised spines and its vibrant colors dim. It turns and guides the fairy into the hollow, where three enormous eggs rest at the center of the tree cavity. Unlike the silver eggs of other avian serpents, the feathered serpent's eggs appear as if crafted from soft gold, rendering them even more coveted by wizards. Thus, during the egg-laying season, the feathered serpent is at its most vigilant. Any creature trespassing upon its territory without permission shall face its wrath. The fairy approaches the golden egg, placing her hands upon its surface. A surge of green energy flows from her delicate palms into the egg, causing it to radiate with an even brighter golden light. Upon witnessing this brilliance, the feathered serpent's eyes glimmer with joy as it can hear the heartbeat of its unborn offspring. The little one is but 10 days away from hatching. A melodious and crisp voice flowed from the lips of the fairy as she procured slices of meat from her spatial pouch, tossing them to the feathered serpent, which eagerly snapped them up and swallowed them whole. "I shall return in 10 days to see you and your offspring," she declared, surrendering the remaining provisions to the serpent after successfully completing her task. With a flutter of her iridescent wings, she soared out of the woods and emerged into the open air. In contrast to the shadowy confines of the serpent's domain, the outside world was a vibrant tapestry of lush green grass beneath a brilliant sky. The fairy inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance of the grass, the purity of the water, and the beauty of everything around her. She felt immense gratitude towards the great Hubert, who had bestowed upon her the sanctuary to exist and the purpose of nurturing wondrous creatures, thus endowing her life with meaning. She could vividly recall that dreadful afternoon when a swarm of eight-eyed spiders invaded her garden, mercilessly ravaging her home and slaughtering her kin. Everything she cherished was annihilated beneath the claws of those brutal spiders. In their moment of utmost despair, Hubert appeared, rescuing them and leading them to this enchanting realm, which she later learned was called the Eastern Fantasyland, for the peace-loving fairy who took joy in caring for floral and avian life. This place was a paradise devoid of the vicious eight-eyed spiders and their relentless predation. Hubert had granted her kind the highest privileges to thrive here, only requiring them to tend to the creatures of this land. For the fairies, who adored nurturing flora and fauna, this was their most cherished vocation. As she flew, thoughts of Hubert filled her mind, and she suddenly halted midair, her eyes widening with surprise at the silhouette that had materialized before her. Clad in a black Hogwarts robe, he possessed a fair, oval face with bright eyes and a confident smile. Cradled in his arms was a creature with broad wings, and the fairy's pupils dilated in recognition. It was a dragon, a young Norwegian ridgeback. "Hubert, is this a Norwegian ridgeback?" she exclaimed, swiftly gliding to his side, her curious gaze fixed upon the dragonling nestled in his embrace. Despite her extensive experiences, she had never encountered a dragon before. Alas, it seemed that no birdo was not particularly fond of her, as it opened its mouth in a display that threatened to unleash a flame, but instead let out a burp, releasing a puff of black smoke. The dragon regarded her with suspicion, flapping its wings as if to flee and attack. The fairy extended her right hand, channeling a stream of verdant energy towards No Berta. The energy enveloped the young dragon, gradually calming its agitation and softening its gaze, even imbuing it with a sense of joy. Chapter 66. Farewell to Nana and Scarlet. This was the essence of the fairy's gift, the very foundation upon which Hubert had entrusted her kind with the care of the extraordinary beings inhabiting the Eastern Fantasyland. Though physically delicate, they cherished peace and all things beautiful. Lacking any combat prowess, they were nevertheless endowed with the divine ability to soothe troubled souls. It was for this reason that Hubert had chosen them to tend to the creatures of this magical realm. "Nana, your abilities have advanced once more." Hubert gently descended onto the lush grass, and it was evident that Nana had swiftly calmed Nobita, showcasing her enhanced abilities over the few days of their separation. Entrusting Nobita's care to her instilled a sense of reassurance. Nobita, a female Norwegian ridgeback dragon hatchling, had just emerged into the world. She would soon become a cherished member of their Eastern fantasy realm, and the responsibility of her upbringing now lay with Nana. Lead me to the available biological space. We must construct a cozy home for Nobita. Nana guided Hubert along the river, ultimately discovering the largest available room at the easternmost edge. Through their combined efforts, the room was swiftly transformed. The expansive space was adorned with a blue sky and white clouds, basking in gentle sunlight. To the east stood a small hill, atop which nestled a cave, Nobita's prospective abode. Below, a verdant forest flourished, its trees harmoniously intertwined with the surrounding magical fabric, rendering any flaws imperceptible. Hubert placed Nobita upon the hill, and with a joyful cheer, she flapped her wings and dashed toward the cave's entrance. There, she stood, surveying her domain, stretching her neck to issue a youthful roar that proclaimed her sovereignty. Indeed, a selfish dragon, Hubert jested, before departing the chamber with Nana, standing by the riverbank. The broad river shimmered under the sun's reflection, its waters flowing eastward in a tranquil manner. Over 4 years of development, the Eastern fantasy realm had flourished significantly with the assistance of the dragon-toothed phoenix. At present, 4 rivers had formed a substantial network. No longer mere ditches, as they had been during the realm's inception. The rivers now spanned 10 meters in width, with ample water from the Black Lake nourishing all creatures within the domain. The skies above the realm retained their original appearance, resembling an endless pot lit overhead. Though devoid of sunlight, the atmosphere was exceptionally bright. This absence of scorching rays rendered the realm's temperature pleasant, allowing for a perennial spring-like climate. As Hubert gazed upstream, a magnificent golden phoenix tree loomed at the river's source. The cascading lake waters crashed against the surface, creating a melodic sound, while layers of mist floated above the river. Magical dragons danced between the phoenix trees and the waterfall, appearing dreamlike from a distance. "Hey, beautiful youth, do you require a boat to cross the river?" The once tranquil lake suddenly roiled, as a massive whirlpool emerged at its center. The teasing voice emanated from within the vortex. With a resounding splash, a graceful figure leapt from the whirlpool. With a human torso and a fish's tail, her long blue hair was intricately styled, crowned with a delicate tiara. Her large blue eyes sparkled, and her chubby face revealed a playful little fawn. "Scarlet, if you wish to play the role of Serpent Demon, at least you ought to refine your physique." Hubert sighed, regretting having shared the tale of 100,000 jokes with Scarlet. This once curious little girl had become infatuated with the story of the Serpent Demon and now regularly mimicked its behavior. "Address me as your majesty," Scarlet exclaimed. Her round face puffed with indignation as she placed her hands on her hips, exuding a certain regal demeanor. However, she was merely a child of 10, her appearance eliciting hearty laughter from Hubert. "Humph." The water beneath her buoyed her up, drifting her towards the shore, as Scarlet turned her head, her large eyes glaring at Hubert. "All right, I admit my fault, your majesty Scarlet." Hubert managed to suppress his amusement as he spoke. For years had elapsed, and Scarlet had transformed from a small child of 4 or 5 into a young girl of 10. During these years, she frequently visited the Eastern fantasy land to play, and with her assistance, Hubert's secret realm had been enriched with numerous aquatic species unique to the Black Lake. "Shrimp soldiers and crab generals?" Hubert inquired, puzzled. When had such creatures appeared in his domain? Had Scarlet once again surreptitiously brought contraband from the Black Lake? Hubert had always taken an encouraging stance towards Scarlet's clandestine contributions to the biodiversity of his secret realm. "Now that I possess the Crystal Palace, I certainly require shrimp soldiers and crab generals for its protection." This was your suggestion. Was it once more a mess of his own making? Hubert recalled a story he had inadvertently shared about the Crystal Palace in the Eastern Sea and resolved silently never to recount tales to her casually again. Nana stifled a laugh, secretly enjoying Hubert's exasperation with Scarlet, relishing the scene before her. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were water spirits summoned by Scarlet using her water magic, a special variant of transformation magic. The summoned water spirits, composed entirely of water, could only survive in aquatic environments and possessed limited intelligence. "Nana," Scarlet interrupted, her voice elongated in a playful tone, "take me to see a dragon. I've never seen one before. Show her Nobita and ensure her safety." Hubert entrusted Nana with the secrets of the Norwegian spine dragon, offering a few simple instructions before allowing them to depart. In the span of 4 years, the dragon-toothed Polonia had grown to a height of 50 meters, its girth substantial enough to require 8 people to embrace. The gnarled and intertwined trunks and vines formed its robust structure, while its well-developed root system delved deeply into the earth, absorbing nutrients for growth. Cascading green vines hung from its branches, and dense golden leaves adorned its crown. Hubert approached the base of the dragon-toothed Polonia, where 3 small platforms, each half a meter high, were stacked. Beneath the platforms, a magical array was inscribed, with each platform occupying a corner, while a massive yellow orb floated above them. The orb resembled flowing water or fine grains of sand. 5 magical dragons danced around the orb, weaving in and out of its center. Chapter 67, Quicksand. Beneath the golden dragon tooth Polonia, beside the 3 platforms, Hubert gazed at his creation with delight. He produced the life's tribute, gently tracing his fingers across it, causing 3 drops of crimson blood to soar toward the drifting yellow orb. Upon contact, the blood seeped into the orb, and the magical array beneath the platforms, stimulated by the blood, suddenly ascended above the platforms, swirling rapidly around the orb. The rotating magical array stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, sending them into a swirling dance, and then abruptly contracted, vanishing entirely into the yellow orb. The orb quivered violently, and then, with a resounding explosion, erupted into a cloud of golden mist. Although the sphere shattered, Hubert could distinctly feel his connection with the mist before him. It was a subtle sensation, ineffable in words. He effortlessly sensed the presence of the mist and guided it with ease. He realized that this unique alchemical creation had succeeded. "Gather," he softly intoned, and the billowing yellow mist seemed to understand the command, swirling into a vortex that converged upon Hubert's left hand, rotating counterclockwise like a miniature hurricane. "Adorn." As Hubert's thoughts shifted, the whirlwind in his hand expanded, enveloping him entirely. Starting from his upper body, the ochre mist clung to him, gradually solidifying, until the fog dissipated and his form became discernible. The once black Hogwarts robe had vanished, replaced by a splendid yellow cloak, intricately embossed at the hem with silver, floating dragon patterns, and adorned with mysterious magical runes on the sleeves and torso. Behind him, a pair of broad wings gently flapped. Shrouded in mist, their true form obscured. The gusts stirred the grass at his feet, leaving no doubt about their power. Hubert gazed in delight at his resplendent attire, his thoughts guiding the wings as they beat rapidly, lifting his body from the ground. I can fly." Hubert laughed joyously, transforming into a yellow figure amidst the sycamores, soaring through the air and over the river, reveling in the exhilaration of flight. "Nana, let us race to the sycamore tree and see who is faster," Hubert proposed to the curious Nana, while Scarlet could only sulk in the water. "All right," Nana exclaimed, darting off. "I haven't even said go yet." Although Nana was a fairy, standing only half a human's height, she had the innate ability to fly since birth. Her form shimmered with vibrant colors, resembling a radiant rainbow as she painted the sky with her brilliance. Despite Hubert being new to this equipment and somewhat inexperienced in flight, his alchemical creation, infused with the essence of 5 magical dragons, provided ample magical power, requiring little from him. Under his control, the wings beat swiftly, propelling him forward with tremendous force. The yellow mist enveloped him entirely, surging through the sky like a flash of yellow. The two raced through the air, with the yellow mist and the colorful glow intertwining in pursuit. "I win," Nana declared triumphantly as she perched atop the sycamore's crown. Barely had she spoken when Hubert landed beside her, his face still flushed with excitement. Though he ultimately lost, it was not due to a lack of speed, but rather his unfamiliarity with flying. "What is that attire you are wearing, Hubert? I've never seen you in it before," Nana asked curiously, circling around him. Hubert gently descended, revealing a mysterious smile. The yellow cloak swiftly receded, and the yellow mist gathered anew in his hands. "Its name is Quicksand, an alchemical artifact, a unique magical tool. He possesses the extraordinary ability to transform among the 3 states of matter: solid, liquid, and gas. As long as his magical energy is sufficient, he can assume any form." With each explanation, the mist in his hands morphs into birds, stones, spears, and shields, continuously shifting its shape. To compensate for his shortcomings, he must pursue alternative methods, employing his expertise in biological alchemy. This flowing sand is his masterpiece, a unique artifact crafted from a blend of magical sand and various enchanted materials, such as the mana dragon. It can serve as an auxiliary for flight or be combined with his most proficient spell, the transformation magic, to unleash powerful attacks. Additionally, it can transform into ropes for control, making it a versatile magical tool for both offense and defense. Most importantly, it integrates the mana dragon, allowing him to exert control with minimal magical energy. With a wave of his left hand, the flowing sand suddenly transformed into 5 half-meter-long yellow dragons, enveloped in mist, their long whiskers and heads appearing and disappearing like phantoms. These 5 dragons danced around Hubert with grace. Clad in a black robe, Hubert seemed otherworldly, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity or a demon. Nana gazed at him in a daze, her colorful wings ceasing to flutter unbeknownst to her. Suddenly, she gasped in surprise as her body plummeted from the sky, panic etched across her beautiful face. Just as she was about to crash to the ground, a yellow dragon, under Hubert's command, swooped in and encircled her. With the dragon's assistance, Nana gently descended onto the grass. A faint blush crept onto her exquisite features as she lowered her head under Hubert's gaze. She flapped her colorful wings and soared back into the air. "I'll go accompany Scarlet," she exclaimed, and with that, her figure vanished. Hubert chuckled softly, amused by the little one's sudden shyness. He mounted the 5 dragons and ascended into the sky, retrieving the life's tribute and proclaiming, "I love fish and eggs." As the incantation flowed from his lips, his form vanished into the secret realm. Under the inky night sky, the forbidden forest lay shrouded in darkness, silent and still. A palpable fear enveloped the area, with pairs of eerie green eyes occasionally glinting from the concealed shadows, revealing the predators lurking in the forest depths. Behind the stone house, the 5 yellow dragons emerged suddenly, bearing a confident young man clad in a black robe, Hubert himself. He oriented himself toward Hogwarts and soared forth on the dragons. As he neared the castle, he descended gracefully. The yellow dragon landed on his middle finger, crystallizing into a yellow gemstone ring. Hubert regarded the ring on his hand with a smile, then vanished into the darkness. Chapter 68. Silent yet resonant. Have you heard? Gryffindor has been deducted 150 points. I know. It's because of Harry Potter. It was Malfoy who reported Harry. I overheard the Slytherins say they VE lost 50 points as well. In the early morning, gossip swirled among the Hufflepuffs, recounting various versions of Malfoy's nighttime report to Hagrid and Harry's formidable counterattack from the previous evening. Although Hubert was unaware of the events that transpired after his departure, the gossip confirmed that Harry and his companions had indeed been caught and penalized with 150 points, with Draco Malfoy suffering a similar fate. He felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had departed early on his broom, for otherwise he too would have been subjected to the disdainful glares from his peers. Just as Harry and Draco were, he could vividly imagine the fury radiating from the Gryffindor lions and Slytherin serpents. Had it not been for the school's strict prohibition on dueling, Harry and Draco would undoubtedly have refrained from venturing outside. "Hubert, have you really raised a dragon with Hagrid? Is it as formidable and magnificent as they say? May I take a photograph with it?" A throng of Hufflepuffs surrounded Hubert the moment he entered the common room, bombarding him with questions. From their initial doubt regarding the dragon's existence to their eventual certainty, Hubert once again witnessed the formidable power of Hufflepuff gossip. He skillfully extricated himself from the crowd, exerting considerable effort to evade their eager inquiries. Seeking refuge, he navigated a secluded path and escaped the bustling throng, making his way to the library. This was the domain of Madame Pants, a place where young witches and wizards seldom dared to cause a ruckus. The library was replete with towering bookshelves, each laden with a myriad of tomes. Within the restricted section, even dark magic was catalogued. Through his gemstone beetle ring, Hubert could faintly sense the darkness emanating from that area, a haunting roar that resonated deep within the soul. In the reading area, scattered young wizards sat quietly, absorbed in their books or whispering to their companions. Whenever Madame Pants's piercing gaze swept over them, they immediately sat upright, as if compelled by an invisible force. The Philosopher's Stone, the 36 Conjectures of Ancient Wizards? Hubert scanned the shelves, searching for any literature pertaining to the fabled stone. Since its inception, the Philosopher's Stone had left an indelible mark on the annals of magical history. No wizard could overlook its immense power, particularly for alchemists, as it symbolized a pinnacle of strength. Hubert's quest for knowledge regarding the stone was driven by its paramount importance to him. Regrettably, in the vast expanse of the library, he discovered only 3 books concerning the Philosopher's Stone, all of which were biographical in nature and lacked substantial value. He cast a glance towards the shadowy restricted section. Hidden behind the library's shelves, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. That area concealed myriad secrets. It was where Voldemort had once sought supreme power. Within its confines lay invaluable knowledge cherished by the wizarding world, and if only he could gain access, he might discover information about the stone. Perhaps even its method of creation. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the tantalizing thoughts swirling in his mind. In his current state, he was merely an ordinary Hufflepuff. Not Harry, not the protagonist. Such a significant place would undoubtedly be well guarded by Dumbledore. Without a teacher's permission, breaching its defenses was utterly impossible. He settled into a spot, holding a leisure book in his hands. The 3 volumes contained little of substance, and Hubert skimmed through them, pausing only at passages that piqued his interest. The Philosopher's Stone? You are indeed investigating matters regarding the magical stone. Hermione glanced at the book in Hubert's hands before affirmatively stating, a smile gracing her lips. I knew you wouldn't let it go unchecked. Do you wish to join us in thwarting Snape? She placed a stack of books on the desk and whispered to Hubert. Hermione, still sporting her tousled hair, appeared somewhat pale with bloodshot eyes. Today, she received notice from the school that she and Hagrid would need to patrol the Forbidden Forest tonight. Hagrid mentioned that unicorns in the forest had been found dead, and she wished to gather more information. Unicorn casualties in the Forbidden Forest? Hubert's heart stirred. He was acutely aware that this was the doing of Voldemort, who needed unicorn blood to prolong his wretched existence. If Hermione and Harry ventured into the forest tonight, would they encounter Voldemort? After all, wasn't he always lurking in the forest awaiting their arrival? And given the vastness of the Forbidden Forest, it was possible they might miss him. Yet, what if he brought Quirrell along? Hagrid and the others were oblivious to Voldemort's sinister machinations. What if Hagrid were ambushed? Hubert's thoughts spiraled, unaware of Hermione's curious gaze directed at him. What was troubling him? Was he worried about me? Or, thus, they each pondered their own thoughts while casually flipping through their books. Madame Pants at the front desk occasionally surveyed the room, but made no comment upon seeing Hubert and Hermione. By the tall windows, at the long table, Hubert and Hermione sat opposite one another. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon them, giving them an ethereal aura from afar. Time slipped away unnoticed. The sun ascended and then descended, the evening glow painting the sky, draping the two in a crimson hue. It is time for dinner. We must go, Hubert suggested, to which Hermione nodded in agreement. Under Madame Pants's watchful eye, they silently organized their books and exited the library. Upon their arrival in the Great Hall, Harry and Ron were already present. They sat at the end of the table, a considerable distance from their peers. Facing each other, they occasionally glanced at others, whispering to one another. Hubert and Hermione walked directly to their side, disregarding the curious stares from the other Gryffindor lions. What brings you here, Hubert? Harry nervously inquired, glancing at the others. Hubert understood his unspoken concern and offered a reassuring smile. We are friends, are we not? Chapter 69, Meeting in the Forbidden Forest. Outside Hogwarts Castle, Hubert watched as Harry and Hermione gradually receded into the distance. His right hand gently rested upon the quicksand of his left middle finger, which transformed into a golden mist that enveloped him entirely. Behind him, a pair of expansive wings unfurled with a resounding thud, gently flapping and lifting him into the sky. Hubert traversed the woods until he reached the glass door of his cabin on the 2nd floor. He extracted the life's tribute and traced it against the glass, which then manifested a portal, allowing him to step through. Outside the stone house, Filch had already reunited with Hagrid and Harry. After a brief exchange, Filch departed. Draco's complexion was ashen, fear etched upon his face. He had heard tales of the Forbidden Forest, a place where werewolves roamed. Hagrid, lantern in hand, guided the 4 young wizards into the depths of the dark, serene forest, where chilling winds occasionally swept through, prompting the young wizards to tighten their clothing. What is that? Hermione inquired, pointing at a pool of silvery liquid on the ground, something she had never encountered in her readings. Hagrid crouched down, his towering frame bending as he dipped his fingers into the substance, bringing them to his nose for a careful sniff, then extending his tongue to taste it. This is unicorn blood. Another unicorn has been injured. Our task here is to patrol the Forbidden Forest, seeking out the wounded unicorns and uncovering the cause of their injuries. Hagrid's demeanor turned somber. Who would harm such a pure creature? It is said that anyone who touches unicorn blood is doomed to an eternal curse. Now, let us divide our patrols. Harry and Neville shall be one group, while Hermione and Ron follow me. Should you discover anything, notify me immediately. No, Draco exclaimed, his voice rising sharply. He glanced at Hagrid, who towered over him, and muttered, I want Fawn. He shot a look at Harry, dismissing him as ineffectual and unworthy of competition. Yet in this daunting Forbidden Forest, only the fierce Fong could offer him protection. After all, Fong was a loyal dog. Fong is rather timid. If you require, he may accompany you, Hagrid replied with a light-hearted tone before leading Hermione and Ron away with the lantern. Choosing a path into the shadows, Draco surveyed the surrounding darkness, the dense thicket silent as a beast poised to pounce. He straightened his posture and scowled, muttering, Damn Hagrid for leaving us here. Does he not understand the peril of the Forbidden Forest? Is he unaware of the werewolves that lurk here? Are you frightened? Harry shot him a sidelong glance, illuminating the area with his lantern, while Fong cowered behind his legs. Draco stared at Harry in disbelief. Harry's expression was calm, devoid of any anxiety or fear, and instead, he appeared almost eager. Did Potter not comprehend the dangers of the Forbidden Forest, or was he truly the savior, merely concealing his prowess all along? Draco's thoughts danced uncertainly. Yet after all their conflicts, Potter did not seem the type to hide. Had he misjudged? Potter, I recognize that we have had our disputes in the past, but we must collaborate now, he declared, mimicking Lucius's tone, oblivious to how his usual demeanor might come off as arrogant to others. The Forbidden Forest, a restricted area of Hogwarts, harbored countless perilous creatures. How Hagrid, that fool, thought it wise to leave them here was beyond him. They must exercise caution, lest they face life-threatening danger. Harry ignored him, for Draco was indeed a coward. If there were true peril, the school would never send them to patrol the Forbidden Forest. How could the young lion of Gryffindor cower in the face of danger? The more formidable the challenge, the more one must confront it. Such is the essence of Gryffindor, undaunted and valiant. With a lantern in his left hand and his wand firmly gripped in his right, he strode boldly into the darkness, resembling a fearless warrior. Foolish imbecile, mindless dolt. Draco seethed inwardly, unaware that his words had ignited Harry's fighting spirit. His expression darkened as he lowered his head and hastily pursued Harry, closely following Yaya, as if the massive creature could provide him with a sense of security. The dark forest was filled not with the sounds of birds or beasts, but an eerie silence. At some point, a thin veil of mist began to rise from the ground, enveloping them in a chill that clung to their skin. Within this fog, a faint yellow light flickered. By its dim glow, two boys could be discerned, one with dark hair and the other with silver hair, followed closely by a massive black dog. Suddenly, a sharp crack. What did I step on? Is it a venomous snake? Draco, contrary to Harry's expectations, was far from composed. His mouth agape, his complexion turned as pale as a ghost, eyes wide with bloodshot terror. He pointed a trembling finger into the distance. That is... Harry immediately spun around, the color draining from his face as terror took hold. In the mist, several meters away, a unicorn lay in a pool of its own blood, its white fur glimmering with an ethereal light. In that glow, a dark figure in a black cloak was hunched over the unicorn's neck, siphoning its lifeblood. Harry could distinctly hear the sound of blood being consumed, the unicorn's heartbeat gradually faltering. To his horror, the figure in the cloak seemed to sense their presence. Rising slowly with a sinister rustle akin to a beast's growl, a sound that pierced the very soul. The cloak hovered in midair, concealing only a mass of malevolent black mist beneath its shroud. A mere glance would evoke dark thoughts in any ordinary person, their desires magnified beyond measure. Upon noticing Harry, the figure emitted a whispering sound. Although Harry understood not the words, he felt an unmistakable blend of excitement and dread emanating from it. Yaya barked at the cloaked figure twice before turning tail and racing back the way they had come. The figure moved slowly, gliding toward Harry and Draco. Yet the two remained paralyzed, unable to move even a fraction. Their limbs felt as though ensnared by an unseen force, leaving them to helplessly witness the encroaching shadow of death. Do not fear. I am Gryffindor, brave and unyielding, brave and unyielding. Harry strained to close his eyes, repeatedly murmuring to himself. He needed to devise a plan to regain control of his limbs. What could restore movement to my hands and feet? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he opened his eyes wide. The stone of power, the stone of speed. Harry shouted with all his might, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. From his palm, two gemstones, one red and one blue, materialized instantly, radiating blinding beams of crimson and azure light that illuminated his limbs, unleashing a surge of formidable power. This was the essence of strength. Harry regained his freedom, clenching his fists, feeling the torrent of energy coursing through him. Thank you, Hubert. He gazed at the hooded figure 10 meters away, deliberately avoiding the obscured visage shrouded in black mist. Who are you, and why do you seek to harm the unicorn? Harry proclaimed, as if his voice could bestow him with courage. Fool, hurry and take me away, Draco shrieked, asserting that they should summon the Hogwarts professors to confront this menace, for they were no match for him. The hissing figure's gaze shifted to Draco, who recoiled instinctively, sensing the ominous warning. What manner of creature lurks within the Forbidden Forest? I must inform my father and urge him to question Dumbledore. The malevolent aura enveloped him, the mere 10 meters offering no time to evade or cast a spell. He leaped between the two parties, seizing the silver spear embedded in the ground, directing it toward the dark figure. Guided by fate, I, Forenza, have arrived. Evil, You shall not harm these children today, Firenze declared with conviction, his hair bristling as he brandished the silver spear at the hooded figure. The figure hissed twice before swiftly ascending into the dark sky, enveloped in shadow. Firenze, what brings you here? As the cloaked figure departed, a voice called out, and Hagrid's towering silhouette came rushing forth, followed by Fong. Yet Hermione and Ron were conspicuously absent. He approached Harry and Draco, relieved to find them unscathed. Exhaling a long breath, we encountered a hooded figure. We could not discern his appearance. He was the one who harmed the unicorn. Harry pointed to the lifeless form of the pure creature nearby, providing a brief account of the recent events. Where are Hermione and Ron? The hooded figure has departed. We must reunite with them, for this place is perilous. Harry's expression turned tense, laced with concern. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron, after Hagrid's departure, advanced with their lanterns. Ron cautiously scanned their surroundings, but the dense woods and mist obscured all visibility. Hermione led the way, her right hand gripping her wand. Her brown hair, dampened by dew, appeared softer and more manageable. I have read that there are sentient beings in the Forbidden Forest. As long as we do not provoke them, they will not attack us. We are wizards. Ordinary creatures cannot harm us. Yet this place is truly frightening. Ron frowned, recalling George and Fred's tales of vampires and the vibrant venomous snakes of Romania that could bring death with a single bite. They are deceiving you, Hermione replied firmly, reminiscent of the Sorting Hat incident. You have already fallen victim once, Ron. The memory of that embarrassing moment caused Ron's face to darken. His brothers incessantly teased him, leading him to question whether he was truly their sibling. We should hasten to catch up with Hagrid. This place unsettles me greatly. Ron glanced around anxiously, but Hermione suddenly halted, raising her lantern to illuminate the sky. Above the forest, the moonlight, which had previously filtered through the gaps in the leaves, was now entirely absent. A dense, inky fog descended from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. With a thunderous boom, the black mist erupted, rolling outwards in thick, dark clouds. Hermione caught a whiff of the noxious fog, a nauseating stench that made her pinch her nose tightly as she gripped her wand with determination. From within the black haze, a dark cloak began to rise, devoid of any figure, sustained only by the swirling fog. Its head was a void, the black mist spiraling ominously. It embodied pure darkness, akin to an abyss, drawing one's spirit into its depths, where the darkest desires would surge uncontrollably. What is this, Hermione? Ron trembled. You read so much. Hermione bit her lip, the sharp pain jolting her back to reality. Her face drained of color. She exhaled deeply. She felt as if she had plunged into a dark chasm, witnessing her parents' demise, left to wander this world in solitude. Don't look at its head, she urged Ron, quickly raising her wand. Expelliarmus. A beam of green light shot forth, hurtling toward the dark figure, but the mist before it surged, forming a barrier that dispersed the spell. Ron, draw your wand, Hermione cried out, her composure steadied after the previous encounter with the troll. Memories of Hubert's steadfast presence in the washroom and Flitwick's praise flickered in her mind. I will not be defeated, she vowed silently. Hermione's resolve seemed to bolster Ron's confidence. He hastily produced his wand, aiming it at the dark figure, yet hesitated. What spell should I cast? Use the one you learned in class, the levitation charm. Expelliarmus. Levi Corpus. A green light and a massive wooden stick hurtled toward the cloak, which shrieked in excitement. The mist surged forth, intercepting both the green light and the stick, causing the former to dissipate and the latter to be engulfed, swiftly transforming into rotting wood that blew away in the wind. Levi Corpus. Levi Corpus. They cast their spells in rapid succession, yet the cloak's defenses remained unyielding. As their magical energy waned, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Hiss, a tendril of black mist struck Hermione from behind, sending her crashing against a tree trunk. Hermione! Ron shouted in alarm. In his moment of distraction, a wisp of black mist collided with him as well, propelling him away. Gasp! Blood trickled from the corner of Hermione's mouth as she struggled to rise, but sharp pain in her back overwhelmed her, robbing her of strength. She glanced at Ron, who lay motionless on the ground, clearly knocked unconscious. What were they to do? Her mind raced with thoughts. What would Hubert do in such a dire situation? Her eyes darted around, seeking anything that could aid her, yet she found herself disheartened by the absence of any solutions. The hooded figure hissed ominously, and Hermione could distinctly sense its bloodthirsty excitement, a primal thrill akin to a beast at the sight of blood. The black mist on the ground writhed violently, coalescing into a massive dark sphere. This sphere spun in midair, causing fallen leaves to swirl around it. As they touched its surface, they appeared to be absorbed. withering and decaying into ash at an observable pace. Is this truly the end? Hermione struggled to lift her gaze toward the dark sphere, her eyes reflecting despair. Yet, her heart remained calm, devoid of any fear of impending death. Forgive me, Mom and Dad. She raised her chin defiantly, confronting the oncoming sphere. Just as the sphere was a mere meter away, its foul stench nearly suffocating her, she caught a glimpse of a flicker of yellow light in the sky. This light pierced through the leafy canopy, breaking through the oppressive darkness and illuminating the space with a golden glow. The radiance intensified, multiplying until it transformed into myriad beams of light. It materialized as a colossal golden hand descending from the heavens. This magnificent hand, imbued with unparalleled strength, struck the dark sphere forcefully, enveloping it within its grasp. As the golden fingers closed in, the hand erupted with thousands of golden rays, piercing through the dense black sphere, which dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Chapter 71. Rescuing without seeking recognition. At last, I have awaited your arrival, Dark Lord. A resonant, hoarse voice echoed from above, causing the leaves overhead to tremble violently in the gusting wind. The hooded figure tilted its head back and let out a shriek toward the sky, as dark energy surged forth from its form, cloaking it entirely before it hurriedly fled in a chosen direction. The golden hand did not pursue the fleeing figure. Instead, it gradually melted away, transforming into a floating dragon before Hermione's eyes. This ethereal creature bore the head of a dragon, its whiskers swaying gently, radiating a soft, golden glow. It hovered beside Hermione, silently guarding her. Who are you? A creature of the Forbidden Forest? The floating dragon shook its head, its dragon eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. Thank you for saving me. I am Hermione. Regaining a modicum of strength, Hermione managed to sit upright. The floating dragon ascended, retrieving Ron and placing him beside her, then encircled both of them protectively. The forest grew darker, the mist thickening, as a chilling cold enveloped their bodies. Unfamiliar creatures in the underbrush refrained from chirping, rendering the already eerie silence of the forest even more terrifying. Hermione trembled, her lips quivering. The floating dragon moved closer, its golden luminescence providing a semblance of warmth. Thank you, Hermione whispered, her voice barely audible as her eyelids drooped. The cold, pain, and recent battle drained her of all energy, causing her consciousness to blur. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no fear. The presence of the floating dragon beside her brought her a sense of comfort. She tightened her clothing around her. How cold it was! Her vision grew increasingly blurred, and despite exerting all her strength, she could not prevent her eyelids from drooping. Who was he? In a daze, she caught a glimpse of a figure clad in a yellow robe entering her line of sight. Summoning her last vestiges of strength, she lifted her head, vaguely perceiving the yellow mask adorning his face. Close your eyes and rest well, a gentle voice murmured in her ear. At last, Hermione surrendered to her exhaustion and succumbed to a deep slumber. Hermione, a buzzing call echoed in her ears, akin to the distant sounds heard beneath water. Hermione opened her hazy eyes to find Harry and Ron hastily surrounding her. Hermione, how are you feeling now? Harry inquired. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that your internal organs sustain minor injuries and that you require 2 days of recuperation. He then placed a stack of books upon the bedside table, stating, I know how much you adore reading, so I borrowed numerous books from the library for you. Once you finish these, I will fetch more. Ron, scratching his red hair, lowered his voice and said, Thank you for saving me yesterday, Hermione. This is candy made by my mother. She is already aware of your situation and made it especially for you. I hope you recover swiftly. He set a basket filled with candies of various shapes on the bedside. Please thank Mrs. Weasley for me. Hermione sat up in bed. How long have I been asleep? How did you discover me? Was there anyone else nearby when you found me? Or perhaps a creature resembling a Hebridean black? She gestured with her hands, attempting to describe the creature's appearance. However, her awareness had been somewhat hazy, and she struggled to depict its features accurately. What kind of creature is it? A bird snake? But bird snakes have wings, and this one does not. Ron shook his head and then passed the paper to Harry. Harry took the paper, his brow furrowed in silence. Have you seen it? Where? Hermione asked anxiously in a hushed tone, feeling a level of tension she had never experienced, even during final exams. I must recognize it. I must find him, the one who saved me. It seems familiar. Harry trailed off, while Hermione gazed at him with eager anticipation. He tapped his head, his eyes landing on the books on the table, and a light of realization flickered in his mind. He swiftly pulled out a thick tome from beneath the stack, its cover reading Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Magizoologist Newt Scamander. Flipping to page 235, He discovered an illustration that precisely depicted the Hebridean black, accompanied by a description. The Hebridean black, a breed of eastern dragon. To be precise, it cannot be classified as a magical creature. It is formed from the condensation of dense magical energy under special circumstances, Harry declared proudly, glancing at the still confused Ron. This is a first-year textbook. You should really read it thoroughly. I already know this. If I read something once, I can usually recite it from memory, Hermione replied. Closing the book. What I wish to know is where you encountered this creature. It is a real being. Harry's pride froze on his face, but Ron chuckled. Let us see you squirm, haha. I've never seen it. Harry pondered for a moment, then added, but I've heard people say that he should know quite a bit about it. Who? Hermione leaned forward eagerly. Hubert. Last month, I overheard him say that he is particularly fond of studying these magical creatures. He even opened a pet shop dedicated to the trade of magical beings. How splendid. Thank you, Harry, Hermione exclaimed, leaping from her bed, hastily donning her coat before dashing out, leaving Harry and Ron exchanging perplexed glances. Hermione, where are you going? Hermione sprinted out of the hospital wing, traversing the labyrinthine corridors towards the Hufflepuff common room. The wind tousled her fluffy hair, revealing her usually concealed, radiant face. A smile blossomed on her lips, the most joyful expression illuminating her features. She ran unabashedly, oblivious to the curious stares of her classmates. Her singular aim was the Hufflepuff common room. As she approached, her heart raced with clarity. A strong sixth sense urged her that Hubert held the answer she sought. Perhaps the figure from last night was indeed Hubert. Suddenly, a wild thought struck her. She chuckled to herself, dismissing it. How could it be? That had been a formidable Hebridean black. Certainly not Hubert. He was merely an ordinary Hufflepuff, his spells and magical prowess inferior to her own. Yet, once this notion surfaced, it clung to her thoughts. She recalled Flitwick and Hagrid's words, suddenly realizing her scant knowledge of Hubert. He was an enigma, simple in appearance, yet complex beneath the surface. Hubert, she called out as she spotted him emerging from the common room, rushing towards him. Were you the one who saved me last night? Hubert felt a jolt of surprise. Had Hermione uncovered something? But last night had been a Hebridean black's reveal. What could she possibly know? With Voldemort still lurking within the castle, he could not afford to expose himself. He struggled to maintain a calm facade, helping the panting Hermione to her feet. I heard from Neville that you encountered an attack while patrolling the Forbidden Forest last night. I was just about to check on you. Are you all right now? Hubert spread his arms, feigning innocence. He spoke aloud, as if declaring something of great significance. Hermione eventually regained her composure, gazing at Hubert, who appeared quite ordinary. A stark contrast to the imposing figure she had imagined. Perhaps she had overthought it. Harry mentioned you are knowledgeable about Hebridean blacks. Could you share all you know about them, including where they can be found? I cannot claim expertise on all matters, but when it comes to magical creatures, I am indeed a columnist for contrary opinions. Hubert exclaimed dramatically, relieved that he had successfully shifted the conversation. He led Hermione to a comfortable spot and vividly illustrated the enchanting world of magical beasts. Chapter 72. The surface calm often conceals turbulent undercurrents. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the rosy glow of twilight enveloped Hermione. In the face of the evening sky, a blush adorned her cheeks. Opposite her, Hubert animatedly gestured with his hands while passionately recounting tales. One listened, the other spoke, their synergy palpable. Hubert exerted great effort to dispel Hermione's suspicions. As he watched her depart, Hubert exhaled a long sigh of relief. He never believed he could maintain his concealment indefinitely, leaving aside the unfathomable Dumbledore. Even his own striking golden glow, when he took action, would be easily recognized by anyone with sight. Now that Hermione had failed to identify him, it was merely due to his infrequent interventions, which momentarily eluded her. Beneath the setting sun, Hubert gazed at the fiery clouds on the horizon, lost in thought. With Hermione now harboring suspicions, what of Voldemort? At that moment, Voldemort was in a state of severe weakness, and he had not revealed himself, instead masquerading as the mysterious figure to intimidate Voldemort. Although Voldemort had been frightened away, his own performance was not without flaws. His abilities were ultimately limited. A true master, given the patience to observe, would surely discern numerous vulnerabilities. In the dim underground chamber, thick sewage pipes crisscrossed haphazardly. The foul stench of waste made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. In the shadows, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, clad in a black robe and wrapped in a headscarf, lay prostrate on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the floor. He paid no mind as the murky water pooled around his knees. Before him, a dense cloud of black mist hovered in midair. The very essence of the Forbidden Forest's dark robes. I will find that individual. He is not Dumbledore. He hides within Hogwarts, and no one can evade my scrutiny. I shall demand his life as the first tribute to my rebirth. The swirling black mist within the robe shifted as he glanced downward at Quirrell, his loyal servant, who dared not move a muscle. We must acquire the Philosopher's Stone swiftly. I can scarcely wait to kill Potter and Dumbledore too. I shall summon my Death Eaters with their blood, and I will demonstrate to them that I remain formidable. Hissing Harry Potter. Suddenly, Harry jolted upright from his chair, pressing his hand against the lightning scar on his forehead as a searing pain coursed through him once more. The flames in the fireplace blazed fiercely, casting flickering shadows on his face but offering no warmth. Ron and Hermione sat anxiously on the sofa opposite him, their eyes fixed on Harry. Harry, you ought to visit Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. Perhaps she knows how to alleviate your headache, Hermione suggested. Harry shook his head. This is the work of the mysterious figure. Forensic said he has returned. His expression grew somber, tinged with fear and hatred. That man was responsible for the deaths of his parents. He had wrought all his tragedies. He is weak now. Snape did not steal the Philosopher's Stone for himself, but for the mysterious figure? Ron stammered, his face pale and drained of color. Will he kill you, Harry? Ron straightened, though fear gripped him. He had to clarify with his closest friend. I believe so. He killed my parents and once sought to kill me, Harry replied firmly, his tone calm, yet his hands clenched tightly. The crackling of the firewood filled the silence as the three sat in quiet contemplation. Cough, cough. Hermione broke the stillness, lifting her chin with determination. I think you are mistaken. Who is the mysterious figure most afraid of? Is Dumbledore, as long as he is present. The mysterious figure cannot harm Harry. However, Dumbledore cannot be with Harry at all times. Ron immediately retorted, and Hermione shot him a fierce glance, causing him to promptly silence himself. Her gaze was indeed fearsome, rivaling that of a mother. Harry lowered his head, realizing that Dumbledore could not perpetually protect him. During their recent venture into the Forbidden Forest, had it not been for Firenze's timely arrival, he would have been in grave danger. He clenched his fists, as if only this gesture could offer him a semblance of security, a sensation of strength. Strength, strength, Harry murmured to himself, suddenly slapping his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten this? He opened his left hand, revealing two floating gems, one red and one blue. They represented the gems of power and speed. Yet, their hues had significantly dulled, particularly that of the power gem, which was marred by a network of fine cracks. Alchemy product? Hermione was the first to make the connection and began to circle the two gems, scrutinizing them closely. As the self-proclaimed know-it-all, she had indeed researched the unique profession of alchemy, having looked into biological alchemy after hearing Hubert's assessment from Flitwick. This is biological alchemy. Regrettably, the gems have a limited number of uses. After observing for a moment, Hermione arrived at her conclusion, having privately studied some aspects herself. She was able to discern the crafting methods. Biological alchemy, could it be Hubert? Hermione's mind raced as she reviewed all the individuals known to her and Harry. Did Hubert gift these to you? The green speed gem was a Christmas present, while the red one, the power gem, was a welcoming gift from our first meeting. In the Forbidden Forest, they provided me with tremendous assistance. They grant me strength and speed, but they are limited in their uses. Harry turned to Hermione. Can you repair them? Hermione shook her head, lacking expertise in biological alchemy. Harry, unfazed, pocketed the gems. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. It seemed he would need to seek Hubert's assistance. Ever since being attacked in the Forbidden Forest and realizing that the mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, Harry had felt a sense of urgency. He frequently experienced pain in his forehead, a constant reminder that he could not afford to relax for even a moment. He must swiftly put a stop to Snape's reckless actions. He must prevent the return of the mysterious figure. Whether for his parents or for himself, he had to intervene. Unbeknownst to both Voldemort and Harry, the very Hubert they were concerned about was currently sequestered in the library, buried among piles of books, fervently writing. Before him lay 2 stacks of books. He had just received notification from Flitwick regarding a final examination on his intermediate magical runes, which abruptly disrupted his previously carefree approach to the impending exams. The assessment was scheduled for the night after tomorrow, and he needed to seize the time to study. Though the clock was ticking, last-minute efforts often yield unexpected results. Chapter 73. Never underestimate a child. Time passed quietly, and during these 2 days, Hubert diligently prepared for Flitwick's surprise inspection, while Harry and Ron intensified their scrutiny of Snape. Hermione remained undeterred in her quest to find the owner of the floating dragon, continuously researching in the library. Even seeking assistance from Professor Pomona Sprout, the esteemed heads of Flitwick and Hufflepuff proved fruitless in yielding any useful information. As dawn broke over the horizon, dew and a delicate mist enveloped the forbidden forest, resembling a scene from fantastical realm. Within a maple grove adjacent to the forest, a circular portal materialized out of thin air. Hubert stepped through the portal, which then transformed into a swirling vortex, shrinking away until it vanished from sight. Emerging from the eastern fantasyland, Hubert bore dark circles under his eyes and disheveled hair, yet the smile on his face was unmistakable. On the index finger of his left hand sparkled a red gem ring, distinct from the gemstone insect ring. The center of the red gem was hollowed out, resembling a funnel, intricately carved with delicate magical runes. Hubert cautiously retrieved a small vial from his sleeve, filled with a green liquid that shimmered like starlight, ethereal and dreamlike. Had Hagrid been present, he would surely have identified it as the blood of Sniffler. Carefully, he poured the liquid into the gem's recess, which then emitted a golden alchemical formula that enveloped the liquid and drew it into the gem. Once the blood entered the ruby, an enigmatic force surged towards Hubert, a sensation so extraordinary that it defied verbal expression. As he gazed anew at the once empty space, he noticed it now riddled with fine cracks. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a term surfaced within Hubert's mind: spatial rift. It was a feeling both familiar and instinctual, as if he were innately connected to it. Hubert extracted the life's tribute and softly uttered 2 words towards the minuscule fissures: fly through. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of golden light, merging with the cracks, only to reappear 5 meters away. He sensed the magical energy within the gemstone insect ring. It had consumed only a fraction, while the Sniffler's blood had depleted 1/20th of its essence. Raising his hand, he marveled at the artifact he had forged by combining the secret techniques from the last page of the Secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback with biological alchemy, an object capable of absorbing the blood of living creatures, endowing the wearer with the innate abilities of that creature. Having infused it with the Sniffler's blood, which contained spatial power, he found that his next use of fly through granted him the Sniffler's enhancements, resulting in minimal magical expenditure and expedited casting speed. Most importantly, within confined spaces, thanks to his innate spatial awareness, he could locate the rift's exit without the aid of the positioning anchor crafted by the Sniffler. In his estimation, his current ability to fly through could instantaneously open spatial rifts, significantly reducing magical consumption while eliminating the constraints of the positioning anchor, making it applicable for practical use. Besides, Eastern Fantasyland was home to more than just the Sniffler. Fly through. Hubert's figure dissolved into golden light, vanishing from sight. In a hidden corridor at Hogwarts Castle, a flash of golden light appeared as Hubert emerged from around the corner. Using life's tribute, he cast a cleansing charm upon himself, restoring his hair and robe to pristine order. If not for the dark circles under his eyes, one would never suspect the busyness of his previous night. Magic is indeed wondrous. Hubert carefully stored away the wooden carving shaped like a Sniffler, a pre-prepared positioning anchor. This creation necessitates a keen sense of spatial awareness. Thus, the little artifact requires a price for its use, making the spatial anchor a precious item for Hubert. At this moment, the students of Hogwarts have risen, gathering in small groups to head towards the Great Hall for their meal. With examinations occurring frequently of late, the students move with a hurried demeanor, devoid of their usual leisurely grace. "Hubert, over here," Harry called, raising his hand high as Hubert entered the hall. He shifted to the side, creating a space for Hubert to sit. "What brings you here?" Their friendship was well established, and Hubert wasted no time in getting to the point, while Harry reciprocated without reservation. He extended his left hand, revealing 2 gems, one blue and one red. "Can they be repaired? They've been incredibly helpful to me." Upon glancing at them, Hubert understood Harry's intentions. These gems were originally crafted by him as a gift for Harry. While each gem could enhance the user's strength and speed, their usage was limited. He took the 2 gems into his hands for closer inspection. "Give me a moment. I'll repair them and return them to you." "That's wonderful," Harry exclaimed, but suddenly he clutched his forehead, a look of pain crossing his face. "Harry, is it hurting again?" Hermione leaned forward in concern. Harry waved his hand dismissively, lowering his voice. "We need to expedite our actions. The Dark Lord is growing impatient. We require a music box that can record and play melodies." Hermione interjected immediately. Hubert was well aware of their purpose for the music box. Dumbledore had established 4 challenges to guard the Philosopher's Stone, and only by overcoming these trials could one obtain it. The first challenge involved Fong, Hagrid's loyal dog, who guarded the entrance, and the solution to pacifying Fong was through music. Hubert, knowing Fong's musical preferences, had come prepared. He retrieved a small azure pouch from his waist and handed it to Hermione. This contains a hummingbird. As long as you feed it a piece of honey, it will sing a tune for you. Is it a hummingbird from the southern forests of England? Hermione exclaimed in delight. She had read about these magical creatures and fantastic beasts and where to find them. The hummingbird resembled a bee and could defend itself with a stinger when threatened. However, it preferred to sing and feast on honey. Once it heard a melody, it could replicate it, often even better than the original. Indeed, but remember, to make it work, you must offer it a small piece of honey as a reward. What happens if we don't? Ron mumbled with a mouthful of chicken leg. Hubert looked at his bulging cheeks and, with a mischievous grin, pointed at them. Within a week, you'll be sporting a pig's head at Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 74. Challenges are forever meant to be conquered. As night deepened, the moon ascended into the sky without notice. The once brilliant lights of Hogwarts had dimmed, and the young witches and wizards had succumbed to slumber. At this moment, in the dimly lit Gryffindor common room, 3 figures emerged from the shadows. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, dressed impeccably, exhibited no signs of weariness. They exchanged glances before stealthily making their way towards the door. A sharp crack echoed as Ron glanced down at a bottle beneath his feet, sheepishly brushing his hair. It was unintentional. "Keep it down," Hermione whispered. However, Harry turned, astonished. As a plump figure rose from the sofa, his round face framed by a patterned nightgown. "Neville, what are you doing here? Are you trying to sneak out again?" Neville exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, his voice rising in intensity, as if this would bolster his courage. Neville listened. Harry wants to explain, but Neville shook his head resolutely. "I absolutely cannot let you go out. You'll bring trouble to Gryffindor." He turned to Hermione. "What do you intend to do? You know the school rules. If you get caught." Yet his words failed to sway Hermione, who drew her wand. "I understand this may be wrong, but Petri Ficus Totalis." The tip of her wand emitted a surge of magic, rendering Neville immobile, and he thudded to the ground. Sometimes it can be quite terrifying. Ron recoiled slightly, but when Hermione glanced his way, he quickly amended, "I meant to say, your spell work is impressive." Hermione paid no heed to Ron's comment, lifting her chin with pride. "If you read more, perhaps you would remember more spells." "Let us go," Harry interjected, donning the invisibility cloak as they stepped outside. As the trio traversed the corridor under the cloak, unbeknownst to them, a circular badge hung from Neville's chest, inscribed with golden dragon teeth and a sycamore tree. In the silent Gryffindor common room, Neville lay rigid on the floor, his eyes wide open, filled with determination. Suddenly, amidst the dimness, a flash of golden light illuminated the room as Hubert appeared beside the petrified Neville. He recited a countercharm, and the tip of his wand emitted a golden glow. The formerly rigid Neville rolled over and sprang to his feet, exhaling a long sigh upon seeing Hubert. "I couldn't stop them," he lamented. "What should I do now? If I tell Professor McGonagall, Gryffindor will lose points. I'll go find them, don't worry." Hubert reassured him, "You've done well." He handed Neville a wooden carving shaped like a niffler, adding, "This is for you. If anything happens, don't be afraid." Hubert then presented him with a vial. "If I get hurt, remember to give me the potion in this vial." "What are you planning? Is it dangerous?" Neville asked anxiously. "We should tell Professor McGonagall. She will handle it. This is just a precaution. After all, I am Hubert." He chuckled and swiftly exited. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, cloaked in invisibility, safely navigated the corridor until they reached the trapdoor, the silence enveloping them, save for the crackling of the torches along the walls. Hermione lifted her cloak, drew forth her wand, and directed it towards the trapdoor. Allohamra! The door creaked open gently, and Harry stepped inside first. "Ah, it's snoring," Ron exclaimed, emerging from behind, astonished by the sight of the large figure sprawled on the ground. It was a dog, a creature towering over the house with 3 heads. Ron believed he would certainly be swallowed whole by it. "Snape has already entered. We must hurry," Hermione urged, approaching the 3-headed beast's massive paw resting on the entrance to the tunnel. "Let's move its paw," Harry suggested, cautiously lifting the creature's claw with Ron's help, slowly shifting it aside. "Please don't wake up. Please don't wake up," Ron silently prayed, cautiously glancing at the beast's sharp teeth before quickly averting his gaze. A loud meow echoed from outside the door, shattering the silence of the corridor. The 3-headed dog, previously with eyes shut, suddenly opened them wide, its 6 brown eyes narrowing as they locked onto the 3 diminutive figures below. "Ah!" Ron shrieked, his face paling. "The door hasn't opened yet. What do we do?" "Get the bow truckle out," Harry commanded decisively. Hermione immediately unfastened the pouch at her waist, and a fist-sized creature, resembling a bee with a bird's head, sprang forth. Its tail adorned with a long black stinger. She quickly tossed a piece of honey candy to it, which the bowtruckle eagerly devoured before flapping its wings and soaring towards the three-headed dog, which dwarfed it by several magnitudes. Can it succeed? Ron whispered, doubting the bowtruckle's ability to intimidate such a colossal beast. The bowtruckle fluttered its transparent wings towards the dog, emitting an enigmatic vibration that rippled through the air, sending waves towards the creature's heads. Under the influence of these waves, the dog's eyes became unfocused, its head swaying. "Ysnt, it's singing." Ron sighed in relief as the dog calmed, only to voice his confusion. Aren't bowtruckles supposed to sing? Yet it merely circles around the dog's heads. Hermione pondered. The dog has awakened. The song no longer affects it. The bowtruckle is employing an alternative method, a sound wave that has a hypnotic effect on animals. She pointed to the creature's wings, explaining that the sound was produced through their vibrations, as physics dictates that vibrations create sound. What is physics? Is it a Muggle concept? Ron inquired with curiosity, recalling having heard his father mention the term. We can discuss that later. We need to proceed through the tunnel now, Harry interrupted, gesturing towards the three-headed dog, which suddenly collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. The trio hastily rushed to the trapdoor, lifted it, and jumped inside. Chapter 75. Everyone has a role. What is this? It's wrapping around me. Why can't I break free? It's getting tighter. In a dimly lit space, Ron lay entwined on a mass of black vines that seemed to come alive, coiling around his body and binding his feet. Not far from him, Hermione and Harry were similarly ensnared. They had jumped off the door panel, expecting a stroke of luck upon landing on the soft vines, only to discover that the tendrils were actively attacking them. This was the devil's snare. The more they struggled, the tighter it constricted. We must relax, or we will perish swiftly, Hermione exclaimed. Relax? How can I relax? Ron shouted as he tugged at the vines, but to no avail. Hermione, Harry, and Ron cried out in alarm. The black vines enveloped Hermione completely, swallowing her from sight. Ron's face turned pale as he fought desperately. The more he struggled, the tighter the vines gripped him. What shall we do? He questioned. Relax. Hermione's voice echoed from below. Where are you, Hermione? I'm down here. Trust me, just relax. Following Hermione's advice, Harry closed his eyes and let his body go limp. The black vines likewise pulled him down to the ground. With a thud, Harry landed, and Hermione immediately helped him up. Harry, what happened? Ron asked in a panic, his face flushed and the vines tightening around his neck, nearly choking him. What do we do? He still hasn't relaxed. We need to think of a solution. A solution? A solution? I recall learning in herbology about this. What did it say? Hermione struggled to steady her breath, repeating to herself, the devil's snare is deadly. The devil's snare is deadly. But it fears the sunlight. Yes, it fears sunlight. She swiftly drew her wand and, pointing it at the black vines above, declared loudly, Lumos Solum. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from the tip of her wand, illuminating the black vines, which recoiled rapidly. Freed from the constraining vines, Ron fell down from above. He patted his chest and exhaled deeply, relieved that he had not panicked. The trio passed through a doorway and entered a grand hall. Towering stone columns rose majestically, with moonlight streaming through the windows above. In the air, thousands of winged keys hovered. Beneath them, an old broomstick floated quietly. At the far end of the room, a wooden door stood slightly ajar. Ron drew his wand and, striding past Harry and Hermione, approached the door like a valiant warrior. Alohomora, he exclaimed. What now? There are thousands of keys here. We need to find an antique key, one that resembles a handle and might be rusty, Hermione said, shaking her head in exasperation. I see it, the one with a wounded wing. Harry pointed hesitantly at a larger key suspended in the air. This is too easy. Then let's go for it, Harry. Ron encouraged loudly. You are the youngest seeker in a century. If Snape could find the key with that old broomstick, then surely you can too. Harry nodded, placing his hand on the broomstick, gripping it tightly before mounting it with determination. At the moment Harry mounted the ancient broomstick, the keys in the air began to tremble in unison, as if they had sensed the presence of blood, charging towards Harry. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Hermione gazed anxiously at Harry in the sky. The flurry of keys ensnared him, obstructing his vision. Harry swatted at the keys before him, but there were far too many to evade. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. A large, rusted key fluttered just 5 meters ahead, gently flapping its wings. He crouched low and surged forward with great speed. Got it. Harry, be careful. Hermione and Ron exclaimed in alarm. The wings of the keys began to thrash violently, producing a buzzing sound. The swarm of keys abruptly altered their course, their pointed ends aimed directly at Harry. In the moonlight, the sharp tips glinted ominously. Harry had no doubt about their lethality. A single prick would surely turn him into a pincushion. The keys floated ominously in the air, the atmosphere thick with tension, punctuated only by the trio's labored breaths. Harry cautiously inhaled, but it seemed to trigger a mechanism. Buzz. Thousands of keys, glinting with a cold light, surged towards Harry like a multitude of swords seeking to pierce him. Harry immediately ducked and shot forward at maximum speed, weaving around the stone pillars that jutted into the air. Behind him, the swarm of flying keys formed a deadly formation, relentlessly pursuing him. If he faltered even slightly, the blades would surely pierce him. Next, Harry swooped down, tossing the key to Hermione. She swiftly inserted it into the lock, and with a click, the door sprang open. The sound, ordinarily mundane, resonated in Harry's ears like a celestial melody. He exerted himself on the broom, executing a flawless 180-degree flip to change direction. Whoosh! Bang! Harry crashed through the wooden door, and Hermione and Ron hastily shut it behind him. Thud! The sound of keys striking against the wooden door sent beads of cold sweat rolling down Harry's forehead. Had he not acted quickly, he might have been the one on the receiving end of that fate. He let out a long sigh, finally surveying his surroundings. Towering stone sculptures stood silently on either side, faintly illuminated by the weak light, their forms varying from human to animal. I don't like this place at all, Hermione murmured, tightening her clothing. The eerie air sent shivers down her spine. What is this place? It feels like a graveyard, Harry remarked, examining the area. The dimly lit statues resembled those in a cemetery. But how could there be a graveyard in Hogwarts? This is a chessboard, wizard's chess, Ron declared, stepping forward with certainty. As he spoke, the torches around the room flared to life, illuminating the space. Beneath their feet lay a blue and white checkered chessboard, with towering statues at opposite ends, serving as the pieces of the wizard's chess. The chess pieces wielded weapons, and Harry and his friends could feel the chill emanating from them. After navigating the previous 3 challenges, they would no longer naively assume that these swords were mere decorations. Chapter 76. Everyone has their role, even those who may seem rather useless. We must triumph in wizard's chess to pass through the door beyond, Ron declared, pointing at the old gate concealed behind the blue and white chessboard. But what shall we do? Hermione furrowed her brow and glanced at Harry, as she was entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of wizard's chess. Harry shook his head in despair. They had no choice but to rely on Ron. But could he truly succeed? Doubts nagged at Hermione's mind. Could this slothful, academically challenged fellow, who struggled with incantations, truly prevail in wizard's chess? Unbeknownst to Ron, Hermione's apprehensions lingered. He wore a confident smile. Harry, you take the position of the bishop. Hermione, you stand beside the queen as the rook. I shall be the knight. With that, he vaulted onto the horse, grasping the reins tightly. The steed reared majestically, neighing toward the heavens. Seated atop the horse, Ron radiated an aura of a commander on the battlefield, directing his troops into a valiant charge. Pawn to d5, rook t3, pawn to c3. Under Ron's leadership, the chess pieces transformed into fierce warriors, advancing boldly and cleaving their adversaries asunder with their swords. As time elapsed, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. The enchanted chess pieces set by the professor were no mere pushovers, and even Ron's skills incurred significant losses. With each move, each clash of weapons, a warrior crumbled into dust upon the blue and white squares. Ron wiped the sweat from his brow, surveying the battlefield from his lofty position. Both sides had suffered grievous damage, ensnared in a deadlock. Struggling with uncertainty, he gazed at the sharp sword held by the opposing queen, knowing that 3 of his pawns had already fallen victim to her blade. Must it truly end this way? He glanced down at the horse beneath him. Could this stone-carved piece withstand the queen's sword? What if it could not? Yet if he did not act, victory would elude them. He lowered his gaze to Harry, bearing a somber expression. This was his best friend. What was the cost of taking a risk for him? Harry, when I make my next move, the queen will take me. You can checkmate the king. No, Ron, Harry shouted vehemently. What do you mean? Hermione queried, perplexed by the grave expressions on their faces. He intends to sacrifice himself. No, there must be another way. Harry, you must carry on. I know. Ron paused, as if imparting his final words. Not me, nor Hermione, but you. He inhaled deeply, gripping the reins with determination, fear etched on his face. Yet he boldly proclaimed, horse to h3. The opposing queen gradually advanced toward Ron, each inch drawing nearer akin to the approach of death itself. Ron fixated on the sword in her grasp, swallowing hard before closing his eyes. With a resounding clang, the queen unsheathed her sword and thrust it with all her might into the horse's belly. The steed disintegrated beneath the blade, and Ron fell heavily to the ground, motionless amidst the shards. With a final thud, the king, representing their side, fell to the earth, and Harry achieved victory in wizard's chess. Yet, he felt no exhilaration. This triumph was wrought from Ron's selfless sacrifice. Harry and Hermione swiftly rushed to Ron's side, exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing him unconscious. Hermione, you stay here with Ron, then head to the Ollery to inform Dumbledore. Ron is right, I must press on. He glanced back at the door, uncertain of what awaited him beyond, yet he understood his obligation to proceed. He was a Gryffindor, a lion, brave and unyielding. As he gazed at Ron, lying on the ground, a powerful force known as friendship surged within him. Harry, you will be fine. You are an exceptional wizard, but not as exceptional as you. Hermione shook her head, a faint smile playing on her lips, as if mocking herself. I am merely an avid learner, wielding a bit of cleverness. There are far more significant things, like friendship and courage. The challenges faced had granted her a newfound perspective on herself and her companions. Harry was resolute and fearless, placing his trust in his friends. Even Ron, whom she often found lackadaisical and unstudious, had surprised her with his brilliance in wizard's chess and his willingness to sacrifice for his friends. She realized she had been too proud, arrogantly overlooking those around her. Despite her extensive knowledge, examinations and textbooks did not encapsulate the essence of a wizard. Harry, be careful. Harry nodded, turning to open the door under Hermione's watchful gaze. With the support of his companions, he felt emboldened, even if death awaited him beyond the threshold. Beyond the door lay a lengthy stone staircase descending into darkness. The walls flanking the staircase were rugged and uneven, the steps steep and visibility dim. Harry cautiously made his way down, feeling a dull ache in his forehead intensify with each step. At the bottom, he discovered an empty stone chamber, dominated by a massive bronze mirror standing in the center. A middle-aged man, his head wrapped in a turban, stood before the mirror. What are you doing here, Professor Quirrell? No, where is Snape? Harry asked incredulously, bewildered by Quirrell's presence. Is he the one who wants to kill me? Is he the one attempting to steal the Sorcerer's Stone? Memories of Snape's mocking remarks in class and his wand wielding during the Quidditch match flooded his mind, coalescing into Quirrell's visage. Indeed, Snape bore the semblance of a villain. With him present, who would suspect the poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? Yet, Snape had indeed attempted to kill him during the Quidditch match. Harry stepped forward. In truth, I sought to kill you, but if it weren't for Snape's cloak catching fire, I could have succeeded. Even if Snape had recited the counter curse, it would not have mattered. Unfortunately, Snape grew suspicious. While others rushed to the dungeons, he went straight to the 4th floor to thwart me. But he was bitten by the three-headed dog. He no longer trusts me, always watching my every move. But Quirrell turned, his face alight with fervor, unaware that he was never alone. A low, gravelly voice suddenly resonated within the chamber. Quirrell whirled around, shouting, Potter, come here. Harry swallowed hard, stepping forward to the mirror. That is the mirror of Ariste, wherein he had once immersed himself in a world of reflection. Chapter 77. Promises are but deceptions. Within the mirror of Ariste, Harry donned a crimson sweater, his visage smudged with dust. In his hand, he held a red gemstone, which he gingerly placed into his pocket. Harry instinctively reached for his pocket, feeling a small protrusion as if something had been added. Potter, what did you see? Tell me. Quirrell bellowed. I was shaking hands with Dumbledore. I won the house cup. He lies. Let me speak to him, Quirrell. A hoarse voice echoed ominously. But master, your body is too frail. The blood of the unicorn has granted me strength. Remove the cloth, Quirrell. As the cloth was lifted, what should have been a head full of hair revealed a visage marked by wrinkles and pallor. Black lines marred his face, resembling cracks on porcelain poised to shatter. The dim, serpentine eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam. Voldemort, Harry stammered, retreating 2 steps. This was his first true encounter with a malevolent being responsible for all his misfortunes. Harry Potter, we meet again. Voldemort's voice was a grotesque sneer, low and frail, suffused with deep-seated hatred. You witness what I have become. See how I cling to life, existing within another's body like a parasite. The blood of the unicorn has endowed me with power, yet it cannot provide me with a body. But there is something that can, and it resides within your pocket. Upon hearing this, Harry promptly turned to flee. How did Voldemort know that the Philosopher's Stone was in his possession? The flames blaze. Quirrell snapped his fingers, igniting fierce flames around the stone chamber and the corridor, the raging tongues of fire sealing Harry's escape. Do not be foolish, Harry. You cannot escape. Rather, Join me and share in eternal life. Voldemort's voice resonated once more, laced with temptation. Never. Harry vehemently rejected. Truly a Gryffindor, commendable courage, much like your parents. Tell me, Harry, do you wish to see your mother and father again? A wisp of black smoke drifted towards Harry, who beheld the images of his parents amidst the flames. Retrieving the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. Can my parents truly return? I long to see them, even if just for a brief moment. You are an unwanted orphan. Your parents are dead, long deceased. Poor Harry. Harry, you must press on. Stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. That was Ron sacrificing himself for you. Harry, you are a truly remarkable wizard. Yet, there exists something far more significant. Friendship and courage. This is Hermione's hope. We cannot dwell in a world of illusion. Beneath the cool moonlight, in the desolate stone chamber before the mirror of Ariste, the kind-faced Dumbledore gently implored. The black mist dissipated, and Harry lifted his gaze once more. The images and the flames vanished. His expression grew resolute, his voice unwavering. You lie. Kill him. Voldemort roared in fury. Quirrell surged forward, grasping Harry's throat tightly with his right hand. Harry's face flushed crimson as he struggled feebly. The Philosopher's Stone fell from his right hand and clattered onto the stone steps. With his right hand now free, he grasped Quirrell's arm with his bloodied fingers. Quirrell cried out in terror, glancing at his right hand in horror. The blood that touched Harry's hand caused it to petrify and shatter instantly. What kind of magic is this? Fool, sever your right hand. Voldemort raged, cursing the wretched woman whose magic protected that boy. Draw your wand and kill him. Quirrell, without hesitation, brandished his wand at his petrified hand, crimson blood splattering forth. Quirrell screamed, the agony of his severed hand contorting his face. Potter, I will kill you. A sickly green beam shot from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards Harry, who rolled aside just in time. The magic grazed his back, tearing his red sweater and leaving a bloody mark across his skin. Quirrell stepped in front of Harry, placing a foot upon his chest, his wand aimed at his head. Drip, drip, drip. Blood dripped from Quirrell's severed limb, falling beside Harry's ear like a demon's whisper. The scythe of death. Harry collapsed helplessly to the ground, the pain in his back and chest sapping his strength. He could see Quirrell's twisted face, madness gleaming in his eyes, a mixture of pain and hatred. You brought this upon yourself, Potter. Quirrell slowly raised his wand, a bloodthirsty excitement emerging upon his face. Avada, just as Quirrell was about to utter the final syllable, a massive yellow fist erupted from the entrance of the stone steps, crashing into Quirrell with tremendous force. The sound of the impact echoed as Quirrell's body was flung against the stone wall. The fist pursued relentlessly, transforming mid-air into a colossal hand that descended upon Quirrell. A dark-haired youth emerged from the golden mist, which cascaded down over him, coalescing into a golden robe adorned with embroidered dragons and auspicious clouds. He extended his left hand, and two gemstones, one red and one blue, floated from his palm to Harry. The gems emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Harry before merging with him. Taking a deep breath, Harry sprang to his feet. Hubert, what brings you here? He exclaimed anxiously. It's all Voldemort's doing. You must leave. Allow me to present you with a gift. Perhaps one more suited to you, Hubert replied with a faint smile, producing a silver bracelet inscribed with a cross sword. Try it on. You may be pleasantly surprised. Harry accepted the bracelet, adorning his right wrist, and lightly tapped the sword, a silvery light enveloping his hand and wand, expanding into a silver cross sword. My latest creation, the cross sword ring. The sword is affixed to the wand, allowing for magic to be cast without hindrance. I never expected it to be you in the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts has produced yet another exceptional young wizard. Quirrell rose from the ground and turned, as Voldemort regarded Hubert with a seductive tone. Very well, very well. We are both extraordinary wizards. Only we can truly understand one another. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and I shall grant you boundless power. Power? You are nothing more than a parasite clinging to others. How can you possibly bestow strength upon me? Hubert chuckled lightly, and besides, is the power you offer truly my own? In this world, there exists neither good nor evil, only power and those who grovel beneath it. Join me, and together we shall revel in splendor. Chapter 78. Utter the loathsome words just once. Within the stone chamber, flames roared, the intense heat nearly melting the floor beneath. Hubert and Harry stood side by side, their expressions vigilant as they faced Voldemort across the chamber. Join me, and I shall grant you power, authority, even immortality. Yet now, you are but a wandering spirit, lacking a corporeal form. What can you truly offer me? Hubert remarked with a smirk, gesturing towards the mirror of Ariste behind him. I suggest you take a glance into the mirror. We may converse further, for I have ample time. Kill him. Voldemort howled, his twisted visage seething with fury. He, the great Voldemort, the Dark Lord, the Master of Shadows. How could he endure the mockery of a mere first-year student? Such an affront demanded retribution in blood. Upon receiving Voldemort's command, Quirrell wasted no time. He turned and brandished his wand, unleashing a spell. He had grown impatient, eager to eliminate the two insignificant insects who dared to defile the greatness of their master. Petrificus totalis. Quicksand. Simultaneously, Hubert and Harry retaliated. Golden mist swirling forth to form a shield that stood between them and the oncoming attack. The dark green spell struck the shield, shattering it instantly, and the magical energy surged towards Hubert. Watch out, Harry exclaimed, but the distance was too short for evasion. Foolish child, this is the undeniable chasm of power. Quirrell sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile. No amount of bravado could bridge the gap. As Harry and Quirrell looked on, the magical force collided with the yellow robe adorned with embroidered clouds and dragons, erupting in a dazzling display akin to fireworks. A hole marred the fabric. Yet Hubert remained unscathed. The yellow mist emanating from the damaged area restored it to pristine condition in the blink of an eye. Seizing Quirrell's astonishment, Hubert raised his hand and unleashed a Petrificus totalis aimed at Quirrell. However, Quirrell, being a professor, was formidable, honed by years of navigating the shadows. His instincts, cultivated through years of darkness, alerted him to the impending threat. Though curiosity piqued his interest in how Hubert could withstand his assault, he did not relent and immediately countered. Harry, remain alert and coordinate with me. The sword I bestowed upon you possesses anti-magic properties, capable of breaching a wizard's spells. Hubert discreetly informed Harry as they strategized against Quirrell. Quirrell, older and well-versed in the intricacies of magic, wielded considerable power, far beyond the capabilities of two first-year students. Hubert utilized the shifting sands to cast transfiguration spells, manipulating the sands into various forms: blades, spears, and beasts. However, transformation could only mimic forms. None bore the true might of their originals. Hubert's state was far from optimal. His magical energy waned, and the protective armor of shifting sands was in tatters, revealing the divine robe beneath. Hubert, Potter, tremble in fear and death. Quirrell cackled, blood still oozing from his wounds. The scars of your injuries remain fresh. How can you forget the pain? Hubert retorted, biting back with disdain. The mischievous spirit, still lingering outside the realm of magic, remains blissfully unaware of the boundless might of dark sorcery. Nor does it comprehend the insurmountable chasm that lies between us. You are merely floundering in vain. Relinquish your futile struggle and embrace the sweet release of death. For within death lies the purification that grants eternal life. Having severed a hand, you are now host to the creature that clings to your nape, transforming you into a wretched amalgamation of man and ghost. Speak to me of power? Huh? How much strength do you possess in your current weakened state? You seek your own demise. Kilo growled, each word dripping with menace. Shatter into 1,000 pieces. The quicksand, a non-Newtonian fluid, surged forth, as the golden mist in the air spiraled back to coalesce before Hubert into a viscous, golden-hued shield. The grotesque, green, magical energy collided violently with the shield, which, contrary to expectations, withstood the onslaught. What is this? It resembles liquid, yet how can it withstand annihilation? Harry mused, perplexed by how such a fluid could defy the very essence of magic. This is the power of science, Hubert replied with a grim smile, panting heavily, refraining from elaborating on the intricacies of non-Newtonian fluids. Kilo's wrathful strike was not easily thwarted, especially not a curse as notorious as the shatter into pieces. With his wand gripped tightly in his left hand, an immense surge of magical energy erupted from its tip. His visage twisted in a grotesque manner. Illuminated by the green glow, he appeared as a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell. The magical energy was depleting rapidly. Hubert cast a glance at the power contained within the gemstone ring, noting that 3/4 had already been expended. Ultimately, it was in vain. At last, the fluid shield began to dissolve under the relentless barrage of magical energy, akin to snow melting in the sun. Yield, Hubert. Your bizarre measurements are utterly ineffectual in the face of true power. To me, you are but a jester. Hubert glanced at Harry, who had collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain the shield any longer, his energy waning, leaving him pale. Hubert, you must flee, Harry urged, struggling to speak. He could not bear the thought of his friend perishing because of him. Voldemort held a grudge against him. All of this strife stemmed from his actions. and thus it was his burden to resolve. Hubert offered a sardonic smile, his pallid complexion rendering his grin unsettling. After preparing for so long, how could I abandon my goal now? I am aware of my frailty. Yet, Professor Kilo, your incessant reminders irk me profoundly. Since you are so eager to witness true power, I shall grant you a glimpse of my strength. He seized the blood-red gemstone from Harry's grasp, clutching it tightly as if grasping the very essence of a world. Turning towards Kilo, he declared with a smile, I forgot to mention, I'm also an alchemist. As his words fell from his lips, a golden flame erupted from his left hand, dancing with alchemical formulas, ensnaring the philosopher's stone in a tight embrace. Beneath the golden chains, a formidable and suffocating force surged forth, the visible, blood-red magical energy rushing towards Hubert, transforming him into a human torch. His black hair shifted to a vivid red. 2 streams of crimson magic erupted from his eyes. The golden alchemical formulas expanded wildly, morphing into 2 circular chains that encircled his form. You've lost your mind. You are absorbing the power of the Philosopher's Stone? You cannot possibly control its might. You will be overwhelmed by its energy. Kilo exclaimed in horror. Fool! He is exhausting the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Kill him at once. Voldemort bellowed. Chapter 79. The Fierce Dragon and the Dragon Slayer are a perfect match. Chilo's lower body was shrouded in swirling dark energy. 3 sinister green beams of magical light surged toward Hubert from above, below, and the center. In response, a 5-meter-long golden, floating dragon materialized from the golden mist before Hubert. The dragon boasted majestic horns and flowing whiskers, appearing vividly lifelike. This was the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Hubert gently lifted into the air, his eyes ablaze with magical flames. It was an unprecedented sensation of strength and satisfaction, each movement imbued with an inexplicable might. He felt as though he could shatter the air with a mere lift of his leg. The intoxicating power enveloped him. Hubert scoffed at the approaching curse, casually waving his hand as the floating dragon lunged at the magical light, seemingly intent on devouring it. The magical light exploded like lightning in the air, ensnaring the entire floating dragon. The golden dragon roared and writhed in midair, electric sparks dancing across its form. Let me show you what true transfiguration looks like. Chilo twisted his wand, and the lightning under his command expanded and intertwined, ultimately transforming into a colossal dragon. The dragon flapped its enormous wings, its fearsome maw clamping down on the floating dragon, its claws gripping the creature tightly. With a mournful cry, the floating dragon began to dissipate into mist. Where there is a vile dragon, there must be a dragon slayer. A fierce whirlwind whipped around the stone chamber, the wind fueling the flames as fire danced throughout the room. Hubert wielded the staff of life's tribute, guiding the flames to soar into the air and merge with the golden mist, forming a towering 5-meter-tall fire giant engulfed in flames. The giant wielded a massive yellow hammer, its eyes spewing fire a meter long. The fire giant and the electric dragon faced off in the skies, their brilliance dazzling and electric arcs crackling. The fire giant struck first, swinging its hammer with a fierce gust of wind toward the dragon. However, the dragon was not to be outdone, flapping its wings and lunging forward. The 2 titanic beings, one human and one beast, stood resolute against each other. Both wielded transmutation magic in their fierce contest. Chilo, with his vast experience and strong control, crafted a dragon with magnificent horns, lifelike in detail. In contrast, Hubert's fire giant, though massive and powerful, lacked the finesse of form and control, its movements fiery and overwhelming, deterring the dragon from approaching. The fire giant swung its hammer, sparks flying and flames dancing. The floor of the stone chamber shattered beneath the blows, pockmarked and uneven. It attempted to ensnare the dragon with fiery tendrils, but the dragon, twisting its tail and flapping its wings, stirred up a tempest. Harry stood at a distance, unable to intervene in the battle between Hubert and Chilo. The magnitude of their clash had transcended that of mere students, embodying the formidable power of adult wizards, even that of professors. Hubert, enveloped in magical flames and floating midair, found himself unable to approach within half a meter. The overwhelming magical force filled him with trepidation. Could this truly be the Philosopher's Stone? Chilo gritted his teeth, his expression grim. He had not anticipated Hubert's fierce determination. Now empowered by the Philosopher's Stone, Hubert's magical prowess had surpassed his own, although Chilo's magical training was superior. Subduing Hubert was proving to be quite a challenge. Isn't it rather uncomfortable for you now? You cannot possibly control that overwhelming magic. The longer this persists, the more advantageous it becomes for me. I shall witness how long you can endure, as I relish the sight of you being overwhelmed by your own power." Hubert scoffed. Cairo was indeed correct. He was utterly incapable of mastering such formidable strength. Although the magic stone had undergone transformations, its force was too immense, and that surging power dispersed uncontrollably. His body and mental fortitude were woefully inadequate, and the tremendous pressure drained his energy at an alarming rate. A swift resolution was imperative. Hubert resolved that, since he lacked the finesse and experience, he would overpower him with sheer might. Regardless of how advanced your magical prowess or how numerous your spells, before such overwhelming power, you must kneel in submission. Manifest, he bellowed, amplifying the rate of magical absorption. The alchemical formulas upon his body began to whirl rapidly, as the magic emanating from the stone transformed into a vortex of power, surging towards him. He became like an abyss, drawing in the magic only to release it. The flames of magic surrounding Hubert grew increasingly crimson, the rampant force swirling around him like a tempest. The inferno blazed. As Hubert shouted, the flames contracted and coalesced into a massive sphere of pure magical energy, a boundless force that nearly rippled the very fabric of space itself. Gritting his teeth, Hubert felt blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His mental energy was utterly depleted. He gazed at Cairo across the void and, with all his remaining strength, propelled the magic sphere forth. The sphere shot forth like a cannonball as the dragon attempted to intercept it, but it was effortlessly pierced, disintegrating into dust. Hubert wiped the blood from his lips, realizing he had finally lost control over the magic sphere. It exploded in midair with a resounding blast, unleashing a torrent of magical flames that surged downwards towards Cairo, resembling a primordial beast opening its maw to consume him. In Cairo's eyes, the flames drew ever nearer, transforming his vision into a sea of red until he was entirely engulfed by the inferno. Boom! The magical flames struck the ground, causing the chamber to tremble violently, unleashing a tremendous shockwave and sending debris flying. The wind ceased, the stones settled, and silence returned to the stone chamber. Hubert gazed in disbelief at his creation. The floor had been entirely upheaved, scattered with rubble, bearing the scorch marks of magic and fire. In the spot where Cairo had stood, a cloud of dust hung thickly, obscuring his view. Had he perished? Harry stammered. Hubert shook his head. Cairo might be dead, but Voldemort was not so easily vanquished. His expression was one of wariness as he stared into the dust. Gradually, the dust began to clear, revealing a figure still standing, Cairo. Yet now, his robes were tattered, his face marred with blood, and his lower body was reduced to nothing but a ghastly skeletal frame. With my soul and life as sacrifice, I summoned forth the mightiest light of death, Cairo murmured, his voice eerie yet faint, resonating within the chamber. Upon completing his incantation, the flesh from his upper body was drawn into the wand he held, visibly desiccating and dissolving at an alarming rate, until only a stark white skeleton remained. Clutching the wand's tip radiated a ghastly emerald light, a manifestation of Quirrell's deathly magic, wrought at the expense of his very life, a manifestation of dark sorcery. The deathly light demanded the ultimate sacrifice from the wizard, unleashed only by profound hatred and resentment. Yet, in the face of Quirrell's most formidable and final strike, Hubert remained undaunted. A barely perceptible smile creased his lips. At last, the moment had arrived. He gently lifted his left hand, revealing the crimson Philosopher's Stone. After the recent exertion, much of its power had already been depleted. With a series of ominous clicks, the confrontation escalated. The deathly light collided with the stone. A clash of energies ensued, as red and green magic radiated outward, blindingly intense. Ultimately, under the impact of the deathly light, fissures began to mar the surface of the stone. The cracks widened until, with a resounding snap, it shattered. The stone must not remain whole, Hubert mused silently. The Philosopher's Stone was an exceedingly precious artifact, and even though Hubert had safeguarded it from Voldemort's grasp, Dumbledore would never relinquish it to him. Only its destruction, particularly at the hands of Quirrell or Voldemort, would grant him access to its shards. From the outset, Hubert had never anticipated acquiring the entirety of the stone. Such a notion was utterly unattainable. After all the scheming and prolonged waiting, lurking in the shadows, provoking Voldemort with his words, and daringly unleashing the stone's power, he had awaited Quirrell's dying retaliation. With the last vestiges of his strength, Quirrell would shatter the magic-laden stone. Clutching the fragmented remnants, Hubert realized his triumph. After such an arduous wait and intricate plotting, he had finally succeeded. Beware! Harry exclaimed. Hubert immediately lifted his gaze, only to be met by a swirling mass of shadowy mist hurtling towards him. Before he could react, the mist engulfed him. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a realm of darkness. The surroundings were devoid of light, an abyss of impenetrable blackness, with no discernible height or boundary. Hubert, submit to me, and I shall grant you the essence of a true wizard. We are the same ilk. Only immortality and power are worthy of our devotion. Join me, and we shall share eternity and strength. The seductive voice echoed through the darkness, yet Hubert was taken aback. How could the Dark Lord know of his lack of wizardly talent? Was it the shadowy mist that betrayed him? Dark Lord? Hubert ventured cautiously. It is I, the great Dark Lord. No one can extinguish my life, not even death itself. What do you know of me? Hubert's voice was low, laced with frost. I am aware of the secrets of your being. You, a mere Muggle, wielding magic, an impressive feat indeed. Magic is utterly enchanting and marvelously profound. However, it is perilous. To forcibly command, it demands a sacrifice of life. Yet I can transform you into a true wizard, and together we shall pursue the pinnacle of power. In this world, good and evil do not exist. To grasp the essence of magic, one must relinquish all and dedicate oneself entirely. With but a gentle nod, I could alleviate your suffering and transform you into a genuine sorcerer. Merely a nod. Hubert secretly exhaled in relief, thankful that his memories had not been pried into. Yet, he remained vigilant. Indeed, the Dark Lord was no trifling adversary, and even the slightest misstep would exact a toll. I appreciate your kind offer, but I shall forge my own path. A pity, though I trust that one day we shall cross paths in our pursuit of power, at which time you will kneel before me and beseech my favor. Until then, allow me to bestow upon you a token. This is the price for your transgression against me, a punishment for your use of magic. What has transpired? What was that dark mist that passed through your body? Only to flee? That was Voldemort's wraith. He is not yet dead, Hubert whispered. Alas, another instance of magical corruption. The color drained from Hubert's face, rendering it as pale as parchment. The black mist swirled within him, dark lines creeping across his once unblemished skin. Voldemort! He finally comprehended the nature of the Dark Lord's gift. By traversing his body, the Dark Lord had discerned that he was a Muggle. Residual magic had been left within him, triggering the long-suppressed corruption. This dark essence, now entrenched within his being, posed a grave threat, if not eradicated. The magical decay would escalate, culminating in a slow, chronic demise. He promptly retrieved a vial from his pocket and consumed its contents. The black mist began to subside under the potion's influence, and the dark lines on his face vanished. Yet he knew that the malignant magic still lingered within him, not entirely purged. Within a vast office at Hogwarts, light streamed through grand floor-to-ceiling windows. The decor was ancient, adorned with immense portraits of figures engaged in animated discussions. At the staircase, a wooden perch held a resplendent phoenix, its eyes half closed in slumber, indifferent to the debates around it. As the years progressed, Fawkes found himself increasingly drawn to the allure of sleep. He glanced up at his master, Dumbledore, who sat behind an imposing desk, flanked by 2 Hogwarts students and Snape. Headmaster, that is the crux of the matter. It was all orchestrated by Voldemort and Professor Quirrell. Harry recounted, sharing all he knew, including the incident involving the troll and the events in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore cast a contemplative gaze out the window at the pale moonlight, which added an air of solitude to the scene. I suspected as much, but you need not fret. You have friends and classmates. Everything is proceeding according to my plan, and we shall safeguard you. His eyes fell upon Hubert, who had astonished him greatly. He had not anticipated Hubert's presence, nor his defense of the Philosopher's Stone and Harry. Through Harry's account, Dumbledore gleaned a clearer understanding of the peril at hand. Even the most meticulous plans cannot anticipate every variable. It is folly to assume one can dictate the actions of an adversary, especially one as formidable as Voldemort. Dumbledore regarded the shards of the Philosopher's Stone upon his desk, still imbued with astonishing magical energy. I shall discuss the matter of the Philosopher's Stone with Nicola May. You have executed this task admirably. Remember that friendship and courage are our greatest strengths. Dumbledore imparted a few more words before Hubert and Harry took their leave. Snape stood there, his back to the moonlight, his vast black cloak enveloping him entirely. The fragments of the Philosopher's Stone were incomplete, missing a part. Hubert had lied. His voice was frigid, his gaze flickering. Dumbledore extended his large hand, seizing the fragments, flames erupting from his palm. The shards melted in the fiery blaze like winter snow, transforming into the most primal form of magic. He rose, the moonlight casting a soft glow upon his white robes. I believe in Hagrid. Chapter 81. The Wind Has Risen. At some point, the tale of Hubert and his companions thwarting Quirrell and Voldemort's conspiracy began to circulate throughout Hogwarts. Hubert and his friends had seemingly become heroes and objects of admiration among the young wizards, and Hubert's popularity soared. Harry wore a constant smile these days, proving his courage and abilities through action. Ron, too, was proud, having accomplished a feat that even his older brothers had not, earning a letter of commendation from Mrs. Weasley. In contrast to their jubilant spirits, Hubert was troubled. The dark magic left within him was more troublesome than he had anticipated. This power clung to him like a parasite, deeply entrenched in his being, impervious to medicinal remedies. The magic slowly eroded his body, and he could only suppress it with potions, yet he sensed his strength waning. He scoured numerous tomes, sought the counsel of Snape and Madame Pomfrey, yet no viable solutions emerged. Was he to delve into the study of dark magic? Hubert slammed the book he held onto his desk, which was already piled high with volumes borrowed from the library, yet none offered relief for his affliction. Conventional magic proved ineffective. Perhaps dark magic held the key. It is well known that dark magic is notoriously enigmatic and perilous. Hubert would never engage with it lightly. The Dark Lord's mastery of dark magic was profound. Perhaps a solution could be found within that realm. Faced with life and death, he had little choice. A fleeting shadow of darkness flickered in the depths of his pupils, unnoticed by Hubert. As summer approached, the young wizards were filled with laughter and joy, particularly the first-year students who, for the first time, were spending an extended period away from home, already began to yearn for their families. Ron had even meticulously planned his summer itinerary. Hubert had glanced at the schedule, which was brimming with activities. As Hubert traversed the corridors, young wizards greeted him, and he returned their smiles. Arriving at Flitwick's office, he gently knocked 3 times, and a high-pitched voice emerged from within. Inside, Flitwick stood behind a towering desk, nearly obscured by 3 stacks of books. Seated at the desk was Hermione, her once fluffy hair now restrained by a hairpin, revealing her fair visage. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. "Professor, what brings me here?" Hubert greeted Hermione, then got straight to the point. He received a notification from Flitwick that morning, requesting him to spare some time to visit the office. Could it be concerning the recent unexpected assessment? Had he not passed? Flitwick raised his head from behind a stack of books and handed him a sheet of paper, which listed a series of texts. The intermediate course on magical runes had concluded, and he was now to embark on the study of advanced rune knowledge. The paper contained a list of books I had compiled. One must not be idle during the summer break. He turned to Hermione, who possessed a remarkable aptitude for spells. And I had already promised to teach her. You are all my students, and you should support one another in your endeavors. Hubert looked at Hermione in astonishment, surprised that she had approached Flitwick. Hermione wore a smile that seemed to signal a significant transformation. Her previous arrogance had vanished, though a stubborn glint remained in her eyes. After bidding farewell to Flitwick, who was quite busy as the summer approached, Hubert finally voiced his curiosity. "Why did you suddenly seek out Professor Flitwick?" Hermione's gaze was intense, unabashedly fixed on the carefree young wizards playing joyfully below in the corridor. "Do you remember the troll in the girls' bathroom? That was the first time I felt utterly powerless. The second was when I encountered the hooded figure in the Forbidden Forest, an experience that nearly cost me my life. My voice is low, my expression grave, as I clench my fists tightly. The third was when Harry and I thwarted Snape's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Each battle leaves me feeling so inadequate, even less capable than Ron, who at least possesses courage and friendship. Wizards require more than mere examinations and textbooks. They must also be prepared for combat and confront dark wizards. Harry is my friend, and I refuse to be a burden to them. You are doing splendidly. Professor Flitwick has mentioned on numerous occasions that you are his brightest student. You merely lack experience in wizarding combat. That will come with time," Hubert reassured her, astonished by the depth of her thoughts. However, such a transformation was undoubtedly a positive development. With Voldemort's return and the Death Eaters resurfacing, they would soon face an increasingly dire situation. Dark wizards are not known for their benevolence. Being prepared now is essential for facing the harsh realities of the future. "Hubert, do you truly believe Voldemort will return?" Hermione gazed into the distance, her tone laced with apprehension. Shadows loomed in the far-off horizon, rendering everything indistinct. "I feel a bit frightened. People say Harry is the savior, but how can Harry contend with the Dark Lord? Dumbledore is aging and may not be able to thwart him. If that day ever comes, what should I do? The notion of Harry defeating Voldemort is fraught with chance. Yet the grim truth remains that Voldemort is no fool. He is decisive and cunning as a fox. Will he truly adhere to Dumbledore's envisioned path? No, he will not. If there had been any doubt before, the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone have clarified that Voldemort will not be so easily swayed. Should Dumbledore's strategies falter, who could genuinely stand against him? Hubert found himself at a loss to assuage Hermione's fears, as he too was mired in uncertainties. The dark magic Voldemort had left upon him gnawed at his very being, like a persistent parasite. The wind tousled Hermione's hair, revealing her fair visage. Chapter 82. Time. Oh, how it rushes by. The passage of time, like a swift shuttle, carries the days and months away. Days passed quietly, the tranquil moments often devoid of turbulence. At the end of term assembly, Gryffindor triumphantly secured the House Cup, inciting ire among the Slytherin snakes. Thus, the summer vacation stealthily approached, prompting the young wizards to bid farewell to their classmates in Hogwarts. For these budding sorcerers, Hogwarts was not merely an institution for learning, but rather a home, particularly for those like Harry, for whom it held profound significance. As the whistle of the train resounded, the young wizards embraced one another in heartfelt farewells on the platform. Hubert and Hagrid bid farewell to Harry with warm hugs, while Harry, clutching Hedwig's cage, cast a lingering glance at Hogwarts before boarding the train. "Remember to write to me over the summer," Harry called out from the carriage, waving vigorously. "We will miss you. Safe travels." "Hey, Hubert." Hermione approached, dragging a brown suitcase, her neck adorned with a red scarf, her cheeks flushed by the brisk wind. "What are your plans for the summer?" "You two chat," Hagrid chuckled warmly, lowering his head slightly before departing with his lantern. "I must complete the 3 books Professor Flitwick assigned: Basic Charms, Fiery Fantasies, and the Origins of Charms and Runes. I know your runes are quite proficient. May I write to you if I encounter any difficulties?" Hubert responded, acknowledging their differing paths and strengths without self-deprecation. As he watched Hermione board the train with her suitcase, Hagrid's towering figure emerged from behind. "Reluctant to part?" He grinned. "I admire Hermione too. She's a clever girl. Seize your opportunities. I'm only 12. Isn't it too early to discuss such matters?" Hubert waved at Hermione, who leaned out the window. "And you're not even married yet. Why should I rush? One must grasp the chance when a good girl comes along." "This is the wisdom of an elder," Hagrid remarked, patting Hubert's shoulder. The bond among the trio, forged through shared perils and battles, was undeniably strong. However, the notion of love between a boy and a girl remained absent. Yet, Hubert pondered, can I truly experience love? His expression darkened. As a Muggle in a world where wizards generally scorned his kind, his future appeared bleak and uncertain. Which would choose to wed a Muggle? Even if she were willing, could he bear to burden his beloved with the disdain of others? Amidst Hagrid's incessant yet well-meaning advice, the train let out a long whistle, heading towards the distant blue sky. It was a fine day. Days continued to pass, and as the young wizards of Hogwarts departed one by one, the academy returned to its serene state, the previous clamor fading into memory. Hubert emerged from the library, clutching the 3 magical tomes borrowed per Flitwick's directive, his summer task. The corridor was tranquil, and having grown accustomed to the usual bustle, Hubert found this silence somewhat disconcerting. Such is the irony of life. Amidst the clamor, one yearns for tranquility, and now that silence envelopes him, he finds himself longing for the very noise he once despised. He chuckled inwardly and quickened his pace. Exiting the castle, he soon encountered 2 stone houses standing nearby. Wisps of smoke curled lazily above them, while on the lawn, a large green dog spun in circles, attempting to catch its own tail. Upon spotting Hubert's return, the exuberant creature, Yaya, abandoned its futile pursuit and dashed toward him. Yaya, with its imposing stature, exuded en impressive aura. It circled around Hubert, yapping joyfully and playfully licking him. "Yaya, you ought to rinse your mouth." Hubert chuckled, gently pushing the dog away. He placed his book into a bag and secured it onto Yaya's back. "Do assist me, my dear companion, with the task of carrying the book entrusted to Yaya." Hubert strode lightly toward his stone abode. With a soft creak, the door swung open, revealing a house elf clad in a meticulously tailored black suit. The outfit fit him impeccably, adorned with a silver button bearing the emblem of the Eastern fantasy realm. The elf's lips curled into a characteristic smile. "Jeanine, you truly resemble a butler now. There's no need for such formality when you're with me," Hubert remarked, lifting Yaya's south bag to place the book on the table. However, Jeanine promptly intervened, taking the bag and arranging the book with care. "Allow me to handle these matters, master. Please take a moment to rest." He swiftly procured a chair for Hubert and began skillfully juicing fruits from the table. Before long, A glass of refreshing blue juice was presented to Hubert, its crystalline surface adorned with a tiny umbrella and a straw. Taking a gentle sip, he reveled in its cool sweetness. "Your skills have surpassed mine," Hubert exclaimed in admiration, acknowledging how quickly Jean had learned. In just a few short years, he had transformed into an exceptional store manager and butler. Hubert silently rejoiced in his decision to take Jean in, for without him, life would be far less manageable. "How goes your discreet acquisition of the dark magic tomes?" Hubert inquired. The once cheerful expression on Jean's face faltered, his eyes clouded with hesitation and concern. "Master, I have managed to procure some dark magic books from the alley, but the quantity is scarce. Indeed, dealing with such dark matters is not an easy endeavor." "Here are the books you requested," Jean said, presenting a tightly wrapped black package with both hands, his ears drooping in trepidation. The dark parcel emitted tendrils of black mist, whispering softly in a hissing cadence that tantalized the senses. "Master, dark magic is cruel and perilous," Jean cautioned, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated plea. He was grateful to his young master, yet fearful of the potential descent into darkness, compelled by duty to obey. Hubert accepted the package, understanding Jean's concerns. "I'm aware of your worries. My intent is solely to study dark magic in search of a remedy for my condition. I have no desire to practice it." He bestowed upon Jean a reassuring glance, a faint smile illuminating his pallid visage. "Cough, cough. My master, how is your health?" Jean shall promptly inform the old master. Jean exclaimed in a state of panic. "You must not allow anything to happen to you. My most esteemed master, do not go. Remember not to disclose my condition to Hagrid. I command you in my capacity as your master," Hubert asserted with a grave demeanor. Leaning forward, "As you wish, your command is my will," Jean responded in a hushed tone, succumbing to Hubert's insistence. Hubert waved his hand dismissively, signaling Jean to depart. He wished to conceal his frailty from others. Jean cautiously retreated to the doorway, casting a worried glance at Hubert before gently closing the door. The room was adorned with lush greenery, vibrant foliage flourishing all around. It had been transformed into a greenhouse, filled with numerous ornamental plants, meticulously selected by Hubert. Beside the table stood a white flower with 7 petals, its crimson stamen swaying gently. A single, glistening droplet of water fell with a soft plop onto the leaf of a branch, sending droplets scattering. Although the air here was fresh and the scenery delightful, it could not mask the pallor on the master's face. Hubert furrowed his brow, gazing intently at a black parcel on the table, his outstretched hand hovering in the air. "Must I truly delve into the study of dark magic?" He pondered quietly. The pursuit of dark magic was not a matter to be taken lightly, as its consequences could be dire. Should it be discovered, Hagrid would be disappointed in him, and Flitwick would refuse to impart further knowledge. His friends, Harry, Hermione, Neville, Luna, would distance themselves, and he might even be expelled from Hogwarts, severing his ties with the magical realm forever. But what my injuries? Must I simply await my demise in silence? A flicker of dark resolve ignited within the depths of his gaze. He was unwilling to succumb to death quietly. Rather than perish in obscurity, he preferred to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, Hubert untied the black parcel, revealing 3 tomes of dark magic. The covers depicted skulls, demons, and bones wreathed in shadows. What a quintessential representation of a dark sorcerer. He scoffed inwardly. The appearance of these books would deter any rational mind from considering them as reputable. They exuded an unmistakable villainous aura. Yet, when did he begin to tread the path of the nefarious? He had aspired to be a distinguished, radiant white wizard. Upon examining the 3 tomes, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that one contained the notes of a dark wizard. Unlike ordinary spell books, which served as standardized text for the wider community of wizards, this particular notebook was a record of a dark wizard's personal journey in mastering magic. It encompassed all aspects of their learning process, including encounter challenges and their resolutions, innovative spells, experimental records, and more. Acquiring a wizard's private notes was akin to inheriting their magical legacy. Thus, it was customary for dark wizards to guard their magical notebooks zealously, for revealing such information would be akin to exposing their innermost secrets. Upon their demise, these notes would typically be bequeathed to their apprentices or descendants, never circulating in the market. Acquiring a black wizard's notebook for a sum of gold and silver is undoubtedly a stroke of immense fortune. Might this be linked to the recent surprise inspections conducted by the Ministry of Magic? The Ministry has carried out 8 such inspections lately, primarily targeting the affluent families, as they are the ones hoarding a plethora of contraband. This tidbit was relayed to Ron through a letter, for his father, Mr. Weasley, has been exceedingly occupied, even working late into the night, a fact that has drawn several complaints from Mrs. Weasley. If this is indeed the case, it would not be surprising if these wealthy families were to circulate their private caches to Knockturn Alley, a notorious haven of darkness, beyond the reach of the Ministry's oversight. Might Lucius's possession of the Dark Lord's notes also be destined to fall into Ginny's hands as originally planned? Hubert's gaze grew inscrutable. The Dark Lord's notes harbor Tom Riddle, a fragment of the Dark Lord's past, wielding formidable dark magic. Could he possess the means to resolve his own predicaments? After all, he is a part of the Dark Lord himself. Tom Riddle, Hubert whispered, aware that he was no mere triviality. The young Voldemort was powerful, cunning, and wise, adept at ensnaring the hearts of others. Hubert shook his head, momentarily setting aside those thoughts. He opened the tome, discovering two foundational texts, The King of Bones and Whispers of the Devil, which offered introductions to dark magic and some commonplace dark spells. He then retrieved a third volume, its cover adorned with a white skull. Upon the obsidian surface, a large, ghastly skull loomed, its eye sockets aglow with an eerie light. The corners of its mouth curled into a mocking grin, as if plotting some nefarious scheme. In the lower right corner of the cover, a line inscribed The Light of Darkness, presumably the title and the name of the author. As Hubert gently turned the cover, a skull abruptly lunged from the first page towards his face. The pale skull, filled with derision, glowed ominously from its eye sockets. The proximity was too close for Hubert to react. The skull was upon him before he could brace himself, and he felt a chilling cold pierce his skin. Just as the skull was about to collide with his visage, the unicorn statue around his neck emitted a beam of white light, striking the skull, which shattered into fragments. Hubert wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that he had the protective charm crafted from Hagrid's unicorn horn. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to the trap. Dark wizard, he chastised himself for his carelessness, acutely aware that he was dealing with an artifact of a dark sorcerer, yet still being so heedless. Given the dark wizard's capricious and rebellious nature, it is common for them to embed various traps within their magical notes, serving both as safeguards for their work and tests for their successors. To inherit such knowledge, one must remain vigilant and capable of overcoming these challenges. The consequences of failing to do so, including succumbing to dark magic, are inconsequential. Death is but death. The Light of Darkness? He mused. Chapter 84. The Light of Darkness. Hubert cautiously opened the book, an aura of malevolence washing over him. It was the most unadulterated essence of evil, a ferocity that promised slaughter, akin to plummeting into an abyss. He swiftly scanned the contents before closing the cover, exhaling deeply, striving to calm his wildly racing heart. He shook his head and let out a derisive laugh. Previously, he believed that power was devoid of notions of good and evil, with morality being a mere construct dictated by humanity. However, after perusing this tome of dark magic, he found himself compelled to re-evaluate his prior assertions. The experiments chronicled within its pages were gruesome, employing materials that were either visceral or extracted at the cost of life itself, even resorting to live subjects. The dark sorcerers, in their relentless pursuit of power, were willing to forge pacts with the Abyss and the Reaper. One particular experiment detailed within the notes involved the sacrifice of 10 young lives to summon a demon. If such power does not embody evil, then what indeed could be deemed as malevolent? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this dark sorcerer, is indeed a genius, as the spells inscribed in his notes wield immense potency. Although the extent of his abilities remains unknown, the recorded spells undoubtedly reach the level of a professor. Furthermore, some of the ingenious concepts presented are captivating. He delves into the essence of magical power from the perspective of dark magic and proposes various ideas. From Hubert's viewpoint, it is truly remarkable, providing a refreshing perspective. At the conclusion of the notes, one particular spell left him astounded. Had ingeniously conceived a shadow clone, devoid of physical form, a fusion of the sorcerer's negative emotions and dark magic. This spell necessitates a formidable reservoir of magical energy, alongside an unwavering will to consolidate the negative energies within. The resultant shadow clone is a manifestation of the sorcerer's own malevolence, imbued with formidable power. However, as it is a conglomerate of evil stemming from the sorcerer himself, mastery over it demands immense mental fortitude. Otherwise, the sorcerer risks being consumed by the shadow clone at any moment. In his experiments with this spell, had previously sought the assistance of dark sorcerers. Yet the majority met a grim fate, succumbing to the shadow clone, transforming into savage, bloodthirsty beasts. He further proposed an intriguing notion regarding the shadow clone, should one desire it to possess a corporeal form. It would require the alchemical sacrifice of 2 additional lives for exchange. If successful, the sorcerer would effectively possess 2 bodies, 2 lives. Of course, he had yet to test this hypothesis himself, merely surmising its potential. Madman genius, Hubert mused, acknowledging the ingenuity of Mai's notions, which had indeed sparked a plethora of insights within him. He reached into his pouch and retrieved 2 fragments of red gemstones, shrouded in a mist of crimson. Resonating with potent magical energy, these were the shards of the Philosopher's Stone that Hubert had clandestinely concealed. As the academic year commenced, he would be entering his 2nd year. With the growth of the sorcerer, both magical and mental faculties would also expand. The magical energy contained within the gemstone ring had dwindled, necessitating a replacement. The Philosopher's Stone was his objective, yet the complete stone attracted undue attention, with Voldemort eyeing it covetously and Dumbledore harboring inscrutable intentions. Hubert believed it improbable that he could await the complete Philosopher's Stone, thus he deliberately shattered it to obtain its fragments. Though merely shards, the energy they contained was not to be underestimated. According to Hubert's estimations, the energy housed within these 2 fragments was equivalent to the magical prowess of an upperclassman. He gazed at the tome of dark magic, an inscrutable expression upon his face. According to his original plan, he intended to remelt the fragments of the magical stone along with the gem insect ring. However, after perusing the dark magic notes, he found himself inspired by a new idea. Suddenly, Yaya dashed in from outside, barking incessantly at the table with its head held high. Its hind legs hesitated, while its eyes fixated on the black magic book resting on the table. Quiet, Hubert admonished sharply, but Yaya seemed emboldened. With a powerful leap, its massive form soared through the air in an elegant arc, landing atop the table and sinking its teeth into the magic notes. A loud crash ensued as the table shook violently, causing the potions and reagents scattered atop to shatter into pieces. "Let go," Hubert sternly commanded, gripping the notebook with a serious expression. Yaya whined, its eyes reflecting a sense of grievance as it lowered its head and opened its mouth, then scampered off the table, tail tucked between its legs. Thankfully, nothing was damaged. Hubert smoothed out the crumpled pages and wiped away the spilled potions. "What is this?" he pondered, noticing that the page detailing the spell for creating a doppelganger was now dampened by a revealing potion. The once moist ink began to fade, replaced by new, bold black lettering. At the top, the words forbidden magic were inscribed in vivid crimson, startling Hubert as he scrutinized it, his expression shifting from shock to exhilaration. What a stroke of fortune! This forbidden magic reveals how to bestow magical talent upon Muggles, he exclaimed, bursting into laughter. He never anticipated that the solution he had long sought, having scoured every conceivable tome without success, will be found within this enigmatic black magic notebook. He promptly pulled up a chair and began to delve into the notes, methodically interpreting each word, leaving no detail overlooked. After painstakingly analyzing every character in a sentence, he would fully comprehend the entire thought, mulling over each statement repeatedly. A mere 3 pages took him an hour to finish. Hubert lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot. His previously pallid complexion had transformed to a deep crimson, and his hand trembled slightly as it clutched the notebook. "It's truly real," he murmured to himself, though a furrow formed on his brow. The application of this forbidden magic required a willing sacrifice from a wizard, who must offer their talent and life in exchange for the abyssal rules. The concealment of such a powerful magic as a forbidden art within the realm of dark magic was not without reason. A wizard's ability to cast spells is innate and fundamental. Without this talent, a wizard is indistinguishable from Muggle. Should this magic be exposed, revealing that magical aptitude could be transferred to another, it would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed, be it from dark or light wizards. Moreover, the cost of enacting this magic is steep, as it necessitates a wizard's voluntary offering of their own talent and life as a sacrifice to the inscrutable will of the abyss, allowing the other to gain the ability to cast spells. Yet, such talent and life are the most precious and fundamental aspects of a wizard, who would willingly relinquish these, even for their own children. "Ah, you have granted me a door, yet have fixed a lock upon it. What am I to do?" Chapter 85. Rebellion Knows No Age. In the stone hall, shards of glass lay scattered upon the table, while potions dripped through the crevices, forming delicate streams that splattered upon the ground. Hubert, however, remained utterly indifferent to the precious elixirs cascading away. He sat in a chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the magical notes before him, his mind a tempest of thoughts. Where am I to find a willing wizard to make the ultimate sacrifice? Could I employ the soul snare? But the notes indicate that wizards ensnared by such a spell are not acting of their own volition. Should I cultivate a loyal subordinate to offer themselves for my cause? Yet, how many years would that require? Human hearts are inscrutable. Would they truly consent once they grasp my circumstances? Hubert's mind raced with various schemes, only to discard them one by one. He realized this was an insurmountable conundrum. Having discovered the gateway to liberation and glimpsed the dawn, yet unable to step through. With a heavy thud, he slammed the notebook onto the table, causing the glass to tremble. His thoughts were ensnared by the complexities of magic, his mind muddled, and his mood increasingly irritable. Hubert rubbed his face with both hands, striving to restore clarity to his thoughts. Return to normal. Yaya, the green-furred creature, bounded over, wagging its tail, its tongue lolling as it circled Hubert, seemingly oblivious to its earlier distress. I truly apologize. I should not have raised my voice at you. Hubert stroked Yaya's head in atonement, and Yaya looked up, licking his hand affectionately. Surely Hagrid's meal is ready. Let us dine. The once curling black smoke from the chimney of the stone house had vanished, replaced by the enticing aroma of food wafting through the door. Yaya sniffed the air, its expression drooping instantly. You have no choice, haha. Hubert was well aware of Hagrid's culinary prowess as he coaxed the reluctant Yaya up the stone steps. Yaya trailed behind, its long face dragging, its rear end lagging. Hagrid's abode remained a delightful chaos, orderly amidst the disarray. In the center of the room stood a wooden table bearing 3 roughly hewn black cauldrons from which the delectable scents emanated. Hagrid approached, adorned in a patched coat, a black scarf around his neck, and his unruly black curls in disarray, carrying 2 hefty bowls from a stove. I made chicken soup today. Eat heartily. You seem to have been unwell of late, Hagrid remarked, serving a generous portion of thick broth before Hubert. Recently, Hubert's complexion had grown pallid, reminiscent of the time when his magic had been corroded. Hubert took a cautious sip, the flavor mild, tinged with an unpleasant fishiness. He closed his eyes, holding his breath, and swallowed the soup with determination. Delicious. Your skills have indeed improved. It was sent by Arthur. The Ministry's recent surprise inspection of dark magical artifacts yielded no results. Those loathsome dark wizards. A few Muggles in New Antrim have been attacked. The Daily Prophet claims it was the work of a beast. Utter nonsense. It was surely dark wizards behind it. Only they would dare assault Muggles. Hagrid, you are too extreme. Not all dark wizards are malevolent, just as not all light wizards are benevolent. Hubert lowered his head and uttered a perplexing remark. Are dark wizards not inherently evil? They commit murder and arson, attacking Muggles. Harry's parents were slain by the Dark Lord. Had it not been for Dumbledore, many more would have perished. Those damned Death Eaters are dark wizards. Hagrid slammed down his bowl, his voice resounding as he exclaimed, You cannot fathom how we endured those times, how many of our comrades we lost. The past is behind us. We must look forward. Hubert averted his gaze from Hagrid's glistening eyes, contemplating that the lives of wizards were now tranquil and prosperous. Yet, one must not forget those lost, for it was dark wizards who extinguished their lives. Wizards have now forgotten the origins of their peaceful existence. We must resolutely oppose dark magic and never engage in its study. Those so-called pure-blood families always hoard dark magical artifacts. Dark magic is merely a branch of magic, possessing its own unique aspects. Furthermore, practitioners of dark magic are not necessarily dark wizards, nor are dark wizards confined solely to dark magic. How can you entertain such thoughts? Absolutely not. From now on, dark magic must not be mentioned, nor studied. Hagrid, breathing heavily, spoke defiantly like a petulant child. A flicker of darkness crossed Hubert's pupils, and his previously calm heart became agitated. I disagree. You are merely burying your head in the sand, deceiving yourself. If we choose to ignore dark magic, will dark wizards cease to exist? Will they stop harming others? This is cowardice and timidity. In truth, they persist. The Ministry knows where they are. But what of it? They still wield power, living in luxury and excess. When the Dark Lord was defeated, Dumbledore should have united with the Ministry to eradicate them completely. Yet, look at the present. What have you former heroes who resisted gained? Death, illness, ostracism, and solitude. Neville's parents languish in a hospital, relying on the elderly Mrs. Longbottom to support their family. Harry's parents are gone, and Lupin suffers from the scorn of his werewolf identity, enduring hunger and hardship. The Order of the Phoenix, which deserved honor and reverence, now remains obscure, while those infamous Death Eaters, cloaked in their aristocratic titles, continue to thrive in the upper echelons of the wizarding world. Enough. You cannot speak of Dumbledore in such a manner, nor do you have the right to condemn them. Hagrid thundered, rising to his full height, fury surging within his chest. This was his first encounter with such anger, directed even at his beloved child. Hagrid's outburst startled Hubert, as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, instantly awakening his thoughts. He looked at Hagrid, and the apology he intended to voice inexplicably lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. "I believe we need to calm down." He stood and silently exited the stone cottage, bringing an end to this inexplicable dispute. Inside the cottage, Hagrid sat despondently on the stool, his eyes glistening, lost in a trance, pondering something unknown. What has come over me? Why did I argue with Hagrid? I merely wished to share a pleasant meal with him. How did it escalate to this? He furrowed his brow, recognizing that the conflict had arisen abruptly, with emotional shifts manifesting without forewarning, leading to his sudden agitation. The dispute could have subsided, yet my words grew sharp, a departure from my usual demeanor. Hubert, now calmed, reflected upon the events that had just transpired. He reevaluated the changes within himself, recognizing that the only variables were the three grimoires of dark magic and the dark energy coursing through his being. However, the grimoires had been concealed, rendering that variable void. Thus, the only influence upon him stemmed from the dark energy. Could it be manipulating me? Hubert's heart raced at the thought, yet the more he pondered, the more convinced he became, deepening his wariness of the dark force. Although the relationship between the two was at a low ebb, Hubert's progress in updating his attire was remarkably swift. Ever since acquiring the fragment of the magic stone, he had been diligently preparing to reforge his equipment, particularly the gem bug ring. The ring's magical potency had become inadequate to keep pace with his advancements, severely constraining his ability to unleash spells. Moreover, with his growing expertise in alchemy, certain previous ambitions now seemed attainable. In the hall of the stone house's first floor, the clutter of bottles and jars on the experimental table had vanished, replaced by an array of microscopes, files, and various tools. Hubert donned a black apron, a leather cap atop his head, a mask over his mouth, and protective goggles shielding his eyes. His gaze was fixed upon a magnifying glass, while his hands deftly maneuvered the handles of his instruments. At the center of the magnifying lens lay a round, red gemstone, distinct from ordinary gems. For its center bore a hollowed carving of a standing figure. This figure mirrored Hubert himself, intricately detailed with a network of veins through which crimson magical energy flowed. This was the new source of magical supply he had crafted through biological alchemy and modern sculpting techniques, utilizing the magic stone fragment and the gem bug ring. The diminutive figure served as the core, representing the most challenging aspect of the creation and true enhancement. The small figure replaced the intricate vein patterns of the previous divine robe. When spells were cast, the magic flowed within the figure, enhancing the subtlety of magic release and accelerating its flow and casting speed. Under Hubert's careful control, a sharp chisel glided gently over the surface of the gem, creating a circular aperture. With a deep exhale, Hubert stretched, relieved after 2 days of relentless toil, having finally completed the gem. He removed it from beneath the magnifying glass. The red gem was modest in size, comparable to the former gem bug ring. Its surface was smooth, with red energy coursing through it, concealing the hollowed carving within. Hubert gently pricked his finger, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall upon the gem. The blood was instantly absorbed, and the gem erupted in a dazzling red radiance. Yet, the light cast upon Hubert felt exceptionally warm, reminiscent of the winter sun. The comforting warmth enveloped his entire being, instilling a sense of ease. He could keenly sense the connection between himself and the gem, as if it were an integral part of him, under his complete control. He opened his palm, and the gem floated automatically above his hand, slowly rotating. With a mere thought, the red light flickered and converged entirely into the gem. Hubert retrieved a small, round box from his pouch, crafted from bronze and exhibiting an ancient design. The surface of the box is intricately carved with 2 spiraling dragons, their wings unfurled to protect the treasure chest nestled between them. The dragon heads raised high to form a complete circle. The back of the chest is engraved with a 9-square grid, each compartment adorned with a complex magical rune. He secured the box with chains and hung it around his neck, concealing it beneath his garments. The crucial red moon has been completed. Thus, the new ceremonial robe is ready to be unveiled. Hubert smiled faintly, gesturing to the black robe at the far end of the table, which then floated gracefully towards him, standing proudly before him. Unlike the previous ceremonial robes, this one bore no vein-like patterns. Instead, it was woven with mysterious magical arrays composed of runes. The dark golden runes embroidered on the black robe imparted an air of nobility and elegance, cloaked in an aura of mystery and solemnity. He retrieved the life's tribute and gently touched it to the runes on the robe's chest, as golden magical energy flowed from the tip of the staff, coursing along the intricate patterns of the runes. As the runes absorbed the magical energy, the entire ceremonial robe was instantly activated. A fleeting dark golden light flickered, and the runes vanished, transforming the attire into an ordinary black robe. This was the new generation of ceremonial robes imbued with simple intelligence by Hubert, eliminating the previous rigid enchantments and the vein-like patterns. Simplifying complexity, it was endowed with basic intelligence, evolving into a true magical robe. Fly, with a mere thought. The hem of the robe fluttered, and Hubert's feet gently lifted off the ground. He did not cast any spells, nor released any magical energy. It was solely the power of the robe that elevated him into the air. Hubert's ensemble was finally complete. Chapter 87. The Blood-Red Grimoire. Looking up at the sky, the azure expanse seemed boundless and infinite. Beneath this sky, heavy white clouds drifted leisurely, morphing into various shapes. To the east, the sun concealed itself behind palace-shaped clouds, beams of golden light radiating from their midst. Although the clear sky was resplendent with golden rays, it still illuminated the shadowy alley below. This was the gathering place of dark sorcerers, the underside of the wizarding realm. In the narrow alley, light flickered from the shop windows on either side. In the corners, the eyes of werewolves and vampires gleamed with an eerie green light, searching for their desired prey. The quietude of the alley was abruptly interrupted by the sound of polished shoes as a figure cloaked in black robes approached, draped in a hooded cape. The figure's face was obscured beneath the cowl, and his stature was slight, resembling that of a young boy. Yet, the lurking green gazes did not linger upon him for long, for the wizarding world is not populated solely by humans. If one were to judge merely by height, the dark sorcerer would certainly not last long. Beneath the hood, a silver metallic mask was faintly visible, and the black robe was enveloped in an aura of malevolent darkness, an embodiment of pure evil devoid of any emotion. The dark-robed figure paid no mind to the gazes around him as he halted before a dilapidated shop. The gray window panes were smeared with mud, obscuring the view within. He extended his left hand and gently pushed the door open, his pale fingers adorned with rings. One red and one yellow, each set with a gem. The bell hanging on the glass door jingled melodiously as the figure clad in black stepped inside. The room was modest in size, shrouded in dim light. Black shelves cluttered the space chaotically, adorned with an array of skulls, dark spell books, and various poisons. With a black sarcophagus nestled in one corner. "What do you seek?" A deep, gravelly voice emerged from behind the counter, where a figure hunched over, repeatedly combing his greasy hair with a comb. His yellowed teeth bore no hint of white, and his pupils gleamed with a mad greed. "Mr. Borgin." Hubert's voice was cold, his tone clipped. He picked up a withered hand encased in glass from the shelf, scrutinizing it before feigning indifference towards the other items. "Is there truly nothing of value here? I have heard that the Ministry of Magic has tightened its scrutiny lately, and that Borgin & Burke's is the largest magical shop in Nocturne Alley. Is this all you have received? I do not recall having seen you before." Borgin emerged from behind the counter, his curly hair cascading over his forehead. His eyes flickered, fixating on Hubert, as if attempting to peer through his black robes to uncover the truth within. "I am merely a customer, a wealthy connoisseur of curiosities," Hubert replied nonchalantly, tossing 2 gold galleons into the air. The alluring dark yellow glimmer captured Borgin's unwavering attention, his eyes following the coins with insatiable greed. He swiftly approached Hubert, grinning broadly, revealing his yellowed teeth in full display. "Borgin & Burke's welcomes patrons with a penchant for collecting. This is the largest magical shop in Nocturne Alley, boasting an extensive array of magical artifacts. Whatever you desire, you shall find." He paused, glancing at the galleons with a smile. "Of course, provided you possess that charming little allure. As long as I'm satisfied, gold galleons I have." Hubert replied icily, asserting that for a wizard, the most precious treasure was always knowledge, particularly that which was truly beneficial. Knowledge bestows power upon wizards. It is the essence of life itself. Dark spell books eternally harbor boundless wisdom, and I take great delight in collecting them. You are fortunate, for this is a treasure that arrived just yesterday, a prized possession from a pure-blood family," he whispered, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. He inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face, as if intoxicated by a scent that rivaled even the allure of gold galleons. He opened a wooden box, revealing a spell book with a dark red cover, upon which a half-blooming crimson lotus rested, its petals stained by droplets of red blood, eager to suffuse the entire flower. The metallic tang of fresh blood wafted through the air. Hubert reached out to caress the spellbook, but Borgin's withered hand obstructed his advance. He chuckled softly, his gaze fixated on the galleons in Hubert's hand. Hubert retrieved 10 more coins from his pouch and tossed them to Borgin before brushing him aside. "If I am pleased, the price shall not disappoint," Hubert declared, opening the blood-red spellbook, a wave of sanguine aroma enveloping him. He traced the pages, crafted from an unknown beast hide, impervious to decay, water, and fire. The script upon the pages was inscribed in beast's blood, emanating a faint magical essence. Rather than being merely a tome of magic, it is more accurately described as a magical artifact reminiscent of a spellbook. Unlike the dark magic notes he had previously acquired, this volume is crafted from distinct materials and contains varied contents. It primarily chronicles a vast array of bloodline spells, with its materials sourced from magical creatures, inherently infused with arcane energy. Consequently, a sorcerer can harness the spells contained within the book, and Hubert speculates that this tome was originally intended as a tool for spellcasting. With this spellbook in hand, as long as one's magical energy is sufficient, there is no need to cultivate dark powers. One can transmute their magic through the book to unleash its spells. Hubert gently closed the book and, reaching into his satchel, tossed a gold galleon to Bokingbach. "I shall take this book, keep the excess funds. Should you come across any remarkable items in the future, do remember me." What a generous patron he is. I wonder from which family of wizards he hails. Nonetheless, I appreciate such clientele. He glanced down at the delightful golden creature in his hand, grinning broadly, of course. "You are my favorite." Draped in a dark cloak, Hubert exited the magical shop, traversing through the alley until he reached Diagon Alley, where he exhaled deeply. The pressure from Nocturne Alley had been overwhelming. The malevolent gazes lurking in the shadows filled him with trepidation. Wizards in that place were far from benevolent. Their specialties lay in poison and curses, and their occupations often involved murder and arson. Even Bokingbach, with his avaricious demeanor, was no ordinary proprietor. His concealed strength was formidable and should not be underestimated. He stepped into a secluded corner, removed his silver mask, and lifted his hood, revealing a fair visage kissed by sunlight before emerging from the shadows. Facing the sun, he relished its comforting warmth. Indeed, walking in the sunlight is a pleasure. Chapter 88. A Deceiver, Long Time No See. Today is not the weekend, and Diagon Alley is not particularly crowded. Hubert strolled alone down the street, savoring the sunshine and gentle breeze. Such weather is perfect for shopping, but alas, witches lack the same intentions as Muggle women. Otherwise, the shops would surely enjoy a bountiful day. With no particular destination in mind, Hubert meandered aimlessly, entering shops that piqued his interest and departing from those that did not. He frequented the alchemy and pet shops, where some innovative alchemical products sparked inspiration. "Deceiver Hubert, Deceiver Hubert," a shrill voice rang out from behind, followed by a vibrantly colored lark fluttering above his head, circling and calling out joyfully, "Long time no see, long time no see." Hot on its heels, Luna came trotting over. Her golden hair cascaded around her shoulders, and she wore a necklace fashioned from butterbeer caps, with a wand tucked behind her ear. As she approached, she came to a halt, gradually walking closer. By the time she reached him, her demeanor had returned to a state of calm. "Hello, Hubert," Luna greeted softly. Her expression cool and mature, her gaze intent and imbued with an enigmatic quality that rendered her inscrutable. Compared to their last encounter, Luna seemed less whimsical, exuding a newfound tranquility and wisdom. The lark alighted on Luna's shoulder, gently nuzzling her neck, displaying a look of contentment. "Lady Luna is the most beautiful. Lady Luna is the most beautiful," chirped the little bird. Hubert cursed under his breath, feeling a deep-seated resentment towards the incessant nagging that always seemed to take a disliking to him, labeling him as a villain at every encounter. This vexation stirred within Hubert, yet he found himself powerless. Every time he contemplated confronting it, the nagging would scurry behind Luna for refuge. "Hubert is a villain. Hubert is a villain." The nagging retorted immediately, then continued to nuzzle against Luna's fair neck. "Enough nagging," Luna gently soothed, her voice calm and soothing, imbued with the kind of magic that could quiet the soul. "I will be attending Hogwarts this year. My father took me to purchase some supplies in advance." She removed the wand from her ear, declaring, "This is the wand I just acquired, yet it does not please me. It cannot be used for magic outside of school, lest the Ministry of Magic discover it. I prefer the wand my mother left me." The wand in her hand trembled slightly, as if protesting Luna's words. The wand is the most crucial and intimate companion of a wizard. Ollivander often remarked that it is the wand that chooses the wizard. This particular wand had selected the eccentric Luna as its master, yet she harbored no fondness for it, leaving one to ponder its current sentiments. She tossed the trembling wand to the nagging, which caught it in its beak. "You keep it quiet, and I shall reward you with a honeyduke's biscuit tonight." The nagging cheered, flapping its wings and soaring into the air, engaging in a game of tossing and catching the wand. Hubert watched, dumbfounded. Was this truly how Luna treated her wand? Finding a wand that suits a wizard is no easy feat. And did she not fear that the mischievous little bird might ruin it? He silently mourned for the wand fluttering in the air. "Which house do you wish to join?" "I am in Hufflepuff, known for loyalty, honesty, and hard work. Should you join Hufflepuff, I will be delighted to be your senior. Of course, other houses are equally admirable. Harry Potter belongs to Gryffindor, renowned for its bravery and fearlessness." Luna furrowed her brow, a mix of confusion and understanding crossing her features. "I perceive you to be quite clever and thoughtful. You should not be placed in Hufflepuff. These decisions are made by the Sorting Hat, which has its own methods of allocation." Hubert marveled at Luna's sensitivity and keen observation. She was the first to assess him in such a manner. "Originally, I believed I should be sorted into Ravenclaw, a haven of wisdom and knowledge. However, that Sorting Hat has left me questioning its abilities, and now I am uncertain about which house I shall belong to. Perhaps my father will be disheartened. He prepared many Ravenclaw items for me. Nevertheless, I do hold a fondness for Ravenclaw. You see, within knowledge, I discover countless fascinating things." Her brow had unfurled, as if recounting a tale unrelated to her. The nagging gently landed on Luna's shoulder, releasing its grip, allowing the wand to tumble into her hands. Luna glanced at the wand, which lay still in her palm, not stirring in the slightest. She nodded and tucked it behind her ear, reaffirming the principle of nature's balance. She softly stroked the nagging's head, which wore an expression of contentment as it rested upon her shoulder. Hubert was once again left speechless. The two exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Luna was off to seek Lovegood to continue her shopping. After Hubert departed, a curly-haired Lovegood emerged from the crowd, gazing thoughtfully at Luna, who appeared lost in contemplation. "What has captured your attention so? Could it be a boy you fancy? Do tell me which one." Luna's furrowed brow relaxed as she returned from her thoughts. "I just encountered Hubert, and I sensed something unsettling about him." She pondered, searching for the right words to articulate her feelings. She wrinkled her small nose and continued. "It was akin to the scent of blood, mingled with something else. Perhaps evil and death?" Unbeknownst to Hubert, Luna's suspicions lingered after they parted ways. He quickly vanished into the throng. Encountering Luna on the street brought her immense joy, for she had not seen her friend in quite some time. As the crowd thickened, the clamor and din became the prevailing sounds of Diagon Alley. Hubert gradually lost interest in the bustling scene. Then, a sign caught his eye. The Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley's most renowned bookstore, the favorite haunt for wizards procuring their textbooks. After a moment's deliberation, he pushed open the glass door and stepped inside. Bang! The sound of the glass door colliding with a head accompanied a shriek. As a small girl with fluffy brown hair clutched her head, her face contorted in pain, books scattered at her feet. "Darling, are you hurt? Let me see." A woman rushed over, gently lifting the girl's hair to inspect the injury. "I'm so sorry. I didn't realize someone was behind the door." Hubert bowed apologetically, astonished that he had accidentally collided with someone upon entering. "Hubert!" A voice of surprise rang out from across the room. "Hermione, what brings you here?" Hubert exclaimed, astonished to find that he had bumped into Hermione, who should have been at home for the summer. "Hubert," Hermione responded, equally elated, stepping forward to embrace him. "My mother brought me to Diagon Alley for some shopping. I've been rather bored at home with nothing to do." The Leaky Cauldron is the finest bookstore in Diagon Alley, brimming with renowned titles. "I heard Gilderoy Lockhart is coming here to promote his new book just before school starts. He is my favorite author. His works are simply delightful." Hermione picked up the fallen books and meticulously wiped them clean. The cover depicted a dapper gentleman with golden hair, his handsome face adorned with a sunlit smile. Beneath him, the title was inscribed in elegant script, "Gilderoy Lockhart and My South African Adventure." The sparkle in Hermione's eyes caused Hubert's eyelids to flutter involuntarily, and he couldn't help but tease, "Shouldn't your favorite be textbooks and exam manuals? When did it become Gilderoy Lockhart? He is the best author." Hermione corrected him emphatically. "Lockhart is not merely an author. He is also a traveler and an adventurer. He has journeyed the globe, battling magical beasts and exploring ancient ruins. His knowledge is profound, his experience is vast, and he possesses an undeniable charm." Hermione continued to rattle off numerous accolades for Lockhart, prompting Hubert to interrupt her. He suspected that had he not intervened, she would have continued her enthusiastic monologue indefinitely. As for what sort of person Gilderoy truly was, Hubert was well aware. This narcissistic charlatan exhibited no genuine interest in his lessons, nor did he harbor any thoughts about them. He turned slightly and bowed to the woman behind Hermione. "Good day, ma'am. I am Hubert, a classmate and dear friend of Hermione's." "Hello. I often hear Hermione speak of you and Harry," Mrs. Granger replied affectionately, stroking Hermione's chestnut hair. "Thank you for looking after our darling at school. It is her first time being so far from us." "Mom, I can take care of myself," Hermione retorted defiantly. Looking up, "All right, my precious is the best." Mrs. Granger chuckled. "You two go enjoy yourselves. I'm a bit tired and would like to rest here." Leading Hubert, Hermione entered the expansive leaden bookstore, which was divided into 2 floors. Despite its size, it felt quite cramped, filled with shelves brimming with books. Even the walls beside the staircase were adorned with cabinets housing thick volumes. The unique, intoxicating aroma of the books permeated the air, a scent that enchanted the senses. Leaden Bookstore, with its rich history, supplied textbooks for wizards of all grades attending Hogwarts. Naturally, its collection was vast, encompassing a myriad of magical tomes, and even included classic works from the Muggle world. Hubert spotted philosophical texts by Plato and Socrates on one of the shelves. The bookstore's extensive collection and storied past have made it renowned, often hosting celebrated authors for book launches and signings. This mutually beneficial arrangement not only enhances the bookstore's reputation, but also elevates the author's prominence. Hermione guided Hubert through the aisles, seemingly well acquainted with the types and arrangement of the books, earning Hubert's quiet admiration. Truly a prodigy from Hogwarts. "You should reunite with your aunt," Hubert whispered, leaning closer to Hermione. Casting a quick glance behind her, at the end of the shelf, a dark figure was intently watching them. "No, I'm leaving. What about you?" Hermione immediately countered. "I cannot abandon you. You must come with us. The target is likely me. I can handle this alone. Your aunt is just an ordinary person. She shouldn't be involved." Hermione glanced at her mother, who was leisurely sipping tea in a chair, and finally nodded. "Here's my home phone number. If it's safe, please remember to call me," she instructed, a hint of worry in her eyes. Hubert and Hermione parted ways, swiftly blending into the crowd. The figure in the dark cloak glanced at Hermione and Mrs. Granger before hastily pursuing Hubert. "Darling, where's your classmate?" Mrs. Granger inquired, noticing Hermione's troubled expression. "Did you have an argument? Or has something happened?" "Hubert, please stay safe." Hubert quickened his pace, navigating through the throngs, but the cloaked figure followed closely behind. Was it a rival from the pet shop, or a minion of Voldemort? The pet shop's business has always been managed by Jean, yet few are aware that he is the mastermind behind it. Though Voldemort has not perished, he exists in a spectral state, lurking in obscurity, devoid of the power to confront him. With these 2 possibilities ruled out, who then lurks behind him? There's a saying that a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot endure for that long. One must venture into the tiger's den to seize the tiger's cub. He evaded the throngs of people and turned into a narrow alley. The alley was relatively spacious, flanked by old cages, culminating in a low wall at its end. Hubert stood in the center, and before long, a shadow appeared at the entrance of the alley. The figure was enveloped in a black robe, its face concealed by a blood-red mask, leaving only a pair of crimson eyes visible. Its long fingers were pale and devoid of color. Standing there, it was silent and still, emanating an aura of coldness, akin to a serpent poised to strike its prey with lethal precision. But how could he confront the figure opposite him without a wand? A thought flickered in his mind, recalling the newly acquired prop, the blood magic book, which could directly substitute for a wand in casting spells, thus evading detection by the Ministry of Magic. As Hubert drew forth the magic book, the crimson eyes of the robed figure narrowed, and a wisp of sanguine mist swirled around it, transforming the being into a streak of blood that surged toward Hubert. Chapter 90, The Battle, Who Fears Whom? The crimson apparition hurtled forth, its chilling aura mingling with a potent scent of blood, its fingernails glistening with a ghostly light. The scarlet eyes gleamed in the dimness like those of a demon. Hubert grasped the book in his left hand, a surge of magical energy coursing into its pages, the contents instantly materializing in his mind. The spells within unfolded as if they had been etched into his consciousness from birth, each incantation and gesture practiced countless times. He could distinctly sense that, as long as he possessed sufficient magical power, he could employ any spell contained within at a moment's notice. As Hubert's magical force flowed into the book, the blood energy surged. He extended his right hand toward the oncoming crimson shadow, unleashing a powerful torrent of blood energy that coalesced into a semicircular blood-red barrier. The impact was formidable. The blood-red wave surged forth, shattering the barrier, and the figure in black recoiled. The crimson eyes regarded Hubert with astonishment, then fell upon the book in his grasp, gleaming with fervor. The naked greed in the other's gaze did not escape Hubert's notice. The blood power wielded by his opponent bore a striking resemblance to the energy emanating from the magic book. It was no wonder he sensed a familiarity in the opposing energy. How could a greedy and unscrupulous merchant command the formidable bloodline? The robed figure lowered its mask, revealing a pale visage devoid of color, with an elongated face, a sharp chin, and eyes as red as blood. So, it was a member of the bloodline. No wonder they wielded the power of blood. Hubert pondered silently, realizing that the source of this chaos was the magic book in his possession. From the other's reaction and the magical force he sensed, this book of Dracula was likely a treasure of the bloodline. Yet, he was left to wonder why it had fallen into the world and fortuitously into his hands, only to be inadvertently discovered by a member of the bloodline. A smirk crept onto his lips. They thought they could simply let him go? Did they truly consider him a fool? Initially, they had aimed to kill him without hesitation. Had it not been for the discovery of his formidable strength, he would have already met his demise. Handing over a book to another is akin to surrendering a weapon, is it not? Especially when this tome, the Book of Dracula, is so immensely valuable. It must be shrouded in secrecy, for only the dead can truly safeguard such secrets. What benefit do I derive? I expended 50 gold galleons to acquire it. As you know, Boggins is notoriously avaricious. You must be a student of Hogwarts. Students there harness the power of bloodlines. How would Dumbledore react? A student wielding blood magic from Hogwarts would undoubtedly delight Fudge and Malfoy at the Ministry of Magic. The figure in the black cloak sneered. 50 galleons, not a single one less. Hubert raised his voice, his right hand concealed behind him, a crimson energy sphere coalescing in his grasp. He stepped back, elongating his voice. If you harbor doubts about me, I must confess, I share the same sentiment towards you. As his words fell, he thrust his right hand forward, the blood sphere shooting forth, splitting into 2, then 4, and ultimately 8. The 8 smaller spheres swiftly encircled the figure in black, spinning rapidly to form a formation. A mere blood sphere attempting to toy with my bloodline? How presumptuous! The figure chuckled ominously. Very well, let us see. Each of the 8 spheres extended tendrils of blood, weaving through the formation's patterns. A peculiar energy gestated within, transforming into a colossal blood hand reaching for the cloaked figure. With a leap, the figure barely avoided the grasp, a trace of blood staining his robe, which began to corrode into wisps of smoke. The initial strike of the blood hand failed, turning back to grasp at the figure in black. The cloaked figure, unwilling to be complacent, darted about with ethereal speed. Yet, the cylindrical barrier formed by the formation ensnared him, rendering escape impossible despite his swift movements. How about the corrosive blood spheres? I possess a transformation spell as well. Do savor it. Hubert waved his hand, and the blood hand instantly morphed into a tidal wave of blood, cascading from above the formation. The surging wave, imbued with a menacing aura, threatened to engulf the figure in black. A change washed over the cloaked figure's face, his crimson pupils narrowing sharply. Clenching his fist, he summoned a surge of power. Blood energy enveloped his fist, his feet firmly rooted to the ground, and with a resonant shout, he struck the barrier with all his might. The impact sent shockwaves, causing the ground to erupt into craters, releasing wisps of blood energy from the points of contact. The figure in black wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Relieved by his quick thinking, a full-force strike shattered the barrier, sparing him from becoming mere bones. A flicker of ferocity passed through his eyes, and with a sudden burst of strength, he propelled himself forward, leaving behind a trace of blood. As his afterimage darted past, a formidable force struck Hubert, sending him crashing against the wall. With a cough, Hubert expelled a mouthful of black blood, acknowledging the prowess of the bloodline. Its speed and strength were not to be underestimated. I have matters to attend to today. We shall converse more thoroughly next time. With a flourish of his hand, he conjured 4 small black orbs and hurled them towards the cloaked figure. Upon impact, a cloud of white mist enveloped the area, permeated with a pungent aroma. This concoction was crafted from the most potent of peppers, a detail evident as the figure in black began to cough and tear up amidst the fog. Hubert then leaped over the wall, having uncovered the cloaked figure's details, and recognizing that he could not subdue him at this moment, he chose not to linger in conflict. Though bolstered by the power and speed gems, a single strike left him gasping for breath, nearly devoid of strength. Coughing, he sprinted onward, his energy steadily depleting. Yet, he dared not relax in the slightest, for he could faintly sense the sanguine aura trailing behind him, unmistakably that of the figure in the black cloak. He had not yet surrendered. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his vitality fluctuating. The bustling crowd at the station surged, with passers-by oblivious to the staggering Hubert. He burst forth from the station, squinting against the glaring sunlight. The cacophony of honking cars filled the air, and the wide road was incessantly congested with traffic. The acrid scent of gasoline invaded his nostrils, causing him discomfort. However, this scene felt familiar. It was his first venture into the Muggle world, a jungle of steel that evoked a sense of nostalgia. He glanced back at the station, where the blood-chilling presence intensified. Swiftly, he scanned the vehicles by the roadside and dove into one of the red beetles. "Are you injured, Hubert?" Hermione exclaimed in surprise, catching him just as he was about to topple over. She and Mrs. Granger had just left Diagon Alley and were about to drive away when they unexpectedly encountered Hubert. How serendipitous life can be. Hubert chuckled softly, then urgently urged, "We must leave at once, the fastest route possible. I shall explain en route." Black exhaust billowed from the beetle as the small red car sped into the thrumming flow of traffic. Chapter 91. The Conspiracy Behind. Upon Hubert's departure in Mrs. Granger's beetle, a pale-skinned man clad in a black suit emerged in the station square. His curly golden hair framed a narrow visage, and his crimson eyes darted across the ceaseless thoroughfare. "Searching for something. Boy, the treasures of my bloodline are not so easily obtained. We shall meet again one day," he mused, his voice a low, owl-like chuckle. "Sir Lucius, my master requests your presence momentarily." A black-clad servant stepped forth from behind Lucius, bowing slightly before delivering the message devoid of any emotion. Lucius's scarlet gaze scrutinized him. Are all the servants of the Malfoy family so lacking in manners? Pure-blood families, how amusing. "Sir, the honor of pure-blood families is not to be desecrated." The servant stood erect, his tone resolute. "I shall convey your words to my master." "Humph." Lucius scoffed. "A pack of arrogant vermin." The two retreated to a secluded area and vanished from the noisy station in a flash of apparition. In Wiltshire, England, a grand castle loomed majestically over the vast expanse of grass. Before the castle, the verdant lawn was meticulously shaped into various forms. By the fountain, rare birds leisurely strolled. Without warning, dark clouds drifted across the sky, shrouding the once bright castle in a cloak of somber tranquility. With a tremor in the air, two figures materialized at the entrance of the estate. Lucius surveyed the splendid Malfoy manor before him. Despite his disdain for these pure-blood wizards, he could not help but admire their wealth and lineage. Though the bloodline boasts an extensive lifespan and claims nobility, they remain creatures of darkness, perpetually lingering on the fringes of the legitimate wizarding society, ostracized by wizards. Under the guidance of a servant, Ruthven traversed the lawns and fountains, arriving at a study within the castle. The doors and windows of the study were tightly shut, with ebony bookshelves lining the walls, and a black desk accompanied by chairs situated at its center. The dimly lit study exuded an air of solemn tranquility, where a silver-haired, aloof middle-aged man sat quietly behind the desk. His right hand gently caressed the silver serpent head of his cane, the cold touch soothing his restless heart. As a Malfoy, he must remain composed at all times to safeguard his family's interests. With a creak, the grand door swung open, and Ruthven strode in confidently. "Cousin Lucius, it has been quite some time." He approached the opposite side of the desk, carelessly pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Mind your manners and etiquette, Ruthven." Lucius frowned, his tone icy. "That is the most fundamental of decorum. I am not one of you nobles. I am merely a vampire disowned by the family," Ruthven retorted. "Relying on your charity for sustenance. What need have I for etiquette? Can it be eaten? If it could, I assure you I would embody nobility far more than you. This is the basic situation for members of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The family will take action against Dumbledore. The interests of Hogwarts must be upheld by the Malfoys." Lucius spoke in a low voice, deftly shifting the topic without engaging in a debate with this aberration of the family. Ruthven, having been wronged by political adversaries and transformed into a vampire since childhood, bore a deep resentment, having gone from a core family member to merely a lurking Fong in the shadows. Where there is light within the family, there is also darkness. Everything is for the sake of the family's interests. "Ah, so my noble lord has summoned this uncouth vampire for a task." Ruthven smirked, a derisive smile playing on his lips. He picked up the documents on the desk, which contained detailed descriptions and directives for the members of the board. "This is a family mission. There must be no mistakes," Lucius said sternly, then waved his hand, signaling him to leave. "Family, huh?" Ruthven slammed the door shut, leaving behind a couple of mocking chuckles. The sound of polished shoes echoed on the floor as a silver-haired youth came running from the end of the corridor. Upon seeing Ruthven, the once haughty expression on his face transformed into a broad smile. He dashed over and embraced Ruthven. Lowering his head, he spoke in a subdued tone. "We haven't seen each other in such a long time. Father always says you are busy with family matters." Ruthven gently stroked the nephew he had watched grow up. The bond he felt to this family palpable. The original bravado and disdain faded away, replaced by a sincere and benevolent smile. "That's right. Laugh when you wish to laugh, cry when you wish to cry. That is my good nephew. Do not always mimic your father's perpetually solemn face." He presented a pocket watch, saying, "This is a magical timepiece. The function is for you to discover." He hung the watch around Draco's neck, noting how much he had grown since their last meeting. Thank you, uncle." As the time came for departure, Draco felt a heaviness in his heart. His gaze fixed vacantly on the retreating figure of Ruthven until it vanished at the corridor's end. He parted his lips, yet words failed to escape his throat. He understood the reasons behind his beloved uncle's departure and the purpose of his errand. Although he yearned to keep him close, he felt powerless to do so. For he was a Malfoy, a member of the esteemed Malfoy lineage. Power, once acquired, it would allow him to retain what he cherished and attain all he desired. A hoarse whisper of temptation echoed faintly as tendrils of dark mist began to emanate from the notebook in Draco's hand, winding their way up his arm. Chapter 92, A Visit to Granger's Home. The sun hung high in the sky, its blinding rays casting down upon the earth. Though summer had arrived, the heat had yet to fully settle in. Beneath the azure expanse, neat rows of detached houses formed a patchwork of small squares. In front of one residence lay a quaint courtyard, at the center of which stood a sun umbrella sheltering a modest wooden table. The garden boasted evergreen trees, while climbing vines adorned the walls, offering a glimpse into a meticulously arranged bedroom through the window. The bedroom, adorned in minimalist decor, radiated cleanliness with its white walls and bedding, while wallpaper depicting blue skies and white clouds lent a serene ambience. Hubert reclined on the bed, a book cradled in his hands. His complexion appeared somewhat pallid, the result of a severe injury sustained from Ruthven's attack, which had left his sternum gravely wounded and yet to fully heal. With a creak, Hermione entered the room, balancing a red tray laden with colorful sweets. Over the course of a year, Hermione had grown considerably. Her fluffy hair was gathered into a ponytail, and she donned a white shirt paired with jeans, presenting an image of simplicity and cleanliness, her smile exuding confidence. "My mother asked me to bring you some candies," she exclaimed, placing the tray on the bedside table. "I've already notified Hagrid via owl, so you can rest assured while you recuperate." Hubert set his book aside, an unfamiliar expression crossing his face. He found himself at a loss for how to break the silence regarding Hagrid, yet after several days away from home, he longed for the comfort of the stone house. He rose from his bed. Thanks to a few days of rest and the aid of potions, he had made considerable progress, though he was not yet fully healed. "Please do not speak of my injury to anyone, including Hagrid," he murmured. "Ruthven will not relinquish his pursuit of the Book of Dracula. He will undoubtedly continue his investigation." Hubert wished to shield Hermione from becoming entangled in this matter, and he also sought to keep it from others' knowledge, for he could not explain the Book of Dracula. Both vampires and werewolves were shunned by mainstream wizards as creatures of darkness. In recent nights, he had clandestinely studied the Book of Dracula, employing advanced alchemy to merge the magical tome with enchanted artifacts. Beyond mere note-taking, the magical book possessed the capability to inscribe spells. By channeling their magic, users could unleash the enchantments contained within. This alchemical technique was rare and esteemed. Hubert had encountered an introduction to it in the Balance Book and had yet to witness anyone proficient in such a skill. He exerted considerable effort, but failed to comprehend the principles behind the crafting of the Book of Dracula. Nevertheless, the magic and knowledge contained within it profoundly opened his eyes and illuminated why Ruthven held this tome in such high regard. This book chronicles the myriad aspects of the vampire race, from its origins to its evolution and development, even encompassing some of the early secrets. Furthermore, the vampire magic documented in the grimoire astonished him, as the vampires possess an innate physical advantage due to their unique constitution, endowing them with remarkable speed and strength. Additionally, vampires wield their distinctive blood magic, a form of sorcery that can only be executed through their own bloodline, rendering it inaccessible to wizards and other races. However, the fairness of fate is evident. The overwhelming reliance on their bloodline has resulted in a decline of vampire magic over generations, as the potency of their blood diminishes. Yet, the Book of Dracula was crafted at the behest of an early vampire prodigy. who sought the expertise of an alchemical master to forge a magical tome infused with their bloodline's essence. This book shattered the constraints of bloodlines, granting its possessor the ability to unleash the contained spells. Originally circulating among vampires, it fortuitously fell into the hands of a wizard and ultimately came into Hubert's possession. The sheer abundance, comprehensive system, and formidable power of the vampire magic left him in awe. Hubert was confident that with this book in hand, no one would question his vampire identity. Ruthven the vampire, when we meet again, prepare for a surprise. He declared, "You still haven't told me how you were injured last time. Was it that man in black who harmed you? Who is he?" Hermione pressed. "He is a vampire. But that is in the past. There is no need for concern." A vampire? The very same that are notorious alongside werewolves? They're a dark race. Why is the Ministry of Magic not regulating their activities in Diagon Alley? Hermione exclaimed, her mouth agape, although she had read about this race. It was her first encounter with one. "I shall write to the Ministry to report this. The Auror's enforcement capabilities need to be strengthened." How could they allow vampires to attack students in Diagon Alley? Hubert shook his head with a wry smile, having momentarily forgotten Hermione's strong sense of justice. He quickly interjected, preventing her from potentially writing a letter to the Auror office in condemnation. Perhaps it was Dumbledore who had instilled confidence in her, and thus the matter was set aside. Hubert gathered his belongings with haste and descended the stairs with Hermione. Hermione's home was divided into 2 levels, adorned with quintessential British decor. Inside, however, the atmosphere was warm and inviting. The walls beside the staircase were adorned with photographs, including family portraits and images from travels. A large blue wall on the first floor was completely filled with Hermione's photographs, chronicling her life from birth, through her first words, to her tentative steps, and later, her academic achievements. "You are truly fortunate. They are wonderful," Hubert remarked sincerely, as he glimpsed the most precious and genuine form of love embodied in Hermione's family. Such love is exceedingly rare in the wizarding world, and its absence has led to a cascade of misfortunes. And what of himself? Raised by Hagrid, who, though a gentle giant, struggled to fulfill the role of a competent, full-time caregiver? Hubert subtly shook his head. There always seemed to be something missing in this household. "Auntie, Uncle, greetings." Hubert proactively addressed the Granger couple, who were engrossed in their television. They were both exceedingly kind and had taken great care of him over the past few days. Mrs. Granger beckoned Hubert to sit on the sofa, affectionately ruffling his hair as they engaged in casual conversation. Thus, another day passed before Hubert bid farewell, promising to visit again when time permitted. On the bustling streets, amidst the cacophony of honking cars, Hubert, seated on the bus, felt an exhilarating blend of familiarity and excitement. Outside, men and women adorned in various fashionable attires flowed by, a stark contrast to the wizarding world, a true testament to urban life. Chapter 93. Everything is unspoken. In the distance, an ancient castle loomed at the edge of a cliff, with the forbidden forest casting its shadow nearby. Below, the Black Lake shimmered in the sunlight. Outside Hogwarts, the verdant grass flourished, and 2 quaint stone cottages stood proudly. Draped in a black cloak, Hubert approached the cottages with 2 parcels in hand. As he drew closer, his expression grew increasingly conflicted. How should I tell Hagrid that these pastries are from the Muggle world, specifically chosen for him? They are delicious. You must try them. These are the finest pastries from the Muggle realm. Before he knew it, he found himself at the door of the stone cottage, which was firmly locked. The cottage was silent, devoid of any sound. Hubert gently placed his hand on the wooden door. With just a bit of force, he could easily push it open. Yet, that small effort felt as burdensome as lifting a mountain. With a creak, the door began to yield, revealing a tall, shadowy figure blocking the entrance. The silhouette broke into a smile and opened its arms wide, embracing Hubert tightly. Hubert poured every ounce of strength into returning Hagrid's embrace. All unspoken words were encapsulated within that gesture. No explanations were needed, no reconciliations sought. Nothing at all, because they were family and this was their home. "How has Hermione been? Has she grown more beautiful?" Hubert inquired. "Though others say her front teeth are large, I find her quite lovely." Hagrid led Hubert into the cottage. Eager to hear about his experiences at Hermione's home, Hubert recounted the events, omitting details about Rufus and the Book of Dracula. "Try the best pastries from the Muggle world," Hubert said, unveiling the exquisite cakes contained within the packaging. "Hermione claims they are delightful. Mrs. Granger buys them for her birthday every year." "Ha! Let me have a taste." Time flew swiftly, and the days passed in a serene and unremarkable manner. Before they knew it, 2 months had elapsed, and September arrived quietly, without a hint of fanfare. The lush green grass remained unchanged, as did the tranquil forbidden forest and the steadfast Hogwarts perched on the cliff's edge. Everything at Hogwarts seemed forgotten by time, suspended in stillness. In the distance, a massive green dog came bounding forth. Fong, with his tongue lolling out, galloped joyfully. Unfortunately, his weight proved too much. After a sprint of several hundred meters, his speed began to wane. Fong, you need to lose some weight. Laughter echoed above Fong as a cloud of yellow dust descended, bringing Hubert in his black cloak from the sky. In the span of 2 months, Hubert had experienced a rapid growth spurt, now towering a head taller than before. Once again, the figure retained the same oval visage, adorned with ebony bangs and draped in a dark ceremonial robe. In his right hand, he held the life's tribute, while his left bore the cosmic ring. What set him apart this time was a resplendent butterfly perched upon his shoulder, its expansive wings shimmering with iridescent hues, each flap dispersing glistening pollen. The butterfly exuded an ethereal aura, teetering on the brink of reality and illusion, appearing as if it resided within a halo of light. Or perhaps did not exist at all. Yaya halted before the door, turning to rush toward Hubert. Hubert offered a gentle smile, extending his left hand. The kaleidoscopic butterfly took flight, landing delicately on his fingertip, its crystalline pollen enveloping Hubert, who then appeared to duplicate, another Hubert emerging to stand alongside him. The two stood side by side, identical in appearance and attire, without a trace of distinction. Yaya paused outside, her eyes wide with confusion as she scrutinized the two Huberts, shaking her green head in bewilderment at why her little master had seemingly multiplied. Though Majet was but newly born, its illusionary prowess was more than sufficient to deal with you. It was a precious and advanced magical creature. The colorful butterfly, also known as the illusory disc, is a rare and cherished magical being. As its name implies, it excels in the art of illusion. The newly hatched illusory disc is comparable in size to an ordinary butterfly, capable of only rudimentary illusions, devoid of any offensive capabilities. Yet unbeknownst to many, the illusory disc possesses an extraordinary ability, mimicry, a potent innate skill. With each metamorphosis, it gains the opportunity to transform into another magical creature, provided it is nourished with the blood of the corresponding being while in its cocoon. Upon emerging anew, it can truly embody that magical entity, acquiring all its abilities and form, unlike the wizarding animagus, which can only transform into mundane creatures. Thus, having obtained the illusory disc, Hubert promptly resolved to make it his pet. Possessing it was akin to having several companions at once. Moreover, its illusionary talents harmonized splendidly with his own shape-shifting abilities, making it the quintessential choice. Have you procured the potion to fend off the carnivorous mucus slugs, Hagrid? Hubert inquired, as he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, finding Hagrid seated on a stool with a small wooden barrel containing some concoction before him. Hagrid lifted his head with a grin. Do you know whom I encountered? Huh, you could never guess. Harry Potter and Hermione. Hubert's face broke into a wide grin, while Hagrid's expression immediately fell. He rubbed his head, shaking it in disbelief. You're always so clever, able to discern my thoughts. I truly cannot fathom why the Sorting Hat did not place you in Ravenclaw. Did they gather in Diagon Alley? Hubert opted not to dwell on that inquiry, shifting the topic. Hagrid lowered his gaze, a look of relief washing over his face as he whispered. They went to Knockturn Alley. Harry ended up there by mistake with the flu powder. Thankfully, I was there to see him, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dumbledore ought to reinforce Harry's protection. He emphasized. Have you seen Malfoy? Hubert inquired with an air of calm, noting that, according to the timeline, the Malfoy family should have been attending to their illicit dealings in Knockturn Alley. However, Hagrid vehemently shook his head, stating that he had not seen them. He had wandered through Knockturn Alley for quite some time without any sight of them. When asked about their activities, he mentioned having heard from Arthur that the Ministry of Magic had conducted surprise inspections, indicating that the Malfoys must be quite occupied. Chapter 94. The start of term. As nightfall gently descended, the sky was draped in a veil of darkness. The splendid lights of Hogwarts sprang to life once more, accompanied by the familiar sounds of laughter that filled the great hall. For long tables were laden with sumptuous feasts of chicken legs, bread, and other delectable offerings, welcoming the return of the young witches and wizards, along with the new students. Following the customary procedure of the previous year, the anxious students approached the front, donning the Sorting Hat upon their heads, awaiting the whims of fate. Each time a student was assigned to their house, the witches and wizards in attendance erupted in cheers, celebrating the addition of new companions and strength to their ranks. On the platform, Dumbledore, clad in white robes, along with the other professors, applauded the young ones. This was indeed their favorite moment. The older individuals always cherished the company of children, finding joy in their innocence and laughter. Seated at one of the tables, Hubert, now a second-year student, quietly observed the nervous first-year students on stage, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. It was a familiar scene, and he marveled at how a year had slipped by so swiftly. Much had transpired over that time, leaving him in a daze, reflecting on the passage of time. "Hubert," Hermione called as she jogged over from behind, wrapping him in an embrace, her face alight with excitement. "It's so wonderful to see you. I couldn't practice magic at home. I truly wish to arrive at Hogwarts sooner. Where are Harry and Ron? I saw them in Diagon Alley. Have they arrived? And Ginny, that lovely red-haired girl ahead. She's Ron's sister. This year she's starting at Hogwarts. Ron insists she will surely be sorted into Gryffindor, as their entire family belongs to that house. Drink some juice first. Take your time. There's no rush." Hubert offered her a cup of juice and gestured for her to take a seat beside him. It must be said, the Hogwarts house elves were exceptional in their culinary skills, offering a diverse array of dishes. The passage to the kitchens was conveniently located beside the Hufflepuff common room, and students often sneaked through the tunnel to indulge in the delights within. The house elves were known for their generous hospitality, and it was said that Fred and George were frequent visitors. Perhaps a culinary adventure in the kitchen might be in order, Hubert mused. "What do you mean, an adventure in the kitchen? Do you even know what a Hogwarts kitchen is? Going there would violate school rules," Hermione exclaimed, sipping her juice and nibbling on some bread. She had not eaten since boarding the train and was quite famished. Hubert shook his head and pushed a fruit pie toward her. "I was merely jesting. How is your assignment from Professor Flitwick coming along? I have gathered the materials for the questions you sent me in your letter the other day. I've completed it all. It was just inconvenient to search for magical books at home. You are aware that the Ministry of Magic enforces stringent surveillance in this regard, and I certainly do not wish to instill fear in others. The general perception of wizards among Muggles is not entirely favorable, especially concerning witches." Hubert extracted a thick stack of documents, akin to a stack of coins, from his bag and presented it to Hermione. These were the reference materials she had requested for her own research. Throughout the summer, the two had frequently corresponded, deliberating over various magical matters. To her knowledge, Hermione had made remarkable strides in her studies of spells during the break. Hubert humbly acknowledged that he could not match her proficiency in the sheer number of spells she had mastered. After 2 months apart, Harry and Ron had grown taller, now reaching the height of adult shoulders. The children had matured significantly since their initial days at school, their faces now bearing a resolute demeanor. Both boys were covered in dust, their clothes tattered as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. "What happened to you? Why are you so late?" Hermione inquired with concern as she tucked away the documents. Harry and Ron's smiles immediately faded, and they hesitated, stammering as they recounted their ordeal. It transpired that they had been halted at platform 9 3/4, causing them to miss the Hogwarts Express. Ron suggested they drive his father's modified flying car to school, but the enchanted vehicle was assaulted by the Whomping Willow, from which they narrowly escaped. Clink, clink, clink. Dumbledore tapped his spoon against the glass cup in his hand, the clear sound resonating throughout the hall, silencing the multitude of young witches and wizards who craned their necks to behold the most illustrious wizard of their time. The applause erupted thunderously. "Now, I would like to introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart." Dumbledore gestured, and a strikingly handsome man in classic gentleman's attire rose from the platform, his golden hair gleaming as he offered a radiant smile and a gracious bow to the audience. His movements were deliberate and graceful, exuding an air of charm that was utterly delightful. The applause surged once more, even more fervent than during Dumbledore's introduction. The young witches were particularly exuberant, clapping enthusiastically regardless of whether they were first years or in their final years. "They are utterly mad," Ron muttered under his breath, noting that his mother was also an admirer of Gilderoy Lockhart. He had long been aware of the great author's renown, yet he found himself disinclined towards him without any particular reason. Hermione's gaze was more fearsome than that of his mother. The welcome feast concluded amidst this fervent atmosphere, with joy for some and discontent for others. For the majority of witches, the arrival of their idol was a cause for celebration, whereas for the wizards, like Ron, it was not as delightful. There was also Snape at the faculty table, who had maintained a scowl throughout the evening, displaying not a hint of a smile. Chapter 95, Lockhart's Test. With the onset of the new term, Hogwarts resumed its usual vibrancy. Gilderoy Lockhart's appointment as the new defense against the dark arts teacher ignited enthusiasm among the witches. His striking good looks garnered attention wherever he went, resulting in an incessant flow of love letters from admirers. The diversion of attention among the witches naturally left the hormone-laden wizards in a state of melancholy. However, constrained by Professor Lockhart's esteemed position, they could only weep silently in the corners. Hubert, undistracted by these sentiments, had many tasks to accomplish with the onset of the new semester. Professor Flitwick had already assigned advanced studies in magical runes, along with an analysis of the dark light. The dark magic within him was akin to a bomb waiting to explode, necessitating considerable effort to delve into the study of dark arts. Habitually rising early, he engaged in study with Justin in the common room. The early bird catches the worm, and the notion that the slow bird must take flight first underscores the significance of diligence. Years of routine had ingrained this practice into him. Moreover, with Justin and a few classmates by his side, he felt no inclination to relax his standards. With a fleeting glimmer of darkness in his pupils, Hubert chose a central seat and casually perused Dark Powers, a self-defense guide. As for why he eschewed the textbooks listed by Lockhart for dark magic class, it was simply that he found no relevance in Lockhart's works, such as The Wizard and Me or Adventures with Ghouls, regarding the defenses against dark magic. In comparison to the first semester, Draco had undergone notable transformations. This was not merely a matter of height and appearance, but rather a profound shift in his demeanor and capabilities. Although Draco had always exhibited exceptional talent, his upbringing as a noble had fostered a certain arrogance and pride, while his actual prowess had been rather modest. However, Hubert could now distinctly sense the formidable magical energy within Draco and the ominous aura surrounding him. With his head bowed and eyes flickering, Hubert could not comprehend what had transpired during Draco's summer, leading to such a significant transformation. The emergence of the bloodline wizard, Lustfin, and Draco's subsequent changes had thrown the narrative off its original course, rendering it enigmatic. The loss of foresight both excited and unsettled him. Unbeknownst to him, the number of students in the classroom was steadily increasing. The once serene atmosphere became lively, with young wizards clustering in small groups, chatting animatedly. Among them, Hufflepuff and Gryffindor were the most boisterous, one being outgoing and the other fond of gossip. "Hubert, what are you pondering?" Neville inquired softly from his seat beside Hubert. Over the course of a year, guided by Hubert, he had discovered his affinity for herbology. His exceptional talent in this field had ignited a great passion within him. Even the head of Hufflepuff held him in high regard and viewed him with optimism. His academic accomplishments had bolstered his confidence, allowing him to engage with others without trepidation. Upon mentioning his pet, the thumb monkey, Neville's expression fell. "Yesterday, the nagging caught Lila, and I haven't seen her all night. Luna always protects the nagging, so I can't venture into the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory to search for her. I hope the nagging doesn't bully Lila too much. It had already lost some fur from its back during the summer. Has it come to Hogwarts with Luna as well?" Hubert asked in surprise, while inwardly resolving never to seek out Luna unprompted. The sound of footsteps resounded from the stairwell as Lockhart, clad in a gold-trimmed jacket, descended with a flourish. A grand portrait of Lockhart adorned the wall, where he wore a charming smile, greeting everyone. "I believe all young wizards should be familiar with me." Lockhart stood on the staircase, visible to the entire classroom. He waved his wand, striking a pose he deemed handsome, and displayed a radiant smile. The girls in the classroom instantly erupted in applause, expressing their admiration for their idol. Lockhart nodded with satisfaction, reveling in the adoration and attention of the crowd. "What a hypocritical buffoon," Draco muttered with a scrunched nose, envious that only pure-blood aristocrats like himself should possess the right to boast and be revered. "Before we commence our lesson, let us engage in a brief quiz," Lockhart announced, his gait light and his smile ever present. "If you answer all correctly, I shall present you with a personally signed book." Hubert glanced at the papers on the desk, a dark line appearing on his forehead. The first question: what is Lockhart's favorite color? The second: what does Lockhart enjoy eating? The third: what is Lockhart's favorite pastime? The 10th: what is the most dangerous creature Lockhart encountered in his adventures? Hubert couldn't help but curse inwardly. What nonsense were these questions? What do preferences, culinary delights, and hobbies have to do with defense against the dark arts? He looked up to see other wizards. The boys, like him, stared blankly at their papers with furrowed brows, while the girls, especially Hermione, eagerly scribbled away. "Hermione, you must truly adore Lockhart and examinations." Lockhart collected the papers, holding them in his left hand with his chin slightly raised, revealing his most captivating smile. "This is merely the simplest of tests. The answers can be found in Magical Journeys with me. Now let us see. Who is Hermione Granger? This lovely lady has achieved a perfect score. Let us applaud her." Hermione trembled with excitement in her seat, Her face flushed as she gazed at Lockhart. Whose paper is this? Hubert? Lockhart gently pulled out a clean, neat paper from the stack, inquiring softly. Chapter 96, Resentment. Hubert, is time not on your side? Why is your paper blank? Lockhart maintained his smile as the wizards in the classroom looked on with curiosity at the pristine sheet raised high in his hand, devoid of any ink save for Hubert's signature. How disheartening that you do not know my favorite color is purple. It is the most beautiful color in the world, Lockhart said, nodding with a smile as he continued to read the paper, his voice rising. What is my greatest love in this life? He leaned closer to Hubert. Have you read my book? Anyone who has read even a little knows that my greatest ambition is to rid the world of evil. Then he tousled his golden hair, adding, and of course, to promote my exclusive hair potion. He winked at the girls. After all, not only lovely ladies require beautiful long hair, young men ought to pay attention to their appearance as well. If you need it, do remember to visit Diagon Alley, where my exclusive distributor resides. Mention my name for a 10% discount. Certainly, this also includes you, Hubert. At present, you do not know me, but I trust that after perusing my book, you one T become infatuated with me. Ha ha. Regardless of whether they are male or female witches, laughter erupted. Hubert's face flushed slightly. He had witnessed Lockhart's narcissism and audacity. However, you should not jest at my expense, especially not twice. A dark glimmer surged within the depths of his pupils, and a restless aura emanated from his heart. The enchanting smile in the eyes of the witch appeared blinding and utterly detestable to him, inciting a desire to strike. The chair screeched as it was pushed back, the sharp sound resonating throughout the classroom. All the wizards turned their gaze towards Hubert, who had suddenly risen, astonished by his boldness. Professor Lockhart, I wish to pose a question to you. What subject has Headmaster Dumbledore requested you to teach us? Lockhart's momentary astonishment quickly dissipated, his smile unwavering, much to the delight of the witch's beautiful eyes. With a broad grin, he replied, Everyone in the school knows it is the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. It is widely recognized that I am a member of the Dark Arts Defense Association. Hubert pointed at the paper Lockhart held and scoffed. Why would I want to be your fan? Can reading your books truly transform one into a great wizard? If that were the case, Headmaster Dumbledore must be your greatest admirer, for he is indeed the most magnificent wizard in the world. In my books, I recount my adventures across the globe, encountering a myriad of dark creatures. Of course, I also detail how I vanquished them, eradicating the evils of the world. Lockhart declared loudly, Haha, battling dark creatures? The Ministry of Magic's Aurors should truly invite you to teach, so that when they confront dark wizards and dark creatures, they can simply present a test paper favored by Professor Lockhart, determining success based on scores. With your involvement, the Aurors would surely shine, achieving a perfect score and bringing evil to justice. Eradicating evil? How unfortunate it is that you were not born earlier. You could have participated in the war against the Dark Lord 11 years ago. But fret not, the Dark Lord has not vanished. He must certainly reminisce about you, the paragon of justice. The laughter in the classroom abruptly ceased, and a look of terror appeared on the faces of the wizards. Hubert had audaciously mentioned the Dark Lord, the name that instilled fear so profound that few dared to utter it. Only Harry, Ron, and Hermione managed to maintain their composure, while Draco lowered his head, an inscrutable expression upon his face. Lockhart's smile froze, horrified that Hubert dared to utter that name. Did he not understand the dread and savagery associated with the Dark Lord? Truly, evil is fearsome, which is precisely why Professor Dumbledore invited me to teach you defense against the dark arts, as I possess extensive experience. Now, I shall unveil to you the most malevolent creature in existence, one that can penetrate the depths of your innermost fears. But fear not, for I am here. Neville tugged at Hubert's sleeve, urging him to sit down. Hubert had spoken so extensively, his earlier agitation dissipating, restoring his clarity of thought. What is wrong with me? Why was I so irritable just now? I directly questioned Lockhart. Although I detest him, I should not have contradicted him in class. He furrowed his brow, pondering rapidly. Only the influence of dark magic could adequately explain his behavior. The dark magic has begun to influence his emotions, and it must be resolved swiftly. The insidious nature of this influence, silently altering a person, is the most terrifying aspect. He does not wish to become a volatile, shadowy madman. Pixies of Cornwall, Neville exclaimed, having gained some knowledge of magical creatures under Hubert's influence. In a cage on the podium, dozens of blue-skinned pixies with large black eyes chirped excitedly. They shook the cage, eager to escape. The young wizard, captivated by these enchanting beings, stepped away from his prior fear. Mr. Finnegan, feel free to laugh. They are rather troublesome creatures, Lockhart chuckled. Then open the iron cage. The pixies immediately burst forth, rejoicing in their newfound freedom. Their shrill cacophony filled the classroom, causing the young wizards to cover their ears in discomfort. With a collective cheer, the blue pixies flapped their wings and charged towards the young wizards. My book. Let go of my book. Don't tear my textbook. On my clothes. Harry and Ron huddled in a corner, swatting away the pixies that tugged at Harry's hair, while Draco, crouching low, scurried towards the classroom door. They are merely pixies, Lockhart proclaimed with a laugh, brandishing his wand and flicking his beautiful golden hair to reveal a smile. All petrified. On my wand. A pixie snatched the wand from Lockhart's grasp and tossed it to a companion, who then flew above Lockhart, tugging at his golden locks. Lockhart stumbled and fell to the ground, but quickly regained his footing and staggered up the stairs, slamming the door behind him to hide in his small room. Chapter 97. Confronting Draco. Draco stood at the doorway, sneering as he observed the panicked wizards within the classroom. The blue-skinned pixies danced in the air, clustering together to attack the young wizards. Chaos ensued, papers flying, as the young wizards screamed and cowered in the corners. What should we do? Ron asked, shrinking behind a table, while Harry, beside him, forcefully swatted away a pixie attempting to attack him. He contemplated drawing his wand. But these pixies were neither foes nor dark wizards. The spells he knew would not suffice against such a multitude. Hermione, what should we do? He turned to her in desperation. Foolish Gryffindor, foolish Harry Potter. Allow me to demonstrate the power of Malfoy. Draco smirked, then drew his wand, pointing it at the approaching pixies. Corrosive liquid. A thick green acid surged forth, drenching the pixies from head to toe. A piercing shriek erupted from their tiny mouths as the acid corroded their skin, noxious fumes rising as their blue skin visibly darkened and decayed. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into tattered rags riddled with holes. The pixies plummeted from the air, struggling on the ground, writhing in pain. What have you done, Draco? Hermione cried out, unable to bear the sight of the fallen pixies. How could you inflict such harm upon them? A fleeting panic crossed Draco's eyes. It was his first time casting such a powerful spell as corrosive liquid, and he had not anticipated its devastating effect. Yet, what is Hermione, and by what right does she dare to question the illustrious Malfoy in such a public setting? He scoffed coldly at Hermione, disdain evident on his countenance. A mere assembly of subterranean magical creatures had the audacity to assault the great Malfoy, and they would surely face retribution. The plight of his companions seemed to have provoked the diminutive Fae, who instantly erupted into a frenzy. Visible sound waves transformed into concentric ripples, the piercing shrieks threatening to shatter one's eardrums. The young wizard, clutching his ears, crouched in agony upon the ground, nearly incapacitated to rise and resist. Dozens of tiny Fae screeched in unison, launching themselves at Draco. Yet, Draco remained undaunted in the face of the oncoming onslaught. A dark aura surged around him, potent magic coalescing at the tip of his wand. Corrosive liquid, he declared. Stop, Hermione shouted. An even greater torrent of vibrant green acid erupted from his wand, unfurling in midair to form a tidal wave of sulfuric acid. The tiny Fae quaked beneath the onslaught, on the verge of being engulfed by the deluge. The young wizard shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight of the Fae. Though they had recently been tormented, such punishment seemed excessively cruel. Having lived in an era of peace, they had never witnessed such brutality. Non Newtonian fluid shield. A soft voice rang out, as yellow mist surged forth to envelop the Fae within a protective sphere. The acid splashed against the orb, hissing ominously, leaving dark spots upon its surface, yet ultimately failing to breach it. Hubert, you cannot stop me, Draco exclaimed, incredulous that a lowly Hufflepuff would dare obstruct him. Corrosive arrow. He waved his wand, conjuring a long arrow of acid, its tip glowing ominously green. No young wizard doubted the arrow's potency. The Slytherin students gazed at Draco in awe, astonished by his formidable power. Hubert smiled faintly, and, under his command, quicksand erupted from the sphere, forming a distinctly imprinted hand in the air. As the corrosive arrow soared toward it, the hand struck back. The yellow palm collided with the green arrow, the acid embedding itself in the palm with a sharp, grinding sound. Ha! I am no longer the same, Draco boasted. Hubert, surrender. You are no match for me. He intensified his magical energy, propelling the green arrow slightly forward until it pierced through the palm, the arrowhead protruding from the back. Hubert was inwardly astonished. Though he sensed Draco's magic had grown significantly, he had not anticipated such a leap in strength. Though still inferior to himself, Draco's magical prowess had evidently reached that of a third-year wizard. What had transpired during his summer? Was this the legacy of a pure-blood wizarding family? Nonetheless, He was still a step behind in defeating me. He flicked his wand, causing the yellow palm to curl its fingers, seizing the green arrow. Yellow mist billowed from the palm, enveloping the arrow. With a sharp crack, the arrow shattered, the acid cascading downward. Seizing the moment, the yellow palm lunged forward, propelled by a gust of wind, aiming to strike Draco from below. Draco's face betrayed his alarm as he retreated hastily, stepping backward out of the classroom. The palm struck the doorframe, causing it to shake and dust to rain down. Gasping for breath, Draco gazed at the cracks in the doorframe, secretly relieved. He cast a fierce glare at Hubert, the audacious fellow who nearly caused me harm. Yet, currently, my prowess pales in comparison to his. However, I shall soon catch up. A thought seemed to cross his mind as he surveyed the classroom filled with wide-eyed young wizards, and with a disdainful snort, he strode out of the room. Hubert, are you all right? Hermione, Harry, and a few others gathered around. Thank goodness for Hubert. Otherwise, Draco would have surely been insufferable again. Ron interjected, his magic is truly sinister. Is that dark magic? Harry fell into silence. Whether he admitted it or not, Draco's strength had undeniably surpassed his own. The animosity between him and Draco had always been palpable, and now, with Draco's newfound power, caution was imperative. He glanced at Hubert, pondering when Hubert had become so formidable, even eclipsing Draco. Perhaps it was time for him to strive harder, lest he fall too far behind his companions. Classmates, congratulations on completing my trial. You have successfully captured all the pixies. At an unknown moment, Lockhart had exited the room and stood upon the staircase. Let us first congratulate Hubert. His splendid performance has broadened our horizons. I have decided to gift him a set of books personally signed by me, hoping he will advance even further. Coward, Ron muttered. Yet his words failed to sway Lockhart, who tossed his freshly styled golden locks with a dazzling smile. Chapter 98. Surges often lurk in shadows. In the Slytherin dormitory, compared to the cramped quarters of Gryffindor, the Slytherin chambers were spacious. This was a haven for pure-blood wizards, and the self-proclaimed aristocrats of Slytherin naturally enjoyed ample space, adorned with an air of ancient grandeur. As the sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, Draco's quarters were no exception, lavishly decorated with a rustic charm. The room featured 3 genuine leather sofas and a wooden table at its center, while the walls were embellished with serpentine totems intricately woven with golden threads. With a resounding bang, Draco slammed the door shut, his pale visage contorted with fury, fists clenched tightly. Why is it Hubert? He roared into the empty air. It should be me. I am the one who deserves the glory, Draco. Why does he impede me? How can he thwart me? He is merely an ordinary Hufflepuff. How can he be compared to the illustrious Slytherin? A hissing black mist emanated from him, coalescing into a shadowy figure before him. The figure's crimson eyes glinted with avarice as it gazed at Draco, drawn to the scent of blood. You crave power. Only with immense strength can you subjugate Harry Potter and Hubert beneath your feet. The noble, pure-blood Malfoy family shall bask in glory once more because of you. All in this world shall prostrate themselves before you. Whispers of dark enchantment seeped into Malfoy's ears, gradually plunging him into a haze of confusion. Unconsciously, he walked towards the cabinet in his bedroom and retrieved a black notebook. Yes, it is him. Offer your life to him, and you shall attain everything you desire. The Shadow's eyes gleamed with fervor, inciting Draco. Hasten, sacrifice your life for me, and I shall regain my existence. Life, how precious and enticing it is. Dumbledore, I wonder what emotions you will experience upon our next encounter. And my dear friend Hagrid, I recall how you once escaped your fate with Dumbledore's assistance. Will you remain unscathed this time? I truly miss my old companions. I have devised a magical artifact, yet to bring it to fruition, I require your guidance. I have observed the gem and the sword you gifted to Harry, which Professor Flitwick praised as exquisite magical tools. In the corridor, Hermione clutched her books and spoke to Hubert beside her. I believe your expertise as an alchemist could provide me with valuable insights. You see, while I excel in charms, my prowess in alchemy pales in comparison to yours. Hubert turned, astonished to see Hermione, usually so proud, admitting inferiority. What is so peculiar about this? Everyone possesses their shortcomings. I merely read more books. I am not omnipotent. Hermione lifted her chin defiantly, proclaiming, Yet Professor Flitwick is indeed correct. I am undeniably more intelligent than you. I cannot bear to lose even a little, Hubert muttered. Yet this was the proud Hermione he knew. What kind of magical artifact do you wish to create? Hermione pondered briefly, retrieving a piece of parchment from her books. It bore a palm-sized disc, intricately etched with complex patterns, accompanied by densely packed annotations. I am currently studying charms under Professor Flitwick and have developed a particular aptitude in this area. The crises of last semester illuminated my shortcomings in combat. Drawing upon your experience, I aim to compensate for my weaknesses with my strengths. My experience? What experience do I possess? Hubert questioned, feeling perplexed. I am merely an ordinary Hufflepuff. Harry is the true savior. He thwarted the Dark Lord's schemes. Hermione's thoughts swirled as she regarded her friend, who stood nearly her height. She found him inscrutable, unable to decipher his thoughts. Had she not lived through those events herself, she might have perceived Hubert as just another amiable Hufflepuff student. I believe in you, Hermione remarked, laden with double meaning. As friends, if there are secrets, there must be reasons for their concealment. There is no need to probe deeper. Once he reflects on his thoughts, he will surely share them. Her task was simply to believe and wait. This is a magical disc. Inscribed with my preliminary design for a magical array. The disc is capable of storing spells, allowing the user to swiftly unleash magic. Hubert examined the parchment, impressed by Hermione's ingenious design and meticulous explanations. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, the corridor empty and desolate. Hubert felt a spark of inspiration and continued alongside Hermione. In the heat of battle, the atmosphere becomes quite tense. Wizards scarcely have the luxury of time to deliberate on which spells to cast. They typically resort to their most familiar and proficient magic. What suits them best is often the most formidable. The variety of spells is vast, and even a simple petrification can be a decisive weapon when wielded skillfully. I propose that you reorganize the spells you have mastered, compiling those that can be cast in succession, much like executing combos in a game. This would enhance the potency of your magical output. Imagine your adversary casting a spell while you, simultaneously, unleash a series of combined spells. Such a display would undoubtedly impress upon them the true essence of magical prowess. As Hermione listened to Hubert's concept of magical output, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. The great advantage of magic lies in its formidable power. However, the more potent the spell, the longer the casting time. Hubert often heard discussions about instant cast spells and combos. Hermione introduced the idea of a magical board, suggesting that by merging both concepts, given her extensive repertoire of spells, she could significantly amplify her capabilities. Let us continue this discussion in the common room, Hermione exclaimed, pulling Hubert into the Gryffindor common room. The space was spacious and bright, contrasting starkly with the style of Slytherin. At that moment, the room was devoid of students, all of whom were outside frolicking. The two found a spot and began to diligently modify the magical board. Unbeknownst to them, a mesmerizing iridescent butterfly fluttered gently toward the adjacent girls' dormitory corridor. Chapter 99, The Vanished Notebook. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, a captivating iridescent butterfly danced gracefully through the air. The vibrant pollen, released with each flap of its wings, enveloped the entire room in a kaleidoscope of colors. As the pollen dispersed, a peculiar wave of energy filled the space. The butterfly, Midget, flitted from the bed to the bookshelf and then to the wardrobe, exploring every corner of the room. "Oh, what a beautiful butterfly!" a voice exclaimed from the bed. A young girl with fiery red hair and pale skin emerged from beneath her covers. Ignoring her wrinkled, white pajamas, she leaped toward the butterfly hovering in midair. Her hands reached out to touch Midget, but they passed right through its form. "Ah, ghost!" Ginny gasped. Midget's ethereal shape and vibrant colors were markedly different from those of a specter. Summoning her courage, she approached with wide, curious eyes. The butterfly was indeed stunning, its wings adorned with spots resembling twinkling stars. The surrounding space shimmered as if it belonged to another realm. Slowly, she extended her hand, quivering as her fingers inched closer to the butterfly. With crystal clear, pristine nails approaching the butterfly's wings, she finally made contact, yet her fingers merely passed through. "Ginny, what's happening?" Hermione rushed in, grasping Ginny's hand in a comforting gesture. "It is my pet, a mesmerizing butterfly. It tends to be quite mischievous, often wandering about and teasing others." Hubert smiled apologetically, "But it is gentle and does not harm. She is truly beautiful," Ginny exclaimed, recovering from her astonishment, pointing at the swirling rainbow pollen that cascaded down, painting the dormitory in a dreamlike glow. Few girls could resist such an enchanting sight, least of all young Ginny. Having discovered Midget, Ginny would need to tread carefully in her future attempts to find the butterfly. The disappearance of Tom Riddle's notebook. Was it hidden away by Ginny? Or was it never in her possession at all? If it is not in Ginny's possession, then whose hands does it rest in? Did Lucius adhere to the original plan and surrender Tom's notes? A multitude of questions echoed in Hubert's mind, each thread intertwining into a complex tapestry of uncertainty. Though he was aware of certain narrative elements, The introduction of any variable could lead the unfolding events down an entirely divergent path. Hubert now faced this very dilemma. He must confront the emergence of variables based solely on his judgment and capabilities. The inevitable consequence was that he, like a butterfly stirring its wings, embodied the very essence of change, and as such, the appearance of variables would gradually erode his foresight. Hubert had long anticipated this day. He would neither retreat nor evade it. The paramount task at hand was to locate Tom's notes and extract from them the means to address the dark magic that plagued him. Hubert resolved in secret that the issue of dark magic must be resolved without delay. He could sense the restless force stirring deep within his bloodline, nearly beyond suppression. The next eruption would undoubtedly result in considerable harm. Life at Hogwarts flowed serenely like a gentle stream, devoid of any turbulence. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Hermione sought Hubert several times to discuss the crafting of the magical disc. Through their collaboration, the disc was nearly complete, with only Hubert's final touches remaining before it could be handed over to Hermione for the arrangement of his magical sequence. Since the previous conflict with Hubert, Draco had vanished without a trace, and no rumors had surfaced from Slytherin. Harry rejoiced for 2 days, finally able to evade Draco. Recently, Wood had intensified the Quidditch training, vowing to secure the championship cup. Consequently, the Gryffindor Quidditch players were feeling the strain, and while Harry privately complained several times, he always arrived first at the training grounds. The sun shone brightly, casting its golden rays upon a cerulean sky, unmarred by a single cloud. Today's weather was the finest in recent days. Harry, clutching his Nimbus 2000, closely followed Wood, who, true to his nature, seized every opportunity to train. I've been devising a new tactic over the summer. Once we take the field, Harry, remember to coordinate with me. This year, we must strive to defend our championship title. Wood, clad in a scarlet training outfit, moved with the swiftness of the wind, his robe billowing behind him like a gallant general ready for battle. Is that Wood? A shrill, teasing voice interrupted him, as a group of wizards clad in green robes emerged from the doorway, the leader sporting curly hair and a toothy grin. Wood frowned slightly. Flint, today Gryffindor has the pitch to ourselves. Flint tossed him a scroll, chuckling. And what of it? We have Professor Snape's special permission. Today, we shall train a new seeker who... Flint and his companions parted, revealing the impeccably groomed Malfoy, who strode forward holding a sleek black broom with a triumphant smile on his face. Harry Potter, your broom is outdated. This is the Firebolt 2001. Where did you acquire it? Unbeknownst to him, Ron and Hermione had rushed over, with Ron gazing in astonishment at the Slytherin players, each clutching the latest Firebolt 2001. Draco cast a disdainful glance at him, as if the impoverished could never fathom the lives of the affluent. This is sponsored by my father, Draco proclaimed proudly, lifting his chin, the very same fellow who could barely afford a meal at home. If you leave Potter and become my sidekick, perhaps I'll convince my father to reward you. My father isn't like some people. He provides me with the finest equipment. Gryffindor players aren't chosen based on wealth. Hermione retorted, but on genuine skill. Draco turned, stepping before Hermione, gazing into her eyes with a furrowed brow, and earnestly declared, "No one is speaking to you. You filthy little mudblood. You've gone too far, Malfoy." Ron exclaimed angrily, brandishing his wand, which was crudely bound together with tape. "Eat slug." "Ha ha." Harry and Hermione rushed forward to support him as Ron's face paled, clutching his chest and expelling a slug. "We must find Hagrid immediately," Harry said, and with Hermione assisting him, they hurriedly left with Ron in tow. Chapter 100. Injured Granger. Hagrid, Hagrid, outside the stone hut. Harry called out loudly, while hastily pushing open the wooden door to enter. The interior remained disheveled yet orderly, with an array of wooden cages of various sizes and thick ropes hanging from the ceiling, and shelves adorned with unknown jars and bottles lining the walls. This will require specialized equipment. Hagrid approached, carrying a small iron bucket, which he handed to Ron, who subsequently expelled another slug. "Ron, it has to settle on its own. Who did you curse?" Hermione turned away, arms crossed, her face etched with sorrow. "He called me a mudblood." "No way." Hagrid gasped, his mouth agape in shock. "What does mudblood mean?" "It signifies a dirty bloodline. Mudblood is a derogatory term for children of Muggles, whose parents cannot perform magic, just like me." Hermione turned back, her voice rising, tears glistening in her eyes. A cultured person would never say such things. "Harry, some wizarding families like the Malfoys believe that their so-called pure bloodlines are superior to others," Hagrid explained to a bewildered Harry. "That is pure nonsense. One can become a wizard even without magical talent." "Just like who?" Hagrid seemed to realize something and abruptly halted his words. He pulled Hermione closer, gently stroking her long hair. Our Hermione is so clever. What magic can she not wield? Child, do not dwell on such matters. Do not let them weigh on your heart. All right? Hermione nodded softly, tears glistening in her eyes. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting its cool light through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the empty room. In the spacious chamber, several columns stood, wide enough for a person to embrace, and in the moonlight, one could see a crystalline spider's web in the corner, where a spider lay in wait for its prey. By the window, Hermione sat with her knees drawn to her chest, staring vacantly into the dark, forbidden forest. The cold moonlight bathed her. As she buried her head in her arms, her body trembling lightly. In the shadowy corner, Hubert entered through the doorway, his footsteps light, the moonlight draping over him. He strolled slowly to the window, where intricate, ancient patterns adorned the glass. You know, I actually envy you and Ron. You possess a complete family, with parents by your side and siblings in harmonious affection. His voice is light and clear, gazing into the distance. Such families are rare in the wizarding world, particularly among the so-called pure-blood families, where they are even scarcer. The absence of such love has precipitated many tragedies, which are in essence a yearning for that very love. Hermione lifted her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes. She looked at Hubert in the moonlight, his profile as pure as that of a deity. Professor Dumbledore once proclaimed that the greatest power is not magic, but love. This is also the most precious treasure of time, worthy of our utmost protection. Equally formidable is Grindelwald, the Dark Lord. Yet he is recognized as the greatest wizard in the magical realm. Do you know why? He turned his head, revealing a smile, his dark eyes sparkling with light. Why? Hermione whispered, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Some hail from illustrious lineages, while others have suffered greatly as orphans from a young age. Their magical prowess is unparalleled, yet they chose vastly different paths. Only Dumbledore is genuinely cherished by all. Thus, what defines us is not our heritage or bloodline, but the choices we make. He knelt down, gazing into Hermione's eyes, softly saying, Hermione, you are the most intelligent which I have ever encountered, even more so than I. I do not deny this. The path to your future is yours to choose. Your achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of the so-called pure-blood wizards by tenfold, 100-fold. This I firmly believe. Hermione stared into Hubert's eyes, clearly seeing her reflection within his pupils. Suddenly, she broke into a radiant smile, illuminated by the moonlight's purity and beauty. She looked at Hubert earnestly and said, Thank you, Hubert. Hubert retrieved a silver bracelet from his pouch, adorned with a disc engraved with mysterious patterns. The disc was smooth and warm to the touch, glimmering softly under the moonlight, akin to the moon hanging in the sky. Mission accomplished. The magical disc is officially entrusted to you. You may bestow upon it a name. Hermione gazed at the bright lunar disc high above, softly declaring, It is as beautiful as the moon in the sky. Let's call it Artemis, after the Greek goddess of the moon. A lovely name, Hubert exclaimed. Suddenly, Hermione's expression shifted. It was Filch and his cat. If caught wandering the academy at night, points would surely be deducted, a memory vividly recalled from last semester's escapades with Harry and Ron. Fear not, my Majet is the master of illusions. Hubert replied with a slight smile, as Majet emerged from his shoulder. Enveloping them in a mesmerizing glow, they gradually vanished into the moonlight. Hubert gently led Hermione towards the entrance, where Filch stood holding a lantern, his hawk-like eyes scanning the room. Yet, he remained oblivious to Hubert and Hermione, who were mere steps away, as Mrs. Norris mewed at his feet. Hermione clenched her hands tightly, a bead of sweat forming on her brow. She could almost hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat and breath. Meow. Dear Mrs. Norris, we must patrol elsewhere now. Those wretched little wizards. If I ever catch them, I shall strip them of their garments and hang them in the yard. Filch muttered under his breath, his footsteps fading into the distance. Who could that be? Hermione whispered. At the end of the corridor, two lanky, red-haired figures were stealthily creeping along, their postures reminiscent of cats. They were none other than George and Fred, recently returned from the kitchen, holding trays laden with delicacies. The brothers, oblivious to Hubert and Hermione's presence, were furtively glancing around like thieves. The tranquility of Hogwarts at night was not as serene as it appeared. From a certain perspective, Filch's concerns were justified. Hubert and Hermione encountered several groups of students stealthily sneaking out of their dormitories, predominantly Gryffindor lions. Hermione stifled a giggle. Chapter 101, An Encounter with Rufus Finn. Under the moonlight, the black lake shimmered in the distance, its surface glistening. The calm waters mirrored the radiant moon above. A gentle breeze tousled Hubert's unruly hair. Gazing at the distant, hazy peaks and the seemingly endless lake. Hubert felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a primal roar, releasing all his pent-up frustrations and worries. Hermione had endured Malfoy's insults, recognizing the moral high ground she occupied while acknowledging that, in the real wizarding world, Malfoy's assertions held a degree of truth. The privileged occupied lofty positions, basking in opulence. Muggles and half-bloods, lacking ancestral lineage, were relegated to the lower echelons of the wizarding community, toiling for meager wages. The hierarchy among wizards was rigidly defined, with familial legacies measured in centuries and millennia. Bridging this vast temporal chasm could not be accomplished within a single lifetime. It required generations, perhaps even dozens of them. To catch up, some might argue that wealth affords a carefree existence, free from the scrutiny of others. Yet as social beings, one cannot escape the connections formed within the wizarding realm. The perceptions, judgments, and respect from others inevitably draw individuals into that intricate web, compelling them to strive for fame and fortune. These interrelations permeate all aspects of life, from neighborly relations to career choices. The privileged are born with a golden key, effortlessly ascending to high offices within the Ministry of Magic. In contrast, ordinary wizards may toil tirelessly just to secure a modest position, while those less fortunate find themselves laboring anonymously in a shop. This is the reality of the wizarding world. Certain disparities cannot be remedied by mere gold galleons. Take the Weasley family, for instance. Despite their poverty, they belong to a pure-blood lineage, with relatives and friends spanning various esteemed families. Upon graduation, their children can easily secure positions within the ministry or pursue better opportunities. Hermione, brilliant as she is, a top scholar at Hogwarts, finds herself equally adrift in this alien wizarding world post-graduation, uncertain of her future. In comparison to a cold, unfeeling society, the individual feels utterly insignificant. If Hermione struggles, Hubert finds himself in an even more precarious position. A Muggle with no magical talent, he is acutely aware of his limitations. The Philosopher's Stone may temporarily bolster his abilities, but what will he do when he reaches the upper years? As other wizards age, their magical prowess intensifies. Upon graduating from Hogwarts, they reach at least the level of an adult wizard. Yet what of himself? If he does not devise a plan, he cannot fathom what a wizard lacking even the proficiency of a graduate could accomplish in the world of sorcery. A fierce wind swept across the lake's surface, causing the hem of his robe to flutter audibly. The silvery moonlight illuminated his visage, and his dark eyes glimmered with a frigid intensity. What do Muggles matter? What do the aristocrats matter? He gazed at the distant shadow, his voice sharp as a blade. No one shall impede my quest for magical power. Should there be such an obstacle, let it vanish. He clenched his fists tightly, the black gleam in his pupils flickering. Tendrils of dark mist emanated from him, transforming his once pure countenance into something sinister and alluring. Who goes there? Hubert inquired coldly, turning his head. He stood upon a towering boulder by the lake, bathed in moonlight, his dark hair billowing, a hymn to life pointing towards the ominous corner not far off. If you're unwilling to reveal yourself, I shall compel you to do so. The tip of his life's tribute wand emitted a beam of golden light, shattering the stone in the shadows into fragments. A middle-aged man clad in black robes emerged, his pale complexion marred by blood at the corners of his mouth. With a long face and pointed chin, his crimson eyes glinted with a predatory hunger. Ruthven smirked, inhaling deeply through his nose as he faced Hubert. What a familiar scent. Had we not crossed paths before? Such delectable blood, it awakens my desires. He extended his scarlet tongue, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hubert's expression remained icy, yet his heart was in turmoil. The newcomer was none other than the vampire Ruthven he had encountered in the alley. How could he possibly be here? This was Hogwarts, protected by magic. How could a vampire brazenly appear within its confines? Had the Academy's magical defenses been compromised? Ah, young one, we meet again, Ruthven grinned. Our last hasty parting lingered in my thoughts. Humph. Hubert scoffed. I have been quite eager to see you again as well. He rubbed his chest, where the wound still throbbed. This was Hogwarts, his domain. Now that the vampire had ventured here, he felt no fear. Secretly, Hubert waved his wand, sending stones across the night to strike at Ruthven. When facing an enemy, there was no need for chivalry. The first strike was paramount, and vanquishing the foe was the true path to victory. The stones flew forth with the velocity of bullets, yet Ruthven was not ordinary, as the stones were unleashed. He leapt into the air, evading their trajectory. Hubert, however, would not relent, manipulating the stones to spiral in pursuit. Ruthven dashed left and right, though he appeared disheveled. He remained unscathed. Vampires excel in strength and speed, and as a noble of the bloodline, Ruthven was among the elite. "Break!" he shouted, unleashing a punch that sent a wave of crimson energy forth, deflecting the incoming stones. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a golden handprint struck his back with blinding swiftness, sending him hurtling and carving a long trench in the ground. He rose to his feet, shaking off the dust. The gifts of the bloodline endowed him with formidable physical strength, rendering the recent blow of little consequence. "Kid, you're ruthless and decisive." He smiled broadly, seemingly unfazed by the earlier assault. Indeed, the reputation of the bloodline's resilience was well-deserved. "I hear you have a distinct fear of the Church's followers. While you may withstand my shifting sands, I wonder how many of the holy light spells I've acquired from the unicorn you can endure." Hubert scoffed, producing a square block of blood and placing it within the cosmic sphere. The sphere absorbed the blood, and a radiant light erupted from Hubert, its blinding brilliance almost unbearable to behold. Ruthven's expression shifted. He was untroubled by physical attacks and largely indifferent to most spells. Hubert's low magical prowess would ordinarily pose no threat, given Ruthven's robust constitution. However, the holy light magic was a different matter altogether. The heavens are always just. For every gift bestowed, a cost is exacted. The bloodline may have granted them immense strength, swift agility, and magical abilities, yet light magic became their bane. Do you not wish to know the secrets of the Book of Dracula? Chapter 102. The Transaction. Hubert dimmed the radiance, yet his robe still shimmered with a faint glow, poised to strike at any moment. Standing atop a massive stone, he looked down with an icy demeanor, devoid of emotion. "Speak of what you know." Such a temper for a little demon. Ruthven retreated a step, widening the distance between them, jesting, "The Book of Dracula belongs to the bloodline. Its secrets are not easily unraveled. Do not presume to threaten me. While I may not be able to kill you, you cannot capture me either." Hubert was keenly aware of the truth in his words. Though the power borrowed from the cosmic sphere could restrain Ruthven, his swiftness would allow him to evade capture. Venturing into Hogwarts by night must serve some purpose. How do you propose to barter? Ruthven's gaze flickered as he pondered, eventually resolute in his proposition. "Assist me in investigating any recent changes concerning Draco Malfoy, and I shall reveal a hidden spell from the Book of Dracula." "Draco Malfoy?" Hubert replied, astonished. "What is their connection?" "One hails from a bloodline, the other a pure-blood aristocrat. Their statuses are worlds apart. Why does Ruthven seek to investigate him?" "You are a student at Hogwarts, making it convenient for you to approach Malfoy. He has recently undergone some changes. I sense his vitality waning, and we of the bloodline are particularly attuned to such shifts. I require you to discern the cause and ensure his safety. An arrogant pure-blood aristocrat merits such a valuable exchange from you? I'm curious as to why. He is my beloved nephew, and I will not permit any harm to befall him." Ruthven declared earnestly, his expression grave, leaving no room for subterfuge. Hubert's demeanor shifted. He could detect the sincerity and resolve in Ruthven's tone. Setting aside his own biases, the unwavering determination to protect what he cherished stirred deep emotions. "A waning vitality? Are you certain?" Hubert's heart raced with excitement, though his facade remained stoic. He was aware of but one magical artifact that could induce such a decline: Tom Riddle's diary. Majette had searched Ginny's room to no avail. The path ahead had seemed bleak until this clue surfaced. Ruthven furrowed his brow as he received Lucius's orders to execute the plan. Upon encountering Draco at Hogwarts, he was deeply troubled by the transformation in him. After more than a month apart, Draco's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. If that were all, he would have felt joy for Draco. However, the inherent abilities of the bloodline made him acutely aware of Draco's deteriorating vitality. Though his physical appearance remained unchanged, it was indicative of an essence of life slipping away. Time was of the essence, and after a cursory investigation, he found nothing conclusive. Thus, he required someone to monitor Draco closely, regardless of the cost, to ensure his safety. I promise you, the anomalies surrounding Draco, Tom's notebook, and the secrets of the Book of Dracula were sufficient reasons for him to investigate further. Suddenly, they were pursued. In the distance, Hogwarts sparkled with flickering lights as a group of individuals brandished torches and hastened towards him. Clad in his black robe, Ruthven chuckled. "If you don't wish to share my fate, I suggest you leave swiftly." With that, he turned and vanished into the enveloping darkness. Hubert glanced back to see Professor McGonagall and several other professors, including Snape, rushing towards him with torches in hand. Hubert waved his wand and leaped into a spatial rift, utilizing his ability to fly away. Before long, Professor McGonagall arrived at the boulder. Snape surveyed the area, picking up a small stone from the ground for closer inspection. The unmistakable traces of transfiguration magic mingled with the power of the bloodline were evident. He sniffed the air like an old bat, detecting the foul scent of blood from that group of bloodline practitioners. Who was the other individual present? Professor McGonagall scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss. Addressing Filch nearby, she stated, "We must enhance our surveillance of the students and prohibit any nighttime excursions." She felt compelled to suggest to Headmaster Dumbledore a thorough reassessment of the school's protective barriers, as it was terrifying that someone could infiltrate Hogwarts and attempt to harm students. Thankfully, Ryan Satcher was unharmed. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss regarding how to explain it to his father. A sleepless night ensued. The night always serves as the best cover for secrets, whether for unsavory deeds or clandestine events, which are invariably shrouded in darkness. Not a whisper of the occurrences at Hogwarts that night escaped into the world. The atmosphere within the academy remained utterly tranquil. Hufflepuff was renowned for its keen awareness of happenings at Hogwarts, yet Hubert, as a member, heard no gossip whatsoever. He attended classes and studied, with all remaining serene. Harry lamented repeatedly in private, but to no avail, as Lockhart continued to fawn over him. Following a personal request, the school decided to re-establish the dueling club. Standing at the podium, Lockhart displayed his charming smile. Though conceited and narcissistic, one could not deny his striking good looks. In the center of the spacious classroom stood a long runway, and Lockhart strode down it like a star. "We have invited Professor Snape to assist me. Let us welcome Professor Snape." At the end of the stage, Snape approached with a sullen expression. He cast a sweeping glance over the young wizards below, who collectively fell into silence, none daring to utter a sound. The awkwardness was shattered by Gilderoy Lockhart's laughter. The wizarding duel was a sacred affair, governed by stringent rules and etiquette. "Now, Professor Snape and I shall demonstrate a wizarding duel for your enlightenment. Pay close attention," he proclaimed. The two stepped to the center of the platform, maintaining a respectful distance before raising their wands in mutual salute, each wand trained on the other. "Begin." As the word left his lips, a green light shot forth, and before Lockhart could complete his incantation, he was struck by the beam and hurled against a stone pillar, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. "Wow!" The young wizards gasped, their eyes darting between the proud Snape and Lockhart. Rising to his feet, Lockhart brushed off the dust from his robes and flashed a brilliant smile at the audience, displaying no embarrassment over his defeat. Professor Snape demonstrated admirably. "I simply was not prepared. Now I invite two students to come forth and duel." As Snape began to say something, Lockhart promptly ushered him off the stage, scanning the crowd before calling out, "Harry, step up. Which student is brave enough to join him?" "Draco." Snape caught sight of Draco's eager gaze amongst the crowd and called out his name. Draco leaped onto the stage, positioning himself opposite Harry. Chapter 103, Collision. "Potter, you're no match for me. Withdraw now, and you may still save yourself," Draco proclaimed, his chin held high in arrogance. Harry remained silent, drawing his wand and gripping it tightly. He understood that he was no match for Draco, yet retreat was not an option, even in the face of certain defeat. He resolved to fight. "Everyone claims you are the savior, but are you truly? Skipping classes, breaking school rules, reckless, arrogant." Draco enumerated Harry's flaws, each word causing Harry's expression to darken. "With such meager prowess and lack of intellect, how could you possibly be a savior? Truly laughable. Today, Malfoy will ensure you recognize your true worth." "Silence," Harry shouted defiantly. "I have never claimed to be the savior, nor do I believe myself to be one." "Draco, will you fight or not?" The two raised their wands before their chests, exchanging the customary wizard salute. All petrified, Dance of the Whirlwind, they unleashed their spells simultaneously. Two beams of green light colliding in midair. Harry maneuvered with agility, evading Draco's attacks. Thanks to the power of two magical stones, his physical prowess surpassed Draco's significantly, granting him greater flexibility. He darted across the stage, seizing the moment to counterattack. Draco, with formidable magical strength and adept control, unleashed a torrent of power, vowing to vanquish his adversary. Yet Harry's speed was too great. Draco's spells failed to find their mark. The magic surged forth from Draco's wand like bullets. The duel devolved into a stalemate, with Draco on the offensive and Harry dodging while occasionally retaliating. In a short span, they exchanged numerous blows, yet neither could claim victory. "Potter, isn't Gryffindor renowned for its bravery and fearlessness? Yet all I see is a mere monkey that knows only how to flee." Amidst the laughter of the Slytherins, the countenance of the Gryffindor wizard darkened, their discontent directed towards Harry, who was evading attacks on stage. Sweat beaded on Harry's forehead, though merely 2 minutes had passed. He felt utterly drained, as he was no knight renowned for endurance. Narrowing his eyes, he tensed his body, his instincts sharpened by the urgency of battle. With the aid of the speed gem, he swiftly maneuvered to dodge Draco's onslaught of spells. Aware of his own strengths and weaknesses, he recognized that his magical prowess and spell casting were inferior to Draco's. Under the relentless pressure from his opponent, he could only bide his time, gathering all his strength for a decisive strike. Potter conceded, "You are no match for me." At that very moment, Harry executed a leap to evade a spell, weaving through the gaps in the magic and charging toward Draco. A silvery luminescence surged from his hands, transforming his wand into a gleaming broadsword. The distance between them was minimal, and Harry reached Draco in an instant. For a fleeting moment, Draco's expression faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. Undaunted by the silver sword that loomed just a meter away, he pointed his wand defiantly at it. The blade clashed with the tip of the wand, glinting ominously as it threatened to shatter the fragile instrument. A wicked smile crept across Draco's lips as dark energy erupted from his wand, forming a semicircular black shield. Harry unleashed the power of the gem, exerting all his might to thrust the sword forward. Draco's magic surged, fortifying the black barrier. The sword's tip pressed against the shield, creating a stalemate on the stage. "Kill Harry Potter! Kill Harry Potter!" A strange voice echoed from within Draco, tendrils of dark energy spreading through him, blurring his consciousness. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long black serpent materialized, coiling around Harry's arms, its forked tongue flicking mere inches from Harry's face, exuding a chilling presence. The cold emanating from the serpent made Harry shudder, his skin acutely aware of the creature's exposed, venomous fangs. The serpent's vertical pupils fixated on its prey, poised to deliver a lethal strike. As Harry's pupils constricted, he let out a similar hissing sound. Remarkably, the serpent seemed to comprehend his utterance, abandoning Harry to turn its attack toward Draco instead. "Fool!" A fleeting flash of anger crossed Draco's eyes as the black serpent dissipated into mist. "What good is understanding Parseltongue? You are still destined to lose." With a mere thought, he unleashed a powerful wave of magic that struck Harry, sending him hurtling away from the dueling platform. Seizing the opportunity, Draco unleashed a sickly green beam from his wand towards Harry, who, suspended in midair, could not retaliate and could only watch helplessly as the spell approached. As the curse neared, Harry instinctively closed his eyes. Suddenly, a similar green beam shot from below, colliding with Draco's spell and extinguishing it. Hermione lowered her wand, and Ron rushed forward to catch Harry. With a cold glance at Harry and Hermione, Draco abandoned his assault, marking the conclusion of the first duel with Harry's defeat. "I shall take my turn." Yet Harry's defeat only ignited the courage within Gryffindor, prompting a young wizard to leap onto the dueling stage. Dance of the Whirlwind. A colossal black wind blade swept the young wizard off the dueling platform, only for another young wizard to leap into the fray. Dance of the Whirlwind. Dance of the Whirlwind. Dance of the Whirlwind. One after another, young wizards were sent flying, while Draco stood resolutely on the platform with a single, decisive move. The spectators gazed in trepidation at the proud figure above. Was this the might of a pureblood family? It was their first encounter with such a formidable and fierce Malfoy, and they hesitated to step forward again. Amidst the crowd, Hubert wore a smile, yet his mind churned with thoughts. He was certain that Tom's notes resided within Draco. This conviction solidified when Draco attacked Harry. The subtle, familiar dark aura surrounding Draco was a manifestation of the hidden dark magic coursing through his veins, a truth that could not elude Hubert. With Draco's dominance, the duel concluded rather abruptly. News of Draco's victory over Harry and numerous other wizards spread, and his fame resonated throughout the 4 houses, establishing him as the foremost figure of the moment. In the Slytherin common room, a shadowy figure materialized before Draco. His eyes glazed over, his expression bewildered. He stood there in a daze, devoid of the spirited confidence he had exhibited on the dueling platform, resembling a puppet lacking its consciousness. "Draco, I bestow upon you the mantle of Slytherin heir. Open the chamber, summon the ancient allies, fulfill your duty, and eliminate the half-blood wizard." Chapter 104, Striving for Excellence. He waved his hand dismissively, but the impact of Draco's final strike had left him shaken, though he bore no physical wounds. Nevertheless, his spirits were low. The battle had illuminated the chasm between himself and Draco. His magical prowess paled in comparison, and he lacked the mastery and finesse of spells that Draco possessed. In a life-or-death struggle, he would surely be the one to perish. Bowing his head, his long hair obscured his face. The crackling of the fire in the hearth filled the silence, as they all sat in quiet contemplation. Draco's performance not only demoralized Harry, but also struck a heavy blow to Hermione and Ron. Their once joyful and tranquil academic life, despite its quarrels and noise, had been disrupted. They had previously been at least Draco's equal, if not superior. Now, however, Draco had far surpassed them, and the overwhelming pressure was suffocating. Draco was Harry's arch-nemesis, often embroiled in conflict. Would they now have to avoid him? No, absolutely not. Both Harry and Ron resolutely declared within their minds. Now, do you comprehend the significance of studying? Hubert chuckled. Ron and Harry were notoriously disinclined towards their studies, often distracted in class, never preparing in advance, and fully indulging in play when the opportunity arose. Had it not been for Harry's exceptional combat talent and the protective presence of Dumbledore and his allies, coupled with the occasional blunders of their adversaries, Hubert doubted Harry would have survived even a single episode. Harry, this is Hogwarts. Don't fret too much, Hermione reassured him. You are a remarkably talented wizard. You simply have yet to fully harness your potential. While Draco is indeed powerful, you are not entirely without your own strengths. What should I do? Harry asked, raising his gaze with fervor towards Hubert and Hermione, unwilling to be outshone by Malfoy, determined to surpass him, even if it necessitated engaging in activities he despised, such as burying himself in books. True combat is not merely a chivalrous duel, steeped in notions of fairness and justice. To assail an opponent's strengths while disregarding one's own disadvantages, or to cast aside one's weapon for a fair fight, is the epitome of folly. Such fools often meet their demise upon the battlefield. My advantages? Harry murmured, deep in contemplation. Vivid memories of past battles resurfaced in his mind since entering Hogwarts. His journey had been anything but smooth. Among his peers, only Hubert surpassed him in combat experience. He grasped the hilt of the cross-shaped sword on his right hand. Feeling the powerful energy emanating from the gemstone coursing through his body, his gaze growing resolute. I wish to master swordsmanship. He executed a flourish with his sword, a white arc slicing through the air. The gemstone bestowed upon him formidable strength and speed, while the cross-sword possessed lethal capability without hindering his ability to cast spells. Should he engage in combat with others, he believed his swordsmanship would astonish his opponents. Utilizing all one's strengths and resources is indeed an admirable strategy, Hubert praised, acknowledging the dual mastery of sword and magic. The ability to cast spells while engaging in close combat was a form of harmonious integration of martial prowess and sorcery. Hubert eagerly anticipated the heights to which Harry would ascend, perhaps even pioneering a new school of wizardry. As the night fell silently, Hogwarts returned to its tranquil state. Professor McGonagall issued a decree to enhance the management of Hogwarts, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized nocturnal excursions, with severe penalties for transgressors. Under Filch's stringent enforcement, the rebellious students of Hogwarts had grown notably subdued, as none wished to provoke McGonagall's ire. In a dimly lit corridor, an ethereal butterfly danced gracefully. Majet, under Hubert's guidance, flitted through the hallway and entered the Slytherin quarters. The spectral, multicolored butterfly made no sound as it reached Draco's dormitory. The room was shrouded in darkness. Enveloped in silence, Draco lay quietly on his bed, nestled in his covers. Majet circled the bedroom, releasing vibrant pollen that filled the air. I have found it. Beside Draco's pillow lay a notebook with a black cover. It was none other than Tom Riddle's journal. Majet transformed into Hubert's likeness and approached Draco's bedside, carefully extending a hand to retrieve the notebook. Suddenly, Draco stirred, his head resting upon the notebook. Majet placed a hand upon Draco's head, allowing the colorful pollen to drift from his palm and enter Draco's body with each breath. In a short while, the sound of snoring filled the room. Majet gently pushed aside Draco's head and extracted the notebook. It appeared unremarkable, with its black cover and white pages. As Majet prepared to depart with the notebook, a dark beam shot forth from it toward him. How intriguing! Who has discovered my presence? The shadow murmured, pondering if it was Dumbledore, Lucius, or perhaps someone else entirely. I must hasten my plans. Drawing vitality from Draco has yielded too little, insufficient for me to regain my corporeal form. Basilisk, how long has it been since we last met? I wonder how you fare now. My master, I miss you dearly. Within the Hufflepuff common room, Hubert suddenly opened his eyes wide. Majet gently descended upon him, his breath weak, having sustained minor injuries from Tom's attack. Tom Riddle had absorbed Draco's life force, gaining a measure of power, which rendered the situation dire. Hubert furrowed his brow, having presumed Tom Riddle was ensnared within the pages of a notebook. What was I so worried about? I should inform Rufus, for he is undoubtedly more anxious than I. Chapter 105, The Petrification Incident. Within the girls' restroom, an eerie stillness prevailed, as no one dared to venture here, for it was the site of a death, one belonging to a girl named Moaning Myrtle. Ghosts are commonplace at Hogwarts, yet Myrtle stands as a notable exception. She perished decades ago during the Chamber of Secrets incident, slain by a monster controlled by the legendary heir of Slytherin. In the center of the restroom lay a vast circular basin, adorned with faucets and crowned with exquisite carvings. This was the domain of the mischievous Myrtle, rendering it even less inviting to young witches and wizards. However, an unexpected visitor arrived. Draco, cloaked in black, approached the faucet and began to twist it rhythmically. His gaze was vacant, his expression impassive, as dark tendrils flickered within his pupils. With a resounding crack, the basin shattered, revealing an unfathomable abyss at its core. Draco leapt into the darkness, and upon his descent, the basin restored itself to its original form. At the entrance of the restroom, a vibrant butterfly perched upon the doorknob, observing everything with keen interest. In the pitch-black depths below, an extensive network of subterranean pipes sprawled, known only to their original builders. In the darkness, Draco adeptly navigated through the labyrinthine passageways, arriving at a long-forgotten iron door. This black iron door, embedded in the stone wall, was forged from pure iron, its thickness beyond the capacity of human strength to breach. He tapped his wand against the iron serpent emblem on the door, the serpent's sinuous form moving in a rhythmic dance. With a click, the iron door swung open, unveiling the world beyond. Torches lining the passage ignited abruptly, illuminating the hidden chamber. A straight corridor led to a dead end, flanked by colossal serpent head statues, their mouths agape, revealing sharp teeth that sent chills down one's spine. At the end of the corridor, a massive stone head statue with wild hair loomed ominously. The ground trembled as a gargantuan serpent monster emerged from the statue's mouth. The creature slithered before Draco, its immense head rising to gaze down upon him. I summon you, ancient serpent, as the heir of Slytherin, to heed the sacred pact and obey my command. In the dim corridor, Harry donned an oversized robe, rubbing his temples in frustration. He had just attended a gathering of spirits for a memorial feast, his senses overwhelmed, leaving him fatigued. Recently, he had been plagued by strange whispers that troubled him greatly. He had inquired with Hubert, Hermione, and others, yet they heard nothing. Harry exclaimed, a sharp pain coursing through his scar. Kill him, kill him. The familiar voice echoed once more in his ears, unshakable. Who could it be? Harry lamented, shaking his heavy head and mustering his resolve. This time, I shall surely catch you. He swiftly moved forward, following the whispers. Night had fallen, and the young wizards had gathered indoors, the corridors nearly deserted. As he ran, the voices grew increasingly distinct. Just ahead, Harry quickened his pace, the corridor devoid of any other soul. Turning the corner, he was taken aback. On the other side of the wall stood a petrified student, utterly breathless. His mouth was slightly agape, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The dim light from the wall sconces cast a warm glow as a moth fluttered from afar, drawn to the flame. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Filch approached, flanked by a group of wizards. A collective gasp arose, and they stepped back, encircling Harry and the statue. Potter, what have you done? Filch inquired, his expression dark with incredulity. You did this, didn't you? Not me, not me. Harry protested in a panicked tone. I just arrived and found this. The young wizards began to murmur anxiously, casting doubtful glances at Harry. Do you remember during the duel? Harry could control the snakes summoned by Malfoy. I find that strange too. He speaks Parseltongue, a gift only the most mysterious possess. The young wizards, following orders, hastily vacated the ominous space. Harry remained uneasily, stepping forward to face Dumbledore, lowering his gaze. He was unsure how to explain. Would Dumbledore believe him? Dumbledore listened intently, not missing a single word. He bent down to gaze into Harry's emerald eyes and spoke with profound meaning. Child, do you have anything else to share with me? Harry fell silent for a moment before replying, No, sir. What was he concealing? After Harry departed, Snape voiced his dissatisfaction. Why not confront him and compel him to speak? Trust takes time. Severus. I believe in Harry.